2 decades ago, at the tender age of 7, Xuan embarked upon the journey of a divine-level signing system. At 17, brimming with youthful exuberance, he earned the illustrious title of Divine Healer, with countless individuals from both within and beyond the Dragon Kingdom seeking his audience. By 18, he had established a trillion-dollar multinational conglomerate, striking a devastating blow to Wall Street and leaving capitalists in utter ruin. At 19, he stood guard in the southwest of the Dragon Kingdom, a solitary figure with a crimson flag and a sharp blade, driving the enemy back 1,000 miles. No one dared to challenge him. Upon turning 20, he founded a leading real estate empire, acquiring land both domestically and internationally, which resulted in a global surge in property values that remains unyielding to this day. It was only on that fateful day, when 5 daughters blocked his path, calling him dad, that Xuan's past was brought to light. Chapter 1. Who says that the school beauty of elementary school is no longer a school beauty? At this moment, within the urban expanse of Jinling City, a young man strolled along the street, clad in a pristine shirt, with a youthful and handsome visage adorned by a subtle smile. It seemed as though everything around him bore no relation to his existence. He perpetually walked within the confines of his own world. The young man's features were exquisitely chiseled, each contour strikingly distinct. Beneath a pair of sword-like brows lay eyes that shimmered with a deep, star-like brilliance, exuding an air of calmness that belied his age. Xuan occasionally lifted his head, moving forward in a rare moment of tranquility and leisure. 20 years prior, at the age of 7, as an orphan, he entered elementary school, gazing with boundless envy at his peers who were accompanied by their parents. Alone in his solitude, he understood that the parental affection others could effortlessly enjoy would forever elude him. Instead, he was left with nothing but loneliness and silence, feeling an immense sense of loss when witnessing others display affection towards their parents. Perhaps it was the heavens' compassion for him. On his very first day of school, he opened a new window to his life. One day, while accustomed to hiding in the corner of the classroom, he inadvertently activated the divine-level signing system, allowing him to sign in daily. Divine-level medical skills, divine-level X-ray vision, divine-level physique. 2 decades passed in the blink of an eye. Now, when he reflects upon those years, it feels as ephemeral as flowers in a mirror or the moon's reflection on water, akin to a fantastical dream. Throughout these 20 years, he has acquired countless divine-level skills, treasures that others may struggle to attain in a lifetime, yet he could effortlessly gather. At 17, brimming with vigor, he had earned the revered title of Divine Healer, with countless seekers from both within and outside the Dragon Kingdom. By 18, he had orchestrated the formation of a trillion-dollar multinational conglomerate, striking Wall Street and leaving capitalists in utter disarray. At the audacious age of 19, he guarded the southwest of the Dragon Kingdom, a lone figure with a crimson flag and a keen blade, repelling foes 1,000 miles away. No one dared to infringe upon his domain. Upon entering his 20th year, he established a preeminent real estate enterprise, amassing land both domestically and internationally, leading to a global rise in real estate values that remains unbroken to this day. Now, at the age of 27, the past 2 decades have been nothing short of tumultuous for Xuan. However, once the glamour has faded away, the exhilaration he once felt for everything he currently possesses has long since dissipated. Yet, in this present moment, he remains a solitary figure, finding genuine enjoyment in the tranquility that now envelopes his life. Amidst his myriad thoughts, the hurried ring of a phone jolts him from his reverie. Xuan glances at the screen before answering the call. Listening to the words of the caller, Xuan's expression remains utterly impassive as he calmly replies, "You needn't come to fetch me. I shall take a stroll and return home shortly." With that, he disconnects the call and resumes his walk along the vast, boundless road. However, since hanging up, he has felt an inexplicable sensation that someone is watching him. Suddenly, he turns around sharply and catches sight of 2 small heads peeking out from the alleyway, only to swiftly retreat. Xuan flashes a smile, feigning nonchalance as he continues forward, using the reflection from nearby vehicles to observe the situation behind him. Upon closer inspection, he discovers that indeed, 2 little girls are following him, appearing to be around 6 or 7 years of age. The girls pout adorably, adorned in delicately crafted dresses, their cherubic faces still retaining the softness of childhood, with cherry-like lips that render them irresistibly charming. These two little girls possess exquisitely delicate features, each detail akin to that of two celestial beings descended into the mortal realm, their sparkling eyes twinkling as they quietly trail behind Xuan. One of the girls is exceptionally beautiful, resembling a princess who has stepped straight out of a fairy tale, breathing sweetly as she gently holds the hand of the other girl, cautiously following in Xuan's wake. For reasons unknown, as Xuan gazes at this breathtakingly lovely little girl, he feels an unsettling sense of familiarity, though he cannot pinpoint the source of this feeling. As he continues his walk, his attention remains fixated on the enchanting girl, momentarily neglecting the one beside her. At last, Xuan quickens his pace and turns into another street. Upon realizing that Xuan has vanished, the two girls rush over, yet they find themselves unable to locate him. Confusion fills the eyes of the two girls as they survey the streets and the bustling crowds around them. To the 6- or 7-year-olds, the sea of people feels like an insurmountable wall, rendering Xuan's whereabouts utterly elusive. Yi Jing, feeling disoriented, tightens her small hands in distress, on the verge of tears. "Oh no, what are we to do?" Beside her, Zhou Xiaodan cradles her face, her own eyes reflecting a hint of confusion, yet she offers a reassuring smile. "It's all right. We shall keep searching, and we will surely find him." Zhou Xiaodan gazes at Yi Jing, acutely aware that her dear friend has never known the identity of her father. It is said that her mother, during her time abroad, unexpectedly became pregnant, only to be vehemently opposed by her family upon returning home, who insisted she terminate the pregnancy or sever all ties with her. The intensity and hostility of their words were hardly those one would expect from kin, devoid of any semblance of familial affection. Consequently, her mother left home in anger, bearing her child alone, giving birth to Yi Jing and 4 other sisters. Throughout the years, Zhou Xiaodan has witnessed Yi Jing's anguish over her absent father. Now, seeing the glimmer of tears in her friend's eyes, her heart swells with compassion. The cause of the events transpired a few days prior, when Zhou Xiaodan found herself lost alongside her parents, standing despondently on the bustling streets, tears of helplessness streaming down her cheeks. It is uncertain how long she had been waiting. Even a brief separation from her parents felt like an eternity. Just then, a benevolent uncle, with a warm smile, knelt before her. This uncle was extraordinarily handsome, graceful as jade, as though he had stepped forth from a painting, embodying the gentle warmth of exquisite jade. She was instantly entranced, her sobs ceasing as an inexplicable sense of safety surged within her. In that moment of dazed reverie, she noticed that this uncle bore a striking resemblance to Ye Jing, causing a flicker of suspicion to arise in her heart. Although still young, Zhou Xiaodan possessed a remarkably keen perception. Upon inquiring further, she discovered that he too shared the surname Ye, which filled her with increasing astonishment, prompting her to keep a small secret in her heart. Seizing the opportunity presented by a few strands of white hair atop his head, Zhou Xiaodan gently plucked one, carefully preserving it, and ultimately took it home with her. Once safely returned home, Zhou Xiaodan hurriedly relayed her experience to Ye Jing. Although initially skeptical, Ye Jing was reluctant to relinquish even a glimmer of hope. Subsequently, concealing their intentions from their families, the two girls stealthily visited a paternity testing center. The doctor, upon observing the earnest expressions of the girls, felt a sense of intrigue but soon grasped the context after listening to their tale. Under the charming antics of the two little girls, the doctor agreed to conduct the test, leading to an astonishing result that left both girls in sheer disbelief. To date, they had not disclosed this matter to anyone. In the days that followed, the two girls refrained from hurrying home after school, instead scouring the vicinity for any trace of Xuan. And to their astonishment, they actually encountered him today. "By the way, Ye Jing, do you have the identification report?" Ye Jing, pouting her lips, suddenly remembered and quickly rummaged through her small backpack, eventually discovering the report quietly nestled in a corner, allowing her to exhale in relief. "Thank goodness. It's here." Zhou Xiaodan nodded, grasping Ye Jing's hand as they prepared to dash forward in pursuit of Xuan's trail. However, at that moment, 2 large hands unexpectedly rested upon their little heads, startling the girls. "Bad person. Let's go." Amidst Zhou Xiaodan and Ye Jing's panic, Xuan crouched down, ruffling the girl's hair with tenderness, gazing at them with a gentle smile as he inquired, "What are you two little girls following me for?" Chapter 2, Is This a Castle? Yixian glanced back, confirming that he had not spotted the families of the two young girls. He then turned to Zhou Xiaodan and suddenly exclaimed, "Ah, little one, it just struck me. A few days ago, you got lost, and I took you back, didn't I? What happened? Have you wandered off again?" Zhou Xiaodan pouted, her eyes fixed on Yixian. The mention of the incident reminded her of the tears she shed on the street days prior, leaving her feeling embarrassed. Her cheeks flushed, and she turned her head away from Yiqing. Yixian affectionately ruffled their little heads, finding the two girls rather amusing, and then stood up. "Come on, I shall take you to find your parents." At the mention of father, Yi Jing trembled, unable to hold back her tears any longer. She rushed towards Yiqing, her voice a mixture of sobs and joy, calling out, "Daddy!" "Yixian?" Upon hearing those words, Yixian was momentarily taken aback. His previously calm demeanor shattered like glass on the floor. He held his hands aloft, lingering in confusion, before slowly crouching down to embrace Yi Jing gently, his thoughts beginning to spiral. In his 20 years of life, he had built a company, invested in real estate, and defended borders, with countless women vying for his attention. Yet, he had remained untouched amid the chaos of desire. But to speak of romantic entanglements, it was not entirely absent from his life. Suddenly, he recalled an incident from when he was 18, in a small European country, where he encountered a girl drinking alone in a bar. She was Chinese, her eyes red-rimmed, seemingly grappling with sorrow. Seeing her alone, a few foreign ruffians approached and began to harass her. Yixian could not bear to watch a fellow compatriot be tormented by these miscreants. He swiftly intervened, driving them away, and took the girl home. However, unbeknownst to him, they both found themselves inebriated that night, and the ensuing passion ignited a fire between them. By the time Yixian awoke the next day, the girl had vanished, leaving behind only bloodstained sheets. Yet, even now, he vividly remembered her name, Wang Xinyao. As Yi Jing stared at Yixian, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. She misconstrued his silence as a reluctance to acknowledge her. Her lips moved, and she hurriedly said, "I have the identification certificate." She quickly retrieved the previous note from her bag and handed it to Yixian. "Identification certificate? When did this happen?" Yixian asked, bewildered as he examined the document in his hand. He realized he hadn't visited a hospital recently, so how had this peculiar certificate come into existence? Noting Yixian's perplexed expression, Zhou Xiaodan smiled awkwardly and spoke up. "Uncle, the certificate is accurate. When you took me home last time, I pulled out one of your hairs. I'm sorry, but I thought you and Yi Jing resembled each other too closely." Zhou Xiaodan lowered her head, unable to meet Yixian's gaze, for such matters were hardly glorious. Yet Yixian was unfazed, gripping the identification certificate tightly, his palms growing clammy. Upon a closer inspection and matching the name, he confirmed that the girl before him, Yi Jing, was indeed his daughter. Moreover, the timeline aligned perfectly. Yixian's heart raced with exhilaration, even causing his body to tremble slightly. He had a child, and she had grown so much. "Child, what is your mother's name?" Yi Jing's heart leaped with joy, her tears momentarily ceasing. Hearing Yixian's question reassured her that he had accepted her. However, puzzled by the underlying circumstances, she wondered why her father did not know her mother's name. "Daddy, my mother is called Wang Xinyao. She was recently invited abroad as a visiting professor to conduct research in a closed-off precinct." Yixian nodded, gently stroking Yi Jing's head, feeling a profound sense of kinship emanating from his very core. "My dear daughter, you have endured so much." Upon hearing this, Yi Jing could no longer contain her excitement and leapt into Yixian's warm embrace, her eyes glistening with tears that threatened to spill like a dam about to burst. Zhou Xiaodan watched on, genuinely happy for her friend. After countless nights, Yi Jing had finally awaited this day. Yixian nodded, no longer a solitary figure. "Let us return home." He gazed tenderly at the two young girls. "Okay," Yi Jing replied cheerfully, her smile radiating joy, even amidst her tears of happiness. Yixian scooped up both little girls and made his way toward the Yulong Tiange Villa area. In his broad embrace, Yi Jing felt an unprecedented sense of security, her little head nuzzling against his chest. "Jing, how old are you now?" Yixian asked, still cradling the girls as they walked, a smile gracing his face. At that moment, a long-awaited happiness blossomed within him, and his smile reflected genuine excitement. "I'm 7. I'm in the first grade of elementary school." Yi Jing beamed, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth as she continued. "I came here to study with my mother, but she was invited abroad as a visiting professor. Usually, I stay in elementary school. On weekends, my mother's good friend, Aunt Chen Jing, takes me to her home to play." As she spoke, Yi Jing pondered that her other sisters were being cared for by their mother's friends, but they were currently not in Jinling, but in Shanghai. Only she had temporarily come to Jinling with her mother, remaining here after her departure. Her mother had always taken care of them, the 5 sisters, which was no easy feat. Thus, they were all quite sensible, understanding that their mother was working abroad to earn money, obediently attending school and listening to their aunts. Though young, Yi Jing had the presence of mind to omit her sisters from the conversation, as she still did not know what kind of person their father truly was. However, nestled in Yi Xian's embrace, she felt a warmth from her father that was entirely new, all the while admiring the scenery around her. The environment transformed with each step Yi Xian took, becoming increasingly enchanting, adorned with verdant foliage and blooming flowers. The pristine asphalt path was spotless and unblemished. Compared to before, the scenery now was breathtaking, with the river in front and mountains behind, a picturesque landscape accompanied by elegant villas that captivated her, leaving her eyes wide with wonder and curiosity. "Daddy, your home is truly beautiful," Yi Jing exclaimed, enchanted by the surroundings. Zhou Xiaodian nodded in agreement, adding, "Indeed, the scenery is remarkable." Yi Xian smiled, holding the 2 girls close as they continued on their way, soon arriving at the entrance of Yulong Tiange. Just then, a stunning property manager emerged, greeting them with a polite bow and respectfully stating, "Mr. Yi, welcome back." Yi Xian nodded slightly, responding in a calm tone. "Could you please fetch a sightseeing car to take me inside?" "Certainly. Please hold on for a moment, Mr. Yi." The beautiful property manager nodded, retrieving a radio from her waist. Before long, a sightseeing car arrived. Yi Xian, accompanied by the 2 young ladies, boarded the vehicle, which then began to glide slowly deeper into the villa district. The 2 girls gazed in rapt fascination at the scenery on either side, their eyes wide with wonder. In no time, they arrived at Villa Number 1. Yi Qing led the 2 young ladies down from the sightseeing car and promptly entered the villa. This Villa No. 1 was as magnificent as its name suggested, standing out even amidst the opulent Yulong Tiange Villa district. Upon stepping through the door, the 2 girls simultaneously gasped in awe. "Wow, is this a castle?" They marveled at the lavish decorations and the exquisite array of furnishings, utterly astonished. The 2 girls strolled through the expansive living room, occasionally caressing the luxuriously soft sofa and admiring the beautiful, antiquated paintings adorning the walls, their amazement only deepening. Yi Jing could hardly fathom that her father resided in such an extravagant place. It was simply beyond her wildest dreams. After taking in their surroundings, the 2 girls settled onto the sofa beside Yi Xian, appearing obedient, yet somewhat shy. "This is your home, so don't feel constrained." Yi Xian affectionately ruffled their hair, his voice dripping with indulgence. Chapter 3. "Daddy, your car is so long," the little ones exclaimed. Glancing at the time, which indicated that dinner was approaching, he added, "Feel free to play here. I'll prepare dinner for you." Upon hearing this, Yi Jing grasped Zhou Xiaodian's hand excitedly, standing up to address Yi Xian. "Daddy, let us help." Yi Xian, observing the petite and endearing figures of the 2 girls, doubted their ability to reach the kitchen counter, which elicited a chuckle. "Are you sure you can manage?" At this, Yi Jing, with a defiant look that matched Yi Xian's smile, retorted, "Daddy, don't underestimate us." All right. I am quite curious to see what culinary creations you will whip up." Yi Xian then led the 2 girls into the kitchen. Yi Jing first gathered the oil, salt, and seasonings, then skillfully cracked eggs into a bowl, while Zhou Xiaodian took up chopsticks to whisk the eggs thoroughly. Next, Yi Jing chopped scallions, fetched a stool, and cautiously climbed atop it to ignite the stove. As Yi Jing operated above, Zhou Xiaodian stood below, passing her the necessary items. Yi Qing observed this scene, finding it both comical and utterly adorable. Suddenly, Yi Jing let out a shriek. Yi Xian's playful expression froze, and his heart sank as he hurried over, anxiously inquiring, "Little Jing, what happened?" Yi Jing, rubbing her rosy, delicate earlobe, chuckled softly and reassured him, "It's nothing, Daddy. I just got splashed by a little oil." She continued to pinch her earlobe as she spoke. Seeing her relaxed demeanor, Yi Xian sighed in relief and decided to stand by, vigilantly monitoring her every move. Once the oil reached the right temperature, Yi Jing carefully accepted the eggs from Zhou Xiaodian and poured them into the sizzling oil. Instantly, a delectable aroma wafted through the air, accompanied by a delightful sizzling sound. After the eggs began to set, she skillfully added the seasonings and then the scallions. Before long, a beautifully enticing plate of scrambled eggs was presented before Yi Xian. Observing her deft technique, he nodded appreciatively, a hint of pride mingling with a touch of tenderness on his face. If he had been around all these years, she wouldn't have had to learn to cook alone. It seemed she had faced the splatter of hot oil more than once. "Ah, it smells divine." Yi Xian inhaled the aroma and gave Yi Jing a thumbs up. "Daddy, you must try it." Yi Jing offered him a pair of clean chopsticks. Yi Xian gently accepted them, his voice warm as he asked, "Shall I taste it now?" Yi Jing nodded eagerly, her little hands rubbing together in anticipation. He picked up a small piece of egg and placed it in his mouth. Instantly, he was filled with emotion, his eyes slightly misting over. He felt it was the best scrambled egg he had ever tasted. This is truly delicious. Little Jing, your culinary skills are remarkable. As he praised her, he lifted her down and rolled up his sleeves. Now, leave the rest to me. The two girls nodded, watching in awe as Xuan skillfully prepared the ingredients, the knife dancing in his hand with incredible finesse. His culinary skills had reached a level of mastery. He could slice with precision even with his eyes closed. Soon, he had prepared the ingredients, ignited the stove, and began to stir-fry, the air filling with the tantalizing sense of his cooking. The two girls stood by, mesmerized by his technique. Before long, a feast of vibrant and aromatic dishes was laid out on the table. Xuan served 3 bowls of rice and, with a smile, beckoned the two girls to the dining table. You must be hungry. Let us eat. Yes. The two girls, unable to contain their excitement at the sight of the spread, eagerly took their chopsticks, their mouths watering at the delicious dishes before them. This is unbelievably good. After tasting a bite, Yi Jing was astonished, declaring it surpassed any meal they had ever enjoyed. The simple yet exquisite preparation of the dishes had fully released the flavors of the ingredients while harmonizing them with various seasonings. To the two girls, Xuan appeared to radiate golden light as he watched them enjoy their meal. This table of food left them utterly in awe, and they began to eat heartily. Take your time, Xuan said, savoring his own meal while gazing at the two girls, a smile of contentment gracing his face. Daddy, how did you learn such wonderful cooking? It's even better than what Mama makes. Yi Jing exclaimed, her mouth full, her eyes filled with admiration. Indeed, Uncle, your dishes are far superior to my mother's. This is simply the most delicious thing I've ever eaten. Zhou Xiaodan chimed in. Take your time. If it's delicious, feel free to eat more. No need to rush. Xuan, noticing the joy on the girls' faces, picked up his chopsticks and served them more dishes, earning even more affection from them. Yi Jing nestled against Xuan, feeling warmth in her stomach and heart. As he observed the girls' silly smiles, a thought crossed his mind. Why don't you both stay here for the night? I'll take you out shopping afterward, and we can buy some things. Upon hearing this, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan exchanged glances, their little mouths twisting into thoughtful expressions before slowly responding. All right, let us call your mother. Xuan nodded and handed his phone to Zhou Xiaodan. Okay. Zhou Xiaodan accepted the phone and quickly dialed, explaining the situation. All right, let us continue enjoying our meal. After finishing the phone call, the two young girls picked up their chopsticks once more, continuing to indulge in their feast. Xuan observed them from the side, a tender smile gracing his lips. Noticing that Xuan remained still, Yi Jing, understanding his demeanor, delicately selected a poached shrimp from the plate, meticulously peeled it, and offered it to Xuan. Thank you, Xiao Jing. Xuan chuckled, opening his mouth to receive the shrimp she had prepared, affectionately caressing Yi Jing's small face. You are truly obedient, Xiao Jing. Upon hearing Xuan's praise, Yi Jing beamed with joy, her heart swelling with happiness. Mr. Yi, the vehicle is ready. At that moment, the driver, Tang Hao, entered the room, respectfully addressing Xuan. Yes, we shall depart shortly, Xuan replied, and Tang Hao's pupils dilated in surprise as he noticed Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan beside Xuan, momentarily frozen in place. Mr. Yi, is this? Tang Hao gazed at Xuan with astonishment, a hypothesis forming in his mind, but remaining just that, a mere conjecture. To his surprise, Xuan nodded slightly, a smile gracing his lips, which sent tumultuous waves of astonishment rippling through Tang Hao's mind, leaving him in a state of profound shock. After standing there in a daze for a while, Tang Hao suddenly realized that this was not a place for lingering, hastily retreating outside, still deeply shaken. All right, let us be on our way. Xuan stood up, casting a gentle glance at the two girls, his smile warm. However, Yi Jing noticed the disarray on the table and expressed a hint of concern. But we haven't cleaned up yet? Zhou Xiaodan, too, glanced at the unfinished meal, her lips slightly pursed, seemingly hesitant. A wave of emotion stirred within Xuan as he perceived their conscientiousness, leaving him somewhat astonished. Reflecting on the years he had spent away from Yi Jing, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him. Very well, let us tidy up together. But we must be swift. If we do not leave now, the shops will close. After a brief pause, Xuan, along with the two young girls, quickly tidied up the space. With a smile, he took their small hands and led them outside. Upon exiting the villa, the two young girls were greeted by the sight of a custom extended Rolls-Royce Phantom. Instantly, their eyes widened in awe, mouths agape in astonishment and curiosity as they turned to Xuan. Daddy, your car is so long. By the way, Daddy, what kind of car is this? Yi Jing excitedly pointed at the Rolls-Royce. Standing nearby, Tang Hao, standing upright, heard Yi Jing's question and replied with a smile. Miss. This is a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended version. He then respectfully opened the car doors for them, bowing slightly. Mr. Yi, Mrs., please get in. Yi Xian nodded slightly and led the two girls into the car. As soon as they entered, they were captivated by the luxurious interior, complete with a fully stocked refrigerator, air conditioning, and even a small television, features they had never encountered before. This is different from what we saw before. Yi Jing blinked her big eyes, surveying the surroundings, her curiosity and excitement palpable as she looked at Zhou Xiaodan. Yes, it's like a little house in here. It's so spacious. Zhou Xiaodan echoed her enthusiasm, both girls exploring the car with sparkling eyes. All right, we've arrived. Not long after, as Tang Hao exited the vehicle first, they found themselves outside the bustling mall. Mr. Yi, take your time. Ladies, watch your heads. As Tang Hao opened the door, Yi Xian helped the girls out, and they were greeted by a dazzling display of lights, the ambience imbued with the unique allure and warmth of the night. Let us go. After giving Tang Hao a few instructions, Yi Xian took each girl's hand, leading them into the mall. Without hesitation, he quickly guided them to the children's clothing section on the third floor, approaching a store specially designed for young girls. Shall we go in and have a look? With Yi Xian's permission, the two girls, previously bubbling with excitement, held hands and skipped inside. Hello, little ones. What can I assist you with today? A female sales associate greeted them with a smile upon their entrance. Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, overwhelmed by the dazzling array of clothes and shoes, found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. No worries, take your time to explore. At that moment, two warm hands rested gently atop the girls' heads, encouraging them. Yay! With that, Zhou Xiaodan and Yi Jing darted about the expansive store like playful little sprites. Yi Xian followed closely behind, a smile ever present in his eyes. This was a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time, one that was difficult to articulate. This warmth, stemming from kinship, was a drop of water that fell into his previously tranquil heart, stirring up waves of emotion. This is so beautiful. Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan exclaimed, standing in front of a set of yellow pajamas that shimmered like electric light, their eyes sparkling with delight. What do you think? Do you like it? Yi Xian gently stroked the fabric of the pajamas, gauging their softness and breathability, satisfied enough to ask. I love it. Yi Jing looked up at Yi Xian, seemingly having made up her mind about the pajamas, yet hesitated upon seeing the price tag, feeling it was rather steep for them. All right, then let us get this one. Yi Xian nodded, turning to Zhou Xiaodan with a smile. What about you, Xiaodan? Do you want this set too? Zhou Xiaodan shook her head. Despite her fondness for the pajamas, she bit her lip and pointed to a green set nearby. I prefer this one. Very well. Sales associate, please wrap up these two sets for me. Certainly, sir. The sales associate, seeing Yi Xian's unwavering decision, approached with a beaming smile. Sir, are these the two sets? She inquired politely, eyeing the pajamas in the girl's hands. Yes. And also, please select a few suitable outfits for these two girls, ensuring the finest quality in both fabric and craftsmanship. Yi Xian pondered for a moment before continuing. The sales associate's face lit up with joy as she nodded vigorously, taking the girls' hands gently. Come with me, little ones. Let us measure your heights. The girls, understanding the importance of selecting the right size, obediently followed the sales associate. Thank you, sister. With their cooperation, the measurements were taken swiftly, and the sales associate beamed at Yi Xian, her demeanor filled with respect. The gentleman has already selected his attire, and regarding the bespoke arrangements, the female sales associate is acutely aware of the expectations of such a generous patron. Thus, the quality must be impeccable. My dear girls, do share with this elder sister your preferred styles of clothing, so that I may assist you in selecting the finest options. Yi Xian, understanding the situation, gently crouched down to bestow a tender gaze upon the two little girls and spoke softly. The two girls nodded eagerly and followed the sales associate to a nearby table, where they eagerly divulged their personal preferences and distinctive traits, which the attentive sales associate diligently noted down. Once this exchange concluded, the two girls joyfully bounded back to Yi Xian. Daddy, we have it all sorted. Yi Jing playfully stuck out her tongue, tugging at Yi Xian's trousers. Her petite frame was undeniably endearing. Wonderful. Yi Xian scooped Yi Jing into his embrace and twirled her around gently. However, Yi Jing suddenly recalled something. A flicker of concern crossing her features as she gazed into Yi Xian's eyes and murmured, Daddy, these clothes must be quite expensive, right? Yi Xian beamed widely, affectionately brushing his fingers against Yi Jing's adorable little nose, and replied, Why would you worry about that? Is it because the garments do not meet your expectations? No, Daddy. It's just that Jing is still growing, so we shouldn't purchase too many clothes, right? Yi Jing pouted slightly, appearing rather mature for her age. No need to fret, my dear. These garments cost a fortune. Yi Xian's heart swelled with affection at Yi Jing's maturity, his eyes sparkling with fondness. Hee, thank you, Daddy. By the way, Jingjing has a little treasure chest. I'll bring it next time to give to you. Yi Xian chuckled at Yi Jing's serious demeanor, responding with a smile. Sweetheart, you should keep your little treasure chest for yourself. I have a much larger vault. Hearing this, curiosity ignited in Yi Jing's eyes, and she inquired, Daddy, I want to see it. All right, I'll take you to see it later. Yi Xian nodded. About to continue speaking when the sales associate approached with 2 beautifully wrapped bags. Sir, your garments are ready. Ah, Yi Xian set Yi Jing down, accepting the clothes and glancing at the 2 girls. Why don't you try them on and see how they fit? Okay, the girls, already brimming with excitement at the sight of the bags, could hardly contain themselves and began to leap with joy. Come along, little ones. Your sister will guide you to the fitting room, the sales associate said, leading the girls toward the dressing area. Shortly after, the 2 girls emerged, ecstatic in their newly chosen outfits, one clad in yellow and the other in green, both adorned with delightful cartoon patterns, complete with hats that sported adorable animal ears. How lovely! Yi Xian exclaimed, taken by the charm of the girls' sleepwear. Do you both like them? The girls exchanged glances, nodding in unison at Yi Xian. Yes, yes. We love them. That is splendid. Yi Xian observed their satisfaction, nodding slightly as he gathered the customized attire before departing the children's clothing store with the 2 girls. Next, they purchased some attractive hair accessories and other items, soon finding themselves laden with bags of various sizes. Noticing that the 2 little girls did not yet possess mobile phones, Yi Xian decided to take them to a nearby store in Century City to buy phones. Upon entering the mobile phone shop, the attractive sales associate greeted them warmly, her eyes sparkling with envy as she noticed the girls' delightful presents. Sir, you are truly fortunate to have such adorable daughters. Yi Xian smiled and waved to the sales associate. This one is my daughter, and the girl beside her is her close friend. The sales associate, slightly embarrassed, continued, Oh, I see. My apologies, sir. By the way, are you looking to purchase a mobile phone? Yi Xian nodded, crouching down to look at the 2 girls, smiling as he said, I see you both don't have phones yet. Let me buy you some. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Uncle. The girls, thrilled at the prospect of receiving phones, each planted a kiss on Yi Xian's cheek. Let us go take a look. Yi Xian took the girls' hands, and under the guidance of the sales associate, they entered the display area, where an array of dazzling phones captivated the girls. Sir, these are the new models released this month, flagship devices from various manufacturers. You might want to consider these options. They feature screens designed to filter blue light effectively and boast top-notch quality to protect children's eyes. As the sales associate elaborated, the girls turned their attention to the recommended models. For instance, this model is designed after a Porsche sports car, featuring a premium screen with a high resolution, an ergonomic feel, and ultra-fast charging. Observing the sales associate demonstrate the phone, Yi Jing, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, tugged at Yi Xian's sleeve and asked, Daddy, does this phone charge faster in a Porsche and slower in a Rolls-Royce? The sales associate, slightly taken aback by Yi Jing's comment, regarded the 2 girls, amused by their innocence. Don't worry, little one. This phone charges rapidly no matter what car it's in. The sales associate, charmed by Yi Jing's delightful demeanor, could not resist teasing her. All right, I'll take this model. Please prepare 2 units with the highest specifications. Yi Xian chuckled, noting the girl's keen interest, and addressed the sales associate. Certainly, sir. Please hold on a moment. The sales associate beamed and hurried to the back, eager to fulfill the order. In no time, the sales associate returned with 2 beautifully packaged phones, each placed in an exquisite bag, which she handed to Yi Jing and her friend. Here you go, little ones. Hold on tight. The girls, upon receiving the phones, erupted in excitement, leaping onto Yi Xian's lap. What do you think? Do you like them? Thank you, Daddy. We love them. After Yi Xian completed the purchase, he led the 2 girls outside, where Tang Hao was already waiting at the car. The sales associate, warmly bidding them farewell, was taken aback upon spotting the luxurious Rolls-Royce parked outside, momentarily speechless. When she witnessed Yi Xian ushering the 2 girls into the opulent vehicle, her mouth fell agape in astonishment, her eyes filled with shock as the Rolls-Royce gracefully glided into the night. Is that really a Rolls-Royce? Shortly after getting into the car, Yi Xian and the girls arrived at their villa, bringing with them a bounty of bags filled with their recent acquisitions. I went to wash and dry the newly purchased pajamas. You 2 can play in the study for now, Yi Qing said with a smile, holding the 2 girls' pajamas and pointing towards the study. All right. The 2 girls replied in unison, linking arms as they made their way toward the study. Upon entering, they were immediately struck by the grandeur of the room, their first reaction being the sheer size. How spacious it is, Zhou Xiaodan exclaimed in astonishment, surveying the study. Indeed, this room is far larger than our classroom, Yi Jing echoed, her eyes wide with wonder as she took in the famous artworks adorning the walls, feeling quite dazzled. The air was permeated with the rich aroma of the wooden chairs and tables, evoking a sense of serenity. The two girls were utterly captivated by the surroundings, not even noticing Yi Xian standing behind them. "What's the matter? Are you both fond of paintings and calligraphy?" Yi Xian inquired with curiosity, observing their dazed expressions. The girls finally noticed Yi Xian's presence and nodded gently. "Daddy, did you create all of these?" Yi Jing asked, pointing at the various paintings and calligraphy displayed around them. "Not at all," Yi Xian replied, shaking his head. He then lifted both girls onto the desk. Looking at Yi Jing, he flashed a smile and gently proposed, "Jing, how about I write something for you while you help me grind the ink?" Upon hearing the mention of calligraphy, Yi Jing's excitement surged, and she nodded vigorously. "Okay, Daddy." She then began to grind the ink on the desk, her demeanor earnest yet endearingly playful. Yi Xian watched her closely, unrolling a sheet of rice paper. Once he deemed the ink ready, he dipped his brush and, with a deep breath, began to write. Tian Xingjian. Yi Xian meticulously crafted each character, his strokes seemingly chiseled by divine hands, while the two girls stood by, attentively observing his every move. Soon, they were captivated by Yi Xian's grand and vigorous technique. The once dark puddle of ink in his hands transformed into something magical. The girls stood mesmerized, their eyes wide, not daring to blink, until Yi Xian completed his work. Chapter 5. Mr. Yi cannot come today. "Uncle, what does this mean?" Zhou Xiaodan asked from the side. Although she found the characters beautifully rendered, she was unaware of their meaning. I know. Yi Jing, excitedly glancing at the characters, proclaimed, "Mommy taught me that it means the universe is in constant motion, never ceasing, and that nature, too, flows with time, reflecting that we should maintain a positive and uplifting mindset like the cosmos." Yi Xian listened intently, his smile broadening as he scooped Yi Jing up in his arms. "Clever girl, that is precisely it." Yi Jing beamed with pride at her father's praise. After setting her down, Yi Xian retrieved a small wooden tube made of yellow pear wood from a nearby shelf, carefully rolling the rice paper and placing it inside the tube before handing it to Yi Jing. "Jing, this is for you. May you grow as happily and robustly as this saying implies." Yi Jing nodded earnestly, accepting the gift with a radiant smile that revealed her little tiger teeth. Yi Xian acknowledged the time and turned to the two girls, saying, "All right, the pajamas are dry now, and it's getting late. You ought to head to bed." "Okay." The girls nodded and followed Yi Xian to their tidy room, where they changed into their adorable, custom-made Q-version pajamas. Adorned in these charming outfits, they bounced on the bed, resembling two delightful little sprites. All right, time to sleep." Yi Xian gently pulled back the covers, and the girls dutifully tucked themselves in, exclaiming in unison, "It's so soft." Yi Xian smiled as he adjusted the edges of the blanket, ensuring no chill could seep through the gaps, then tidied the girls' hair. "Shall I tell you a bedtime story? Are you interested?" Upon hearing this, the girls perked up, their excitement palpable. "We want to hear it." Yi Xian paused momentarily, contemplating before his warm, melodious voice began to weave a tale that danced around the girls' ears. The story was about a little prince, burdened with the duty of inheriting his father's kingdom from a young age, studying a vast array of subjects, from horseback riding to strategy. On an ordinary day, however, the little prince inadvertently slipped out of the palace while his teacher was distracted, venturing into a world he had never seen before. The bustling streets, the throng of people, carriages, and livestock captivated him, and despite his worries of being discovered by his teacher or father, he found himself enchanted by this new realm. As he observed the street, a shabby boy of similar age approached him. Just as Yi Xian was about to elaborate further, he noticed that the two girls had already drifted off to sleep, their breaths soft and peaceful. Sighing with a smile, Yi Xian shook his head gently, realizing that the girls must be quite exhausted after the day's events. He tiptoed back to his own room and lay down to rest. However, it wasn't long before he fell asleep when the door to his room creaked open. Yi Jing, clutching her pillow and clad in her adorable pajamas, stealthily approached Yi Xian's bedside. Seeing him asleep, she giggled and leaped onto him, wrapping her arms around him tightly, embarking on her own slumber. Yi Xian felt a mix of helplessness and warmth as he embraced the sweet sound of her gentle breathing. Yet throughout the night, he found it difficult to sleep, concerned about rolling over onto her, or her kicking off the covers, or even falling out of bed. Yi Jing clung to him throughout the night, only releasing him in the morning. As dawn broke, Yi Xian decided against catching up on sleep, donning a weary yet fond smile as he carefully tucked the covers around Yi Jing before quietly stepping out to prepare breakfast for the two girls. Once breakfast was ready, the girls, still rubbing their sleepy eyes, made their way downstairs. "Xiao Jing, Xiao Dan, hurry and wash your faces and brush your teeth, then come eat." Seeing the girls still half asleep, Yi Xian hurried them to the washroom. After splashing water on their faces, they appeared considerably more awake. Entering the living room, The girls were greeted by a delectable aroma. The table was laden with breakfast, featuring fried dough sticks, buns, and steaming hot soy milk. "Daddy, did you make all of this?" Yi Jing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the delicious spread before her, then glanced at Yi Xian. "Yes. Now hurry and eat. We need to get ready for school." Yi Xian sat down at the dining table with two young girls, who gazed at the breakfast before them. Their appetites instantly ignited as they indulged heartily. After the meal, Yi Xian took hold of two small hair ties, skillfully arranging the girls' hair. In no time, two adorable buns appeared before his eyes. "Daddy, you're amazing," exclaimed Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, admiring each other's hairstyles, both astonished by Yi Xian's deftness. "All right, it's time for school." Once their hair was tied, Yi Xian grabbed the two girls' backpacks and escorted them out of the villa. In the morning, the school drop-off was bustling, with numerous vehicles inching forward, primarily transporting children to school. Many parents were bidding farewell to their kids, reminding them to study diligently. Suddenly, a commotion caught everyone's attention, prompting them to glance over. A custom, extended Rolls-Royce Phantom gracefully approached, leaving the crowd of parents in a state of awe. They were struck by the opulence of the vehicle, their minds racing with speculation about whose parent it could be, utterly astonished by the display of wealth. "My goodness, is that a Rolls-Royce? How ostentatious. Surely, it can't be just for dropping off a child. Unbelievable. Look at our cars. They're simply incomparable. And it's the extended version. I can't fathom the status of this family." At that moment, Yi Xian sat inside the car, ensuring the girls' backpacks were secure as he continued to offer gentle reminders. "You too. Make sure to listen attentively to your teacher. Stay focused during class." The girls nodded earnestly, then leaped into Yi Xian's embrace. "Daddy, don't worry. We will definitely listen to the teacher." "Good. Jingjing and Xiaodan are the best." Yi Xian smiled indulgently, then opened the car door for the two girls. With their small backpacks in tow, they slowly stepped out of the vehicle and turned back to wave at Yi Xian. "Goodbye, uncle." "Goodbye, daddy." Yi Xian, seated in the car, nodded slightly, watching as the two girls walked hand in hand toward the school entrance. Meanwhile, Yi Jing held on to a small pearwood tube containing a calligraphy piece that Yi Xian had gifted her the previous day. "All right, let's head back." Once the girls were out of sight, Yi Xian closed the car window and addressed Tang Hao in front of him. Tang Hao nodded, suddenly recalling something, and his hand, which had just rested on the steering wheel, fell away. "Mr. Yi, weren't you invited to the luncheon today by the elite of Jinling?" Yi Xian paused momentarily before waving his hand dismissively. "You go in my stead." Tang Hao nodded and said no more, pressing the accelerator as they drove ahead. After all, he was well aware of Yi Xian's status. The influential figures in Jinling might command respect, but before Yi Xian, they could not stir a ripple. After dropping Yi Qing off, Tang Hao made his way to the hotel for the luncheon. This hotel was among the finest in Jinling, adorned with a magnificent fountain at its entrance and flanked by two golden lions, symbols of its luxury and prestige. Meanwhile, a gathering of dignitaries awaited at the hotel's entrance, each exhibiting a respectful demeanor, seemingly anticipating the arrival of someone significant. The elderly leaders among them, slightly hunched, bore expressions of humility and reverence as they gazed ahead. Onlookers inside the hotel, witnessing this scene, began to murmur among themselves. "Look, is that old Master Zhou Shuyi from the Zhou family? He's the head of one of Jinling's prominent clans. And that well-dressed gentleman over there, isn't he Chairman Li Yunfeng of Xianglong Group? What on earth is happening?" The heads of several prestigious families are all present. Moreover, several CEOs of major corporations are here too. Are they waiting for someone? The crowd was bewildered by the spectacle. Yet no one dared venture outside, not wishing to attract trouble amidst such esteemed company. Many patrons attempting to enter the restaurant were equally astonished, whispering among themselves. Yet none dared to cross the threshold. What is going on? Why are all these bigwigs here? Indeed, it seems as if they're waiting for someone important. As the dignitaries stood there for quite some time, the onlookers remained unable to enter or exit, opting instead to wait and observe. However, as moments turned into an extended wait, their anticipation grew deeper. The longer they waited, the more it showcased the respect afforded to the awaited guest. It has been quite a while. Why haven't they arrived yet? Incredible. To keep these individuals waiting for so long. I am curious about who is coming. Look at their faces, not a hint of complaint. I couldn't be as patient as they are. As discussions ensued, a black extended Rolls-Royce Phantom approached the hotel entrance. Witnesses were left speechless, their expressions contorting in disbelief as they gasped at the sight. This is simply too extravagant. My heavens, what is going on? I'm utterly stunned. This vehicle is not for just anyone, nor can just anyone afford it. Amidst the murmurs, the waiting dignitaries sprang into action as the Rolls-Royce drew near, moving in unison towards the front. The elder leaders, though hunched, exhibited surprising agility, their faces adorned with reverence and humility as they advanced to greet the arriving guest. The others followed suit, smiles gracing their faces, their demeanor a stark contrast to their usual selves. As the Rolls-Royce came to a halt, the dignitaries quickened their pace to welcome the arrival. Tang Hao emerged from the vehicle, addressing the assembled dignitaries with a calm demeanor. I apologize, everyone. Mr. Yi has prior commitments today, so I am here on his behalf. Please accept my apologies. The crowd paused, momentarily taken aback by Tang Hao's presence. But they nodded in understanding. They recognized Yi Xian's significance and had never truly expected him to attend. Tang Hao's arrival was already a considerable honor. After all, Tang Hao was Mr. Ye's driver, akin to a close confidant of the emperor. No trouble at all, Mr. Tang. Please, do come inside. We feel privileged that Mr. Yi could send you. Mr. Tang, please hand me the car keys. I will park it for you. The distinguished officials momentarily paused. Yet their profound respect for Tang Hao remained unwavering, and they promptly invited him inside. Those surrounding them were left in a state of astonishment, exchanging bewildered glances. Utterly confused by the scene unfolding before them. Could it truly be? After all, he was merely a driver. Indeed, a mere chauffeur. Yet these eminent figures bestowed upon him such reverence. How curious. One could almost suspect they had taken leave of their senses. The crowd buzzed with speculation regarding this astonishing spectacle, yet none could fathom the reason behind it. Simultaneously, within the hotel, amidst the clinking of glasses, several prominent figures rose to their feet, respectfully raising their glasses to toast Tang Hao. Mr. Tang, we are profoundly grateful for your presence here today. Allow us to honor you with a toast. After speaking, the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Shui, downed his drink in one gulp. Tang Hao, seated at the table, did not lift a wine glass. Instead, he picked up a nearby teacup, smiling as he replied, Master Zhou, you are too kind. I have little tolerance for alcohol and seldom indulge, so I shall raise a cup of tea in place of wine. Following this, Tang Hao gently lifted the teacup, savoring a few small sips. Oh, there is no need for such formality, Mr. Tang. Zhou Shui waved his hand dismissively, feigning nonchalance. However, the others understood that had it been anyone else, not only would they not have been offered tea as a substitute for wine, but few would even warrant Zhou Shui's respect in such a manner. Yet, in the presence of Tang Hao, everyone merely smiled softly, refraining from further comment. Primarily, this was due to Tang Hao's position as Mr. Ye's chauffeur, who had driven them here, rendering it inappropriate for him to drink. Secondly, and of utmost significance, was the undeniable fact that Tang Hao possessed ample qualifications to command such respect from them. After the meal, noticing the hour was growing late, Tang Hao stood up and addressed the assembly of dignitaries with a calm demeanor, saying, I am grateful for your warm hospitality. However, it is time for me to take my leave. Upon hearing that Tang Hao intended to depart, the officials were momentarily taken aback, rising in unison to escort him out. Mr. Tang, please take care. Allow us to see you off. Mr. Tang, I have a modest token of appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Many of the dignitaries produced gifts they had prepared in advance for Tang Hao. Yet, he gently shook his head and replied, I appreciate your kindness, and I shall convey your sentiments to Mr. Yi. However, there is no need for gifts. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave now. With that, Tang Hao turned and departed without a backward glance. Meanwhile, in the elementary school, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan had just finished their meal and were basking in the sun on the playground, reclining on the grass, preparing to doze off. Yi Jing held tightly onto a small wooden tube gifted to her by Yi Xian, cherishing it dearly, occasionally extracting the contents to examine closely, her fingers gently caressing the words. In the principal's office, two elderly gentlemen were enjoying tea. Zhang Qingjie glanced at the elder across from him, took a sip, and smiled. Old Wang, didn't you promise to inscribe a couplet for our elementary school? I have yet to see it. It's not that I refuse to write. Don't get me wrong. Am I even worthy of that? Wang shot a sidelong glance at Zhang Qingjie, exasperated. Look at them. All prominent figures have penned their works. What right do I, a mere commoner, have to compare? Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingjie nearly spat out his tea in disbelief. Well, if you, the esteemed president of the Jinling Calligraphy and Painting Association, won't do it, who else could? Wang found this compliment rather pleasing, chuckling heartily as he patted his chest. All right, upon my return, I shall inscribe one for you. Why didn't you say so earlier? Zhang Qingjie nodded in agreement, and the two resumed their tea-drinking conversation before deciding to venture outside for a stroll. They soon arrived at the playground, where they spotted the two young girls, one reclining on the grass while the other seemed engrossed in something. Amused, Zhang Qingjie and Wang approached the girls. As they reached the duo, Zhang Qingjie slowly seated himself and kindly inquired, Have you two had your meals? Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, upon noticing the principal's presence, quickly sat up and nodded slightly. We've eaten, Grandpa Principal. Zhang Qingjie nodded, observing Zhou Xiaodan, who had been rubbing her eyes, and expressed concern. Are you feeling sleepy? Would you like to rest in the office? There's a bed there, which might be more comfortable. The two girls promptly shook their heads, smiling as they replied. No need, Grandpa Principal. We are just enjoying the sun. Wang Un, intrigued, remarked, Old Zhang, you're quite the capable principal. As he spoke, Wang Un's gaze fell upon the characters in Yi Jing's hands, and he suddenly froze. In that instant, his smile vanished, and he stared at the writing in Yi Jing's possession, feeling a surge of righteous energy welling up within him, exclaiming, what beautiful characters. Truly magnificent. Wang Un's eyes glistened with profound regret, as his hands, which had wielded a brush for decades without trembling, now quivered uncontrollably. Little girl, may I have a look at your writing? His voice trembled as he gazed at Yi Jing's artwork, a fervent fire igniting within him. As the president of the Jinling Calligraphy and Painting Association, he was acutely aware of the tremendous energy encapsulated within those characters. Even if granted another 20 years to hone his craft, he doubted he could ever replicate such divine essence. And quite frankly, he was unsure if he would even live another 20 years. No, Yi Jing pouted defiantly, recognizing the unfamiliar elder, swiftly rolling up the writing and placing it back into the wooden tube, clutching it tightly to her chest. Wang Un, noticing the wary expression on the little girl's face, softened his tone. Dear child, I assure you, I mean no harm. I could exchange something with you. What would you like? Candy? Fruit? A doll? I can provide it. I only wish to take a glance. Yi Jing, observing Wang Un's beaming face, grew even more vigilant, rising to her feet and pulling Zhou Xiaodan alongside her as they dashed away. Wang Un was left speechless as he watched the two girls flee, his hand frozen mid-motion, a dazed expression on his face. What were you thinking? You've frightened the children. Zhang Qingjia, observing Wang Un, rolled his eyes and inquired with a hint of confusion, what is the matter? Is there something special about that writing? Wang Un nodded gravely at Zhang Qingjia's question, saying, those characters are nothing short of miraculous. Just a glance stirred a profound sense of righteousness within me. That is artistry. To convey such depth in mere strokes is beyond belief. Even now, having merely glimpsed it, I feel my own skill has significantly improved. Zhang Qingjia, witnessing Wang Un's serious demeanor, understood that the old man was not speaking idly, and he found himself struck with astonishment, left standing in silence. Wait, Wang Un suddenly felt as though something significant had been overlooked. After a brief moment of recollection, it struck him with immense force, and he exclaimed in astonishment, the small wooden tube that little girl used to hold the characters is made of Wangwali wood. Zhang Qingjia, upon hearing this, was equally taken aback and coughed lightly twice. Cough, cough. Is it truly that exaggerated? After all, you are the president of the Calligraphy and Painting Association, aren't you? While the characters may be impressive, surely it cannot be that outrageous. Although surprised by the material of the small tube, Zhang Qingjia was also filled with doubt. He had not paid attention to the characters earlier and found it difficult to imagine what kind of character could evoke such a reaction from Wang Un. This old fellow was known for his lofty pride. He would hardly bow down to an unknown piece of art. Given his current stature, he had encountered numerous masterpieces, making such a reaction utterly peculiar. Old Zhang, Wang Un said, his gaze fixated on the retreating figures of the two girls, a mix of shock and complexity in his eyes. I am not jesting. I am not yet at the age where my vision fails me. I saw that piece of writing quite clearly. If it were to be unveiled, it would likely cause an unprecedented upheaval throughout Jiangxing. No, throughout the entire realm of Chinese calligraphy and painting. Zhang Qingjia found it hard to accept Wang Un's assertion. But that was merely a piece brought by an elementary school student. Good heavens, have today's students become so extraordinary? Wang Un took a deep breath, his eyelids fluttering, and chuckled self-deprecatingly. Haha, old Zhang, your elementary school truly harbors hidden talents. I told you I was unworthy to inscribe. Alas, who could have known? Zhang Qingjia was at a loss for words, sighing as he sat on the grass nearby. At that moment, the two men stared at each other, both bearing expressions of shock akin to tumultuous waves. Meanwhile, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, clutching the small wooden tube, hurriedly returned to the classroom, breathing heavily. Upon reaching her seat, Yi Jing cautiously placed the small tube into the compartment of her backpack. Subsequently, the two girls glanced around warily, ensuring no one was watching before letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. Yi Jing wiped the sweat from her brow and sat beside Zhou Xiaodan. Zhou Xiaodan, grinning, took out her newly purchased phone, eager to call her parents. Beep, beep, beep. Simultaneously, Zhou Sheng was hard at work in his office when the phone suddenly rang. Whose call could this be? I don't recall receiving it before. It wouldn't be a scam, would it? Zhou Sheng picked up the phone, glancing at it with a puzzled frown. Although uncertain, he decided to answer, lest he miss any important news. Daddy, please come pick me up tonight. As soon as the call connected, Zhou Sheng's body jolted. It was unmistakably his daughter's voice. Dan, is that you? Of course, it's me. Upon hearing her voice, Zhou Sheng envisioned his daughter's mischievous yet adorable demeanor, causing him to smile affectionately. Dan, is this your teacher's new phone number? No. Daddy, this is my phone. What? Zhou Sheng was taken aback, leaping up from his office chair. Where on earth did you get a phone? He pondered, recalling that he had not heard her mother mention anything about it. After all, she had just started elementary school, and wouldn't he be getting a phone? Daddy, this was bought for me by Yi Jing's dad. Yi Jing has one just like this. Zhou Sheng felt his lips twitch slightly. His daughter had merely stayed overnight at someone's house. And now she had received a phone from them? Taking a deep breath, he feigned anger and lectured her. Oh dear. Haven T, I told you not to accept things from others. And here you are, getting someone to buy you a phone. You mustn't do that again. Okay. Despite Zhou Sheng's reprimand, Zhou Xiaodan's voice on the other end was incredibly nonchalant. A moment of silence passed as Zhou Sheng paused, his mouth agape. Unsure of what to say? Was this what they meant by a holy cotton-padded jacket? Ahem. Let us set aside your antics for now. How about we invite them over for dinner tonight? You can tell Yi Jing, all right? Sure. Hearing about dinner, Zhou Xiaodan's tone became much more agreeable. Zhou Sheng sighed slightly and added, the address is at the Jinling International Hotel. Don't forget, my dear. Got it. After finishing the call, Zhou Sheng looked at the project contracts on his desk, a frown spreading across his face. Business income had drastically diminished recently. Compared to before, they were now undoubtedly in a downturn, and various matters seemed to be going awry. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Zhou Xiaodan hung up the phone and cheerfully turned to Yi Jing. Xiao Jing, my dad said he's inviting Uncle for dinner tonight at the Jinling International Hotel. Can you let Uncle know? Okay. Yi Jing smiled, her lips curling into a delightful grin as she playfully swung her legs and took out her phone to call Yi Xian. Almost instantly, the call was connected, and a gentle voice came from the other end. Jing, what's the matter? Daddy, tonight, Xiao Dan's dad wants to invite you to dinner at the Jinling International Hotel. Upon hearing Yi Xian's voice, Yi Jing beamed with happiness as she relayed the message. All right, I'll pick you up after school. In the evening, Yi Xian prepared some snacks at home, including small cakes and cookies. After donning clean gloves, he placed these treats into packaging bags and sealed them with a heat sealer. Once finished, Yi Xian stepped outside, and upon seeing him, Tang Hao nodded and promptly opened the car door. After Yi Xian got in, they set off towards the elementary school. At that moment, Zhou Xiaodan was waiting at the school gate, pulling Yi Jing along. Before long, they spotted the familiar sight of a long Rolls-Royce Phantom pulling up beside them. Get in. Yi Xian opened the door, taking the girls' small bags and helping them into the car. So how was class today? Did you behave? Once seated, Yi Xian looked at the two girls with a smile. We were very good. Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan blinked their sparkling eyes in unison, nodding eagerly. Very good. Yi Xian grinned widely, ruffling the girl's hair as he took out the prepared snacks. You must be hungry. These are for you. Give them a try. The two girls gazed eagerly at the bag Yi Xian handed them, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the small cakes and cookies. Quick, try them. Yi Xian nodded and helped the girls tear open the packaging. Well, we want to be polite then. Zhou Xiaodan chuckled, taking a big bite of a cookie. And after just a few chews, she exclaimed, it's so delicious. As Yi Jing was about to bring the cookie to her lips, she caught sight of Zhou Xiaodan's exaggerated expression and, unable to contain her excitement, took a large bite. Instantly, she was captivated by the delightful flavor. Dad, you are truly amazing. Yi Jing exclaimed, chewing heartily, her eyes sparkling with joy. Slow down, there's plenty for all of you. Yi Xian chuckled, watching the two girls devour the snacks voraciously, which soon vanished entirely. Is that all there is? Yi Jing pouted, staring at the empty bag. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, Zhou Xiaodan mirrored her sentiment, both girls appearing unsatisfied. All right, regardless of how delectable the treats are, moderation is key. Otherwise, we risk gaining weight. Yi Xian gently pinched the cheeks of the two girls with a playful smile. Fine. Just as the two girls had finished their snacks, the car arrived at the entrance of the Jinling International Hotel. The staff at the door, upon spotting the approaching Rolls-Royce Phantom, immediately trembled with excitement and hurried inside to inform the lobby manager. Moments later, the manager rushed out, personally approaching the Rolls-Royce to respectfully open the door. Wearing a warm smile, you go ahead and park, Yi Xian instructed Tang Hao, then took the two girls by the hand and stepped out of the car, following the lobby manager into the hotel where they settled in the lounge area. The manager himself soon brought over coffee and candy, beaming as he said, Gentlemen, please take a moment to relax. If you need anything, feel free to ask. After a short wait, Zhou Xiaodan's phone rang. Upon seeing it was a call from Zhou Sheng, she promptly answered. Dad, we've arrived. After hanging up, she sheepishly scratched her head and turned to Yi Xian. Uncle Yi, my parents will be here shortly. Yi Xian nodded with a smile, responding calmly, "No worries, we can wait a bit longer." Thus, Yi Xian sipped his coffee while the two little girls savored their candies. Before long, Zhou Sheng and Sun Yi entered the hotel and approached them. "Mom and Dad," Zhou Xiaodan exclaimed excitedly, rushing forward to embrace them. Zhou Sheng, who had been feeling down due to a failed business deal, felt his spirits lift instantly upon seeing his beloved daughter. "Good girl, let us go." MHM. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhou Xiaodan led Zhou Sheng and Sun Yi to their previous seats, enthusiastically introducing, "Dad, Mom, this is Yi Jing's dad, Uncle Yi Xian." The couple greeted Yi Xian with polite smiles, albeit with a momentary glance that stirred immense waves of surprise within them. They had envisioned Yi Jing's father, but had never anticipated he would be so young and handsome. "You must be Xiaodan's parents. It's a pleasure to meet you." Yi Xian rose with a smile, extending his hand courteously. Zhou Sheng hesitated for a second before realizing, and then reciprocated with a smile, shaking Yi Xian's hand. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Zhou Sheng, and this is my wife, Sun Yi." Sun Yi smiled and nodded at Yi Xian, but her attention was quickly drawn to the phone in Zhou Xiaodan's hand, which appeared to be of considerable value. Immediately, she exchanged a knowing glance with her husband. Zhou Sheng, understanding, produced a stack of cash from his bag, grinning as he addressed Yi Xian politely. "Mr. Yi, this is the money for the phone you bought for my daughter. Let's enjoy a wonderful dinner tonight. I'll treat you. The food here is quite good." Yi Xian, however, gently shook his head, responding nonchalantly, "There's no need for the phone money. Jingjing and Xiaodan are good friends. No need for such formalities." Seeing Yi Xian's demeanor and attire, Zhou Sheng felt he was indeed exceptional and chose not to press further. "All right then, thank you, Mr. Yi." Zhou Sheng then handed Yi Xian a business card, casually shifting his address. "Brother Yi, please accept this. Should you ever need my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." "Certainly. Thank you." Yi Xian accepted the card with a smile. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they prepared to move towards the upstairs private room. At that moment, a group of well-dressed individuals entered the lobby, all donned in suits. These were the esteemed figures of Jinling, engaged in conversation as they walked. Upon spotting them, Zhou Sheng hurried over, exclaiming enthusiastically, "Ah, esteemed colleagues. What a delightful coincidence." The executives paused their discussion, acknowledging Zhou Sheng with slight nods, their expressions somewhat haughty. Zhou Sheng, maintaining a cheerful demeanor, approached one of the executives with utmost respect, saying, "About today's contract." Yet before he could finish, the executive's expression soured, abruptly cutting him off. "Let us discuss this later. We are here to dine, so let us not bring work into it." "Understood." Zhou Sheng, hearing the emotionless response, felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Meanwhile, another executive, observing Zhou Sheng's reaction, chuckled and inquired, "Zhou, are you here for business today?" "No, I'm here to treat friends to dinner," Zhou Sheng replied, gesturing slightly towards Yi Xian and the others nearby. The group followed his gaze, and upon first sight, they spotted Yi Xian, who was smiling and chatting with Sun Yi. Instantly, their demeanor shifted. The arrogance and superiority they had displayed moments ago evaporated, replaced by admiration and reverence. Chapter 7. Terrifying Numbers. Subsequently, the executives ceased to acknowledge Zhou Sheng, and all turned in unison to approach Yi Xian. Zhou Sheng, taken aback by their sudden change in demeanor, felt bewildered and followed them over. Sun Yi was in the midst of conversation with Yi Xian when she noticed the executives hastily approaching, her brow furrowing in confusion. The group reached Yi Xian, their expressions a mix of awe and trepidation, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Some executives were already sweating profusely, their pupils dilating in shock, standing frozen as they gazed at Yi Xian, holding their breath in his presence. Though most had never met Yi Xian, they had long heard tales of his prowess and held him in profound respect. Had the circumstances allowed, they would have surely bowed in reverence. "Mr. Yi, so you're here." The atmosphere crackled with tension. Sun Yi and Zhou Sheng, witnessing this astonishing scene, were left utterly stunned. Their minds blank, they felt as though struck by lightning, only hearing a buzzing echo in their ears. The executives, with broad smiles and humble tones, approached Yi Xian, their demeanor transformed entirely. "Mr. Yi, how about we share a meal together?" The CEO, who had just refused Zhou Sheng, now appeared terrified, hiding behind the crowd, his gaze flickering and his body trembling. Head bowed, eyes filled with regret, Yi Xian remained silent, casting a glance at Zhou Sheng, who nodded slightly. "All right," Zhou Sheng responded, smiling as he stepped forward and addressed the group. "Let us ascend together." Without further conversation, the group swiftly entered the private room. The hotel staff, witnessing the scene, were taken aback and hurried to inform the kitchen. Subsequently, the speed at which dishes emerged from the kitchen was astonishing, and soon the table was laden with exquisite food and fine wine. Meanwhile, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, oblivious to the happenings, settled beside Yi Xian, captivated by the culinary delights before them. Yi Xian, with a tender countenance, served the two girls, showing no interest in the CEOs present. The CEOs exchanged awkward glances, rising humbly to lift their glasses, respectfully proclaiming, "Mr. Yi, we toast to you. Please, feel free." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian diverted his gaze from the girls, nodding gently at the assembled CEOs. Thereafter, the CEOs raised their glasses, downing their drinks in unison. Yi Xian, however, remained still, yet the CEOs bore no resentment. They understood that merely sharing a table with Yi Xian was a privilege beyond measure. Zhou Sheng and Sun Yi were visibly astonished, rendered speechless. Zhou Sheng then stood, raising his glass toward Yi Xian. "Mr. Yi, I appreciate your care for my daughter. I toast to you." Yi Xian smiled, clinking glasses with Zhou Sheng before downing his drink. This exchange did not go unnoticed by the CEOs, who now regarded Zhou Sheng with newfound respect. The CEO who had previously rebuffed Zhou Sheng nearly fainted, overwhelmed by the situation. Eventually, the meal concluded in a tense yet cordial atmosphere. Yi Xian, holding Yi Jing's hand, exited the hotel alongside Zhou Sheng and his companions, arriving at a Rolls-Royce. Tang Hao promptly opened the door. Is he truly this wealthy? Zhou Sheng and Sun Yi gasped at the sight. "Xiao Dan, you too. We shall take our leave now." Yi Xian turned back with a smile, bidding farewell to Zhou Xiaodan and the others before entering the car. With the crisp sound of the engine starting, the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom soon vanished from sight. The CEOs, witnessing Yi Xian's departure, flocked to Zhou Sheng, all smiles and reverence. "Ah, Zhou, if opportunities arise, we must collaborate closely. Indeed, it would be our honor to work with you, Zhou. Zhou, next time, I wish to invite you for a meal." The remaining CEOs exhibited a dramatic shift in attitude towards Zhou Sheng, who was taken aback by the sudden warmth and courtesy. As they departed, the CEOs continued to see him off, chatting eagerly. "Zhou, allow me to escort you." "Zhou, when shall we finalize that contract?" After seeing Zhou Sheng into the car, the CEOs reluctantly departed. On the drive home, Zhou Sheng remained in a state of disbelief, unable to calm his racing thoughts. He glanced at Zhou Xiaodan, who was engrossed in her new phone on the sofa. "Darling, do you know what your Uncle Yi does for a living?" Zhou Xiaodan looked at him, shaking her head lightly. "No, but Uncle Ye's house is enormous, and the decor is incredibly luxurious." Suddenly, she remembered something and rummaged through her small backpack, murmuring to herself, "Right, Uncle Yi bought me so many things." Sun Yi, intrigued, leaned in to see the stuffed backpack, following Zhou Xiaodan's lead as she pulled out items one by one. However, upon examining the contents, Sun Yi was left in utter shock, her wide eyes brimming with perplexity. Among the items were LV pajamas, Cartier hair ties, and even a custom Porsche phone. Sun Yi could hardly contain her excitement, pulling out her phone to research the value of each item. Zhou Sheng watched in astonishment. My heavens! Finally, Sun Yi retrieved a calculator, adding up the values and staring in disbelief at the resulting number. Zhou Sheng, witnessing her reaction, felt as though his throat had tightened, his eyes filled with deep astonishment as he too glanced at the calculator's display. This was no trivial sum. It amounted to millions. Was it customary to gift such extravagant items to a child? How could one possess such wealth? Sun Yi and Zhou Sheng exchanged wide-eyed glances, both filled with astonishment and confusion. They understood that the mere presence of these items, combined with the earlier demeanor of the haughty CEOs, indicated that Yi Xian's status was beyond their comprehension. The wealth he wielded had surely reached an unfathomable figure. "Dad, Mom, what's wrong? Are these things very expensive?" Zhou Xiaodan looked at her parents, concern creeping into her eyes, worried that she had caused Uncle Yi to overspend. Zhou Sheng and Sun Yi exchanged glances, but merely shook their heads with wry smiles. Expensive? This transcends the very notion of luxury. Yi Jing's father was truly enigmatic. Zhou Sheng, in a daze, wandered to the window, his thoughts a tangled mess. Chapter 8. Reminiscing on Joyous Moments. In the opulent villa number 1 of Yulong Tiange, Yi Xian returned home with Yi Jing. "Xiao Jing, why don't you play in the garden for a while? I have some matters to attend to." Yi Xian then turned and entered the villa, while Yi Jing wandered into the adjacent garden, curiously observing her surroundings. How beautiful! As she pushed open the garden gate, the golden rays of the setting sun cascaded down, enveloping the garden in a radiant glow. The flowers, meticulously tended by Yi Xian, were in full bloom, their fragrance mingling with the golden sunlight, making one feel as though they were bathing in a sea of golden blossoms. Yi Jing gasped at the sight, her little hands flailing in excitement, feeling that this moment must be captured. The flowers swayed gently in the breeze, infused with the warmth of the sun, appearing remarkably adorable. "I must paint all of this." Suddenly inspired, Yi Jing dashed back inside, pouting as she rummaged around until her eyes lit up upon spotting her art supplies. The art supplies here are remarkably comprehensive, encompassing a variety of drawing papers, boards, and an array of watercolor paints. Everything one could wish for. How splendid. Yi Jing immediately felt invigorated, seizing the drawing board and paper, along with numerous colorful crayons, and scampered cheerfully into the garden outside. Her petite figure, clutching a drawing board nearly her own height, presented a comical yet endearing sight. Once she completed her masterpiece, she joyfully intended to show it to her father. With a clumsy yet earnest effort, Yi Jing propped up the drawing board, her little hand grasping the crayon. As she gazed at the garden bathed in the crimson glow of the setting sun, fervently sketching on her paper, Xuan, noticing Yi Jing quietly seated before her drawing board, paintbrush in hand, diligently waving it across the paper, broke into a wide smile and approached her. Jing, what are you up to? Absorbed in her art, Yi Jing heard Xuan's voice and broke into a silly grin, the golden hues of the sunset reflecting in her eyes as she excitedly replied, Daddy, I want to capture this beautiful scene. Indeed, Jing is truly remarkable. Xuan praised, standing by and observing as Yi Jing endeavored to depict the enchanting scenery before her with her unrefined but determined technique. Daddy, I'm done. Shortly thereafter, Yi Jing completed her creation, joyfully shaking her little head, evidently pleased with her work. Not bad. Jing, you've done splendidly. Xuan chuckled, leaning closer to admire her artwork. Although the strokes were somewhat crooked, they conveyed a hint of charm. How about I create a painting for you as well? Xuan gently lifted Yi Jing, glancing at the garden illuminated by the sunset, a twinkle of affection in his eyes. I believe the beauty of this garden should include Jing's figure. Really? Upon hearing that Xuan wished to paint her, Yi Jing instantly perked up, her big, sparkling eyes widening with excitement. Of course, Daddy will surely make Jing look beautiful. Yes. Yi Jing sprang up, eagerly approaching the flowering bushes, striking a pose and blinking at Xuan. Daddy, I'm ready. All right. Xuan smiled as he affixed a fresh sheet of paper onto the drawing board, then picked up the paintbrush, delicately outlining the adorable figure of Yi Jing before him. At that moment, the scene seemed to freeze, with a loving smile. Xuan's slender fingers, akin to those of a pianist, danced with the paintbrush upon the board. Yi Jing patiently stood still, maintaining her pose, feeling a tad weary yet blissfully unaware, continuously smiling at Xuan. It was during this moment that she gazed at Xuan's face for the first time for such an extended period, the father she had only recently discovered after years of yearning. Under the sunset, Xuan's face appeared gentle and refined, his eyes no longer indifferent toward strangers, but instead blossoming with love. Yi Jing felt a wave of emotion, her nose tinged with a hint of sadness. In this moment, she experienced a long-lost happiness that had enveloped her over the past few days. Though silent, the soft sound of the brush gliding across the paper etched Xuan's visage into Yi Jing's small heart, marking the reunion with her father amidst the vast sea of people. At last, time slipped away unnoticed, and Xuan smiled as he set down the paintbrush, regarding the paper before him with a slight nod. I want to see. Upon hearing that the painting was finished, Yi Jing scurried over, her lips murmuring in anticipation. Daddy, you didn't make me look ugly, did you? As soon as the words left her mouth, Yi Jing stood before the drawing board, and upon gazing at the completed oil painting, she was instantly awestruck, her mouth agape in sheer delight. Wow, Daddy, is this a photograph or a painting? Yi Jing was utterly flabbergasted. Despite her tender age, she could recognize the exceptional quality of the artwork before her. The painting depicted the overall golden hues of the sunset, tinged with a hint of red, the clouds and rays illuminating the blooming flowers, with a little girl in a school uniform, her smile radiant, her dress fluttering with the breeze. Every element, be it the sunset, the flowers, or Yi Jing herself, appeared so lifelike that one might think it was captured by a high-definition camera, enhanced by expert lighting and color manipulation. Truly a masterpiece. In Yi Jing's eyes, this artwork surpassed her own by leaps and bounds. The disparity was simply beyond comparison. She had never imagined that her father possessed such remarkable artistic prowess. It was astonishing. Daddy, you're amazing. Xuan smiled gently, feeling the little sprite tumble into his embrace. Looking at the completed painting, he softly remarked, quite splendid indeed, once framed. We can display it in our home. Yay, that is wonderful. When I'm at school, Daddy can still see me. Yi Jing beamed, her innocent words evoking a sense of endearment. What a good child. Xuan affectionately wiped Yi Jing's delicate, fair little nose and lifted her into his arms. Thus, Xuan cradled Yi Jing in one arm while holding the drawing board in the other, making his way indoors. Tang Hao, come here. Xuan first seated Yi Jing at the dining table, then summoned Tang Hao and handed him the freshly painted artwork. Could you please take this for framing? Tang Hao nodded, accepting the painting with care, admiring it briefly before agreeing and departing with the artwork. After all, few understood Yixian's brilliance as well as he did, and he had grown accustomed to it. Later, Tang Hao carefully placed the painting in the car, revved the engine, and sped towards a nearby framing shop. An hour later, Tang Hao emerged from a tea house adjacent to the framing shop, re-entering the shop and approaching the counter. So is it framed? The shop attendant glanced at Tang Hao with a polite smile, checking the previous records before nodding. Sir, it has been framed. I will fetch it for you now. Though the attendant did not recognize Tang Hao, he could tell from his demeanor that he was no ordinary customer, and thus treated him with utmost respect. Meanwhile, two young ladies were conversing in the lounge of the framing shop. One girl was adorned in ostentatious designer labels, her attire dripping with luxury, including shoes and bags that were the envy of many. The other girl, dressed more modestly, emanated a unique aura, embodying the adage that true elegance stems from knowledge. Both girls were strikingly beautiful, each with distinct styles, creating a captivating contrast as they conversed, with the modestly dressed girl radiating a charm that outshone her more extravagantly dressed companion. Xian, when will you find time to paint a piece for me too? The girl clad in luxury suddenly recalled something, flashing a mischievous smile at Xian, her delicate, fair hand fidgeting nervously. Why the sudden interest in my art? Xian regarded Zhao Mei with a hint of confusion, unsure of her intent. You know the value of your paintings. We are good friends, after all. Save one for me to sell. Sell it. Upon hearing those words, Xian immediately rolled her eyes and retorted to Zhao Mei with a hint of annoyance. What are you talking about? You, a little rich girl, are not going to sell my paintings to sustain your household, are you? Zhao Mei, with an even more disdainful glance at Xian, pouted her lips and replied, Oh, come on. Your painting is in such high demand that countless people are yearning for it, yet it's utterly unattainable. You are truly a distinguished artist. Zhao Mei was acutely aware that Xian was hailed as a rising star in the realm of calligraphy and painting. Even a casually created piece of hers could fetch hundreds of thousands. This figure was merely an estimation. If placed in an auction house, it could very well exceed 1 million. However, at this moment, she was not seeking to sell, for she had no need for such trifling amounts of money. Xian, recognizing the jest in Zhao Mei's tone, smiled and waved her hand dismissively. All right, enough of your banter. Let us hurry and retrieve the painting. As they spoke, the two young ladies rose to their feet and made their way toward the counter. However, a remark from the store attendant nearly caused them to stumble and fall. Sir, the framing cost for your painting totals 50,000. What? Xian and Zhao Mei exchanged wide-eyed glances, both incredulous at the statement, their hearts swirling like a tempestuous sea, compelling them to approach the counter. They were eager to discover what painting could possibly warrant such an extravagant framing cost. If it were an ordinary piece, it would be akin to buying a box but discarding the pearl within. How peculiar. Surely, even Xian's paintings could not justify such an expense. As Zhao Mei hurried toward the counter, she pondered, indeed. Even though Xian is a prominent figure among the new talents, it hardly seems reasonable to go to such lengths. Could it possibly be a work by an even more renowned elder artist? Or perhaps a final masterpiece from one who has departed this world? We must take a closer look. Xian shared similar thoughts, feeling a sense of trepidation in associating this with her own work. She was eager to see what kind of painting could warrant such an extravagant investment, undoubtedly worthy of admiration. Before long, Xian and Zhao Mei arrived at the counter, gazing at the meticulously framed painting laid out before them, instantly overwhelmed and dizzy with astonishment. Their perceptions of the world seemed to shatter. Could this truly be a created artwork? Zhao Mei bit her lip, desiring to articulate something, yet her throat felt as if constricted by an unseen force, rendering her speechless. Xian's reaction was even more exaggerated than Zhao Mei's. Her entire body trembled violently, her eyes nearly popping from their sockets. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while experts discern the nuances. She could unequivocally perceive the painting's significance. The artwork, whether in its overall hue or in the intricate details and character depictions, represented a pinnacle of artistry beyond her reach. Not only her, but even many who fancied themselves artists today could only gaze in awe. Hiss! Xian inhaled sharply, a shiver coursing through her scalp. The girl depicted in the painting was simply too enchanting. Indeed, her smile was so sweet, harmoniously set against the backdrop of the sunset and blooming flowers. It was nothing short of breathtaking. Not only Xian, but Zhao Mei beside her also erupted in a gasp of admiration. At this moment, Tang Hao, having completed the payment, cast a glance at Xian and Zhao Mei, shaking his head in silence. This was not his first encounter with such reactions. Anything associated with Yigu tended to elicit similar responses from outsiders. He had merely grown accustomed to it, feeling far less overwhelmed than they. Goodbye, sir. We welcome your return. With the attendant's bow and farewell, Tang Hao departed the framing shop, clutching the beautifully framed painting. Meanwhile, Qi Xian and Zhao Mei remained rooted in place, and after a considerable time, they finally regained their senses, exchanging a glance before hastily pursuing Tang Hao. Yet, by then, it was too late. He had already driven away, leaving them unaware of his destination. A wave of disappointment washed over Qi Xian as she turned to Zhao Mei, exclaiming once more, "That girl in the painting was so adorable. Just a glance melted my heart." Zhao Mei fervently nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I can hardly believe that it was truly painted." As Qi Xian surveyed the throngs of people outside, her eyes brimmed with complexity, primarily astonishment. This was undoubtedly a work of a master, a true gem from the folk realm. Compared to this, my paintings, they are nothing more than child's play, utterly inconsequential, merely scraps of paper. After several exclamations of awe, Qi Xian sighed. "Alas, I should have inquired who painted that, or at least obtained some contact information." Zhao Mei, hearing this, said nothing but gently patted Qi Xian's shoulder. The two stood there, wide-eyed, watching the bustling crowd, momentarily distracted from their intended tasks, as this unexpected interlude cast everything else aside. Meanwhile, Tang Hao had returned to the villa with the framed painting. At that moment, Yi Xian was seated on the sofa with Yi Jing, engaged in conversation. "Mr. Yi, it has been framed." Upon seeing Tang Hao approach with the painting, Yi Xian rose and walked into the living room. Observing the painting before him, he declared, "Let us take down this piece and hang it here. Is that all right?" Tang Hao's eyelids fluttered at the sight of the painting Yi Xian pointed to, recognizing it as a genuine work by Tang Bohu. Thus, Tang Hao carefully removed the painting, rolling it gently into a tube, fearful of damaging even the slightest edge. It is crucial to note that surviving works by Tang Bohu, in such pristine condition, are exceptionally rare. Yi Xian, with ease, hung the newly framed painting on the wall. "What do you think? Is it beautiful?" Yi Xian smiled at Yi Jing. The little girl, her large, sparkling eyes wide with excitement, gazed intently at her own depiction on the wall, her eyes shimmering with the unique delight of childhood. "It's lovely. Haha, as long as Jing Jing likes it." Yi Xian then scooped Yi Jing into his arms, admiring the painting a little longer while playfully engaging with her. Suddenly, Yi Jing looked out at the night scene and exclaimed, "Daddy, let us go for a run." Taken aback, Yi Xian inquired, what prompted this sudden desire to run? Yi Jing, grinning widely, rubbed her little belly and replied, "Hee hee, Daddy's cooking is just too delicious. I'm afraid if I eat too much, I'll get fat. So I want to exercise." "You little rascal, at such a young age, you're already worried about gaining weight?" Yi Xian affectionately tousled Yi Jing's soft hair, nodding indulgently. "All right, let us go right now." "Yay." In the midst of their conversation, Yi Jing had already dashed to the door, eagerly glancing back at Yi Xian, who was approaching with a smile. "Hurry up, Daddy. I can't wait." Yi Xian, amused by her impatience, jogged to the door, taking Yi Jing's small hand in his. As they ventured out of the villa together, soon, Yi Xian brought Yi Jing to a nearby riverside, where the night scenery was enchanting, and many people frequented the area for evening jogs. The bright lights illuminated the surroundings, while the vibrant nightlife of nearby shops painted a lively picture. The broad sidewalk was bustling not only with joggers, but also with those taking leisurely strolls after dinner and young couples enjoying tender moments. Accompanied by Yi Jing, Yi Xian embraced the atmosphere. Observing the lively crowd, which included players engaged in badminton and participants in square dancing, Yi Jing was instantly filled with excitement. Her small hand clasped in Yi Xian's, and her enthusiasm causing beads of sweat to form. "All right, we've arrived, so I won't hold your hand any longer." Yi Xian chuckled as he released Yi Jing, mimicking a light jogging motion. "Come on, let us take it slow. No need for strenuous exercise tonight." Yi Jing nodded gently, eagerly propelling herself forward with a sprightly run. Yi Xian followed closely beside her, their contrasting figures, a tall father and his petite daughter, creating a harmonious sight. Many passers-by took notice of this endearing scene, casting curious glances their way. Dressed in athletic attire, Yi Xian exuded youthful vigor and sunshine, his handsome face featuring well-defined angles, appearing both fair and mature under the warm yellow glow. His robust physique, perfectly proportioned, stood out amidst the exercising crowd, captivating the attention of several young women who gasped in admiration, their faces flushing with a mix of surprise and appreciation. "Wow, he is incredibly handsome. Not only does he have a great physique, but he also possesses such charisma. I want to marry him." Don't be foolish. Did you notice that little girl beside him? He is a father. What if she is his daughter? The girls erupted in a chorus of exclamations, only then realizing the presence of the petite figure beside Yi Xian. It must be said that despite her tender age, Yi Jing was indeed a stunning beauty. her sweet smile complemented by an angelic visage that radiated cuteness. As she sprinted alongside Xuan, her delicate form appeared even more charming, her bright eyes untouched by the murk of the world, leaving onlookers in awe. Ah, that little sister is just too adorable. Goodness, she is such a little beauty. I can't imagine how stunning she will be when she grows up. Goodness gracious, this father-daughter duo is astoundingly good-looking. Their mother must be an absolute stunner. Instantly, the onlookers cast envious glances at the captivating pair, yet the girls couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment upon noticing Yi Jing beside Xuan. Huff, huff, huff. Yi Jing, diligently running, began to pant, her small face glistening with perspiration as her steps grew unsteady. Jing, let us take a break and walk slowly for a bit. Xuan noticed her labored breathing and promptly halted. I can still run. At first, Yi Jing refused to stop, her adorable voice tinged with stubbornness. All right, I'll heed your wishes. Xuan smiled at her determined expression, continuing to jog slowly alongside her. After covering a few hundred meters, Yi Jing finally succumbed to fatigue, halting with her hands on her hips, breathing heavily. All right, let us rest for a moment. Xuan retrieved a silk handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped the sweat from her face. Exercise feels so invigorating. Despite her exhaustion, Yi Jing's face radiated satisfaction. Let us head over there and take a break. Xuan pointed to a nearby milk tea shop, leading Yi Jing inside where they ordered 2 cups of milk tea and rested for a while. Sister, I want mine without sugar. As they placed their order, Yi Jing earnestly addressed the attendant, her tone serious. Of course. The attendant smiled and nodded before stepping aside. Jing, why do you want it sugar-free? Xuan inquired, amused by her earnestness. Don't you know, Daddy? If it has sugar, then all our exercise tonight would be in vain. Hearing this, Xuan couldn't help but chuckle, gently pinching Yi Jing's cheek. Jing certainly understands quite a bit. Of course. Mommy has told me so much. Yi Jing giggled, her mind drifting to thoughts of her mother and her 4 younger sisters. Papa doesn't even know he has so many daughters. I wonder what his expression would be like if he found out. Yi Jing turned her head, imagining Xuan's astonished reaction, and broke into another fit of giggles. Jing, what are you laughing about? Xuan gazed at her endearing countenance with fondness, casually asking. Oh, it's nothing. I just thought of something happy. Chapter 9. Mommy is back, and there's a big surprise waiting for her. Still just a little girl, upon hearing Xuan's question, Yi Jing, fearing she might give away too much, quickly shook her head. After spending some time in the milk tea shop, they noticed it was getting late and returned to the villa. Xuan held Yi Jing's hand as they approached the grand entrance, and she chirped, I'm home. Ding. However, to her surprise, as soon as she uttered those words, the door swung open. Daddy, what is happening? Yi Jing pouted, her innocent mind filled with questions. Could this be magic? Is Daddy a wizard? Xuan chuckled at her bewildered expression, leading her inside. Jing, this is artificial intelligence. It can recognize the voice of its owner and will open the door automatically when we arrive. Oh, so it's not magic. The little girl nodded, slightly disappointed, though she didn't fully understand what artificial intelligence meant. Then, Xuan pulled out a key and handed it to Yi Jing. Jing, this is the key to our home. Take good care of it. Okay, Daddy. Yi Jing accepted the key, her eyes brimming with curiosity as she examined it. Unlike any key she had seen before, it radiated a sense of modern technology, with a numeral 1 engraved on it, signifying Villa Number 1. Find a safe place for it. If the smart system is off, this key can still open the door. Yi Jing clasped the key tightly, nodding earnestly. Don't worry, Daddy. I'll keep it safe. Xuan nodded approvingly, glancing at the time. Jing, after you put the key away, go take a bath and get ready for bed. It's about time. Seems like it. Yi Jing finally noticed that the sky outside had turned pitch black, obscuring everything. Yes, indeed. Jing has school tomorrow. After Yi Jing securely stowed the key, Xuan had already prepared warm water for her. Jing, the hot water is ready. Please hurry in and take a shower. As he spoke, Xuan handed Yi Jing a clean towel. Yi Jing smiled as she accepted it, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth, and sweetly exclaimed, I want Daddy to tell me a story later. All right, Daddy will tell you a story to help you sleep. Yi Jing nodded vigorously, humming a tune as she made her way into the bathroom. Before long, Yi Jing emerged from her bath, donned in a charming set of pajamas, and was led by Xuan towards the bedroom. All right, hurry and get into bed. Daddy will tell you a story. Okay. Upon hearing that a story was forthcoming, Yi Jing dove into the covers like a gust of wind, clutching a cute teddy bear beside her, eagerly awaiting Xuan's tale. Engaging sleep mode, Xuan softly murmured, and the chandelier dimmed, replaced by a warm yellow bedside lamp. Wow. Yi Jing blinked her little eyes in wonderment, finding it utterly magical. How is it? Fun, right? Daddy will teach you gradually. Yi Xian chuckled as he settled on the edge of the bed, his tone gentle yet resonant, and began narrating the bedtime story for the day. Jingjing, today Daddy will tell you the story of a little princess. Yay! Yi Jing, brimming with anticipation, lay quietly on her soft pillow, gazing at Yi Xian's face. The tale unfolded in a beautiful castle where a delightful little princess lived a carefree life. One day, she ventured to the riverbank outside the castle and was captivated by a group of ducklings swimming about, while a little boy herding the ducks stood nearby. Noticing the princess's interest, the boy offered to let her take one duckling home, but only if she fulfilled a small request of his. The princess readily agreed, and the boy simply wanted to pick the most beautiful flower from the castle garden. Thus, the princess guided him into the garden, where every flower was a sight to behold. Who? As Yi Xian continued, he soon detected the gentle rhythm of Yi Jing's breathing. The story remained unfinished as the little girl had already drifted into slumber. It was understandable. She had been quite exhausted from running around earlier. Yi Xian fell silent, planted a soft kiss on Yi Jing's cherubic face, and quietly exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. The following morning, Yi Xian prepared breakfast for Yi Jing as usual and styled her hair in a new way before taking her hand to escort her to the school entrance. Just as they arrived at the primary school, they encountered Zhou Xiaodan and her father, Zhou Sheng. Xiaodan. Upon seeing Zhou Xiaodan waving sweetly at her, Yi Jing excitedly rushed to her side. Daddy, we're off. The two girls, with their little backpacks, waved goodbye to Yi Xian and Zhou Sheng, who nodded in acknowledgement. The two girls then skipped joyfully through the school gates. Mr. Yi, you've come too. Zhou Sheng approached Yi Xian with a smile. Indeed, just dropping off the kids for school. Yi Xian replied pleasantly, and they exchanged a brief handshake. So, how's the morning school run? Doesn't it interfere with work? Zhou Sheng inquired. If it's inconvenient, I can pick up Xiaodan too. The girls are good friends, and it would be nice for them to go to school together. Zhou Sheng quickly waved his hand in response. Mr. Yi, you are so thoughtful. It's no trouble at all. Yi Xian nodded. And after a few more pleasantries while watching the two girls' figures grow distant, they parted ways. Once Yi Xian had left, Zhou Sheng leaned against his car, reflecting on the orders he had received, feeling a sense of incredulity. The volume of orders from just one night far exceeded what he had accumulated over many years. Furthermore, those once distant dignitaries now approached him with utmost respect, eager to make his acquaintance. This sensation was remarkably overwhelming, as if he were lost in a dream. Sigh. Yi Jing's father is truly an unimaginable person, he murmured to himself, his gaze slightly distant, before he finally drove away. After dropping off Yi Jing at school, Yi Xian returned home, pouring himself a pot of tea. As he stood in the living room, sipping from the steaming cup while admiring the little girl's artwork on the wall, a warm smile unconsciously spread across his lips. Ding ding ding. As the school bell rang, it was now noon, and Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, hand in hand, prepared to head to the cafeteria for lunch. Jingjing, Xiaodan. At that moment, a nearby voice suddenly erupted, and a delicate, gentle hand playfully ruffled Yi Jing's cheek. Little girls, where are you off to? The two girls turned to see the familiar face of Chen Jing, who appeared to be in her mid-20s, dressed in a white blouse and black skirt, embodying the essence of a modern urban beauty. Her warm and amiable smile exuded a sense of approachability, brimming with affection for the two girls. Come on, I'll take you home. I've prepared something delicious for you. Yay! The girls instantly brightened, each grabbing one of Chen Jing's hands as they made their way out of the school gate. A Mercedes-Benz C-Class was parked outside, and after the three climbed in, Chen Jing drove them toward her home. Chen Jing's residence was not far from the school, and they quickly arrived at their destination. Hand in hand, the two girls entered her home, which, while not overly extravagant, was impeccably clean and neatly arranged, with ample natural light flooding in. Please take a seat and rest for a moment. I'll bring out the food. Chen Jing smiled, gently ruffling the girl's hair before turning to the kitchen. Before long, the table was adorned with an array of dishes that the girls loved, the fruits of Chen Jing's careful preparation over the past morning. Dig in. Chen Jing presented the girls with their own charming tableware, and upon seeing the food, they were already salivating with anticipation. As they ate, Chen Jing occasionally stroked their heads, her eyes filled with fondness. Yet, when she reached out once more, Yi Jing puffed up her cheeks and firmly pressed Chen Jing's hand onto the table. Auntie Chen, make sure to eat properly. Noticing Yi Jing's serious demeanor, Chen Jing awkwardly smiled and slowly withdrew her hand. By the way, Auntie Chen, have you finished your work? Yi Jing suddenly inquired as they ate, recalling that Chen Jing had been quite busy recently and hadn't had the time to prepare meals for them. Yes, I've wrapped up the banking accounts. Just need to work on the performance now. That will take time, but the urgent matters are done. So now it's just a process of gradual accumulation. The two girls chewed their food thoughtfully, nodding along as they listened intently. Chun-Jing suddenly realized that she had inadvertently discussed work matters with the two young girls, who were listening intently, causing her to chuckle. You two little ones, truly. Are you even able to comprehend what I'm saying? The girls pouted playfully, giggling as they shook their heads. We don't understand, but we find it quite amusing. Chun-Jing paused for a moment, lifted her chopsticks, and continued. All right, let us eat. After we finish, I have a little surprise for you. Great. The mention of a surprise instantly invigorated the girls, and they quickly polished off their lunch. Once Chun-Jing tidied the table, she smiled and retrieved a bag of snacks along with two exquisite dolls from a nearby cabinet. These are all for you. Upon seeing the treasures, the girls' eyes sparkled with excitement, and they began to bounce with joy. Thank you, Aunt Chun-Jing. She nodded slightly, affectionately ruffling the girls' noses. Soon, the snacks and toys filled the girls' backpacks. As she assisted them, she remarked, you can share these snacks with your friends, but you can only play with these toys at home. Okay. The girls nodded obediently. Chun-Jing then remembered something and smiled at Yi Jing. By the way, Jing, your mother should be back soon. Are you missing her? Really? I miss my mom so much. Yi Jing nodded, her heart swelling with sweetness and excitement sparkling in her eyes, thinking of the grand gift awaiting her upon her mother's return. Chapter 10. The Key to Villanelle. 1. After finishing their meal, it was time for a proper afternoon nap. Otherwise, they would surely doze off in class later. The two little girls nodded obediently at the mention of sleep. Jingjing and Xiaodan are such good children. Chun-Jing smiled, once more patting their heads before leading them toward the bedroom. All right, hurry and get into bed. After adjusting the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature with the remote, she gently closed the door behind her and stepped out. Zhou Xiaodan, spotting the soft bed, eagerly hopped onto it, while Yi Jing placed the key to Villanelle. One inside the box where Chun-Jing kept her valuables before joining her on the bed. The gentle breeze and comfortable temperature soon lulled the two girls into a deep slumber, completely unaffected by the midday heat. Time passed swiftly, and Zhou Xiaodan was the first to awaken, rubbing her bright, sparkling eyes and quietly slipping out. Influenced by Zhou Xiaodan, Yi Jing also stirred, groggily rubbing her eyes before jumping off the bed and following her companion out of the bedroom. With a soft thud, the door closed, which, albeit quietly, roused Chun-Jing from her slumber. Startled, she sat up to see the two girls tiptoeing with their little backpacks toward the door, a smile tugging at her lips as she thought how independent they were becoming. Well, I should follow and see what they're up to. Chun-Jing stretched and quietly trailed behind the two girls, ensuring they reached school safely. Without adult supervision, the two girls frolicked joyfully, hand in hand, humming nursery rhymes as they skipped merrily toward the school. Along the way, they expressed curiosity about everything, crouching down to observe a line of ants transporting scattered candies. And later, captivated by the sound of a water truck, they danced in the mist, trying to catch the fleeting rainbow light. Oh dear, these two. Chun-Jing followed closely, her heart swelling with affection at their adorable antics. Soon, they arrived safely at the school, skillfully avoiding passing cars and patiently waiting at traffic lights to cross with the crowd. This display of responsibility filled Chun-Jing with both surprise and pride. The girls were indeed growing more sensible. Watching the girls' silhouettes disappear at the entrance of the classroom, she finally returned home. Upon arriving home, instead of resting, Chun-Jing busied herself tidying up the house in preparation for the arrival of her relatives, her Aunt Tang Mei from Tianjing and her cousin Yui. Just as she was finishing up, a loud knock echoed from the door, prompting her to stop and head toward it. However, as soon as she opened the door, a little boy dashed inside, loudly announcing his arrival. Oh, I'm the first one here. Ignoring the mud caked on his shoes, he stomped all over the freshly cleaned floor, making Chun-Jing frown slightly. This little brat showed no awareness of being a guest, behaving even more audaciously than if he were at home. Spotting the fruit platter on the table, he seized a shiny red apple, took a few bites, and reduced it to a pulpy mess. Then, he turned on the television, cranked up the volume, and plopped himself onto the sofa without removing his shoes. Chun-Jing chose to ignore the boy, instead focusing her attention on the woman entering behind him. The woman appeared to be in her middle age, slightly plump, and heavily made up, her excess flesh trembling with each step, as if the makeup could fall off at any moment. Clad in heavy mink fur, which seemed ill-suited for the current weather, she carried a black leather bag and walked with an air of ostentation, yet her gait resembled that of someone trying too hard. Her face bore not only an innate air of superiority, but also a glint of disdain and complaint in her eyes, leaving a rather poor first impression on anyone who beheld her. As she approached Chun-Jing, her expression remained unchanged, surveying the surroundings with evident disgust, as if looking down upon someone from the countryside. Beside this middle-aged woman was a younger woman who mirrored her demeanor. This middle-aged woman was none other than Chun-Jing's aunt, Tang Mei, and the younger woman was her cousin, Yui. Aunt, cousin, you're here. Despite their unwelcoming expressions, Chen Jing greeted them with a bright smile, for they were still her relatives, deserving of basic courtesy. Humph, Tang Mei huffed, dismissing Chen Jing's greeting and instead gazing at her with a slight sigh. You have no idea. The weather in Jinling is far worse than in Modu. No wonder the wealthy flock to Modu. It's no idle talk. Chen Jing was momentarily taken aback by Tang Mei's words, her eyebrows knitting together in slight irritation as she scrutinized her aunt with skepticism. This aunt, originally not a native of Jinling, had retained the local accent until her recent sojourn in the metropolis. Yet, how is it that after such a brief period, she has transformed so drastically? Ah, cousin, please do not linger by the entrance. Come in and take a seat. It must have been a tiring journey. Although unaccustomed to such a pronounced accent, Chen Jing found it somewhat grating when uttered by Tang Mei, yet she maintained a smile as she welcomed the two into her abode. Meanwhile, Chen Jing stepped aside to brew a pot of tea for Tang Mei and Yue, serving it with utmost respect. Aunt, cousin, you must be weary from the trip. Please enjoy a cup of warm tea. Tang Mei remained silent, her gaze fixed disdainfully upon the tea before her, which she gently pushed aside. We can hardly adjust to this tea now. At this moment, a subtle contempt flickered in Tang Mei's eyes, her lips curling into a slight smirk as she addressed Chen Jing. Ah, Xiao Jing, you may not be aware, but we have been indulging in black coffee in the metropolis, and it must be hand-ground. Anything else seems rather lackluster to me. You must understand. Coffee is a refined pursuit. The origin of the beans, the roasting technique, the grinding method, and the brewing temperature are all of paramount importance. Such nuances cannot be compared to the instant black coffee found in convenience stores. After all, one must treat oneself well in life. Tang Mei rambled on, expounding upon the intricacies of black coffee, which caused Chen Jing's expression to darken, her fondness for this long-lost relative dissipating rapidly. At that moment, Chen Jing's demeanor soured, musing inwardly about the audacity of such remarks. This aunt, as her mother had mentioned, merely worked in the metropolis, and her husband was just an office worker, toiling from 9 to 5. Did they truly have time to savor black coffee? Unfazed by Chen Jing's silence, Tang Mei continued her incessant chatter. Xiao Jing, are you still a supervisor at the bank? I dare say it's much easier in the metropolis. Your life here seems rather stagnant. You've never been to the city, so you wouldn't know that it is rife with opportunities. Your uncle recently landed a significant project. As she spoke, Tang Mei ostentatiously flaunted a diamond ring on her finger, exuding an air of superiority. This was a gift from your uncle. Isn't it splendid? Her laughter grew more pronounced, embodying a lavish demeanor. It was merely 20,000 yuan. With a dismissive huff, she inhaled deeply and continued. Ah, Xiao Jing, you must understand that one ought to venture into big cities to broaden their horizons. What prospects can one hope for in a small place like Jinling? None. In the metropolis, we have encountered far too many unsophisticated individuals upon arriving in the big city. They are dazzled by everything, and who would take them seriously? As Tang Mei spoke with increasing fervor, her dialogue centered around the metropolis as if she were a native, looking down upon outsiders. Chen Jing chose silence, unwilling to engage in a debate. Having worked at the bank for so long, she had encountered many who, upon a stroke of good fortune, became insufferably arrogant. Tang Mei and Yue embodied this very nature, believing that a brief excursion granted them worldly wisdom, adopting a condescending demeanor towards everyone. Just as Tang Mei continued her tirade about the metropolis, the trio heard a loud crash emanating from the inner room. Chen Jing and the others quickly rose to investigate, only to find a little boy throwing toys onto the floor. Chen Jing's displeasure was immediate, her expression darkening as she exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Unable to restrain her emotions, she chastised the boy, who was proudly clutching a toy. Tang Mei, seemingly unconcerned, replied, "Oh dear, Xiao Jing, he's just a child. He doesn't understand. As an adult, you shouldn't hold it against him. You ought to be a bit more forgiving. They are merely toys, after all. They're unharmed, so why the fuss?" Confronted with Tang Mei's nonchalant attitude as if nothing had happened, Chen Jing was left utterly speechless. "But aunt, you don't understand. Each of these toys costs 200 to 300 yuan, and they are genuine articles that may no longer be available." Upon hearing this, Tang Mei adopted a dismissive expression, chuckling as she retorted, "Oh dear, Xiao Jing, how could that be? They are just toys. How could they possibly be so expensive?" With a mocking glint in her eye, she continued, "I dare say you've been duped. You've paid a tax on your ignorance. These are merely cloth and cotton, stitched by machines, and hold no real value. Moreover, what do you need these toys for? Why purchase them at such exorbitant prices?" At this point, Chen Jing was on the verge of losing her composure, her frustration boiling over as Tang Mei prattled on, cradling the boy as she exited. Once the raucous child was finally taken out, Chen Jing hurried to collect the scattered toys, her heart slightly easing as she noted that the floor was relatively clean from her earlier mopping, and the toys were unharmed. Quickly returning the toys to their rightful place in the room, she locked the door securely and placed the key into the pocket of her coat hanging by the entrance. However, the little boy observed the entire scene with keen interest. Taking a few deep breaths to calm her frayed nerves, Chun-Jing returned to the sofa. Sitting in silence for a while, contemplating her mother's earlier admonitions. Although she had prepared herself, she hadn't anticipated this level of discomfort. Perhaps it was best to endure. After all, expelling them would only bring shame to her mother. Gritting her teeth, she ventured to initiate a conversation. By the way, Aunt, where are you currently residing? Upon hearing this question, Tang Mei's eyes brightened with enthusiasm. We are now residing at Yulongtiange. Chun-Jing paused momentarily, taken aback by Tang Mei's casual tone, and pressed further. Did you purchase a villa there? Tang Mei gently shook her head. Yet a glimmer of pride remained in her gaze. Oh, that is impossible. Villas there are exorbitantly priced, far too inflated due to brand effect. We merely rent an apartment there. I had initially considered buying a unit in the second phase of Yulongtiange, but that place is truly a financial pitfall. There are indeed numerous prearrangements in place, and we are unable to even secure the qualifications to make a purchase. The world has truly changed. Nowadays, even with wealth, there are few avenues to spend it. At this moment, Tang Mei seemed to seize the opportunity to elaborate, her tone imbued with both regret and indignation, yet laced with an air of arrogance. Alas, however, the Yulongtiange is indeed a splendid place. Both its ambience and service are commendable, making it one of the most distinguished establishments in the bustling metropolis. As Tang Mei caressed the diamond ring adorning her finger, she continued, moreover, your cousin Yue has a friend residing in the villa community, and I must say, the key to that residence is truly exquisite, complete with a designated villa number. As the conversation flowed, Yue adopted a proud demeanor, retrieving her phone and presenting a photo to Chun-Jing. Xiao-Jing, take a look. This is the key to that villa. Chun-Jing nodded slightly, scrutinizing the key, which appeared remarkably refined, embellished with a coiling 5-clawed golden dragon. At its center lay a mark of 23, seemingly engraved and shimmering with a crystal-like brilliance. Does this number signify Villa 23? Chun-Jing murmured, contemplating. Indeed. Yue nodded lightly, a smile gracing her lips as she elaborated. Villa 23 commands a price exceeding 100 million, and its opulence is unparalleled. Upon hearing this staggering figure, Chun-Jing felt a twinge of shock, momentarily taken aback. Yue continued, you cannot imagine, although Villa 23 is luxurious. My friend mentioned that the top 3 villas there are valued at over 1 billion. As Yue spoke, Tang Mei turned to Chun-Jing and asked, by the way, Xiao-Jing, have you ever considered moving to a new residence? Feeling slightly awkward at the question, Chun-Jing chuckled. Auntie, please don't jest. Where would I find such funds? Tang Mei pouted slightly, nodding in understanding. Oh well, you're quite well off here. If you were to move to Yulongtiange, I must warn you, the property fees are exorbitantly high. As she spoke, Tang Mei's eyes brimmed with disdain, her tone growing increasingly sardonic and filled with contempt. I need to use the restroom. Just then, a little boy announced his need to go, heading towards the inside. However, instead of heading to the restroom, he stealthily retrieved the key from Chun-Jing's coat and slipped into the room. This mischievous child, seemingly inspired by some unseen source, crouched down and discovered a box beneath the bed, gently pulling it out. Meanwhile, in the living room, Tang Mei continued her haughty discourse, elaborating further on the villa community at Yulongtiange. Xiao-Jing, you're unaware, but I had even considered renting a shop there. You won't believe the prices. The cheapest shop costs over 340,000 a year. It's outrageous, even for this city. Listening to Tang Mei's incessant bragging, Chun-Jing felt no interest. Noticing that the little boy had not returned from the restroom for quite some time, she glanced inside. To her astonishment, she saw him emerging with the box containing her valuables, a triumphant expression adorning his face, as if he were cradling a prized trophy. In an instant, Chun-Jing dashed forward, snatching the box from the boy's hands and scolding, "How dare you sneak into my room? This is utterly irresponsible." Upon hearing Chun-Jing's reprimand, Tang Mei's expression darkened, and she stood up abruptly. Chun-Jing, what are you doing? He's just a child. It's normal for him to be unaware. Can't you show some tolerance? As she spoke, Tang Mei noticed the box in Chun-Jing's grasp, and, with a dismissive tone, remarked, "It's just a box. Even the scrap collectors in our city wouldn't value such a thing." Chun-Jing, stung by Tang Mei's ridicule, felt a surge of anger, her mind momentarily blank. The little boy, sensing he had support, boldly approached and shoved Chun-Jing with all his might. Chun-Jing lost her balance and fell onto the sofa, inadvertently releasing the box, which clattered to the floor and burst open, emitting a sharp sound. Instantly, both Tang Mei and Yu Yi were rendered speechless, their expressions a blend of disdain and fury, tinged with a hint of malicious glee, completely oblivious to their own overreach. The little boy, triumphantly raising his hand in a peace sign, seemed to believe he had vanquished the dreaded ant. Chun Jing's face reflected a tumult of emotions, boundless anger, shock from the unexpected push, and disbelief that a child could act so brazenly. In that moment, her thoughts raced back to the two little girls, Yi Jing and Xiao Dan, who were the epitome of obedience and decorum, starkly contrasting with this unruly child, a veritable little monster. The root of such a child's behavior lay in the lack of manners and upbringing from his parents. With a loud thud, the box hit the ground, drawing everyone's attention, and all eyes were fixed upon the key that had tumbled out, intricately adorned with a resplendent golden dragon, crafted from precious metals, with a central transparent gem revealing a simple yet imposing number 1. Chapter 11. Has Xiao Jing been abducted by traffickers? At this moment, aside from the oblivious little boy, all eyes were riveted on that key, faces alight with shock and disbelief. Time seemed to stand still as Tang Mei and Yu Yi stared, their expressions frozen in astonishment, their bodies trembling slightly. Chun Jing, too, widened her eyes, unable to fathom how this key could have fallen from her box, or who had placed it there. Tang Mei and Yu Yi appeared as if struck by lightning, their minds blank, their bodies numb. This cannot be real. Tang Mei gasped, her complexion shifting dramatically, her stammering voice betraying her usual confidence as she finally uttered a phrase in her native dialect. Is this the key to villain number 1 at Yulong Tiangu? Yu Yi gingerly picked up the key, her face mirroring profound shock, hardly daring to breathe as she pulled out her phone to compare it with the earlier photo, nearly collapsing in disbelief. This can't be wrong. This is real. Double check. You must be seeing things. This is not a jest. Tang Mei grew anxious, urging Yu Yi to check the key repeatedly. Yet, no matter how Yu Yi scrutinized it, the key bore no signs of forgery. The key to the Yulong Tiangu was not merely distinguished by its opulent and imposing appearance. The craftsmanship involved in its design was intricate and elaborate. Moreover, it was a rarity for anyone to have seen such a key in person, for how many could afford such a villa? It was inconceivable that it could be a counterfeit. The key for this particular villa was undoubtedly genuine. Yu Yi's gaze was vacant, and upon hearing this, Tang Mei's reaction was even more pronounced. She looked around in bewilderment, lost in her thoughts. The former arrogance had vanished from Tang Mei's demeanor. Her complexion was devoid of color, making her appear somewhat aged. Chun Jing, on the other hand, remained silent, still oblivious to the unfolding situation. Everything transpired so swiftly that her mind felt overwhelmed, struggling to process the events. Cough, cough. Tang Mei broke the silence with a couple of coughs, her previous disdainful demeanor entirely replaced by a warm and even slightly humble disposition. At that moment, her eyes darted, and she approached Chun Jing, a smile gracing her face as she ingratiatingly remarked, "Ah, Xiao Jing, I never imagined you've become so accomplished. Today, I, your third aunt, must admit my ignorance. I had no idea you had reached such heights. I thought a mere few days in the Magic City would elevate you." Upon hearing this, Chun Jing felt a mix of confusion and disdain, recognizing that Tang Mei was at least aware of her own standing. As Tang Mei noticed Chun Jing's silence, she seized her hand, her smile growing even more pronounced. "Xiao Jing, when did you acquire this villa? It is truly a source of pride. Even I, your third aunt, feel honored. My dear Xiao Jing has always been clever. I've always said she would succeed eventually. Yet, I never anticipated you would reach such remarkable heights." At this juncture, Tang Mei's flattery knew no bounds, treating Chun Jing as if she were a revered ancestor, showering her with praise and adulation. Meanwhile, noticing a small child nearby pressing buttons on a remote control haphazardly, Tang Mei furrowed her brow, seized the child, and harshly spanked him. "Ah!" The little boy gazed at Tang Mei with innocent eyes, bewildered by her sudden change in demeanor, having previously protected him now to be reprimanded. This is what happens when you touch other people's belongings. This is how you behave in someone else's home. It seemed that Tang Mei was determined to set an example for Chun Jing, and her punishment grew increasingly severe. The little boy cried heart-wrenchingly, tears streaming down his cheeks. His face flushed, a mess of snot and tears. Amidst this commotion, Tang Mei observed Chun Jing's expression, yet Chun Jing remained frozen on the sofa, as if paralyzed by the boy's earlier antics. The boy's loud wails only prompted Chun Jing to furrow her brow slightly, finding the noise unbearable. Tang Mei exchanged glances with Yu Yi, both sensing the awkwardness of the situation, and they ceased the boy's punishment, gently rubbing his back before leading him outside. As they reached the door, Tang Mei recalled something and returned to Chun Jing, patting her shoulder as she said, "Xiao Jing, please don't take today's events to heart. Sometimes, your third aunt simply lacks the tact in her words, so please do not dwell on it. If you have time, do come to my house as my guest. I would be delighted to host you with the finest hospitality. Our door is always open to you. Not only Tang Mei, but Yu Yi also stepped forward, standing beside Chen Jing, respectfully squatting down with a smile, ingratiatingly stating, Xiao Jing, we are still good friends. After all, your success in Jinling is remarkable. Your cousin may rely on you in the future. I never imagined you could be so impressive, remaining so humble. If it were me, I would want to shout it to the world. As Yu Yi spoke, a smile graced her lips, radiating warmth and friendliness. A stark contrast to her earlier sharpness. The previous arrogance, disdain, and mockery had vanished, replaced by respect and admiration. Chen Jing merely cast a fleeting glance at them before gesturing toward the door. However, Tang Mei and Yu Yi perceived no other sentiment in her gaze, only a cold, disdainful aura that rendered them uneasy, prompting them to hastily depart while continuing to flatter her. Xiao Jing, we'll take our leave now. Do visit us soon. Xiao Jing, let us keep in touch. Please don't let today's unpleasantness linger in your heart. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to reach out. We will do our utmost to assist you. Long after the two had departed, Chen Jing remained in a stupor, staring at the key before her. Her expression a mixture of confusion, disbelief, and profound shock. Where on earth had this key come from? Countless possibilities raced through her mind. Yet she could not fathom how this key had stealthily found its way into her possession. The box, typically known only to her as a safe haven for her valuables. Who else could have placed this key inside? Could it possibly belong to those two little rascals? With a heart full of concealed doubts, Chen Jing glanced at the time. It was nearly the moment the little ones would finish school. Sigh, I must go pick up those two girls. It was fortunate that she didn't have to attend to work at the moment, nor did she need to let Xiao Jing continue staying at school. With this thought, Chen Jing hastily changed her shoes and headed toward the elementary school. However, upon arriving at the school, she found it had grown late, and many children had already been picked up. Chen Jing did not see the petite and adorable figure of Yi Jing, nor had she received any calls from Zhou Sheng or the others, causing her to feel a surge of anxiety. Logically, if Yi Jing had not stayed at school, she would have gone to Zhou Xiaodan's home, but today's situation felt exceedingly peculiar. Without further delay, Chen Jing proceeded to the office to seek out the teacher, urgently explaining the situation. However, Yi Jing's teacher appeared equally bewildered, pondering for a moment before replying. Didn't Xiao Jing's father just come and take her away? What? Chen Jing's heart trembled, and her body began to shake violently, feeling a chill creep over her. While others might be unaware, she was all too familiar with her best friend's circumstances. She had once navigated life alone. Now, where had this father of Yi Jing emerged from? Could it possibly be a human trafficker? At that moment, the most dreadful and plausible scenario flooded Chen Jing's mind. Teacher, when was Yi Jing taken away? As these thoughts crossed her mind, a cold sweat broke out on Chen Jing's forehead, and with a quivering voice, she inquired, Did you not realize just now? Upon hearing this, Chen Jing could no longer attend to the teacher's question. In a flurry, she dashed outside, her heart racing. Soon, she caught sight of a man's back, accompanied by a little girl, who was none other than Yi Jing. At that moment, Yi Jing was engaged in cheerful conversation with the man, moving aside with laughter. Chen Jing's complexion shifted dramatically, and an unexpected surge of courage propelled her forward as she sprinted up and tapped Yi Xian on the shoulder. Chapter 12. Do not strike my father. Who are you? Seizing the moment when Yi Xian turned around, Chen Jing swiftly scooped up Yi Jing and moved to the side, shouting into the crowd, Kidnapper! We have a kidnapper here. Yi Xian, who had been listening to Yi Jing recount amusing tales from school, was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, his face a canvas of confusion. In an instant, the surrounding parents were incensed, all turning their gazes towards Yi Xian, encircling him tightly, their expressions filled with anger, fearful that he might slip away. Meanwhile, Yi Jing, who had been wrapped in Chen Jing's embrace, appeared bewildered. After a brief moment of confusion, realization dawned upon her. Look, he's dressed strangely. Turns out he's a vile kidnapper. How could someone so despicable target such an adorable little girl? Such individuals deserve to rot in hell. Parents, let us teach him a lesson first. Then we shall apprehend him and call the police. At this moment, the parents hurled accusations at Yi Xian, their eyes ablaze with fury, some even rolling up their sleeves, ready to take action. Yet, Yi Jing, witnessing the unfolding chaos, quickly wriggled free from Chen Jing's grasp and positioned herself in front of the parents, her small voice ringing out, Do not hit my daddy. Daddy! In that instant, the parents were rendered speechless, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Chen Jing, now holding nothing in her arms, stared blankly at Yi Jing's resolute gaze, pondering if the kidnappers of today possessed such adept skills in brainwashing. After all, Yi Jing was a clever little girl. How could she genuinely believe that this man was her father? However, what puzzled Chen Jing even more was the resemblance she found in the man's features. Many aspects mirrored those of the little girl. After a brief moment of daze, the parents' attention shifted back to Chen Jing. She gazed at the little girl before her, murmuring, "Jing Jing you. Auntie Chen Jing, he truly is my daddy." On the other side, Zhou Xiaodan and her parents, returning home, caught sight of the commotion and curiously approached. Unable to contain their intrigue upon recognizing Yi Xian and Chen Jing at the center of it all. "What is going on?" Zhou Sheng and Sun Yi squeezed through the crowd, inquiring. Chen Jing took a deep breath, striving to calm the tempest within her, and turned to the two young girls. The little girls recounted the entire saga to Chen Jing. Upon hearing this, Chen Jing found herself once again in disarray, glancing at the composed Yi Xian. "Are you truly Yi Jing's father?" "Yes," Yi Xian affirmed with a nod. "And what is your name?" "Yi Xian." At his name, Chen Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, and in a fit of anger, she pointed accusingly at Yi Xian, exclaiming, "It's you." Chen Jing's close friend, Wang Xinyao, who happened to be Yi Jing's mother, had previously mentioned that the child's father was named Yi Xian, which explained why the girls shared the surname Yi. Zhou Sheng then grasped the entirety of the situation and, with an awkward smile, addressed the surrounding crowd. "Everything is fine. Everyone, please return home." This was merely a misunderstanding. The parents nodded in comprehension and gradually dispersed. Who would have thought it would come to this? Zhou Sheng sighed in relief as the parents departed. Everything had transpired so rapidly. Just moments ago, he had been bidding farewell to Xiaodan and Yi Xian, and now here was this unexpected misunderstanding. Yi Xian sighed as well. Just as his phone began to ring, he pulled it out, answered briefly, and hung up. Chen Jing, feeling somewhat awkward, exchanged silent glances with Yi Xian for a moment. "Why don't we have dinner together tonight?" Yi Xian proposed gently. At that moment, Chen Jing suddenly recalled the matter of the keys and hurriedly rummaged through her bag. "By the way, Jing Jing, are these the keys you left at home?" Yi Jing blinked her sparkling eyes at the keys, pouting slightly in embarrassment before nodding. "Ah, yes. I forgot. These are the keys my daddy gave me." Upon hearing Yi Jing's soft-spoken words, Chen Jing felt a jolt of shock. This seemingly youthful man resided in the luxurious villa district of Yulongtiange, and even more astonishingly, it was villa number 1. What did this signify? It not only indicated that Yi Xian's wealth had reached a staggering height, but also implied that his status was far beyond her imagination. It was important to note that acquiring villa number 1 in Yulongtiange was not merely a matter of wealth. Chen Jing scrutinized the silent man before her, his face youthful and handsome, yet there was an alluring charm in his demeanor. His eloquence and poise exuded a maturity that was almost unsettling. It was hard to fathom how someone his age could remain so unperturbed amidst the chaos surrounding them. Yet, within her heart, Chen Jing still harbored a subtle animosity towards Yi Xian, unable to summon any fondness, though she buried these feelings deep within. At that moment, a long Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a stop beside them, and Tang Hao emerged, smiling as he waved to the group. "Everyone, please get in the car." Zhou Sheng, witnessing this scene, felt no inclination to linger and waved goodbye to Yi Xian. Chen Jing, however, was left wide-eyed and stunned at the sight of the approaching Rolls-Royce. She fully understood what the Rolls-Royce Phantom represented, especially the extended version. "Little brother Yi, we should take Xiaodan home now." Zhou Sheng understood the current situation clearly. After all, it was someone else's family gathering, and he had no reason to intrude. Yet, Yi Xian turned and called out to him, a smile gracing his lips. "Brother Zhou, come along. The tailored clothes for the children have arrived." "All right then." Zhou Sheng hesitated but ultimately nodded. One could not refuse such an invitation. After a few brief exchanges, they all climbed into the car together. As all the guests settled into the luxurious Rolls-Royce, they were profoundly astonished. The exterior of the car exuded opulence, but the interior revealed an entirely different realm of splendor. The exquisite craftsmanship of the interior, the comprehensive features, and the sumptuous seating provided an experience unlike any they had ever encountered. Meanwhile, Yi Jing was nestled closely against Yi Xian, who, with a playful smile, swept her into his embrace. Chen Jing, witnessing this tender scene, couldn't help but sigh, thinking how the young girl seemed to have forgotten her aunt in the presence of her father. Subsequently, as Tang Hao drove, the group made their way to the children's clothing store where they had previously ordered custom outfits. At that moment, inside the store, a flurry of activity was underway. The other staff members were utterly taken aback by the meticulously arranged sets of bespoke children's clothing. They were acutely aware of the exorbitant prices of their garments, which were far beyond the reach of the average consumer. Even more astonishing was the fact that these were custom-made garments crafted from the finest materials. designed exclusively by the most renowned designers to meet the client's specific requests, not to mention the cost associated with the materials and the bespoke design work. Hiring top-tier designers alone constituted a considerable expenditure. This was not merely one or two pieces. It encompassed an entire year's wardrobe, featuring a plethora of styles and designs. The staff, witnessing this spectacle, could only gasp in disbelief. It was unnecessary for children of this age to possess such an abundance of tailored clothing. Yet, the client appeared unfazed by the quantity, fixated instead on the quality and craftsmanship of the garments. Amid their astonishment, the other employees promptly commenced a thorough inspection. Fearing any oversight, they knew that neglecting such a distinguished client could result in dire consequences. Not only would they lose a valued patron, but they risked jeopardizing their hard-won positions. As they meticulously examined the clothing, donning white gloves and scrutinizing every detail, beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. At that moment, whispers of speculation filled the air, each employee's eyes reflecting profound astonishment. Who could this individual be, capable of purchasing such an extensive array of clothing, all of which was quite costly? Indeed, the affluent of the past had never indulged in such extravagance. Shoo, keep quiet and focus on the inspection. It must be thorough. After a meticulous review and multiple confirmations that the garments were flawless, the staff finally exhaled in relief. Meanwhile, the store manager and others had taken their positions at the entrance, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the esteemed guest. This watch lasted not just moments, but several hours. The employees inside, observing this scene, were further convinced that the impending customer was no ordinary individual. Once the clothing inspection concluded, the staff emerged alongside the manager, ready to greet the guest. Passers-by outside were taken aback, halting to witness the spectacle. This store was known for its high-end custom offerings, and they were acutely aware of its reputation. But who was worthy of such elaborate preparation? Am I seeing this correctly? Are they actually waiting for a customer? Look, isn't that the store manager? How unusual for them to come out. The crowd outside buzzed with astonished chatter. At that juncture, Xuan and his companions arrived, striding towards the entrance. The manager, spotting Xuan holding Yijing's hand, cleared his throat softly and exchanged meaningful glances with the surrounding staff before approaching with a beaming smile and utmost respect. Mr. Yi, welcome back. The custom garments you ordered last time are all ready. Xuan nodded, leading Yijing inside, followed closely by Zhou Sheng and others. As he gently touched the neatly arranged children's clothing, he was pleased with the quality and turned to Yijing. Jingjing, do you find these to your liking? Yes. The little girl, already brimming with excitement, gleefully skipped towards the rows of outfits upon receiving Xuan's approval. This store is fantastic. Let us take a look. Indeed, this establishment could be likened to the Rolls-Royce of children's clothing. As they were engrossed in their exploration, several couples entered the store, leading their children along. Recognizing them as wealthy merchants from out of town by their attire and accents, the staff exchanged knowing smiles and approached them. Good day. Are you here to purchase clothing? Please, come in. Our garments are of the highest quality. The staff warmly welcomed the newcomers and then returned to stand respectfully beside Xuan and his party. The merchants, admiring the array of clothing, encouraged their children. Go ahead, dear ones. Feel free to choose whatever you like. The children eagerly complied, venturing towards the shelves. The merchants casually browsed until their eyes fell upon the custom outfits ordered by Xuan for the two young girls, prompting a moment of surprise before they turned to the manager. Sir, your garments are truly exquisite. Are they for sale? The manager politely smiled before shaking his head. I apologize, gentlemen, but these garments have been specially tailored for this gentleman's children. Ah, I see. The merchants nodded in understanding, choosing to remain silent. However, their eyes lingered on the clothing, each piece seemingly more appealing than the offerings on the shelves. The design and materials were so evident in their superiority that mere observation sufficed to convey their excellence. Meanwhile, Xuan remained oblivious to their scrutiny, crouching down to affectionately caress the little girls' faces, saying tenderly, Jingjing, Xiaodan, why don't you try these on and see how they fit? Okay. The two girls giggled, each selecting a set of clothing they fancied, and hand in hand, they skipped towards the fitting rooms. Zhou Sheng and Sun Yi, observing this scene, exchanged worried glances with Xuan. Mr. Yi, these garments must have cost a considerable sum, correct? Zhou Sheng awkwardly inquired, fully aware from the staff's reactions and the quality of the clothing that a significant amount had indeed been spent. It's nothing to fret over. It wasn't too expensive, Xuan replied with a smile. Xiaodan and Jingjing are such good friends, and since she calls me uncle, it's only fitting that I buy her some clothes. Besides, I quite adore that little girl. Zhou Sheng, hearing this, chose not to dwell on the price any further and nodded with a smile. Then allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of my little girl. As Xuan and Zhou Sheng engaged in conversation, The two little girls had also changed into their outfits, sprinting towards them with excitement and twirling around. Daddy, do you think this outfit looks good? At this moment, Yi Jing was adorned in a grayish-white top featuring delightful cartoon imagery, complemented by a pair of azure capri pants, exuding an adorable charm. Zhou Xiaodan, on the other hand, sported a white lace-trimmed tank top paired with a black and white striped skirt, equally playful and cute. Absolutely stunning. You both look like little princesses. Yi Xian beamed with affection, gently patting the heads of the two girls. Zhou Sheng, eyeing their attire, felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Meanwhile, Sun Yi crouched down to carefully feel the fabric of Xiaodan's outfit, murmuring, "This clothing is truly remarkable. The texture is exquisite. All right, since both of you are pleased, let's get everything wrapped up." Yi Xian chuckled as he glanced at the surrounding shop staff. "Sir, please hold on. We will package it for you right away." The staff promptly became busy, meticulously wrapping the customized garments alongside the outfits the girls had changed out of, placing them into elegant tote bags. Subsequently, the staff handed Zhou Xiaodan's attire to Zhou Sheng, who hesitated for a moment before accepting it all. Zhou Xiaodan then gleefully approached Yi Xian, sweetly exclaiming, "Thank you, Uncle Yi." "It's nothing, Xiaodan. Do you really like these outfits?" Yi Xian squinted his eyes, smiling at Zhou Xiaodan. "Yes, Uncle Yi, I love them. They are my favorite clothes." Zhou Sheng and Sun Yi, also carrying their garments, approached Yi Xian with smiles, expressing their gratitude once more. With the clothing secured, the group wasted no time, engaging in light-hearted banter as they made their way outside. Meanwhile, the children of affluent merchants, who had just been selecting clothes themselves, now appeared somewhat indecisive. Having witnessed the custom outfits earlier and the way the two girls looked in them, their interest in the store's other offerings waned. Leading them to the store manager. "Boss, we would like to order custom clothing as well. Is that possible?" Upon hearing this, the manager felt a surge of joy. Having just seen off a distinguished customer, now another was interested in customization. "Certainly, gentlemen. However, we do require a verification of assets." Verification of assets. The merchant's expression soured, adopting an air of arrogance as they retorted, "Isn't it just a few garments? Why such hassle? Can we not afford them?" The manager, wiping the sweat from his brow, quickly clarified, "Sir, you misunderstand. Our garments are crafted by our top-tier design team, utilizing the finest materials and handcrafted to perfection. Each piece is uniquely tailored to the individual child's personality, which is why the price is somewhat steep, approximately 5 million each. Thus, we must verify your assets." "What?" The merchants were taken aback, their expressions shifting from disdain to disbelief. 5 million per piece. What kind of clothing is this? Is it adorned with gold? Are these even children's clothes? To think their own garments are not even that expensive. The manager, observing their stunned silence, inquired with a smile, "Do you gentlemen still wish to proceed with customization?" No. We apologize for the disturbance." The merchants hastily gestured dismissively, dragging their children out of the store. At that moment, they felt an overwhelming urge to flee, unable to muster the courage to even glance back. They could only imagine the astonished expressions of the staff witnessing their departure, reflecting on the custom outfits ordered by the earlier gentleman. The merchants couldn't help but gasp in awe. What does it mean to be wealthy? This is what it signifies. As they pondered this, the merchants swallowed hard, their posture and gait becoming considerably more reserved. In comparison to such opulence, they, who prided themselves on their wealth, felt utterly insignificant. Meanwhile, the group had exited the shopping center and entered a Rolls-Royce, heading towards the Yulong Tiange No. 1 villa. The vehicle sped along, and amidst laughter, they soon arrived at the villa district. Zhou Sheng and Sun Yi had heard of the Yulong Tiange villa area, but upon arrival, they truly understood the essence of luxury. The surrounding greenery was unlike any other villa community. It was a verdant paradise, filled with vibrant flower beds of rare blossoms. While other neighborhoods might boast a few flowers within, here, lavish villas were nestled among a sea of trees and flora. The roads were pristine and wide, with a crystal-clear river flowing through, home to golden koi that danced with the currents, infusing the area with life. The standalone villas were exceptionally grand, adorned with intricately carved marble Roman columns at the entrance and golden-trimmed doors, showcasing an unparalleled level of opulence. As Zhou Sheng and Sun Yi gazed out of the vehicle's windows, they were left in awe. This was their first visit to such a neighborhood, and they had never anticipated it to be this extravagant. As the car ventured deeper into the area, the scenery and villas only grew more impressive, each surpassing the last, leaving them increasingly astounded. When the Rolls-Royce finally approached the entrance of Villa No. 1, the two were left questioning whether this was truly the villa district they had envisioned. It exceeded all their imaginations. Beside them, Chen Jing also felt a sense of astonishment at the unfolding sights. However, being adults, neither Sun Yi, Zhou Sheng, nor Chen Jing displayed their surprise openly. They merely cleared their throats lightly. After all, in terms of maturity and experience, they were far more seasoned than the two little girls, Yi Jing and her companion. Soon, the vehicle halted at the entrance of Villa Number 1, with the two little girls eagerly being the first to disembark, rushing inside to greet everyone. Everyone, please make yourselves at home. We are all family here. Yi Xian smiled as he addressed those following him. The group nodded slightly, their eyes widening in astonishment at the opulence within the villa, a level of luxury beyond their wildest dreams. Chun Jing meandered slowly, taking in her surroundings, and her gaze landed on a portrait of Yi Jing hanging on the wall, causing her to shudder in awe. The portrait was simply breathtaking. Just a glance revealed the little girl radiating charm and vivacity, capable of melting anyone's heart. Noticing Chun Jing captivated by the artwork, Zhou Sheng and Sun Yi also took note of the portrait, equally mesmerized, and turned to Yi Xian. Mr. Yi, did you commission this portrait of Xiaojing? It is truly a masterpiece. At this moment, Yi Jing nestled closely beside Yi Xian, and upon hearing Zhou Sheng's words, she giggled and exclaimed, Uncle Zhou, this was drawn by my daddy. Instantly, as the innocent words of the little girl echoed through the room, silence enveloped the crowd. Both Zhou Sheng and his companion, as well as Chun Jing, looked at Yi Xian with expressions akin to that of witnessing a fantastical creature. The series of surprises today had been nothing short of astonishing. Particularly for Chun Jing, her mind was nearly overwhelmed, struggling to process the information she had encountered. Observing the speechless awe on their faces, Yi Xian wore a nonchalant smile and remarked, It's nothing. I merely possess a modest understanding of painting. In that instant, the three young hearts suffered yet another profound blow. Modest understanding? Brother Yi, this painting is undeniably exquisite. I believe you have already transcended the basics to capture such an essence in little Jing's portrayal. You need not be so humble. Sun Yi interjected, swallowing hard while smiling in agreement. Indeed, Mr. Yi, your artwork is the finest I have ever seen. Yi Xian, however, chose not to dwell on their praises. He took the little girl's hand and addressed the group. Everyone, please take a seat. We shall have dinner shortly. At that moment, Tang Hao, standing nearby, immediately understood and stepped aside to retrieve his phone. He began to compare and select between the two Michelin-starred restaurants in Jinling, which were conveniently adjacent to one another, before dialing a number. After a few rings, a young woman answered the call. Hello, thank you for calling our restaurant. How may I assist you, sir? Actually, I would like to discuss something with you. Tang Hao replied casually, fiddling with his car keys. Are you looking to make a reservation? Please inform me of the number of guests and the time of your arrival. If you have any special dishes in mind, please let us know in advance so our chefs can prepare accordingly. The young woman, assuming Tang Hao was making a standard reservation, responded professionally. Tang Hao patiently listened without interrupting her, and once she finished, he slowly stated, No, I am looking to borrow your chef. Borrow? The young woman was momentarily taken aback, her mind blanking for a few seconds before she concluded that he was joking, perhaps intentionally trying to provoke a reaction. After all, it was unheard of for a Michelin restaurant to lend out its chefs, especially one of the finest in the industry. If they loaned out their chef, how would the restaurant operate? Who would cook? Would they have to rely on the waitstaff to prepare meals? Sir, please hold for a moment. The young woman muted the call and sought out her manager. Manager, I have received a prank call. Someone is requesting that we provide a chef for borrowing. What? The manager, equally incredulous, asked for the phone to speak with Tang Hao directly. Sir, I apologize, but we do not offer such a service. We are a Michelin restaurant, and if we were to lend out our chef, our business would be jeopardized. Our guests typically require reservations, and if we loan out our chef, we would have no explanation for our patrons. Please understand, this request has no precedent, and our policies do not cover such a matter, so I am sorry. But perhaps you should try another restaurant? Though the manager's tone carried a hint of disdain, he maintained a polite demeanor while explaining the situation to Tang Hao. How about this? I am willing to pay an exorbitant price, one that would suffice for your restaurant's revenue for a month, even several months. We would only need your chef for a single day, and it would not impede your business further. Please consider it. At that moment, the manager was convinced that the caller was merely playing a prank. The notion was utterly absurd. Did the caller have any idea just how substantial their restaurant's revenue was? Sir, please, do not continue this jest, and refrain from calling us again. This is utterly ludicrous. The manager, exasperated, ended the call abruptly, returning the phone to the young woman with a cold huff. If you receive any more disruptive calls like that, do not hesitate. Just hang up immediately. Understood. The young woman replied, returning to her position without further comment. Meanwhile, at another Michelin restaurant, a group of affluent young ladies and gentlemen was preparing to enter and indulge in the exquisite service of a top-tier establishment. However, as they approached the entrance, the lobby manager hurriedly emerged, apologizing with a smile. I am terribly sorry, everyone, but it appears we will not be able to operate today. Please come back another day. We will prioritize your reservations. What? The group was momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances before erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Are you joking, Manager Zhang? Not operating? Are we to subsist on the wind? One young gentleman laughed heartily, patting Manager Zhang on the shoulder. Today is not April Fool's Day, and we have already pre-ordered our ingredients. The others echoed similar sentiments, yet disbelief lingered in their eyes. Yes, Manager Zhang, we are regular patrons. Do not deceive us. Let us in. We are weary from standing. Manager Zhang, momentarily at a loss for words, then adopted a slightly more serious expression and cleared his throat. Ahem. Everyone. We are not joking. Our chefs have been borrowed for the evening, and thus we are unable to serve you. Suddenly, the atmosphere thickened, and the young ladies and gentlemen stared at Manager Zhang with wide eyes, their expressions morphing into shock. Borrowed. The chefs have been borrowed. In an instant, the previously unruly crowd transformed into a furious mob. Who would dare be so uncouth? Is this even permissible? What is this restaurant coming to? To cater to one individual while leaving us unattended? We demand an explanation for this situation. Manager Zhang, observing their fierce demeanor, wiped the sweat from his brow and replied helplessly, I apologize, everyone. We truly did not wish for this to happen, but the offer made was simply too substantial. Chapter 15. What kind of tea is this? This statement left the group momentarily speechless, and just then, someone in the crowd gasped, Look, over there. A young gentleman's pupils dilated as he pointed, drawing a sharp intake of breath. At the sound of his exclamation, everyone turned to follow his gaze, and they were met with a sight that rendered them utterly dumbfounded. At this moment, they beheld a procession of chefs, each adorned with an array of exquisite culinary knives and various other paraphernalia, all clad in immaculate chef uniforms, exuding an air of readiness. The young masters and mistresses stood in stunned silence, incredulously pondering. Could it be that you are serious? This is no jest, is it? How is it possible for this many to be summoned? Is it truly necessary for everyone to be deployed? As they engaged in animated chatter, a convoy of vehicles accompanied by the blaring of horns gradually approached them. Before long, the Rolls-Royce fleet came to a halt beside the chefs, and the door swung open, revealing a group of imposing figures dressed in tailored suits and sunglasses, exuding an extraordinary charisma as they disembarked. Each individual was robustly built, and even the loose-fitting suits could not conceal the palpable sense of power emanating from their physiques, which they effortlessly filled out, presenting a striking appearance. The chefs were taken aback by this spectacle. Their curiosity about the external hires transformed into astonishment upon witnessing the unimaginable stature of these individuals. Get in, commanded the leader, a man with sunglasses, gesturing towards the chefs. The chefs, not daring to delay, hastily climbed into the Rolls-Royces. Once aboard, the convoy set off without hesitation towards the horizon. The young masters and mistresses, meanwhile, were left gaping in disbelief, exchanging wide-eyed glances and rendered utterly speechless. They had never anticipated that someone would genuinely hire an entire brigade from a Michelin-starred restaurant. Moreover, this restaurant was one of the finest Michelin establishments in Jinling. What on earth is happening? Who are these celestial beings? As they watched the convoy disappear from sight, a myriad of complex emotions flickered in their eyes. Their throats constricted as if choked by an unseen force, leaving them utterly voiceless. At that moment, within a nearby club, a young woman witnessed this extraordinary scene and rushed to find the manager. Manager, you must come outside. Something monumental has occurred. The manager, preoccupied with verifying invoices, was initially irked by her urgency. What is the matter? Why such a lack of composure? The young woman, however, was beyond caring for the manager's reprimand. Seizing his sleeve with fervor, you must see for yourself. An extravagant convoy has arrived, seemingly to collect someone. The manager, now taken aback, felt his expression shift dramatically. Initially struck by disbelief, he soon heard the roar of engines outside, causing his pupils to constrict as the invoice slipped from his trembling hands, fluttering to the ground. Despite his internal insistence that this could not be real, the evidence lay before him. A convoy had indeed come to collect someone. Recalling the earlier phone call he had dismissed as a prank, the manager's lips twitched in agitation, and his legs felt weak as he made his way outside. The dignitaries within the upscale club, piqued by the commotion, followed suit. They soon beheld the luxurious convoy of Rolls-Royces, erupting into a chorus of astonished gasps. My heavens! All Rolls-Royces! How terrifying! Who on earth are these people? They seem almost superhuman. Is this truly the realm of the influential? Amidst the cacophony of astonishment, the manager's eyes widened as he observed the chefs boarding the vehicles, which swiftly departed the scene. The esteemed patrons, witnessing this tableau, were equally taken aback and resumed their discussions. Did they just take chefs away? Of course, who else would don a chef's hat? But I've never heard of Michelin chefs being available for hire. Ah, you see, money speaks volumes. As the convoy receded from view and the crowd continued to murmur in awe, the manager could no longer remain composed. He made his way to a rival high-end club nearby. The manager there stood at the entrance, watching the convoy depart, his face radiating a sunlit smile. Manager Zhang, what is going on? The manager inquired, his curiosity piqued as he pointed at the convoy. What did that procession signify? Manager Zhang, in high spirits, replied with a beaming smile. Oh, a gentleman called earlier to request the hire of chefs. He mentioned sending a convoy to fetch them. I was initially skeptical, but took a chance, and lo and behold, they actually arrived. You won't believe it, but he offered us an amount equivalent to more than half a year as profits. As he spoke, the joy on Manager Zhang's face bloomed like a flower in full bloom, radiating brilliance. Yet, while some rejoiced, others despaired. The other manager stood there, utterly dumbfounded upon hearing this revelation. Regret washed over him as he beheld the triumphant demeanor of his rival, his mind spinning as if struck by a thunderbolt, nearly causing him to falter. He had lost all desire to linger here, stumbling back towards his own establishment. With his head hung low, each step felt increasingly burdensome, as if laden with lead, leaving him breathless with every movement. In that moment, he could hardly contain his self-reproach, his heart filled solely with regret. As the convoy journeyed onward, it soon reached the entrance of Villa No. 1 at Yulongtianga. The chefs disembarked, gazing upon the opulence of the villa before them. Collectively inhaling sharply, having achieved the status of Michelin-starred chefs, they were no strangers to grandeur, yet the magnificence and scale of this villa surpassed their wildest imaginings. What sort of place is this? It is excessively luxurious. This must be the villa at Yulongtianga, and it appears to be the very first one. No wonder such extravagance was possible. The expressions of the chefs were captivating, akin to country folk encountering the splendor of a city for the first time. Filled with wonder and curiosity. Come on in, Tang Hao said, calmly surveying the fully equipped chefs, his tone unassuming. The chefs, nodding in a daze, followed him forward. Rather than leading them to the main villa, Tang Hao guided them to an adjacent side villa. Upon entering the side villa, the chefs were left utterly astonished. The opulent decor, expansive space, and an air of refined elegance left them speechless. It felt less like entering a villa and more akin to stepping into a grand castle estate. Everyone, you shall work here. Your efforts are appreciated, Tang Hao announced as he led the chefs into the kitchen, then excused himself, stepping outside. My goodness, the chefs, upon witnessing the kitchen, were once again rendered speechless. The level of professionalism within this kitchen was unparalleled, surpassing even their own establishments. The kitchenware and appliances were of the highest caliber, imbued with a sense of luxury, and many utensils were custom-made from the finest materials. One chef trembled as he examined a knife before him, mouth agape, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. This is undoubtedly the finest chef's knife I have ever seen. Upon hearing this, the others gathered around, all exclaiming in unison. As they gazed upon the magnificent knife before them, the chefs could not help but cast a disparaging glance at their own meager tools, which seemed utterly worthless in comparison. Meanwhile, the ingredients laid out were nothing short of exquisite: blue dragon Australian lobster, king crab, matsutake mushrooms, and Australian abalone caviar, all appearing as commonplace as cabbage in a market. Within this kitchen, the chefs felt as though they had entered a paradise. If given the chance, they would wish to reside here for eternity. Overwhelmed yet invigorated, the chefs wasted no time and promptly commenced their work, for they were summoned here at great expense. Moreover, judging by the grandeur of this establishment, they dared not afford any negligence. Simultaneously, in the main villa, Xuan was preparing tea for the guests. With deft movements, he manipulated the tea utensils, each step executed with exquisite grace. First, he washed the tea set, then warmed the cups, boiled water, and meticulously scooped the tea leaves with a spoon, gently placing them into the teapot. Finally, as hot water cascaded into the teapot, the leaves swirled vigorously, releasing an enchanting aroma. The onlookers were spellbound, marveling at the meticulousness of the process. Even more astonishing was that at this moment, both Zhou Sheng and his wife, as well as Qin Jing, detected a rich fragrance wafting through the air. This scent, merely inhaled, invigorated their spirits and enveloped their lungs in an indescribable comfort. Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan were also wide-eyed, attentively observing. Yi Jing, captivated by the delightful aroma, turned to Yi Xian with excitement, her voice sweetly chiming, "Daddy, what kind of tea is this? It's simply divine." Yi Xian, amused by the curiosity of the two little girls, explained with a smile. "This is known as the art of tea brewing. There is indeed a technique to it. The tea leaves I'm using are called Dahong Pao, a variety of oolong tea, and the brewing method is quite particular. The water temperature is crucial, ideally around 95 degrees Celsius. Only with the right temperature can the essence of Dahong Pao be fully released. As Yixian continued to elaborate, he proceeded with the brewing process. And not only the two little girls, but also Zhou Sheng and his wife, along with Chen Jing, listened intently. Moreover, before brewing, one must warm the cups and rinse the tea leaves to remove any impurities. But remember, this step must be swift to prevent the leaves from unfurling and losing their original aroma. For the final infusion, we employ a high pour method, adding the appropriately heated water, covering the teapot, and allowing it to steep for 4 to 5 minutes. During this time, we also pour hot water over the teapot itself to fully enhance the flavor of the tea. By this point, Yixian had completed the necessary steps, leaving only the steeping process to allow the tea's fragrance to blossom fully. The two little girls listened with exceptional attentiveness, even more so than during their regular classes at school. Mr. Yi, you are truly remarkable. We have learned so much. Who knew there was such intricacy to tea brewing? Zhou Sheng and others, engrossed in the discussion, echoed their newfound appreciation, realizing that the art of tea was not something just anyone could grasp. Their admiration for Yixian deepened with every word. As the fragrant aroma enveloped them, Zhou Sheng pondered momentarily before asking Yixian, Mr. Yi, is this tea the imperial tribute to Hong Pao? Yixian nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he looked at Zhou Sheng. You are quite knowledgeable about tea. Brother Zhou. Zhou Sheng nodded solemnly, suddenly struck with awe as he glimpsed the jar containing the Dahong Pao. The imperial tribute to Hong Pao, sourced from the mother trees of Wui Mountain, is recognized as the king of teas over centuries. The yield is exceedingly rare, and due to its unique flavor and aroma, it is renowned not only in China, but also abroad. Mr. Yi, you are indeed extraordinary. To possess such precious tea in such abundance is truly admirable. Zhou Sheng, aware of the rarity of imperial tribute to Hong Pao, knew that many affluent and powerful individuals longed to savor its flavor, often to no avail. Yet here was Yixian, with a seemingly endless supply. Zhou Sheng could not help but gasp in astonishment, looking earnestly at Yixian. May I inquire, Mr. Yi, where did you acquire such a substantial quantity of tea? This is simply incredible. It was a gift from a friend, Yixian replied nonchalantly. However, Zhou Sheng was taken aback, his eyes wide with shock, his body trembling slightly. Noticing Zhou Sheng's reaction, Sun Yi regarded him with a furrowed brow, sensing something amiss. What is wrong with you? Why the sudden outburst? We are guests here. Perhaps you should exercise a bit more restraint? Zhou Sheng, catching the hint of reproach in Sun Yi's gaze, quickly murmured, you don't understand. This imperial tribute to Hong Pao is rarer than gold. Many have sought it desperately, including wealthy merchants and powerful officials, yet it eludes them. Yet Mr. Yi possesses such a bounty. Upon hearing this, Sun Yi comprehended Zhou Sheng's earlier reaction, her eyes widening in realization. This is truly a priceless commodity. We are witnessing the astonishing capabilities of Yi Jing's father. Living in such a villa is not something just anyone can afford. Chen Jing, having overheard Zhou Sheng and his wife, felt even more astonished. The more she observed Yixian's calm demeanor, the more enigmatic he seemed. Xian Yao, what kind of person have you encountered? Chen Jing mused, thinking of her close friend Wang Xinyao, pondering whether she was aware of such matters, though she doubted it. Just as everyone was marveling at Yixian's imperial tribute to Hong Pao, the tea had steeped to perfection. All right, everyone, do take a sip. Yixian cheerfully lifted the teapot, pouring a cup for each person present, including Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan. At this moment, as Zhou Sheng and the others raised their cups and took the slightest sip, they were utterly spellbound. This tea surpassed all their expectations. If they hadn't tasted such tea themselves, no amount of eloquent description could convey their current sensations. It was simply breathtaking. The aroma of Dahong Pao was rich, yet never overwhelming. The lingering sweetness danced upon their palates, crafting an unforgettable symphony for their taste buds. The clarity of flavor left no trace of bitterness, transcending the very notion of tea. Even the two little girls were entranced, their innocent eyes filled with wonder. Wow, Daddy, this tea is absolutely delightful. Uncle Yi, I adore this tea. The two young girls first paused in surprise, and then swiftly drained their cups of tea, evoking a pang of sympathy from Zhou Sheng and his wife, as well as Chen Jing. It is worth noting that they were currently only daring to sip their tea in small gulps, uncertain if they would ever have the opportunity to taste such exquisite tea again. We want more. After witnessing the girls finish their tea, they gazed up at Yixian with wide, sparkling eyes, playfully imploring him to refill their cups. Not possible. In response to the girls' eager expressions, Yixian solemnly shook his head. Aren't you too worried about not being able to sleep tonight? Oh, all right. Upon hearing Yixian's reply, the girls pouted slightly, their expressions tinged with disappointment. Moreover, you two should not drink tea as if it were water. Tea is meant to be savored slowly. Do not rush it in the future. Observing the girls' crestfallen demeanor, Yixian gently stroked their little heads. We understand. The girls nodded earnestly. And with Yixian's gentle caress, their earlier disappointment dissipated. Meanwhile, Zhou Sheng and his wife, along with Chen Jing, continued to savor their tea in small sips. Feeling invigorated and refreshed, the fragrant aftertaste lingering on their lips, as if this tea were a celestial delicacy reserved for divine gatherings. Mr. Yi, I must say, I have truly come to appreciate this tea of yours. Alas, we have never even had the chance to hear about it before. Chen Jing nodded in agreement. Just as she was about to say something more when she overheard Yi Jing's voice. Hee, Uncle Zhou, Aunt Sun, and Aunt Chen. Why don't you let me show you around? The little girl, Yi Jing, seemingly lost in her own thoughts, volunteered to guide everyone through the villa. Her hands on her hips and head held high, she radiated an adorable and playful charm, much like the little mistress of the villa. All right. Chen Jing responded with a fond smile, moving to Yi Jing's side and taking her small hand. Zhou Sheng and Sun Yi also rose with smiles. Their curiosity piqued about the villa, eager to explore the renowned Yulong Tiangu No. 1. Yi Jing, now resembling a miniature tour guide, led them around. As they wandered, Chen Jing's phone suddenly rang with an urgent tone. Hello, is there something wrong? After answering the call, Chen Jing apologetically shook her head and stepped aside, while the others continued to follow Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodian. Standing near the fish tank, Chen Jing found herself captivated by the large aquarium while on the phone. Inside, 2 blood parrot fish glided gracefully, their elongated bodies shimmering with red and purple scales, sparkling under the light of the aquarium. All right, I'll return to the bank tomorrow. As for the performance, we can think of a solution together then. Chen Jing spoke into the phone, her gaze fixed on the 2 blood parrot fish, her tone soothing. After hanging up, she tucked her phone away and scrutinized the fish with curiosity and affection. Just as she was about to reach in to touch them, a deep, magnetic voice interrupted. Don't move. Chen Jing's hand froze above the water, and she quickly withdrew it as if jolted. Turning to see who had spoken, she found it was Yixian. Feeling a touch of embarrassment, she looked into Yixian's eyes, her expression filled with apology. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. They're so beautiful. Yixian smiled and shook his head, stepping closer to the aquarium to observe the swimming fish. That's not what I meant. It's just that these are carnivorous fish, and they can bite. After all, fish cannot be compared to humans, no matter how one looks at it. Hearing this, Chen Jing's eyes widened in surprise, and she nodded slightly, her admiration for Yixian inexplicably deepening. By the way, what kind of fish are these? Not lingering on her previous curiosity, she now inquired about the species of the fish. These are blood parrot fish, not a native species of Huaxia, so it's understandable that you don't recognize them. Chen Jing nodded, continuing her questioning. They must be quite expensive, given how stunning they are. When it came to the price, Yixian merely shook his head. Chen Jing initially assumed the price wouldn't be too outrageous, but Yixian's next words nearly caused her to faint. It's just 5 million. 5 million. Chen Jing trembled, utterly astonished, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized the 2 blood parrot fish in the aquarium, muttering, does that mean each one costs 250,000? Gazing at the 2 fish swimming freely, she felt as though they were not merely fish, but rather gold submerged in water. Yixian chuckled softly, waving his hand dismissively. No, it's 5 million for one. Are you kidding me? In that moment, the air and time seemed to freeze. Chen Jing first confirmed she hadn't misheard, then stared blankly at Yixian, trying to detect any hint of jest or arrogance on his face. Yet, to her disappointment, no matter how she looked, Yixian's countenance remained placid, as serene as still water, devoid of any ripples. The figure of 5 million, when uttered from his lips, carried no weight whatsoever, as though he had merely spent a few coins on breakfast. I'm so embarrassed. How uncultured of me. Though Chen Jing did not voice her thoughts, a tempest of emotions surged within her. What level of wealth did this man possess? Did he regard money as inconsequential? Or was it merely a number to him? Yixian, observing Chen Jing's silence, did not dwell on the myriad thoughts racing through her mind, but sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. Chen Jing looked at Yixian in a daze, somewhat puzzled by the meaning behind his words. Thank you for taking care of Jingjing. It truly means a lot. Oh, it's no trouble at all. I quite like the little girl. Chen Jing chuckled, scratching her head, still processing Yixian's unexpected statement. By the way, I inadvertently overheard your phone call. You're with a bank, right? Yes. Chen Jing nodded. Yixian continued. I happen to have some idle funds. I'm not accustomed to managing such finances, so I'd like to deposit them with you. Just help me find a decent interest rate. Everything else is of little concern. As he spoke, Yixian produced a golden card from his pocket, its back adorned with various information. Here's the card. All the details are here. There's no need for me to handle it. You can take care of it. Chun Jing nodded, taking the card and glancing at it. Her heart racing, for this card required a minimum deposit of 10 million to be issued. Observing Yi Xian's demeanor, it was evident that the sum within was unlikely to be a mere 10 million. Chun Jing clutched the card, feeling a surge of reluctance. Yet Yi Xian's words left her no room for refusal. Very well, I shall ensure you receive the utmost profit margin attainable. Thank you for your assistance. Yi Xian nodded slightly, his mind undisturbed by the exchange. At that moment, Yi Jing came running toward them, her excitement palpable. Daddy, Aunt Chun, the food is ready. Chapter 17. Stuck? Excellent. Yi Xian smiled, taking Yi Jing's small hand, and together with Chun Jing, they made their way to the dining table. Meanwhile, a cadre of Michelin chefs stood in the main villa's dining room, gazing in awe at the opulence surrounding them, their mouths agape in astonishment. They had already been profoundly impressed by the luxury of the secondary villa, but entering the main villa unveiled to them the true essence of extravagance. The spacious dining hall was adorned with meticulously arranged tableware, all crafted from precious metals and high-end ceramics. The carpets, wall paintings, and decor accentuated every detail, showcasing the villa's extraordinary nature. The chefs collectively inhaled sharply, realizing that only someone of extraordinary means could afford a fleet of Rolls-Royces and engage the entire roster of Michelin-starred chefs, residing in such a place, with such grandeur. They speculated upon the identity of the villa's owner, yet found themselves utterly bewildered by their own limited perspectives, as the chefs stood speechless in their astonishment. Yi Xian had already taken his seat at the head of the table, flanked by the two little girls. The chefs, upon noticing Yi Xian at the main seat, quickly regained their composure and turned their attention to him. The head chef, adorned with a chef's hat, bowed politely before Yi Xian and introduced himself with a smile. Good day, sir. I am chef, or it is my honor to serve you. May we begin with the dishes? Yi Xian nodded gently, prompting or to spring into action, instructing the waiting staff to present an array of exquisite dishes. The first to be served was an appetizer, or carefully lifted the cloche and announced, Ladies and gentlemen, this is our prepared appetizer, creamy foie gras pudding, crafted from the finest and freshest foie gras. The cream is seared to perfection, harmonizing the umami of the foie gras with its aromatic essence, perfectly masking any residual gaminess, while the pudding provides a delicate texture. With that, or gently place the foie gras before the guests. Following this, another dish was unveiled, revealing a dish reminiscent of a fluffy egg. Yet the enticing aroma indicated it was no ordinary king crab. This dish is king crab with fluffy egg, made from the most exquisite crab roe, complemented by a sous vide technique for the egg, ensuring a delightful texture while enhancing the flavor with the crab roe. Please enjoy. Next was a dish of European abalone with garlic noodles, made from the finest European abalone, simmered slowly to achieve a perfect consistency, with the garlic serving to elevate the dish's richness. Finally, there was a cold platter of East Star grouper sashimi, embodying the elegance of Japanese sashimi, with ingredients that guaranteed a sweet aftertaste, melting effortlessly upon the palate. At last, the table was laden with an array of dishes, each one a masterpiece of flavor, color, and aroma, showcasing the pinnacle of Michelin-starred culinary artistry. The table was entirely filled, adorned with the chef's meticulously crafted pastries, desserts, and beverages, surpassing even royal treatment. In all, the guests were momentarily speechless, enveloped by the intoxicating scents, feeling as though their very values were being transformed. Was this the life of the affluent? Zhou Sheng and his wife exchanged stunned glances, their eyes darting between each other and the lavish spread before them, their throats constricted as they struggled to articulate their thoughts. They had anticipated a lavish meal, one they could envision, yet this scene was beyond anything they had ever seen or even heard of. These were indeed top-tier ingredients, none of which could be deemed ordinary. Caviar, premium foie gras, seafood, and matsutake mushrooms here felt as commonplace as cabbage in a refrigerator in Yi Xian's domain. These once valuable items had suddenly lost their grandeur. Glimpsing Yi Xian's demeanor, they found their breaths caught in their throats. For at that moment, Yi Xian's expression was as calm as still water, as if this grand feast were akin to a humble street stall, devoid of anything remarkable. Not only Zhou Sheng and his wife, but even Chun Jing felt increasingly anxious as the dishes before her exceeded her wildest imaginings. She could not fathom the cost of this meal, nor could she even begin to guess. However, witnessing the reverence of the Michelin chefs, she could deduce that it was a staggering figure. The impeccably poised who stood beside them presenting the dishes, was a chef of international renown, a Michelin star luminary. To have him personally prepare a meal at home was an opportunity afforded to but a few. Moreover, she was aware that a restaurant's chef rarely ventured outside to cater, making this occasion all the more extraordinary. Michelin restaurants typically required reservations, And even the exorbitant service and menu fees did little to deter the enthusiasm of the elite and affluent. The daily earnings were nothing short of astronomical. Engaging a chef for an entire day would entail a cost far beyond a single day's revenue. At this moment, Xuan Jing longed to inquire about the meal's expense, yet the words caught in her throat. Knowing such a question was inappropriate. Very well, now that all the dishes have been served, let us commence our meal. Yi Xian smiled at the awestruck Zhou Sheng and his companions, as well as the two little girls who were practically drooling, gesturing for everyone to begin. And the other Michelin chefs, sensing the moment, retreated gracefully, led by Tang Hao to rest in the secondary villa. Are you two little girls eager to dig in? Yi Xian affectionately ruffled the girls' cheeks and continued. If there's anything you desire, just let me know, and those chef uncles will prepare it for you. All right. The two little girls nodded eagerly, then seized their utensils, momentarily dazzled by the plethora of dishes before them. Whichever dish the little rooster points to, I shall choose. Faced with such an abundance, the girls opted to chant a command, ready to select their meals in a manner akin to a blind box reveal. The adults, witnessing the adorable antics of the little girls, couldn't help but smile, their previous shock and astonishment slightly alleviated. Thus, they dined and conversed. And soon the meal came to a delightful conclusion. As the evening deepened, Zhou Sheng's family and Xuan Jing bid farewell to Yi Xian and Yi Jing, with Tang Hao escorting them back home. Xuan Jing tightly grasped the golden card bestowed by Yi Xian, seated in the Rolls-Royce, gazing out at the bustling traffic. Yet her mind was persistently occupied by the image of Yi Xian's face. Her curiosity deepened as she pondered the identity of the man her close friend had encountered, a figure who had left such a profound impression on her during their first meeting. She found herself contemplating whether or not to divulge this incident to Wang Xinyao. Soon enough, as the vehicles continued to weave through the streets, Xuan Jing returned to her home. Once inside, she collapsed onto the sofa, still shaken by the events of the day. Gazing at the dimly lit chandelier, her eyes grew increasingly unfocused as she murmured to herself, "Who on earth is this person?" After a brief silence, her eyelids began to droop, prompting her to take a shower before retreating to her bedroom to sleep. The following day, upon rising, Xuan Jing hurried to the bank. Upon her arrival, her first action was to produce the gold card given to her by Yi Xian, inserting it into the card reader, eager to discover the balance it held. At that moment, her subordinate, Duan Mengfei, approached, her expression filled with contrition as she scratched her head and said, "Director Chun, I sincerely apologize. We have been a hindrance to you. Our performance has faltered, and we have relied solely on your achievements. Alas, our team's bonus this month may be in jeopardy." Hearing this, Xuan Jing paused her tasks and smiled at Duan Mengfei. "It's all right. A poor performance this month doesn't mean it will always be that way." Duan Mengfei's eyes reflected gratitude at Xuan Jing's comforting words, but before she could respond, a voice filled with disdain emerged from the side. Look how our director Chun has been dragged down. What good are those words?" A female supervisor from another team, holding a hefty ledger, scoffed with evident scorn. "Indeed, instead of lamenting, you should be thinking about your performance. You wouldn't believe how well our team is doing this month." Others echoed her sentiments, their tones laced with sharp sarcasm. Unperturbed, Xuan Jing continued to check the balance on her card. As she focused on the screen, her brows knitted together in concern, her lips curling slightly. "This ATM has jammed." "Director, what are you doing?" Duan Mengfei inquired, watching Xuan Jing struggle with the machine for quite some time. "Oh, a friend asked me to assist with a deposit, and I wanted to check the balance, but I didn't expect it to jam." At that moment, the female supervisor burst into laughter, reveling in Xuan Jing's misfortune. "Oh dear, this person must be in for a rough time if even the machine is jammed. TSK, it's as if you can't catch a break." The other staff members shared in her amusement. What a predicament. Misfortune never comes alone. When has this machine ever jammed? Could it be that the amount is too small for it to read? No wonder they didn't come in person. Perhaps they're a bit embarrassed? Xuan Jing rolled her eyes at their comments, shooting them a glance. "Could you all just be quiet? Must you chatter so incessantly?" As the ATM continued to show no signs of life, she shook her head and sought out the manager. The manager attempted several times to fix the issue, but to no avail. At this point, even those who had previously mocked her were now confused and watching intently. "Is the ATM broken?" the manager muttered, habitually swiping Yi Xian's gold card again. Ding! A notification sound echoed as the ATM displayed a series of numbers. Phew, success. The manager breathed a sigh of relief, his expression brightening, but before he could finish his sentence, his demeanor froze in disbelief. Hundreds, thousands, millions, billions, tens of billions, hundreds of billions. At that moment, even the seasoned manager felt his mind go blank, staring at the terrifying figures on the screen, nearly rendered speechless. As onlookers gathered to glimpse the manager's astonished face, gasps filled the air. My heavens. Over 1,000 billion. Everyone present was left dumbfounded, staring at the overwhelming number in disbelief. This must be a joke. How could there be such an amount? I can't believe it. It's utterly inconceivable. Could the machine be malfunctioning? At that moment, the female supervisor from another team interjected skeptically, refusing to accept the numbers as authentic. It's possible. The manager, regaining his composure, tremblingly withdrew the gold card from the ATM and swiped it once more. Ding. Yet again, the numbers on the screen remained unchanged. The manager's mind was racing, prompting him to test other machines, but the results were consistently the same. Over 1,000 billion. Undeniably over 1,000 billion. Silence enveloped the room, the air thick with tension as everyone's heartbeats quickened. Chen Jing, covering her mouth in shock, gazed at the astonishing figures on the screen, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. Recalling Yi Xian's nonchalant words when he had given her the gold card, she felt utterly disoriented. According to him, it was merely a little spare change. Yet even the greatest financial magnates would not dare to make such a claim. 1,000 billion. What a staggering notion. One that Chen Jing, immersed in the banking world, understood all too well. Is this for real? Finally, the manager's quivering voice shattered the silence, as he turned to Chen Jing with an expression of wild disbelief. Director Chen, where did this card come from? Chen Jing, snapping back to reality, took a deep breath before explaining the card's origin. Oh, this card belongs to a friend of mine. He asked me to manage it and make a deposit. Fantastic. The manager exclaimed, gripping Chen Jing's hand with fervor, his body trembling with excitement. Such a composed and cautious manager had transformed into a child brimming with enthusiasm. My goodness, my entire worldview has just shattered. Who is this friend of yours, Chen Jing? I am astounded beyond measure. I have never seen such a grand display of wealth before. Meanwhile, the onlookers stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on the horrifying figures on the screen, which felt like a bombshell to everyone present. Shortly thereafter, both the bank president and the regional president learned of this extraordinary situation and rushed to the scene. In the bank's conference room, the regional president sat at the head of the table, flanked by the bank president, the manager, and the day's leading lady, Chen Jing. Director Chen, you have truly excelled in managing this matter. At this moment, the bank president wore a broad smile as he gazed at the composed Chen Jing, continuously showering her with praise. I have heard numerous commendable accounts of your achievements at headquarters, and I am both gratified and proud to have someone of your caliber in our bank. The remarkable performance of over 100 billion is unprecedented since our establishment. You are truly a trailblazer. Magnificent, simply magnificent. I am genuinely in awe. Chen Jing, listening to the president's words, offered a slightly awkward smile. In truth, she was acutely aware of how this substantial deal had come about. It was not the result of her own tireless efforts, but rather a favor bestowed upon her by Yi Xian. President, you flatter me. This is merely my duty, and regarding this deposit, as you can see. Chen Jing attempted to shift the conversation toward the matter of Yi Xian's funds, eager to glean the president's perspective. Manager Chen, after discussing the client's deposit requirements, we have decided to offer an annualized rate of 9%. The president chuckled, continuing with enthusiasm. Moreover, we are pleased to extend to this gentleman the privilege of our exclusive black card. At Huaxia Bank, we collaborate with numerous enterprises. Thus, black card holders enjoy lifelong exemption from any fees, alongside substantial discounts on purchases at any establishment. This gentleman will be entitled to supreme VIP treatment at all partner companies and their subsidiaries. As he spoke, the bank president gently handed the already prepared black card to Chen Jing. Nodding in satisfaction, she accepted the card, intending to present it to Yi Xian upon her return. However, the president then regarded Chen Jing with a serious demeanor, causing her to pause in surprise. President, what is this? Chen Jing inquired, taken aback. Without uttering a word, the president rose and looked at her with earnest regard. From this day forth, I have decided that you shall serve as the branch manager. Chapter 19. I was set up by two young girls. Manager? Chen Jing was momentarily stunned, unable to believe the veracity of what she had just heard. Indeed, through this experience, we have unequivocally recognized your capabilities. You are undoubtedly up to the task. The president smiled, presenting her with an employment contract. I hope you will not decline, for you are the most suitable candidate. Upon hearing the president's words, Chen Jing glanced at the previous branch manager, who reassured her. Do not worry about me. I will return to headquarters. I trust you to manage here. The former branch manager smiled and nodded gently. Very well. Seeing the situation unfold, Chen Jing felt she could not refuse any longer. She picked up a pen and signed the contract. That's the spirit. The president clapped his hands together, beaming with satisfaction. After arranging a few transitional tasks, the three of them exited the conference room together. Manager Chun, you must cultivate a good relationship with this gentleman. Having such a client is a privilege for Huaxia Bank. As they walked, the president imparted his earnest advice. Hearing the president refer to her in such a manner, Chen Jing felt somewhat unaccustomed and smiled awkwardly. I'm still getting used to this title, but rest assured, President, I will take good care of this client. That reassures me. The president nodded, and the three approached the awaiting staff. Everyone, please pause your tasks. I have an announcement to make. The employees, who had been engrossed in their work, fell silent at the president's words. From today onward, the branch manager will be Chen Jing. What? In an instant, the staff were left dumbfounded, the news reverberating in their minds like a thunderclap. As they glanced at Chen Jing, their expressions shifted dramatically. It is a great honor to receive the president's trust, and I hope we can all work together to achieve even greater successes. Chen Jing offered a slight bow. Not only the staff, but she herself found it difficult to process the news. After a moment of stunned silence, the employees erupted into jubilant cheers. Congratulations, Manager Chen. With you leading us, we shall undoubtedly forge ahead. Congratulations. We will need to change how we address you. In an instant, the previously solemn faces of the staff lit up with smiles, each extending their congratulations. Very well, I hope you will all cooperate splendidly. We shall take our leave now. The president chuckled, bidding farewell to the group before departing. The former branch manager followed suit, now occupying a position of equal or greater stature, a triumphant smile adorning his face. Once the president and the former manager had departed, those in Chen Jing's group, including Duan Mengfei, excitedly surrounded her, their faces alight with joy. Sister Chen Jing, congratulations. Duan Mengfei exclaimed, enveloping her in a jubilant embrace and bouncing with excitement. Meanwhile, the previously scornful colleagues stood silently to the side, visibly trembling with regret. They couldn't help but feel an overwhelming sense of remorse for their prior words and actions. Had Chen Jing's status remained unchanged, their previous conduct would have had little consequence. However, with her elevation to branch manager, their future days promised to be challenging. At that moment, in the school, it was the intermission between classes. In the principal's office, Zhang Qingjie rose to greet the two young girls as they entered hand in hand. You two have finally arrived. He chuckled, guiding them to chairs. Then, with a warm smile, he prepared tea, his expression tender as he regarded the girls. Sitting on the chair, Yi Jing pouted her lips, nervously eyeing the principal and cautiously inquired, Grandpa Principal, you're not planning to have me write that calligraphy again today, are you? Zhang Qingjie paused, a bittersweet look crossing his face as he regarded the clever and delicate girl before him. The two young girls, with cheeks puffed out, stood ready to flee at any moment. Not at all. How could Grandpa Principal be that kind of person? He hastily waved his hands, anxious that the girls might take offense and escape. Oh, that's a relief. The girls nodded, gradually relaxing as they sat upright in their chairs. Today, Grandpa Principal simply invited you for tea to help you cool off. Really? The two girls exchanged skeptical glances. Of course, Zhang Qingjie said cheerfully as he began brewing a special grade de Hong Pao. At that moment, he felt a twinge of concern, pondering what enjoyment these children could derive from such tea. However, he had procured it from an old friend, hoping it would facilitate a successful endeavor. Grandpa Principal, your brewing technique is incorrect. The two young girls chuckled softly, observing Zhang Qingjie with a knowing shake of their heads. What? Zhang Qingjie stared in astonishment at the two girls before him, bursting into laughter. You two little ones actually understand this? Of course. My father taught me. Yi Jing replied adorably, nodding her little head before continuing. Grandpa Principal, you should first warm the cup, then quickly rinse the tea, steep it after a high pour. And during this time, you should also warm the teapot with hot water. Zhang Qingjie was somewhat taken aback, watching Yi Jing's serious demeanor, feeling a twinge of doubt within. Although the words of these two young girls were not entirely convincing, they did sound rather reasonable. All right, Grandpa Principal will give it a try as you say. Zhang Qingjie chuckled heartily, deciding to follow Yi Jing's instructions. After all, he was requesting the girls' assistance this time, so he might as well indulge them a bit. Yes, just like that. Grandpa Principal is truly clever. Yi Jing exclaimed as she watched Zhang Qingjie in action, showering him with praise. Zhang Qingjie suddenly felt a bit speechless. After all, he was the principal, and today he was being schooled by two little girls. All right, you two, give it a taste. Finally, the tea was ready. Zhang Qingjie first poured a cup for the two girls, then filled one for himself. He too wanted to savor this exquisite tea. However, after just one sip, Zhang Qingjie was instantly stunned. This was far more delicious than any tea he had previously brewed. The two girls also picked up their steaming cups, taking gentle sips, and were momentarily taken aback. Yi Jing stood up, lifted the tea canister, and inhaled the aroma. Zhou Xiaodan followed suit, cradling the canister and smelling it as well. No wonder it doesn't taste good. It seems to pale in comparison to Uncle Ye's tea. Zhou Xiaodan exclaimed innocently upon catching the scent. Yi Jing nodded emphatically beside her. Hearing this, Zhang Qingjie nearly spat out his tea. It really isn't that good. The two girls finished their cups in one go, not lingering any longer, and after bidding farewell, they left the principal's office hand in hand. Grandpa Principal, we're off. Zhang Qingjie nodded absently, still dazed, unable to react for quite some time. This was premium to Hong Pao. How could these two little girls say it was not good? The only tea better than this would be the imperial tribute to Hong Pao, right? Surely, these two little girls could not have tasted the imperial tribute, could they? With this thought, Zhang Qingjie could no longer remain seated and hurriedly called Wang and He. Lao Zhang, how's it going? My premium to Hong Pao is bound to be a success, right? Upon answering the call, Wang An's triumphant voice came through. A success? Zhang Qingjie sighed slightly at this. Don't even mention success. I've been schooled by two little girls. Chapter 20, I still got it. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, followed by Wang An's bewildered inquiry. What is going on? What do you mean by that? Zhang Qingjie sat down, gazing at the still steaming premium de Hong Pao before him, his lips trembling slightly as he spoke. You weren't here. These two girls are simply terrifying. They first corrected my brewing method, detailing how to prepare the tea properly. On the other end of the line, Wang An nearly stumbled, quickly asking, Lao Zhang, you can't be serious, right? You're not losing your mind, are you? Zhang Qingjie remained silent, taking a deep breath after a moment of contemplation. The frightening part was that the method these two little girls taught him genuinely made the tea taste significantly better. No way. Upon hearing this, Wang An was instantly flustered. What kind of elementary school are you at? These are just first-grade girls. They understand tea art? Wang An's voice grew stammering, torn between disbelief and curiosity about the backgrounds of these two little girls. What does that matter? They even said this tea isn't tasty. Zhang Qingjie shrugged helplessly, suddenly feeling that the tea before him had lost its flavor. What the hell? A loud thud echoed from Wang An's end as he dropped his phone in shock. Lao Wang, they said the tea from their father's place is much better. It seemed they were drinking the imperial tribute. Our premium de Hong Pao might not even hold a candle to it. Wang An was at a loss for words, feeling an unsettling flutter in his eyelids. After hanging up, he stared blankly at the numerous calligraphies and paintings adorning the walls, murmuring, what on earth do these two little girls' families do? That evening, Chen Jing sent a message to Yi Xian, saying she would pick up the little girl Yi Jing and bring along the prepared black card. Yi Xian readily agreed, as Chen Jing had been caring for Yi Jing long before he had met her. Later, Chen Jing arrived first at the school gate, and after a while, Yi Jing emerged, bouncing along with her small backpack. Hey, where's Daddy? Yi Jing asked, pouting her little lips in confusion upon seeing Aunt Chen Jing. What? Is it not okay for Auntie to come and pick you up? Chen Jing pretended to be annoyed at the sight of the girl. No, I love Auntie. Yi Jing quickly shook her head, smiling as she grabbed Chen Jing's hand. Chen Jing chuckled and gently pinched Yi Jing's little nose. You, no matter what, must make Auntie happy. As they walked together, admiring the lights along the roadside, Yi Jing excitedly recounted many amusing stories from the past few days. Chen Jing looked at Yi Jing's smiling face with affection, feeling that the girl's spirits had lifted tremendously during this time. It seemed that Yi Xian's arrival had truly made her very happy. She remembered how, in the past, while walking hand in hand with the little girl, seeing other fathers holding their children, the little girl might not have said anything, but there would be a flicker of melancholy in her heart. Yet now, the girl was smiling radiantly. By the way, Aunt Chen Jing, we're going on break soon. Yi Jing giggled as she excitedly shared the school's plans. We finished our exams this afternoon, and tomorrow the teacher will grade the papers and hold a meeting, so we'll be on break starting tomorrow. And in a few days, it will be summer vacation. Yi Jing bounced joyfully, her smile growing brighter at the thought of the upcoming summer break. You little one. Always looking forward to the holidays. As they chatted, they arrived at Villa Number 1, where the beautiful property manager recognized Yi Jing and Chen Jing, promptly granting them access. We're back. With Yi Jing's sweet voice, the two walked into Villa Number 1 together. Yi Xian approached with a smile, taking the little girl's hand and enveloping her in a warm embrace. How did the exam go today? He inquired. Quite well, replied Yi Jing, her large, sparkling eyes twinkling as she nodded enthusiastically. Excellent. Now, go wash up. The hot water is ready, he urged. Okay, Dad. After exchanging words, Yi Xian set Yi Jing down, and she bounced joyfully toward the bathroom. Standing nearby, Chen Jing observed the heartwarming scene, a tender smile gracing her lips. Come, have a seat. With Yi Jing occupied, Yi Xian invited Chen Jing to sit. Sure. The two settled onto the sofa, and Chen Jing gazed earnestly at Yi Xian, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much this time. Your financial assistance has provided me with considerable support. As she spoke, she retrieved a black card from her bag and handed it to Yi Xian. This is at the behest of our bank president, a special black card from Huaxia Bank. featuring a 9 annualized rate and no fees for life. She then elaborated on the card's benefits. Indeed, Yi Xian nodded, simultaneously retrieving a card holder from his drawer. He unzipped it to reveal an array of cards, predominantly gold and similar black cards. After a brief search, he found a space and casually slipped the new black card inside. In an instant, Chun Jing's demeanor shifted. Her eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Yi Xian. Just how wealthy are you? Those cards are not ordinary. I nearly forgot. I'll add you to the parents group chat. You know how schools have those now. Amidst her surprise, Chun Jing recalled the parent group and promptly added Yi Xian. Well, everything is settled now. Jingjing has a day off tomorrow, so I'll be leaving. After finishing her task, Chun Jing waved to Yi Xian, preparing to bid farewell. Stay for dinner first. Yi Xian rose, intending to invite Chun Jing to share a meal. I'll whip something up. It's no trouble at all, and it would be a hassle for you to cook at home. Upon hearing this, Chun Jing looked at Yi Xian in astonishment and asked, You can cook? Why don't I handle it? I can manage the kitchen quite well. Yi Xian replied, a knowing smile playing on his lips, choosing not to comment further. Chun Jing, noticing Yi Xian's expression, glanced at her own urban, fashionable attire and asserted, Don't underestimate me. I rarely eat takeout. I'm quite skilled in the kitchen. Oh, Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively, indicating he understood. Chun Jing rolled her eyes, feeling a touch of defiance. All right then, I'll defer to the host and sample your culinary prowess. After all, she couldn't quite believe that a wealthy magnate like Yi Xian would possess any genuine cooking skills. The previous day's spectacle was still vivid in her mind. That as settled then, I'll start cooking. When Jingjing finishes her bath, could you help her get ready? Certainly, no worries. Chun Jing nodded, and Yi Xian made his way to the kitchen. Before long, Yi Jing had finished her bath, and Chun Jing helped her dry her hair. Upon learning that Yi Xian was cooking, she eagerly tugged Chun Jing toward the kitchen. I wonder if Dad has made a mess of the kitchen. Chun Jing chuckled as she followed the energetic girl. However, before she could finish her thought, they entered the kitchen to behold Yi Xian's fluid and skillful knife work. At that moment, Yi Xian was placing fresh, tender tofu on the cutting board, his knife moving rapidly and evenly as he sliced through it. Having watched numerous cooking videos, Chun Jing immediately recognized he was preparing Yangchu tofu. The precision required for this dish was something even many top chefs struggle to master. Yet, Yi Xian's movements were so smooth that one moment the tofu appeared whole, and the next, it fell into the water like a blossoming flower. Each strand uniform as if measured with a high-precision ruler. Once he finished cutting the tofu, Yi Xian ignited the stove and grabbed a bottle of oil, pouring it deftly into the pan. His adept motions made Chun Jing wonder if he had once been a chef. Chapter 21. Inviting classmates over. It is widely acknowledged that the exceptional skill of Chinese chefs lies in their mastery of oil temperature. Yi Xian adeptly added the tofu to the hot oil, and the pan sizzled in response. Who would have thought? You're quite impressive. Did you train as a chef or earn a culinary certificate? Chun Jing stood nearby, unable to contain her admiration. I've never trained. It's just practice makes perfect. Yi Xian replied with a slight smile as he fished out the tofu. The tofu, expertly cut by Yi Xian, resembled a stunning display of fireworks, intricate and beautiful. This is Yangchu tofu, but I've made a few adjustments to enhance the flavor. As he spoke, Yi Xian continued to prepare the additional ingredients and seasonings. He then pulled out a small pot to begin simmering the sauce needed for the tofu. Before Chun Jing arrived, he had already prepared red leaf radish puree and bonito flakes, which he evenly spread over the fried tofu. The sauce was nearly ready. With a satisfying ding, Yi Xian turned off the heat, pouring the sauce over the tofu. An enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Chun Jing to swallow involuntarily. Finally, he sprinkled some green scallions on top, and the once plain white tofu now appeared transformed. Wow, it smells amazing. Dad, what is this? Yi Jing, on her tiptoes, leaned in eagerly to discover the source of the delectable scent. Don't rush, you'll find out when it's served. Okay, the little girl nodded, a hint of drool forming at the corner of her mouth. Yi Xian then heated the oil again, as the other ingredients were neatly prepared. I'll whip up a few more dishes, just a quick stir-fry will do. He added the beef strips, causing the oil to bubble exuberantly. Chun Jing and Yi Jing nodded, watching intently. Yi Jing was simply curious about what delicious meal Yi Xian was crafting, while Chun Jing stood in awe of his culinary skills. To be honest, the saying goes that different fields are worlds apart. Yet Chun Jing felt no such divide when it came to Yi Xian. Not to mention, a dish so intricate seemed to require little time in his hands. If what he said was true, that it was merely a matter of practice, just how well acquainted with cooking must he be? Countless thoughts raced through Chun Jing's mind, even leading her to question if Yi Xian might be an extraterrestrial. Meanwhile, Yi Xian intensified the heat, swiftly stir-frying the beef strips. Though the beef strips were somewhat coarsely cut, they were remarkably uniform. As Yi Xian continued to stir-fry, the moisture from the beef began to gradually diminish, becoming finer and taking on a deeper hue. Chen Jing could discern that he was preparing dry-fried beef strips. While this dish could merely be categorized as a home-style meal, Yi Xian's technique rendered it utterly unrecognizable. Whereas others would slowly sauté the moisture out of the beef, Yi Xian boldly employed high heat, ceaselessly tossing the meat. The temperature in the kitchen surged as the beef strips began to cook perfectly. Yi Xian slightly reduced the flame, adding various seasonings, including chili strips and sesame seeds. Before resuming his vigorous stir-frying, the beef in the iron wok danced with the movement of the pan, and soon, a dish of visually appealing and aromatic dry-fried beef strips was artfully presented on a plate. Yet, not a single drop of oil was spilled around the kitchen workspace. Chen Jing stood by, utterly astounded, unable to believe her eyes. Even the most skilled chefs would hesitate to execute such a feat. All right, that will suffice for the dishes. I shall prepare some fruit now, Yi Xian declared, washing his hands before retrieving half a watermelon from the freezer. With dexterous skill, he placed it on the cutting board and, using a slightly smaller chef's knife, swiftly removed the rind in mere moments. Remarkably, not a trace of red remained on the rind. It was pristine. Chen Jing gasped in awe once more. What kind of extraordinary talent was this? Was such knife skill truly attainable by a mere mortal? The exquisite blade appeared to come alive in Yi Xian's hands. As he meticulously carved the watermelon flesh into whimsical cartoon shapes, Chen Jing could no longer contain herself, feeling as though her entire worldview had collapsed. This encompassed Chinese cuisine, Japanese culinary techniques, along with knife skills and plating. Yi Xian seemed to master them all, reaching the pinnacle of excellence. Just moments ago, she had doubted Yi Xian's culinary prowess. What a foolish thought, akin to a struggling student questioning a genius's ability to solve problems. At that moment, Chen Jing wished she could find a hole to hide in, overwhelmed by embarrassment. Well, that's enough, let us eat, Yi Xian said, lifting a plate of food and addressing both Yi Jing and Chen Jing. Yay, Yi Jing exclaimed, her excitement palpable as she danced around like a joyous sprite, following Yi Xian out of the kitchen. Meanwhile, Chen Jing remained transfixed, her gaze fixed on the warm stove, her mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with profound astonishment. Later, the three gathered around the dining table, adorned with several vibrant and exquisitely plated dishes, alongside the whimsical watermelon Yi Xian had crafted. Let us eat, Yi Xian said with a smile, picking up a pair of chopsticks and serving a piece of beef to Yi Jing. Thank you, Daddy, Yi Jing beamed, her small hands clumsily maneuvering the chopsticks as she took a bite, her eyes sparkling with delight. Daddy, your cooking is still so delicious. As long as you enjoy it. Yi Xian chuckled affectionately, glancing at the still-dazed Chen Jing. Miss Chen, what troubles you? Oh, nothing at all, Chen Jing quickly responded, forcing a smile as she picked up her own pair of chopsticks. Facing the array of delectable dishes before her, even she, typically quite discerning, felt her appetite awaken. Yet, she still struggled to believe the spectacle she had just witnessed, lifting a piece of tofu. As she brought it to her mouth, she pondered whether it merely appeared appetizing but would taste mediocre. However, as the explosion of rich flavor enveloped her palate, she froze, her chewing abruptly halted. Did you make this? Chen Jing blurted out, her question sounding somewhat foolish and unbidden. Yi Xian looked at her, puzzled, his expression a canvas of questions. Aunt Chen, weren't you watching me cook with Jingjing just a moment ago? Yi Jing chimed in, her small eyes blinking curiously at Chen Jing. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just a bit surprised. It's simply too delicious. Chen Jing realized her earlier question had been rather absurd, and chose to remain silent. At that moment, confronted with the culinary delights before her, she could no longer restrain herself, her chopsticks darting between the various dishes, never pausing. Yet, throughout the dinner, she cast Yi Xian a peculiar gaze, akin to that of someone observing a rare creature. Mr. Yi, thank you for your hospitality, it's getting late, so I must take my leave. Jingjing, make sure to listen to your father. After dinner, Chen Jing wasted no time, bidding farewell to Yi Xian and Yi Jing before departing the villa. Once the table was cleared, Yi Xian settled onto the sofa with a cup of tea, while Yi Jing nestled beside him, donning oversized headphones and lost in music. Perhaps the future was a distant star beyond light years. As the little girl hummed along to her tunes, her head bobbing whimsically, she was utterly endearing. Yi Xian watched her with a smile, glancing at her playlist, which was entirely comprised of songs by Ziqi. Jingjing, do you particularly enjoy the sister-s songs? Upon hearing Yi Xian mention Ziqi, the little girl immediately launched into a flood of anecdotes about her, speaking with greater fluency than she would recite classical poetry. Yes, I adore Sister Ziqi. Many of my classmates do too. Xiaodan is also a huge fan of hers. Yi Xian nodded, suddenly recalling that some classmates had mentioned in the parents' group that they were attending Ziqi's concert and inquired if anyone would join them. Jingjing. ISNT sister Ziqi having a concert soon? Yes. Yijing thought for a moment, then nodded eagerly. Tomorrow evening, and it's right in Jinling. Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she spoke. Yet, the thought crossed her mind that attending might be impossible, as she had heard some classmates mention that tickets had long been sold out. Yixian noticed the shift in her expression and gently ruffled her hair. Let us go see it. We'll invite all your classmates. Dad, is that really true? The little girl's eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at Yixian with wonder. Of course, why would I lie? Yay, Daddy, I love you. Realizing Yixian was not jesting, Yijing impulsively planted a kiss on his cheek. I'll call Xiao Dan right away. Yijing's first thought was to contact her friend to share the delightful news. Go ahead. Yixian smiled as he watched her pull out her phone to call Zhou Xiao Dan, and then he took out his own phone, dialing Bai Ling Yigo. What can I do for you? Answered Bai Ling with utmost respect as soon as the call connected. Bai Ling, could you help me procure a few tickets? Afterwards, Yixian communicated in the parents group, informing all the parents that he would be inviting all the students to attend Ziqi's concert the following day, and that he would arrange transportation for them on that day. The parents, upon reading this message on their phones, were utterly astounded. Is this real? Zhou Sheng and Sun Yi, gazing at their phone screens, were equally dumbfounded. How did Mr. Yi manage to procure so many tickets? Sun Yi, in astonishment, couldn't help but ask. Zhou Sheng found himself at a loss for words momentarily, but soon sighed in resignation. There's no need for doubt. Mr. Yi is quite extraordinary, and such feats are merely child's play for him. The other parents, upon encountering this news, were even more astonished. The recently joined father of Yijing was particularly taken aback. After a brief silence, the parents' group erupted with excitement. Is this truly happening? We are immensely grateful. My daughter has been clamoring to see Ziqi's concert, but tickets are already sold out. Mr. Yi is incredibly generous. My son, upon hearing this news, nearly turned the house upside down. Oh, I scarcely know what to say. On behalf of the children, I extend my heartfelt thanks to Mr. Yi. In no time, the parents' group was filled with expressions of gratitude, their hearts brimming with appreciation and curiosity for the enigmatic father of Yijing. At this moment, the little girl Yijing was equally ecstatic. Yixian had already regaled her with several stories, her eyes wide with rapt attention. Daddy, I can't seem to fall asleep. Yijing squinted her eyes, looking bashfully at Yixian. All right, that's perfectly normal. Yixian chuckled lightly, tucking her into her blanket. When I was a child, my teacher informed us we would be going on a spring outing the next day, and I was just as excited as you. Really? The little girl looked at Yixian with a hint of disbelief, suddenly curious about her father's childhood. Daddy, could you tell me stories from when you were little? Yixian, upon seeing the eager glint in her eyes, nodded with a smile. All right, let me tell you about my childhood. As she listened to Yixian's amusing tales, the little girl erupted into peals of laughter like the sound of silver bells, soon drifting off into slumber. The following day, in the evening, Yixian surveyed a table brimming with snacks and desserts and beckoned to Yijing, who was still munching on half a biscuit. Jing, come here and help Daddy pack these up. Tonight, everyone will have a bag to share with their classmates. Okay, Yijing responded in a sweet, childlike voice, her sparkling eyes revealing her undeniable excitement. After all, this time, not only was she attending Ziqi's concert, but she would also be sharing the experience with her classmates. What a delightful occasion it was. Filled with anticipation for the concert, Yijing assisted Yixian, swiftly completing the packing. Let us head out. Yixian slung Yijing's little backpack over his shoulder and extended his large hand. The little girl beamed sweetly, taking hold of Yixian's hand, suddenly recalling her friends, Zhou Xiaodan and the others. Daddy, what about Xiaodan and her friends? Yixian, holding Yijing's tiny hand, chuckled. Do not worry, Jing. I've arranged for someone to pick up your classmates. At that moment, at the entrance of a neighborhood in Jinling, a couple was waiting with their daughter, who was Yijing's classmate, for Yixian's designated person to arrive for the concert. The couple exchanged wide-eyed glances, still grappling with their astonishment. They could hardly believe that Yijing's father was so extravagant, having just completed their exams. He invited their daughter and the entire class to see Ziqi's concert. Sweetheart, remember to take good care of yourself when you go, be obedient, and don't cause any trouble for others. The girl's mother admonished as she adjusted her daughter's clothing and backpack. Don't worry, Mommy. The girl nodded enthusiastically, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Meanwhile, the girl's father was scanning the surroundings, curiously remarking, they mentioned a car would come to pick us up, but I don't see any private vehicles around. As he spoke, the girl's father looked towards the mother and daughter, pausing before suggesting, shall we just take our daughter ourselves? It might be better not to trouble them. The girl's mother nodded in agreement. I think that's a good idea. They're inviting so many classmates to the concert. It wouldn't be polite to keep imposing on them. As the girl's father was about to fetch their car, he noticed a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked nearby. Seeing such a vehicle, he couldn't help but halt, examining it closely. Wow, this truly is a world-class luxury car. It looks absolutely magnificent. The design, the exterior, the grandeur. The girl's father effusively praised the Rolls-Royce, while the girl's mother wiped the sweat from her brow and hurriedly interrupted him. What are you doing? Don't let them think you've never seen a car before. The girl's father awkwardly nodded, scratching his head. I was just curious. You know I love studying cars. All right, enough chit-chat. Hurry and bring the car around. Got it. The man made an okay gesture and was about to turn to fetch the vehicle when the driver of the Rolls-Royce Phantom approached them. Excuse me, is this little Xiaolin? I'm here to pick her up. The driver rolled down the window, smiling at the couple and their daughter. Uncle, that's me. Xiaolin beamed, nodding her head, and then saw several classmates already seated in the back of the car. This sight made the couple tremble, nearly losing their balance. Before them was a Rolls-Royce Phantom, the pinnacle of luxury cars worldwide. Yet, Mr. Yi had arranged such a high-end vehicle for transportation. It was almost too much for them to comprehend. Sweetheart, remember to behave when you get there. After a moment, the girl's mother finally came to her senses and smiled as she helped her daughter into the car. The girl's father stood there, utterly dumbfounded, hardly daring to breathe, unable to fathom what kind of individual could afford such lavishness. Goodbye, Mommy and Daddy. Xiaolin joyfully hopped into the car, joining her classmates. The couple watched as the Rolls-Royce gradually drove away, standing there in a daze, allowing the rushing wind to sweep across their faces. After a brief pause, the girl's father suddenly inhaled sharply, his eyes filled with profound astonishment. What kind of being is this? Chapter 23. This is a bombshell. The girl's father, now drenched in sweat, couldn't fathom how a mere child pickup could warrant such an extravagant vehicle. Just how wealthy could this person possibly be? Sigh. To manage to acquire so many tickets in such a short time, and to invite the entire class to the concert, is certainly not something an ordinary person could achieve. At this moment, the voice of the girl's mother trembled slightly. The situation at hand had truly exceeded their imagination. Although it was evident from this incident that Yi Xian was extraordinary, neither of them had anticipated that they had grossly underestimated others by countless degrees. Outside the concert venue, despite there being some time before the event commenced, the area was already teeming with people. Crowds gathered around the ticket booth, comprising those who had secured tickets, those who had not, and many scalpers selling tickets at exorbitant prices. The fortunate ticket holders lined up to enter the venue, their faces radiant with joy. In stark contrast, those without tickets huddled together, their spirits dampened. Alas, I made a reservation early, yet I couldn't snag a ticket. What bad luck. It's so difficult. I wonder how others managed to get theirs. Why can't we buy tickets from scalpers? As the crowd lamented, an incongruous voice emerged from within. Scalper tickets? Are you joking? Paying tens of times the original price. Would you buy that? It's because of these rascals that we can't get tickets. If you've got the money, go ahead and buy. At that moment, a scene outside the venue captured the attention of many. A group of children stood in a clearing outside, quickly forming two neat lines. In front were Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, directing the order. Classmates, don't run around. Once we're all set, we'll prepare to go in. The previously excited children fell silent upon hearing Yi Jing's voice, standing still and orderly. Xiaodan, please count and see if everyone is here. Zhou Xiaodan nodded gently in response, counting from the back to the front, then raised her little hand. All present. Wonderful. Yi Jing grinned widely, then retrieved the snacks Yi Xian had prepared earlier, distributing them alongside Zhou Xiaodan. Each of you gets a bag. No need to rush. In no time, each child held a beautifully packaged snack, filled with an assortment of treats, including popcorn and cookies. Thank you, class leader. Thank you, vice class leader. The children, clutching their snacks, looked up at Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan with excitement, collectively expressing their gratitude. All right, we can go in now. All preparations are complete. The two girls announced as they led the throng of children towards the ticket checkpoint. Stay close. Don't wander off. This scene elicited smiles from many onlookers, who couldn't help but beam at the sight. These children, behaving like little adults, were indeed very obedient. Yes, they're queuing up before entering. Absolutely adorable. Ha ha. These little ones are just too well behaved. Compared to those rascals in my neighborhood, they're simply delightful. The crowd's attention was largely drawn to these children, who were receiving praises for their good behavior. Meanwhile, Yi Xian discreetly trailed behind, watching over them to ensure none fell behind and to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Before long, the children reached the ticket checkpoint, where the staff beamed at them with affectionate smiles. Upon entering the concert venue, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan guided the children directly to the central area, which boasted the best seats in the entire venue. Once they settled in, the surrounding audience began to notice this section, their expressions shifting to sheer astonishment. Aren't these the children we just saw outside? This is the inner area? I'm baffled. How did they manage this? They can't possibly be child performers for the concert, right? No, the performers should be backstage. And these kids aren't even in matching outfits. Observers gazed in disbelief as the children occupied a substantial portion of the prime seats in the concert's inner area, struggling to articulate their astonishment. The concert featuring Ziki was already notorious for being nearly impossible to secure tickets for, especially for the inner area, which was not only hard to come by, but also pricey. If this were a group of adults or even high school students, there wouldn't be as much shock. Yet here stood a gaggle of mere children. What on earth had they done to achieve such a feat? It seemed these little ones came from extraordinary backgrounds. It appears they're from the same class. I just heard someone mention the class leader and vice class leader. From the same class? I'm utterly confused. Not only were others astonished, but the children themselves were equally mesmerized by their surroundings. Their eyes sparkled as they took in the dazzling lights and the grand stage ahead. Captivated by the spectacle, the snacks in their hands remained untouched. As the crowd swelled, the concert soon commenced. The lights and music burst forth simultaneously, and a melodious voice resonated from the nearby speakers. Hello, dear friends in the audience. How are you? Ziki, adorned in a resplendent robe, gracefully stepped onto the stage with a microphone in hand. An eruption of fervent cheers and thunderous applause filled the venue. Ziki, Sister Ziki, we love you. Oh. Ziki's attire exuded an ethereal quality, quickly making her the focal point of the vast audience. Ladies and gentlemen, our first song is one you all know well. I hope you'll join me in igniting this night. As Ziki concluded her opening remarks, a familiar melody filled the air. The fans were instantly ignited, waving their glow sticks and support signs like a vast ocean. As Ziki's angelic voice flowed through the microphone, the audience erupted into a massive sing-along. Each person's eyes gleaming with excitement, the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The children, too, were caught up in the fervor. Many familiar with the song began to hum along. Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, while humming, opened their snack bags and started munching on popcorn. The moment the popcorn bag was torn open, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. The scent of buttery popcorn, slightly caramelized, permeated every mind present, causing the nearby children to glance at their own snack bags, opening them to savor the treats. As the entire class of children unwrapped their snacks, the concert venue was enveloped in an enticing fragrance that captivated everyone's senses. Many around them, upon catching a whiff, couldn't help but swallow hard. Voices rising in startled discussion. What are these children eating? It smells absolutely divine. My goodness, I'm not even hungry. Yet why does this aroma make my stomach rumble? Alas, my popcorn and soda have lost their appeal. The children, blissfully unaware of the surrounding voices, were wholly absorbed in the melodious strains of Ziki's song, relishing the delectable snacks in their hands. It was unclear whether the snacks were simply too fragrant or if they were merely too close to the stage. But even Ziki herself caught a whiff of the enticing aroma wafting through the air. How delightful it was! As Ziki held the microphone and sang, her gaze wandered to the snacks clutched by the little ones, nearly causing her to swallow her own saliva. As a self-proclaimed foodie, she could discern, through years of culinary experience, that the treats in the children's hands were sinfully sweet. Strangely, observing the children's enjoyment made her feel a twinge of envy. For her, these snacks were akin to tantalizing little bombs of flavor. No, I must maintain my composure. Chapter 24. Wait a moment. Young lady, what did you say? Ziki, seizing a moment to catch her breath, swallowed hard. After all, this was her concert tour, and she had to hold it together. At that moment, the chorus of thousands had concluded. Following a series of soothing melodies, an abrupt rhythm of drums rang out. This is Ziki's signature song. The fans, upon hearing the familiar prelude, erupted in cheers, memories etched in their DNA flooding back. This is my favorite song. Indeed. Mine too. It's even my ringtone. This song is incredibly challenging. Only a vocal queen like Ziki could possibly master it. The audience grew increasingly exhilarated. Ziki's performance reached its zenith, her soaring high notes piercing the atmosphere, resonating throughout the venue. In a short while, the concert experienced wave after wave of climactic moments, ultimately culminating in a grand finale. As the crowd gradually exited the venue, a throng of children also emerged. However, as soon as they stepped outside, many approached, their faces alight with smiles, eagerly inquiring, "Children, where did you buy those snacks?" They were given by the class monitor. The children's faces beamed with satisfaction as they all turned their gazes toward Yi Jing. Following the children's lead, the onlookers also shifted their attention. "Little girl, how did you come by those?" The crowd's expressions were filled with anticipation, for the allure of those snacks was undeniably potent. "My father made them for me." Yi Jing pouted her lips and replied with a grin. "All right." The crowd chuckled in resignation upon hearing this, realizing there was nothing they could do if that were the case. Just then, Yi Xian approached the children, and Yi Jing immediately leaped into his embrace. Children, did you enjoy today? Yi Xian affectionately ruffled Yi Jing's hair and addressed the surrounding little ones. We had a blast. Thank you, uncle. We're so happy. And the snacks you made were simply delicious. Yi Xian nodded, a gentle smile gracing his lips. No need to thank me. Your happiness is what matters. As he spoke, he glanced at the time and added, It's about time. Shall we go for a meal together? Yes. The children chorused excitedly. Thus, Yi Xian led them to dine, driving to a nearby Wanda Plaza, where he parked the extended Rolls-Royce Phantom. Children, follow me. Upon disembarking, the children promptly arranged themselves into 2 neat rows, trailing behind Yi Xian toward a nearby restaurant. Meanwhile, backstage at the concert, Ziki was in the midst of removing her makeup when her manager hurriedly approached. Ziki, how did it go today? The manager inquired, a smile illuminating his face as he observed Ziki at the vanity. It went quite well. Ziki nodded slightly, and then asked with curiosity, by the way, why were there so many children in the center of the venue today? Upon hearing this, the manager clapped his hands and exclaimed, Indeed, I came specifically for that reason. Those tickets were requested by the chairman of Hawaii Entertainment. Now, I need to trouble you to change into another outfit and bring some gifts. At this point, the manager's expression grew somewhat serious, indicating that this was no trivial matter. Understood. Ziki nodded, fully aware of the importance of such requests. At Wanda Plaza, the children gathered in a large private room of a restaurant, their spirits high as they reminisced about the day's events. Today was absolutely amazing. I never imagined we would get to see Ziki's concert. Yes, we owe it all to Uncle Yi. Uncle Yi is truly remarkable. The snacks he made were delicious. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door. The dishes are coming so quickly. Yi Jing, closest to the door, exclaimed as she made her way toward it. However, upon opening the door, she was momentarily taken aback. The figure at the entrance was no mere waiter delivering food, but an enchanting silhouette. This graceful figure bent slightly, smiling at Yi Jing, her angelic face causing the little girl to gasp in awe. With a radiant smile, her exquisite features and flawless complexion exuded an indescribable beauty intertwined with a playful charm. Ziki, noticing Yi Jing's stunned expression, found her irresistibly adorable and gently pinched her cheek. Inquiring softly, Little sister, is Director Yi in this room? Yi Jing, still entranced by the presence of her idol, could only stammer, Are you looking for my daddy? Sister Ziki? Daddy? Ziki now found herself momentarily flabbergasted, gazing at this charming little girl, unable to resist pinching her cheek once more. Is this truly Director Yi's daughter? She's absolutely adorable. Ziki thought to herself, slightly astonished by Yi Jing's cuteness. Sister Ziki, is it really you? Please come in. Realizing the identity of her visitor, Yi Jing's excitement surged as she hurriedly stepped aside to usher Ziki into the private room. Meanwhile, the other children, who had been chatting, turned their attention towards the door upon hearing the commotion. However, upon seeing the newcomer, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. The once lively room fell into a stunned silence. My goodness! Someone gasped in amazement, and in an instant, the entire room erupted in excitement. It's Sister Ziki. It's real, not a dream. How did Sister Ziki come here? The children's faces were aglow with joy as they beheld the tangible presence of Ziki before them, their astonishment leaving them speechless. The idol they had just seen performing on stage now stood right in front of them, and how could they not be amazed? In a heartbeat, the children surged toward Ziki in unison. Sister Ziki, we adore you. Yi Xian, observing the scene, turned to Ziki and smiled, saying, They all really love you. Ziki smiled gently, her lips forming a delicate curve as she tenderly caressed the little ones nestled in her embrace. I can see it. Observing the eager gazes of the young girls beside her, Ziki bent down and cheerfully proposed, Let us take a group photo together. Sure, use my phone. Upon hearing the suggestion, Yi Jing eagerly retrieved her phone. Ziki glanced at it and thought to herself, what a splendid device this little girl possesses. Accepting Yi Jing's phone, Ziki crouched down beside the group of girls and captured several delightful snapshots. Meanwhile, Yi Xian approached with a cheerful demeanor, looking at everyone with a smile, and said to Ziki, Hand me the phone. I'll take a picture of all of you. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Ziki nodded appreciatively and passed the phone to Yi Xian. All right, children, gather around and stand properly. As she spoke, Ziki wrapped her arms around both Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan, while the other children stood beside them, striking an array of amusing poses, their faces adorned with genuine smiles. 1, 2, 3, cheese. With that, a flash illuminated the scene, and the sound of the shutter captured a moment filled with children surrounding Ziki in joyful camaraderie. After the photo shoot, the children, still reluctant to part ways, clamored for Ziki's autograph. Ziki, radiating warmth and enthusiasm, felt a surge of happiness as she beheld the adorable figures before her, never anticipating such affection from the children. Ziki Jia. I want to take a picture with you alone. I want your autograph. Can you teach me to sing? The children clamored around Ziki, their eyes sparkling with childlike excitement. All right, little ones, I have some small gifts for you today. Just then, Ziki's phone chimed with a message from her assistant, announcing the arrival of the gifts. She waved to the children with a smile. Gifts. Upon hearing that their beloved Ziki Jia had presents for them, the children's excitement escalated to a level beyond description. Ziki Jia is so wonderful. We love you. Ziki Jia is truly an angel. Ah, I'm so happy today. The children's faces radiated pure joy, while Ziki gently patted the heads of the nearby girls. Ah, they're here. Accompanied by a few staff members, her assistant arrived with beautifully wrapped gift boxes. Inside were Ziki's signed photographs, figurines, and co-branded headphones. These treasures were coveted items within Ziki's fan circle, yet she had prepared a gift box for each child. The children's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the boxes adorned with Ziki's stunning images, erupting into cheers of delight. Come, children, each of you gets one. Ziki laughed as she picked up 2 gift boxes, playfully shaking them before handing them to the 2 closest children. Meanwhile, her assistant helped distribute the gifts. And soon every child held a charming little box in their hands. Did you have fun today? Xuan observed the heartwarming scene and smiled gently. Yes, the children shouted in unison, just as the waitstaff began bringing out the dishes. Are you all ready to eat? I shall take my leave then. Ziki waved goodbye as she noticed the meal was about to be served. Ziki Jia, don't go. Let us have a meal together. Yi Jing, with her wide, innocent eyes, pulled gently at Ziki's skirt with reluctance. The children all adore you. Please stay for dinner. Yi Xian stood up, inviting Ziki to join them. All right. Ziki beamed, recognizing the hopeful glimmer in the children's eyes, knowing she could not refuse them. Wonderful. Ziki Jia, I have snacks for you. Please have some. Zhou Xiaodan eagerly produced several unopened snack packages she had saved from earlier and rushed to hand them to Ziki. Thank you, little sister. Ziki graciously accepted the snacks, recalling how enticing they looked while she was singing on stage, now making her mouth water at the memory. The sweet aroma was utterly irresistible, a true delight. With a swift motion, Ziki tore open a pack of cookies, savoring the taste as if electrified. The flavor was astonishingly delightful. She could hardly believe such scrumptious cookies existed in the world. The rich egg yolk flavor combined with a crispy texture completely captivated her. Where can I buy these? Ziki inquired, glancing at Zhou Xiaodan and Yi Jing, astonished that these snacks were even more delectable than the expensive confections she ordered from upscale patisseries. Hee, Ziki Jia. My dad made these. Yi Jing replied with a silly grin, glancing at Yi Xian, who was sipping tea nearby. Your father, Mr. Yi. Ziki gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth in surprise. Even her wildest imagination could not have conjured the idea that such delicious treats were crafted by Mr. Yi himself. Subsequently, Ziki sat amidst the children, sharing laughter while enjoying the remaining snacks, creating a blissful atmosphere. As various cold dishes began to arrive, the large table in the private room soon overflowed with an array of delectable offerings, each more tantalizing than the last. Their vibrant colors and enticing aromas making it impossible to resist. Yet, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan remained unfazed, for compared to Yi Xian's culinary creations, these dishes were merely ordinary. All right, let us eat. As the dishes continued to be served, Yi Xian cheerfully beckoned the children to dig in. The children obediently returned to their seats beside Ziki. As they beheld the mouth-watering array of food, several little ones began enthusiastically serving dishes into Ziki's bowl. Ziki Jia must be tired after singing for so long. You should eat more. Yes, Ziki Jia, these dishes smell so good. What kind of food do you like to eat, Ziki Jia? While serving Ziki, the children bombarded her with a flurry of questions. Ziki, gazing at their innocent, joyful faces, happily answered their inquiries while enjoying her meal. Before long, the delightful feast concluded amidst laughter and chatter. After the meal, Ziki accompanied Yi Xian and the others to the exit. Upon reaching the entrance, she was taken aback by the astonishing sight before her. Even someone as seasoned as Ziki, who had graced international stages, could not help but gasp in awe. Before her was a fleet of luxurious vehicles, gazing at the convoy composed entirely of Rolls-Royce Phantoms. Ziki felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. Goodbye, Ziki Jia. At that moment, the children began to climb into the cars, waving and smiling at her in farewell. Goodbye, little ones. Ziki finally came to her senses, her face beaming with a radiant smile as she waved goodbye to each of the children. You must study diligently. And perhaps in the future, if given the opportunity, Sister Ziki will invite you all to attend a concert again. All right? All right. The children immediately erupted with excitement, enthusiastically waving at Ziki. Thank you. We're leaving now, Yi Xian said with a smile, standing beside her to bid farewell. Okay, Mr. Yi, goodbye. Ziki replied with a sweet smile. Yi Xian nodded, taking the hands of Zhou Xiaodan and Yi Jing, and they climbed into one of the Rolls Royces. Yixian intended to escort Xiaodan home. As Ziki watched the convoy disappear into the city's dazzling lights, an indescribable sense of awe surged within her. Truly, Mr. Yi is remarkable. After a moment, Ziki managed to regain her composure and couldn't help but exclaim in wonder as she approached a nearby luxury car. The current task of the convoy was to return the children home, while Yixian drove directly towards the Yulong Tinga Villa area with Yijing. One little girl was dropped off at the entrance of her community by a Rolls-Royce, and upon seeing her bouncing along with her small backpack and a gift box, the driver, wearing sunglasses, couldn't help but smile as he drove away. "Mommy, Daddy, I'm back," the little girl exclaimed as she entered her home with a cheerful voice. Xiaomei is back. The couple, hearing her voice, hurried to the door and were greeted by their daughter, who was beaming and holding a small gift box. "Xiaomei, did you have a good day?" her father asked as he picked her up, his eyes filled with affectionate delight. "I had so much fun. Sister Ziki even shared a meal with us today. This is a gift from Sister Ziki, and everyone got one." As she spoke, Xiaomei hugged the gift box tightly, her eyes sparkling with joy. "That is wonderful." Her father laughed, but her mother suddenly sensed something was amiss. "Wait, did you say Sister Ziki had lunch with you? And she gave you these gifts?" Chapter 25, Second Sister, Fifth Sister. Xiaomei's father finally realized, sharing the same puzzled expression as her mother as they looked at Xiaomei. "Yes. We even took a photo with Sister Ziki today, and there's her autograph in my little backpack. It's so beautiful." The couple exchanged glances, their expressions filled with disbelief. Just as they were about to inquire further, a notification sound rang from the phone. At that moment, Yixian had shared all the photos from that evening in the parents' group chat. The parents looked at the photos, and coupled with the children's descriptions, they were instantly taken aback. These photos included those taken at the concert venue and in the private dining room. The seats their children occupied at the concert were indeed the best in the entire venue, right in the center of the inner area. What was even more astonishing was that such coveted seats were completely filled by this class of children. The photos from the restaurant further left the parents gasping in disbelief. A superstar like Ziki had genuinely done as the children claimed, not only bringing gifts but also sharing a meal and taking photos with them. The parents of the little girl held their phones, trembling slightly in disbelief. Who exactly is this Mr. Yi? His influence is extraordinary. The little girl's mother was stunned for a moment before letting out a gasp. Meanwhile, Zhou Sheng was also listening to Zhou Xiaodan recount the day's events. Equally astonished, looking at the photos, Zhou Sheng couldn't help but think that Mr. Yi was indeed incredibly powerful, not to mention securing those seats. Simply having such a renowned star as Ziki dine with the children was something beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. "By the way, Xiaodan, how did you do on your exam?" Zhou Sheng remembered the recently concluded test and asked Xiaodan. "It was okay," Xiaodan replied with a silly grin, giving a thumbs up, her confidence radiating. "Well, my little girl is amazing." Zhou Sheng chuckled, lifting Xiaodan into his arms and planting a kiss on her cheek. Then he asked again, "By the way, sweetheart, the parent-teacher meeting is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, right?" "Yes." At the same time, Yixian returned to Villa Number 1 with Yijing. Upon arriving home, the little girl eagerly informed Yixian about the upcoming parent-teacher meeting. "Daddy, will you come to the meeting for me?" Her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Yixian. "Don't worry, Jingjing, Daddy will definitely be there." Yixian affectionately ruffled her little face, nodding emphatically. The next morning, Yijing woke up early and changed her clothes, for today was the day of the school cleanup. "Daddy, do we have any rags at home? We need them for the cleanup today." "Yes." Yixian promptly fetched a brand new rag and handed it to Yijing. "Jingjing, would you like Daddy to accompany you?" Upon hearing that Yixian wanted to join her, Yijing shook her head. "It's all right, Daddy, we can manage." "All right." Jingjing is wonderful. Once everything was ready, Yixian had Tang Hao take the little girl to school. Although there were no classes that day, most of the children came to school for the cleanup, a customary practice before the holidays to cultivate their sense of responsibility. After a morning of hard work, with Yijing and Zhou Xiaodan leading the way, their class was the first to complete the task flawlessly. By noon, Aunt Chen arrived at the school gate to take the two girls home for lunch. "Aunt Chen, haven't you been busy lately?" Yijing observed that Aunt Chen seemed to have more free time and tilted her little head to ask. Aunt Chen smiled wryly, thinking to herself that with how generous your father has been, our bank's performance has soared. "Not at all. There's nothing much going on lately. It's all right to take a little break." "Okay." Yijing nodded, her smile radiant. She was glad to see Aunt Chen finally getting some well-deserved rest, especially after such a long period of busyness. "All right, you two girls go wash your hands first. I'll bring the food over." Once they arrived at Aunt Chen's house, she urged the girls to wash their hands while she headed to the kitchen to prepare the meal she had made in advance for them. After lunch, the two girls settled down to watch television while Aunt Chen went to take a shower. On this scorching afternoon, even indoors, the heat was palpable. The two girls sat on the sofa like two exquisite dolls, quietly engrossed in the television. Suddenly, Aunt Chin's phone rang, and the sound piqued the girls' curiosity. They picked up the phone and, without hesitation, answered a video call. To their surprise, two little heads appeared on the screen, eagerly leaning in. Their adorable eyes twinkled as they smiled, revealing their charming dimples. One girl radiated exuberance while the other appeared a bit shy, yet both were undeniably exquisite, resembling the little princesses from a fairy tale. "Aunt Chin, where's my sister?" One of the girls, upon establishing the video call, urgently inquired. At that moment, they realized that the person before them was neither Aunt Chin nor their familiar figure, but rather Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodian. Yi Jing, upon recognizing the two before her, quickly identified them as her second sister, Yi Xia, and her fifth sister, Yi Shi. "Sister, is that you? How wonderful. I've been looking for you," Yi Xia exclaimed, brimming with excitement as she shared their plans to visit in a few days. "Really? That's fantastic." Yi Jing felt a surge of joy upon learning that her two younger sisters would be coming. "By the way, where are our second, third, and fourth sisters?" Yi Jing then noticed the absence of the other two sisters on the screen and casually asked. "Well, Annie Yun was also invited to the enclosed area, but could only take two with her. I lost at rock, paper, scissors to Xiaoxi, so we had to stay in the city," Yi Xia explained, her words flowing as she continued, while Yi Shi nodded in agreement, occasionally speaking in a soft voice. Filled with anticipation for their upcoming visit, Yi Xia embraced her sister Yi Shi, and they both gazed at Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodian with beaming smiles. "All right, sister, we'll see you in a few days. Aunt Yuyin is taking us to the amusement park now," Yi Xia said, shaking Yi Shi excitedly while glancing back at the screen. "Sister, we have to hang up now. Bye-bye." With that, Yi Xia hastily ended the call. Yi Jing was left speechless. Her second sister was as impulsive as ever, while the fifth sister remained her usual shy self. She had intended to inform them about Yi Xian, but before she could utter a word, her second sister's hasty nature led to the call being cut short. Previously, she had chosen to keep the truth about their father hidden, uncertain of what kind of person he was. Just then, Aunt Chin emerged from the bathroom, observing the two girls engrossed in their television show, and smiled. "Jingjing, Xiaodian. You've been cleaning all morning. You must be exhausted. Go take a good nap." "Okay, Aunt Chin," the two girls replied sweetly, taking each other's hands obediently as they headed to Aunt Chin's room to rest. Later that evening, Yi Xian arrived to pick up Yi Jing. After returning to the villa, Yi Jing eagerly pulled out a perfect score test paper from her bag and raced into Yi Xian's embrace. "Dad, look, I scored full marks this time." Yi Xian, smiling as he accepted the paper, admired the bright red ticks and Yi Jing's neat handwriting, giving her a thumbs up. "Jingjing, you're amazing." "Hee hee, thank you, Dad," Yi Jing replied, then turned serious, looking directly at Yi Xian. "Dad, don't forget about the parent-teacher meeting tomorrow afternoon." Yi Xian chuckled softly, gently ruffling her hair. "Don't worry, I won't forget." Time flew swiftly, and soon it was midday the next day. Yi Jing had already arrived at school, and Yi Xian set off early as well. Chapter 26. Hey, take a look. Tang Hao was driving a Rolls-Royce, ferrying Yi Xian to school. Although they had left early, unforeseen circumstances arose. As they approached an elevated bridge, the vehicle gradually came to a halt. Upon glancing ahead, they found a long line of cars, unmoving. "That's odd. This road usually doesn't have traffic jams," Tang Hao remarked, stepping out of the car to check the situation. "Brother Yi, let me go see. Please wait here." Yi Xian nodded, and Tang Hao walked ahead. After a while, he returned, dejected. "Sigh. There's been an accident up ahead. It seems we won't be moving anytime soon." Hearing this, Yi Xian furrowed his brow slightly and exited the car to assess the situation. Upon seeing the gridlock, he sighed, leaning against the car as he made a phone call. After hanging up, his expression relaxed considerably. Meanwhile, a male driver noticed Yi Xian leaning beside the luxurious Rolls-Royce and couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother, you're quite successful at a young age. What's the rush?" Yi Xian glanced at him, smiling. "I'm on my way to a parent-teacher meeting for my daughter. It looks like I'll be late." A woman nearby, overhearing their conversation, shook her head in resignation. "Well, there's nothing we can do. Such traffic jams are unpredictable. This road is usually quite smooth, but an accident is truly a disaster." She then looked at Yi Xian with concern, adding, "By the way, young man, I have a folding bike in my car. If you don't mind, you can use it in the meantime." Yi Xian regarded the woman appreciatively, smiling as he replied, "Thank you, but no need. Someone will be here to pick me up shortly." The onlookers erupted in laughter, one of them teasing, "Brother, what are you thinking? Who is coming to pick you up in this mess? Yeah, with traffic like this, who could possibly reach you? Not even a motorcycle could get through." The crowd was clearly skeptical, but soon enough, the sound of helicopter blades whirring overhead caught their attention. As they looked up, they were astonished to see a large armed helicopter soaring through the sky. "It's a helicopter. The crowd gasped in unison, their expressions a mix of disbelief. How could a helicopter possibly appear here, especially an armed one? Impossible. I've lived here for so many years and have never seen an armed helicopter. One person exclaimed. Could it be that the military is involved due to the accident? Wait, could it be related to the brother heading to the parent-teacher meeting? At that moment, someone turned to Xuan, noticing a faint smile on his lips. What are you thinking? Even if you're wealthy, such treatment is unheard of. Yeah, it's just a traffic jam. Missing a parent-teacher meeting doesn't warrant such a spectacle. The crowd began to murmur among themselves, excitement bubbling as they speculated. Meanwhile, in the helicopter, a resolute-looking young man with sharp features and piercing eyes scanned the scene below. Before long, he spotted the Rolls-Royce Phantom and instructed the pilot. Head this way. I see, Brother Yi. Understood. The driver responded with a nod and slowly maneuvered to the side. While the crowd was still engaged in animated discussions, someone suddenly spotted a helicopter approaching and shouted, Look, the helicopter is coming. By the time the words were uttered, the helicopter had already hovered above the crowd, its doors swinging open as Bai Xing waved at Xuan. Brother Yi, I'm here. Xuan nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to the people beside him with a smile. Thank you all for your kindness. I shall take my leave now. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, their eyes widening in astonishment at Xuan's calm demeanor. Gasping in disbelief. No way. The helicopter is truly here to pick him up. In an instant, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. It was unfathomable that an armed helicopter would descend to fetch a young man. The scene was so surreal that several drivers pinched themselves, only to realize this was indeed reality. My heavens, what on earth is his identity? At that moment, everyone's gaze fixated on Xuan, unable to comprehend that this astounding event was actually transpiring. Yet, questions lingered. With vehicles on the overpass, how could the helicopter land? Especially at a height of 6 or 7 meters. How could he possibly ascend? Just as the crowd pondered this, Xuan propelled himself with a powerful kick, leaping onto the helicopter with ease, landing gracefully on its surface. Goodness, is he even human? What kind of being is this? That's a height of 6 or 7 meters. Today was indeed extraordinary, as if my worldview were being reshaped repeatedly. The crowd below stood in stunned silence, their mouths agape, rubbing their eyes in disbelief, their minds utterly blank. This defied all logic, yet for Xuan, it seemed as though such feats were effortlessly within reach. How terrifying. Is he even human? At this moment, the helicopter's door closed, whisking Xuan away into the sky, leaving the crowd below in a state of panic and confusion. On board, Bai Xing, clad in the distinctive military uniform of the Huaxia Yinhuang army, adorned with 4 golden stars on his shoulders, respectfully inquired of Xuan, Brother Yi, where shall we go? Xuan gazed in the direction of the elementary school, responding calmly, We are headed to that elementary school. Although Bai Xing felt a twinge of confusion, he nodded, and the helicopter veered toward the direction indicated by Xuan. Meanwhile, at the elementary school, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan stood at the entrance, politely inquiring about the identities of arriving parents before ushering them into the classroom. Zhou Xing spotted the 2 girls from a distance and hurriedly approached. Dad, you're here. Zhou Xiaodan beamed at Zhou Sheng, who gently pinched the girl's cheek and casually asked, Has your Uncle Yi arrived? Zhou Xing shook his head slightly. Not yet, but he should be here soon. Yi Jing's eyes sparkled with hope, though a hint of disappointment lingered, given that most parents had already arrived. Zhou Xing noticed the fleeting look of disappointment in Yi Jing's eyes and comfortingly patted her shoulder. Don't worry, dear. Your father will be here shortly. Yi Jing nodded, trusting that her father would not break his promise to her. Zhou Sheng said no more, as he glanced at the time and exchanged a few more words with the girls before heading toward the classroom. After a while, the homeroom teacher observed that most parents had arrived and turned her attention to Yi Jing. Yi Jing, are there any parents still missing? Yi Jing's expression had significantly dimmed. She lowered her head and answered softly, Teacher, my dad hasn't come yet. The female teacher looked at the little girl's disappointed demeanor. Her eyes filled with compassion as she gently ruffled Yi Jing's hair. It's all right. Perhaps he encountered some trouble on the road or an urgent matter arose. We can take our time. Yi Jing glanced up at her teacher, her spirits lifted slightly. Thank you, teacher. Meanwhile, Principal Zhang Qingjie and Master Calligrapher Wang strolled leisurely around the campus. Zhang Qingjie sported a relaxed expression, smiling at Wang and old Wang. After this, I have no further obligations. We can go fishing. As he spoke, he stretched his arms. Wang shot him an exasperated look and replied disdainfully, Old Zhang, I used to believe you were a responsible principal, but now it seems you're even more eager for a break than the students. Zhang Qingjie touched on a sore spot, coughed lightly to ease the awkwardness and rolled his eyes at Wang. Come on, everyone needs to unwind. If the students wish to relax, so do I. Besides, I'm getting older. I can't compete with the vitality of these blossoming youths. Wang nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. Indeed. Before you know it, you'll be nearing retirement age. As they ambled along, they began to ponder what Zhang Qingjie might do post-retirement, but suddenly, they spotted a helicopter soaring in from the horizon. Good grief. Old Wang, look. Chapter 27. Just as you were whimsical. Wang glanced up, and to his astonishment, an armed helicopter was hovering above the elementary school. What on earth is happening? Zhang Qingjie's eyelids fluttered in disbelief. How could this modest elementary school attract such a spectacle? Don't just stand there, old Zhang. It looks like the helicopter is heading towards the playground. Let us hurry. Wang urged, pulling the still-dazed Zhang Qingjie toward the playground. In an instant, the sound of the helicopter's blades slicing through the air reverberated throughout the school, captivating the attention of numerous students and teachers. My goodness, how could a helicopter have come to our school? Several teachers, clutching documents, nearly dropped them in shock at the sight. Mr. Wang, you've been teaching for a long time. Have you ever witnessed anything like this? The younger teachers turned to a middle-aged woman nearby. She shook her head, her expression grave. In my 2 decades of teaching here, I have never encountered such a situation. The other teachers nodded in resigned agreement. Do you think this could be for a parents' meeting? One younger teacher mused, gazing at the helicopter above. Impossible. Not only do we not have any students with private helicopters, but this is an authentic armed helicopter. How could it possibly be here? The older middle-aged woman swiftly dismissed the young teacher's speculation. At this moment, the others finally noticed that it was, in fact, an armed helicopter. My goodness. Is this madness? Unlike the teachers, the students were simply exhilarated by the sight, chattering excitedly as they pointed at the helicopter gracefully descending towards the playground. Hey, that looks like something only military personnel could pilot. It's absolutely magnificent. I want to become a soldier too, and fly that very helicopter. They urged one another, quick. Let us go take a look. It seems like the helicopter is about to land on the playground. In no time, the students, along with some teachers, made their way towards the playground. The helicopter descended lower and lower, its wings flapping at an increasingly leisurely pace until it gently touched down on the field. Zhang Qingjie, witnessing this spectacle, hurriedly approached with weary and heavy footsteps. As he observed the helicopter, his heart raced with anxiety. After all, nothing unlawful had ever occurred at their school. Even if something had happened, it would have been the police's responsibility, so how did the military get involved? Just then, the helicopter's door swung open, and Xuan leaped out, immediately drawing everyone's attention, though they did not recognize him. Notably, Zhang Qingjie was astonished to see Xuan clad in civilian attire rather than military garb. What on earth was happening? While pondering this, Zhang Qingjie hastened towards Xuan, but a small figure zipped past him like a whirlwind, leaping into Xuan's embrace. Daddy, I thought you weren't coming. Daddy? Zhang Qingjie exchanged a startled glance with Wang and nearby. Could it be that this man was the little girl's father? Wiping the sweat from his brow, Zhang Qingjie approached Xuan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Hello, I am Zhang Qingjie, the principal of this school. May I inquire who you are? The little girl clung tightly to Xuan, and upon spotting Zhang Qingjie, she cheekily made a face at him. Principal Grandpa, this is my daddy. He is here for the parent-teacher meeting. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qingjie fell silent. With such a grand entrance, you tell me it's for a parent-teacher meeting? Good day, Principal. I am Yi Jing's father. I apologize for the commotion today. Xuan offered an apologetic smile and extended his hand to Zhang Qingjie, who shook it gently. I was caught in traffic and worried I wouldn't make it on time, which led to this spectacle. I am truly sorry. Listening to Xuan's explanation, Zhang Qingjie felt his mouth twitch in disbelief. So he had arrived at a parent-teacher meeting by descending in an armed helicopter? What if he had gotten into a dispute on the road? Would he have personally piloted a tank to annihilate his opponents? I can understand your feelings. Zhang Qingjie managed a relieved smile despite his embarrassment. After all, arriving at a parent-teacher meeting in a military helicopter was no ordinary feat. Principal, I'll head to the meeting now. The helicopter may need to remain here for a while. Zhang Qingjie waved his hands dismissively, assuring him it was no big deal. Not at all. Allow me to escort you. This helicopter won't damage our artificial turf. Xuan graciously accepted Zhang Qingjie's hospitality and followed him to the classroom where Yi Jing was located. As soon as they entered, Xuan drew the attention of the surrounding parents. They had all heard about the earlier events and were astonished to learn that Xuan had arrived in an armed helicopter, feeling a wave of awe wash over them. Additionally, they recognized Xuan as the one who had taken their children to the Ziqi concert, and they all stood in unison, expressing their gratitude towards him. Mr. Yi, I can't thank you enough for the concert. It was such an endeavor to manage so many children. Indeed, it's no small feat. Another parent chimed in. Mr. Yi, on behalf of my daughter, I thank you. She has been over the moon ever since. Zhou Sheng, wearing a smile, addressed Xuan. Mr. Yi, your entrance was unparalleled. We could never match such a grand arrival. Other parents echoed in agreement. Absolutely. I've never seen anyone arrive at a parent-teacher meeting in an armed helicopter. This is more than just impressive. It transcends the imagination of us mere mortals. Mr. Yi, you truly opened our eyes today. As the parents expressed their admiration, Yi Xian merely smiled and waved his hand in modesty. I apologize. It was merely due to traffic that led to this situation. Hearing this, the parents couldn't help but twitch their lips, yet they maintained understanding smiles. The head teacher, wiping sweat from his brow, gazing at the report cards and awards laid out on the table, took a deep breath to quell his nervousness and addressed the gathered parents. Ladies and gentlemen, now that everyone is present, let us commence the meeting. Upon hearing the head teacher's voice, the parents quieted down, directing their attention towards the podium. Meanwhile, outside on the playground, Bai Xing stood beside the helicopter, still somewhat dazed, reflecting on Yi Xian's joyful smile moments ago. He couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. How long had it been since he'd seen Yi Xian so genuinely happy? In the past, Yi Xian had guarded the southwestern region with a single red flag and a sharp blade, repelling enemies for miles. What audacity and fervor that required. Just a glance from him could send shivers down one's spine, causing even the timid to falter. The contrast between that imposing presence and his current demeanor was strikingly stark. Lost in reverie, Bai Xing remained still for a while longer before turning his gaze to the playful Yi Jing on the playground. Little sister, come here for a moment. Attempting to appear more approachable, Bai Xing beckoned her over. Upon hearing her name called, Yi Jing ran over, accompanied by several other children. Uncle, what's the matter? Yi Jing inquired innocently, her big, sparkling eyes filled with curiosity as she looked up at the uniformed Bai Xing. As Bai Xing gazed at Yi Jing's cherubic face, his heart skipped a beat. She bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi Xian. When had Yi Xian become a father? And to a child so grown? Bai Xing was utterly astonished, grappling with the realization that he could not fathom when Yi Xian had children. Yet he understood that such inquiries were not his place to make. Yi Jing and her companions stared at the bewildered Bai Xing, unsure of what was happening. Meanwhile, Yi Jing took small, tentative steps forward and gently poked Bai Xing. Uncle, what's wrong? Bai Xing finally snapped back to reality. Looking down at the innocent faces before him, his heart warmed. Do you all like the helicopter behind me? He asked with a chuckle, pointing to the aircraft. Yes. Yi Jing and the other children chorused excitedly. How about I take you for a ride? Really? The children's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of flying in a helicopter. Thank you, Uncle. Yi Jing beamed at Bai Xing, her joyous laughter echoing around them. At this moment, Bai Xing realized that the girl had been calling him uncle, and his expression darkened, his lips pouting in discontent. Call me brother. I'm not old. So why refer to me as uncle? Yi Jing, however, twinkled her clever eyes and smiled. Then wouldn't that make you call my dad uncle too? Bai Xing was momentarily speechless, looking at the innocent little girl before him, and could only muster an awkward smile as he gently pinched Yi Jing's cheek. You, my dear, are the most whimsical little sprite. Chapter 28. The arrival of my daughter. All right, come on up. Brother will take you all for a splendid adventure. Yay. The little ones could hardly contain their excitement and lined up to board the helicopter. They were filled with curiosity, touching and observing everything in sight. All right, settle down. Brother will fasten your seatbelts. Bai Xing chuckled as he secured each child's seatbelt. Afterward, the helicopter began to circle above the school once more, capturing the attention of countless onlookers. This time, however, the air was filled with the melodious laughter of the little ones. Yi Jing and her friends were having an absolute blast. As time passed, the parents' meeting gradually drew to a close, and Yi Xian joined the throng of parents leaving the classroom, holding the little girl's backpack. The side of the bag prominently displayed the characters he had gifted to Yi Jing, carefully housed in a small rosewood tube. This little girl. Yi Xian smiled softly as he headed toward the playground. Hurry up now. Don't let me catch you. Before reaching the playground, Yi Xian heard Bai Xing's playful voice mingling with the children's laughter. Upon approaching, he saw Bai Xing leading Yi Jing and her classmates in a game of eagle catches chicks. At that moment, Bai Xing had truly become the king of children. After taking them for a helicopter ride, his popularity among the kids soared. Ahem. Yi Xian gently cleared his throat, and Bai Xing instantly returned to a more composed demeanor. Yi, are you done with your tasks? Yi Xian nodded, but before he could say more, the little girl leaped into his arms. Daddy, that brother just took us on a plane. Really? Was it fun? It was amazing. This was my first time on a helicopter. Yi Xian affectionately ruffled her hair, preparing to take her home. Just as they were about to board the helicopter, Yi Xian glanced at Zhou Xiaodan nearby. Child, would you like to join us for some fun? Zhou Xiaodan hesitated, looking toward her father, Zhou Sheng. Dad, can I go with Uncle Yi? Of course, go ahead. Zhou Sheng chuckled, granting his approval. Okay, goodbye, Dad. With that, Yi Xian led the two children aboard the helicopter, departing the school. Inside the helicopter, Yi Jing glanced at Yi Xian, then fidgeted with her hands, appearing somewhat shy. Observing her demeanor, Yi Xian felt something was amiss and asked with a smile, Jing Jing. What's wrong? Is there something on your mind? Daddy, Yi Jing's voice was hesitant, her gaze avoiding Yi Xian's, clearly evading something. After a moment's contemplation, she exhaled, steeling herself for what she was about to say. Daddy, I have something I wish to tell you, but you mustn't be upset with me. Ha. How could Daddy ever be upset with you? Please go on. Yi Xian laughed, gently teasing her nose. Daddy, remember, you promised not to be angry. The little girl's expression turned serious, while Zhou Xiaodan stifled a giggle, knowing what Yi Jing was about to reveal and curious about Yi Xian's reaction. Rest assured, Daddy won't be angry. Yi Xian assured her with a firm nod, promising he would not scold her. All right then. With that reassurance, Yi Jing felt relieved, took a deep breath, and finally revealed the secret she had held in for so long. Daddy, I have 4 little sisters, and I've kept this from you. They're all in Magic City. Bang. Yi Xian was taken aback, his smile freezing in place as his mind struggled to process such monumental news, leaving him momentarily blank. But soon, a wave of joy washed over him. Bai Xing, sitting across from him, was equally astonished, having never witnessed such a reaction from Yi Xian before. Yi Xian turned to Yi Jing, who had lowered her head, unable to face him. Yet he understood her apprehension and silently commended her for her strong sense of caution. Daddy, you're not angry, are you? Yi Jing feared to meet Yi Xian's gaze, worried about seeing his displeasure. But at that moment, a warm hand rested on her head. Jing Jing, how could Daddy be angry? I'm overjoyed. Really? Yi Jing's eyes sparkled with hope as she lifted her gaze to see the happiness illuminating her father's expression. With you adorable little angels. I am the happiest man in the world. Yi Xian looked at her with affectionate eyes, knowing her concern stemmed from fear of his anger. He couldn't help but feel a surge of love as he lifted Yi Jing into his arms, gently kissing her cheek. By the way, Daddy, Xia and Xiaoxi are coming over tomorrow. Let us go pick them up. That is wonderful. We'll go together. The news of his 2 daughters arriving the next day filled Yi Xian with uncontainable excitement. Soon, Yi Jing revealed to Yi Xian that 2 more sisters were abroad, and Yi Xian nodded in delight, his heart swelling with joy. Upon returning to the villa, Yi Xian prepared dinner for the 2 girls. After they finished eating, the children remained animated, engrossed in the television, while Yi Xian smiled as he approached them. Girls, it's time for bed. Suddenly recalling that the girls were on vacation, he added, tomorrow, I'll take you to see Daddy's treasure vault. How about that? The mention of the treasure vault sent their imaginations racing, and they nodded enthusiastically. Great. Yi Jing then took Zhou Xiaodan by the hand, and the 2 girls bathed before obediently returning to their room to sleep. However, Yi Xian found it difficult to drift off that night, overwhelmed by the delightful surprise he had just learned about. Standing by the window, he gazed at the moonlight outside, reminiscing about a night 7 or 8 years ago. That time, though it had been an unintentional twist of fate, had brought a lively group of little sprites into his solitary life. They were like lanterns, illuminating his once lonely existence. Very well, Yi Xian murmured to himself, pouring himself a cup of tea and sipping it gently. Daddy, are you still awake? At this moment, the girl Yi Jing had also awakened, rubbing her eyes in a daze. She noticed Yi Xian still sipping tea outside, and, in a sleepy haze, wandered over to refill his cup. Subsequently, she leaned against Yi Xian's back and swiftly succumbed to slumber once more. Oh, this girl. Yi Xian couldn't help but chuckle, sighing with amusement as he gently lifted her and carried her back to her room, tucking her under the covers. Meanwhile, on a train heading from the Magic City to Jinling, many children were still wide awake. Yi Xia and Yi Shi, the 2 girls, were nestled together on the bunk beds. Nearby, several little girls scampered towards them, their faces beaming with joy. Xia Xiaoxi. My mom said she booked a big bus. Shall we all travel together? Chapter 29, The Adorable Daughters. The 2 girls, who had been sleeping soundly, were roused by the voices. Yi Xia was the first to sit up, groggily gazing at the little girls who were chatting. Ah, it's you, Xiaowei. However, before she could respond further, a little boy rushed over excitedly, exclaiming, Me too. My dad said we're going to a fancy restaurant for lunch tomorrow. He is treating. Instantly, the previously cheerful little girls were visibly displeased, casting annoyed glances at the boy. Humph. The boy, undeterred, huffed back defiantly, glaring at the girls. In that moment, both sides exchanged glances as if in a contest, neither willing to yield. Thank you so much. Just as tensions rose, Yi Xia tousled her slightly disheveled hair and smiled at the boy and girls, diffusing the situation. Upon hearing Yi Xia's words, the girls calmed down a bit, awkwardly glancing at one another. Hee, we're all good friends. At that moment, Yi Shi also sat up, rubbing her eyes and appearing drowsy, her voice sweet and innocent. Thank you, everyone. The little girls, seeing Yishi awake, couldn't resist approaching her to pinch her chubby cheeks. Shishi, you are just too adorable. They giggled and crowded around Yishi, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment as she hid behind Yixia. Meanwhile, in another compartment, several adults were engaged in a conversation about parenting. Oh, you have no idea. My little one, though bright and lively, is always causing trouble, lamented a middle-aged woman with curly hair, her brow furrowed in distress. The others around her voiced differing opinions. Sister Zhang, isn't that a good thing? I believe children should be active and spirited. Indeed, Aunt Zhang, added another. My daughter isn't particularly energetic. I often tell her to learn from your child. Children are naturally exuberant. As parents, we should guide them appropriately without stifling their innate nature, remarked a middle-aged man reclining on the lower bunk, stretching leisurely. Oh, it's truly delightful. You have no idea how exhausting it is for us parents when the kids are in school. Between parent-child activities, checking homework, and watching online classes, I feel like I'm losing my hair. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, each expressing their own frustrations. Yes, as parents, we are essentially their study companions. It's no wonder we often feel like we're preaching, exclaimed one parent. Fortunately, with the children on holiday, we can take them out to relax a bit ourselves. The atmosphere in the train carriage ignited with shared experiences, as everyone seemed to resonate with the topic. Indeed, modern parents have it tough. Absolutely. Back in our day, we didn't worry about such things. Now there are specialized training classes for elementary school entrance exams. It's bewildering. It's quite common. Let me tell you a secret. My neighbor Wang Ermi's daughter just graduated from kindergarten, and they already have a bridging class for elite elementary school students. All right, let us not dwell on such heavy topics. It's time for a change of subject. Perhaps due to the weight of their discussions, the parents shifted their focus to the upcoming trip. At that moment, a woman named Zhang Jie snapped her fingers. I completely forgot to mention, Jinling has plenty of attractions. I've even hired a tour guide to ensure we have a fantastic time. The others exchanged hesitant glances, smiling awkwardly. Oh dear, that seems too extravagant. Zhang Jie waved her hand dismissively, unconcerned. What is the big deal? You all have spent quite a bit on this trip already, with hotel bookings and bus rentals. Compared to you, my expenses are minimal. With that, the others chuckled, clearing their throats lightly and responding. Well, it's all for the sake of the children. They deserve a break, and as parents, that makes us happy too. As they spoke of their children, warmth spread across the parents' faces, a shared smile of affection. Zhang Jie also smiled gently, glancing towards the other end of the carriage. Shall we go check on the kids? Sure. The others nodded in agreement. Rising to walk towards the children's compartment, Zhang Jie soon approached the bunk area, observing Yixia and Yishi nestled together, sleeping soundly amidst the swaying train. And a smile crept onto her face as she gently tucked the blankets around them. The following day, at dawn, Yixian rose early to prepare breakfast. Before long, the enticing aroma of food wafted through the air, prompting the two girls to climb out of bed. Zhou Xiaodan, dressed and stretching, excitedly looked at Yi Jing beside her. The feeling of not having school in the morning is wonderful. Yi Jing eagerly nodded in agreement. And the two girls made their way downstairs just as Yixian finished cooking. All right, wash up quickly and come eat. Okay, the girls nodded, hand in hand as they entered the washroom. After finishing their meal, Yixian promptly took the girls to the train station. Before leaving, he remembered to pack a breakfast for himself. Meanwhile, at the train station's exit, Chen Jing had also risen early, waiting patiently for quite some time. Chen Jing, you're here too. Yixian greeted her with a wave. Aunt Chen, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan exclaimed excitedly, rushing into Chen Jing's embrace. Mr. Yi, are you here to wait for Xia Xia and Shishi? Yi Xian smiled, keeping his gaze fixed on the exit, softly replying, yes. Chen Jing nodded, falling silent as they all awaited the arrival of Yi Jing and Yi Shi. After a while, small figures darted out from the exit. You all slow down. Several parents, laden with luggage, hurriedly caught up with the restless children, grasping their little hands to maintain order in the bustling train station. Given the high foot traffic in such a place, it was imperative to keep a close watch on the young ones. Yi Xia, with utmost care, held on to Yi Shi's delicate hand, both of them walking side by side with their small backpacks. In stark contrast to the raucous children around them, the two girls presented a picture of decorum. Hello, Aunt Chen Jing. The two girls quickened their pace upon spotting Chen Jing, greeting her sweetly. Hello, Xia Xia and Xiao Shi. Chen Jing acknowledged them with a nod and a warm smile, waving at the girls. At that moment, they suddenly caught sight of Yixian, who was half squatting, looking at them. Are you Xia Xia and Xiao Shi? He inquired. The girls exchanged puzzled glances, but felt no sense of wariness as they looked at Yixian. Then they glanced at Yi Jing, who nodded, saying, Xia Xia, Xiao Shi. This is our dad. Sis, Aunt Chen Jing, is this really true? Xia asked incredulously, holding tightly to Yi Shi's fair little hand. Both Yi Jing and Chen Jing nodded, and tears glistened in Yi Jing's eyes, a mix of excitement and happiness. Witnessing this scene, both Yi Shi and Yi Xia trembled slightly, their gazes intently fixed on Yi Xian, unable to contain their emotions any longer as tears streamed down their faces. "Daddy!" they cried in unison, rushing into Yi Xian's embrace. "Daddy, we missed you so much. We truly, truly missed you," Yi Xia exclaimed, her voice rising above the crowd, drawing the attention of those around them. Meanwhile, Yi Shi buried her little head deeply into Yi Xian's chest, sobbing quietly, her tears quickly soaking his shirt. "Sweet daughters, please don't cry. Daddy is right here, isn't he? Xia Xia, Xiao Shi, Daddy missed you dearly too. You are my little angels." Yi Xian gently caressed the heads of the two girls, offering them comfort. "It was Daddy's fault before. Heaven has shown mercy, allowing me to reunite with you. This time, I will stay by your side." Yi Xian's eyes shimmered with emotion as he looked at the wet patches on his shirt from their tears, his expression a complex blend of indescribable joy and deep remorse. Before long, other parents and children nearby were drawn to the scene. Observing the girls clinging tightly to Yi Xian, their expressions filled with curiosity and confusion. "Who are you?" one parent asked. Yi Xian looked up to see the gathering crowd, paused for a moment, then smiled. "Hello everyone, I am Xia Xia and Xiao Shi's father." "Oh, is that so?" The crowd was taken aback, exchanging astonished glances as they began to introduce themselves. The parents were utterly bewildered by Yi Xian's youth, and his striking handsomeness left them in shock. Holding both Xia Xia and Xiao Shi, Yi Xian addressed the parents with a smile. "Welcome to Jinling, and I appreciate your care for these two girls. It is only fitting that I extend my hospitality." Just then, Tang Hao arrived in a car, and the children gasped in awe as a Rolls-Royce Phantom extended before them. "Wow, that car is really long. It's so beautiful. I absolutely love it. Mommy, what kind of car is that?" The children all turned their eyes towards the magnificent vehicle, clearly enamored. Meanwhile, the parents were left speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. One parent suddenly gasped, "That car is worth over 200 million. What?" In an instant, the surrounding parents were stunned. Although they had anticipated it was an expensive car, this was beyond their wildest imagination. Tang Hao, noticing the astonishment, turned to Yi Xian and asked, "Brother Yi, should I call for more cars?" Before Yi Xian could respond, the parents' eyes widened as they all turned to him, electrified by the revelation. "Mr. Yi, is that car yours?" Facing their incredulous gazes, Yi Xian simply nodded. "Yes. Everyone please get in." In that moment, the parents were left in utter shock, their expressions shifting dramatically as they processed this new information. Suddenly, they recalled Tang Hao's earlier remark about calling for more cars, which implied that Yi Xian might own more than just this one. "Oh my goodness." The parents exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Mr. Yi, we appreciate your kindness, but we'll just explore on our own." "Yes, we're new here and don't want to trouble you. We'll manage. Rest assured, Mr. Yi. We arranged for a bus, and it wouldn't be convenient to store our luggage in your car." With smiles, the parents politely declined Yi Xian's generous offer, fully aware of the implications. After all, their children were not the most trustworthy. If anything were to happen to those luxury cars, they would be unable to cover the costs. Just as they were declining, a bus pulled up beside them. "Mr. Yi, our bus has arrived, so we will take our leave." Yi Xian nodded in understanding, recognizing the parents' concerns, and decided not to insist further. "Let us board the bus." Yi Xian led the children and Chen Jing onto the vehicle. Yi Jing, with her spirited demeanor, sat beside Yi Xian, flanked by Xia Xia and Xiao Shi. Suddenly, Yi Jing remembered something and smiled at Yi Xian. "Daddy, are we going to see the big treasury now?" "Yes," Yi Xian replied with a smile and a nod. "What big treasury?" Chen Jing asked, puzzled yet amused. Yi Jing pouted, unsure herself. "I don't quite understand, but Daddy mentioned he has a big treasury, so I don't need my small treasury." "Ah, I see." Chen Jing chuckled, though her lips twitched slightly. For some reason, she felt an inexplicable premonition that Yi Xian's so-called big treasury was something truly extraordinary. Chapter 30. This. So much gold. As Chen Jing and the girls pondered in wonder, Tang Hao drove towards another destination. "By the way, where are we headed?" Chen Jing inquired, glancing out the window, curious about their destination. "We're going to the Ningjiang Wangfu." "Ningjiang Wangfu," Chen Jing repeated, slightly bewildered. Having lived in Jinling for many years, she certainly had some knowledge of this grand estate. My goodness, this estate is the most luxurious in all of Jinling. However, tourists are not permitted to visit this place, a sight I have longed to behold. I have heard that it seems to be privately occupied by someone. With this thought in mind, Chen Jing suddenly turned her gaze toward Yi Xian, recalling the earlier incident, and was momentarily taken aback. She swallowed hard and stared intently at Yi Xian. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Qianjing asked, narrowing her eyes as she inhaled sharply. Is this Ningjiang Wangfu yours? Yi Xian nodded gently, exuding an air of nonchalance. Yes, what of it? Such a startling revelation left Qianjing utterly astonished. This individual truly does not regard the matter with the gravity it deserves. This is indeed Ningjiang Wangfu. To possess such a place privately, what immense power must one wield to achieve that? Qianjing gazed at Yi Xian, wishing to utter something, yet found herself at a loss for words, as if a heavy weight had lodged in her throat. Meanwhile, Yi Xian observed the scenery outside, a faint smile gracing his lips. As the vehicle progressed, the landscape gradually transformed from ordinary greenery to something grander. Upon nearing Ningjiang Wangfu, the surroundings became a veritable haven of lush trees, the adjacent walls painted in vibrant vermilion, exuding both brilliance and the weight of history. The intricate carvings upon the red walls were equally vivid and ancient, starkly contrasting with modern architecture, embodying an indescribable grandeur steeped in antiquity. The nearby trees stood tall and robust, reaching for the heavens, a testament to the cultivation by countless generations over the years. A few young girls observed this scene with keen interest, while Qianjing's eyes reflected tumultuous waves of regret. The vehicle gradually approached the entrance of the Wangfu. All right, we've arrived. Everyone, please disembark. Yi Xian smiled as he led the girls out of the car, with Qianjing following closely behind, arriving at the imposing copper gates. Wow, this place is stunning. Daddy, can we go inside? I really want to play. The young girls exclaimed excitedly at the sight of the grand entrance. Of course. Yi Xian knelt down to affectionately ruffle the girl's cheeks, nodding with a smile. With a series of knocks, Tang Hao parked the car and walked forward to gently rap on the copper door. Almost immediately, the door swung open, revealing an elderly butler. The butler, although in his twilight years, possessed an ethereal grace. Clad in a long blue robe with a long braid, he appeared cultured and refined, holding a paper fan that accentuated his courteous demeanor. The elderly gentleman first bowed respectfully, then, upon seeing Yi Xian, greeted him warmly. Welcome, sir. Please, do come in. Indeed. Yi Xian nodded, leading the girls and Qianjing through the heavy door. As they entered, Qianjing and the young girls were left speechless, their expressions frozen in awe. Wow, what kind of place is this? It's so lavish. I've never seen a place like this before. Witnessing this scene, Qianjing's heart raced, and she felt utterly overwhelmed, her gaze at Yi Xian filled with complexity and astonishment. Let us all rest for a moment. Yi Xian smiled as he guided them to the lounge within, where the furnishings and tea sets were all exquisite Zeton wood. Please enjoy some tea. The old butler swiftly brought forth tea, placing it respectfully before them. Let us have some tea, and afterward, I will take you all for a proper tour. Mm. The young girls nodded eagerly, and the air was soon filled with the fragrant aroma of tea. Suddenly, Yi Jing patted her small bag, realizing she could not find her phone. I left my phone in the car. Sister, let us go find it with you. Yi Xia and Yi Shi stood up, joining Yi Jing in her quest for her phone. Daddy, we'll be right back. All right, take your time, no need to rush. Yi Xian smiled, watching the three girls exit the room. At that moment, a tour bus came to a halt in the distance, as the guide led a group of children and parents down, beginning to introduce Ningjiang Wangfu. Ladies and gentlemen, this Ningjiang Wangfu is a historic building that has stood for centuries, embodying the essence of our Huaxia civilization's ancient architecture, steeped in profound cultural history. The construction of Ningjiang Wangfu is remarkably intricate, a testament to the craftsmanship of artisans from a century ago, who poured their life work into its creation. The materials and craftsmanship here are cultural treasures not just of Huaxia, but of the entire world. As the guide spoke, the crowd gazed in awe at Ningjiang Wangfu before them, momentarily rendered speechless. My heavens, merely gazing at the exterior, one can feel its grandeur. It's simply unimaginable how well preserved it is. Truly incredible, the ancient craftsmen were nothing short of miraculous. Who could have possibly constructed such a magnificent edifice? Both parents and children alike were filled with intense curiosity. By the way, can we go inside for a look? One parent, increasingly captivated, eagerly inquired of the guide. The guide, however, shook her head regretfully, letting out a soft sigh. I'm afraid not. This has previously been a hereditary residence and remains a private domain, not open to tourism. At most, we can take photos from the outside or approach a little closer to observe. However, entry is strictly prohibited. It's a matter of principle, and there is nothing we can do about it. As she spoke, the guide's expression grew serious, taking a deep breath before continuing. Moreover, I've heard that the owner here is quite formidable. I see. Well then, the parents could only nod in resignation upon hearing this. Let us move a bit closer for a better look. The guide nodded in agreement, leading the group toward the entrance. Yet, as they arrived at the previously steadfast copper gates, They were taken aback to find them suddenly swinging open. The guide was momentarily stunned. This was the first time she had witnessed anyone entering or exiting Ningjiang Wangfu. Wow, someone is coming out, a child exclaimed excitedly, and all eyes turned in unison to the unfolding scene. Emerging were none other than Yi Jing and the others, who had stepped out to find their phone. Parents and children alike were left in stunned silence, pointing at the girls as they exclaimed with excitement. Mom, look, it's Xia and Xiaoxi. Along with their sister, everyone stood in disbelief, repeatedly rubbing their eyes, convinced they were witnessing an unbelievable illusion. Yet, with each confirmation, there stood Yi Jing and her companions. But the guide had just stated that this was a private residence. How had these girls managed to enter? Miss Guide, didn't you say entry was prohibited? Yes, Guide. This must be a mistake. How could these girls get inside? What is going on? Why can't we go in? In an instant, all the parents turned their gaze towards the tour guide. The guide, equally baffled, furrowed her brow, utterly perplexed by the unfolding situation. At that moment, Yixia recognized the newcomers and waved at them. Uncle and Auntie, it's you. I'm Xiaxia. Upon hearing Yixia's voice, the parents and children gathered around her. Xiaxia, what on earth is happening? How did you get in? Yixia, observing the puzzled expressions on their faces, was somewhat at a loss and proceeded to explain. This is my father's place. He brought me in. A wave of silence fell over the crowd as Yixia's innocent words rendered the atmosphere thick with astonishment. The adults looked at her, their lips twitching slightly. The previously lively group fell into a hush, and the children, witnessing the adults' dazed expressions, remained silent, gazing longingly at the scene beyond the bronze gate. Shortly thereafter, Yi Jing arrived with her phone, and, pulling Yi Xia and Yi Shi, they skipped joyfully inside. Would you like to come in and play? As Yi Xia was about to enter, she waved to the children outside. Hooray! The children promptly followed Yi Xia and her companions into the bronze gate. The parents, initially intending to stop them, found themselves at a loss as the children dashed in with remarkable speed, leaving them no time to react. Reluctantly, the parents followed their children inside. The tour guide stood outside, hesitant to enter, but after taking a few steps forward, she halted. There was no way she could muster the courage to proceed. So she remained outside, gazing longingly at the sights within the bronze gate, her heart filled with yearning. I am in awe. This place is truly a hidden paradise. To witness such a locale in my lifetime is simply invaluable. How astonishing that such a place is private. The parents strolled through the garden, admiring the surrounding flora and the profound essence of the ancient walls, all expressing heartfelt admiration. Mr. Yi. At that moment, one parent turned towards a man standing nearby, suddenly exclaiming in surprise. Yi Xian approached with a smile, greeting everyone. Hello, everyone. What a coincidence. Don't just stand there. Come in for a cup of hot tea. The warmth of Yi Xian's invitation brought shy smiles to the faces of the group. Mr. Yi, we apologize. The children followed your daughter in. And before we knew it, we followed as well. Upon hearing their explanation, Yi Xian waved his hand dismissively. It's quite all right. Please come in. No need to stand on ceremony. Oh dear, Mr. Yi is so welcoming. The group, not wishing to decline, followed Yi Xian into the reception hall. Please, take a seat. The parents, awestruck by the exquisite rosewood furniture and tea sets surrounding them, found their mouths nearly agape, only slowly settling down once they heard Yi Xian's voice. Following that, Yi Xian poured tea for the parents, and the entire reception hall was soon filled with the fragrant aroma of tea, invigorating everyone with its rich scent. This is exceptional tea. The guests inhaled the aroma, feeling an immediate lift in spirits, a refreshing sensation washing over them from top to bottom. As they lifted their delicate teacups, the parents took gentle sips, only to be astounded, their bodies shivering in delight. The fragrance of the tea was beyond words, as if no other variety could possibly compare to this one before them. Mr. Yi, this tea is simply divine. We have never tasted anything like it in our lives. My goodness, this tea is a treasure of the human realm. We are truly grateful for your hospitality, Mr. Yi. Yi Xian took a sip of tea, smiling as he waved his hand. No need for such formality. Please enjoy. We'll explore other areas shortly. Soon, as they sipped tea and engaged in light-hearted conversation. The time passed swiftly. Yi Xian stood up, looking at everyone. Shall we take a stroll together? He gestured invitingly, and the old steward smiled and bowed, leading everyone forward. Under the steward's guidance, the group wandered around until they arrived at a particular garden. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the elegant garden within our Wangfu, home to numerous precious flowers and plants, with a small stream running through it, teeming with the most exquisite koi. The steward introduced with warmth. The group gazed in awe, realizing that this place boasted a history of several centuries. These koi are truly magnificent. Look at those whiskers. And these flowers. I have never seen such before. In that moment, The visitors were utterly captivated by the beauty of the elegant garden, a rare sight of such well-preserved landscape. The steward then led them onward, the garden gradually becoming sparser until they passed through a narrow gate, where their view expanded dramatically. Suddenly, they were met with a scene of cascading waters and pavilions intertwined. The sound of flowing water rushed into their ears, captivating them anew. Here, dear guests, is a particularly special area of our Wangfu, crafted by the finest artisans of the time, who dedicated their life work to its creation. The rockeries and pavilions are designed in perfect harmony, with the small waterfall formed naturally behind. This pavilion was carved from a single ancient timber, meticulously crafted by the most skilled sculptors of that era. Upon hearing these words, the group was left utterly speechless. This place could only be described as a celestial paradise, an unseen wonder. The parents gasped, their lips quivering, momentarily unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, the children's eyes widened with excitement as they looked eagerly at Xuan. "Uncle, can we take pictures here?" Seeing the children's hopeful smiles, Xuan nodded gently. "Of course, feel free to take pictures." "Hooray! Thank you, uncle." The children, excited by Xuan's approval, pulled out their phones, capturing the elusive beauty before them. "Let us take a photo together." The parents smiled, joining their children, smartphones in hand, while some parents positioned themselves between the rockeries and waterfall for group photos. The scenery here was breathtaking, akin to celestial palaces, leaving an indelible impression, as if they had transcended time. The continuous clicking of shutters not only breathed life into the long quiet Ningjiang Wangfu, but also created unforgettable memories for each individual. "Girls, let us take a photo together too." Xuan gently crouched down to look at the three little girls, shaking his phone playfully in his hand. The girls nodded in unison, their lips curling into smiles as they eagerly nestled beside him. As Xuan crouched down, the girls eagerly dove into his embrace, their sparkling eyes fixed on the camera before them. "Girls, look at the camera and smile," Xuan urged. "Yay!" The girls, nestled in Xuan's arms, beamed with extraordinary joy. The sound of the shutter clicked, capturing this heartwarming moment, each of their smiles radiating sweetness. "Daddy, I want to see your grand treasury." After the photo shoot, Yijing suddenly recalled their earlier conversation about the treasury, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at Xuan. "All right." Xuan affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and nodded toward the old butler standing nearby. The butler immediately understood, guiding everyone toward another area. "Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the dining hall and await further instructions," the old butler announced, subtly hinting for the others, including Qinjing, to refrain from following, as they were well aware of their own status. It was indeed a rare privilege to merely glimpse this world. Under the butler's guidance, Xuan and the little girls arrived at an expansive area, dominated by a colossal stone lion, dwarfing anyone who stood beside it. "Ladies, please wait a moment," the butler said, bowing slightly as he approached the lion's paw, revealing a hidden mechanism that unveiled a chessboard within. With a series of clicks, the butler deftly manipulated the chessboard, and soon, the mechanism closed with a resounding thud, causing the immense stone lion to slowly retreat, revealing a downward passageway beneath its feet. "Oh my goodness!" The little girls were momentarily stunned, unable to fathom such a grand mechanism still in existence. As air rushed in, the oil lamps beside the passageway ignited, illuminating the previously dark corridor. "Mr. Yi, ladies, please follow me." The old butler smiled gently, leading them down the passage while elaborating. "This mechanism is part of an underground storage room established at the inception of the royal mansion, primarily for safeguarding valuables. To unlock this underground door, one must manipulate this specially designed chessboard, a secret known only to the successive masters and butlers of the estate." The girls, though somewhat bewildered, innocently inquired, "Is this place safe? Will it be damp down there?" The butler, hearing their concerns, smiled reassuringly. "Fear not, young ladies. Our storage room is designed so that ordinary individuals cannot access it. Moreover, there are 2 additional mechanisms below. A second attempt to open it will trigger a trap, ensnaring any would-be thieves. The entire chamber is completely sealed, ensuring that once closed, the mechanisms activate, extracting the air within to preserve the valuables in optimal condition, thus eliminating any dampness." As he spoke, the butler approached a small door at the bottom of the passage, gently tapping on the latch, causing it to swing open effortlessly. In that instant, air flooded the entire space, and the oil lamps inside burst to life. With the illumination, the scene within became crystal clear, leaving the little girls agape, gasping in awe. It was unimaginable that behind such a modest door lay an expansive chamber that was breathtakingly vast. Within this space, they felt insignificantly small, as if they were mere wisps of smoke. "Hey, Grandpa Butler, why is there nothing here?" The girls observed the vast expanse, finding only a solitary stone pedestal in the center. "Esteemed guests, This is the final mechanism. Please bear with me. The old butler proceeded to the pedestal, atop which rested a stone disc adorned with a celestial map of stars. He deftly adjusted several of the star pieces before stepping back to stand before Xuan and the girls. Confused expressions adorned the children's faces, but suddenly, a thunderous rumble echoed around them. To their astonishment, the stone walls began to slide down, unveiling the treasures within. As the walls descended, the surroundings expanded, revealing an array of artifacts that surpassed the magnificence of any museum. These artifacts, from Tang Sankai to exquisite porcelain, were all present in abundance. Each item, even if not of exorbitant value, collectively constituted an immeasurable treasure trove. Yet, the little girls, not fully grasping the significance, simply admired their beauty. Xuan, however, paid no mind to these so-called treasures and strode forward. The artifacts were impeccably preserved, encased in sealed glass cabinets, and the airless environment of the chamber ensured their optimal conservation. The old butler followed closely behind Xuan, continuing his exposition. Please continue to follow me. Let us delve deeper. These artifacts have been collected by the successive masters over the years. Although nothing particularly grand stands out, each piece is indeed a rarity. As the old butler guided them through a narrow path between the shelves of artifacts, they arrived at a stone door. This is the grand treasury. Xuan halted and turned to smile at the girls. Yi Jing, Yi Xia, and Yi Shi all wore expressions of eager anticipation, yearning to see what their father's treasury truly entailed. Yi Jing, particularly curious, wished to understand why her father looked down upon her modest collection. The old butler exchanged a glance with Xuan, uncertain about proceeding. With a slight nod from Xuan, the butler bowed and stepped forward to open the stone door. With a thud, the stone door creaked open, and a brilliant golden light flooded through the crack, dazzling the little girls. As the door swung fully open, a mountain of gleaming gold bars came into view. Xuan smiled as he took the hands of the girls and walked inside. Chapter 32. Just the tip of the iceberg. The underground space had been substantially overtaken by the treasury, the glimmering gold causing the little girls to squint in astonishment. Tentatively, they stepped forward, pausing before the gleaming gold bars that reflected their astonished faces, gently caressing them with expressions of delight. The value of a single gold bar may be limited, but when amassed in hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, it becomes a staggering fortune. Yi Jing and the other girls gasped in awe, their mouths forming perfect circles as they joyfully dashed around the grand treasury, reveling in the overwhelming sight of the golden bounty. However, they are still but children. After glancing around, the girls came to comprehend the true nature of their father's grand treasury, and their interest waned momentarily as they all flocked into Yi Xian's embrace. Daddy, we are hungry. Yi Xian looked down at the three girls' pitiful expressions, a faint smile gracing his lips. All right, we shall head up now. A delightful meal awaits us soon. In no time, they departed from the treasury and arrived at a tastefully elegant dining room above. Other parents and Chunjing were also awaiting them there. Yi Xian took a seat at the center, with the girls nestled beside him, while other parents accompanied their children at the table. As they welcomed Yi Xian's return, their faces were adorned with expressions of reverence. Before long, exquisite dishes began to grace the expansive rosewood table, and an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing their very souls. On the table were delicacies such as braised deer tendons, Buddha jumps over the wall, clear water cabbage, and wanfu meat, all meticulously arranged. Wow, it smells divine. These dishes look absolutely delectable. The guests, unable to contain their anticipation, swallowed hard and rubbed their hands together in eagerness. The chef here hails from a lineage of palace cooks, and the dishes have been prepared according to the highest standards of imperial cuisine. Enough dawdling, let us indulge. Yi Xian's nonchalant words nearly caused the parents to drop their chopsticks, eliciting gasps of astonishment from them. This is truly delicious. The girls could no longer contain themselves, devouring the culinary delights with fervor, while Yi Xian chuckled beside them, constantly serving them more food. The other parents, too, shed their reservations, eagerly joining their children in a hearty feast. Thus, the lunch hour passed blissfully, and in the afternoon, they wandered through other areas of the Wangfu, quickly ushering in the evening. At this juncture, Yi Xian noticed that both Yi Xia and Yi Shi were starting to doze off, reminding him of their arduous journey the previous night. He turned to the group and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is getting late. Let us conclude our day here." The parents, though reluctant, halted in their tracks, promptly responding, "Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your gracious hospitality." Subsequently, they boarded their vehicles, heading towards the hotel to rest. Upon arrival, the parents settled in the lounge while the children animatedly discussed their experiences at the Ningjiang Wangfu. Today was absolutely splendid. We actually entered the Ningjiang Wangfu and explored so much. One exclaimed. Hee. And the lunch was simply heavenly. I have never tasted anything so exquisite. What do you think is the most beautiful part of the Wangfu? I believe it is the elegant garden and the rock waterfall. Meanwhile, a few executives nearby listened to the children's chatter, smiles spreading across their faces. The innocence of children knows no bounds. They might even mistake this for another place. One executive remarked, sipping his coffee. Indeed, gaining entry to the Ningjiang Wangfu is no easy feat. It is nearly impossible. Another added, I heard that it has been hereditary, surviving even the most tumultuous times in Huaxiao without a scratch. I have also heard that anyone who visits here must treat it with utmost respect. Yet it seems to have been acquired by a mysterious magnate. The executives engaged in lively discussion about the Wangfu. Last time, we attempted to pay a visit, but even just looking from the outside nearly got us beaten. One lamented. Indeed, the Ningjiang Wangfu is strictly by invitation only. If one is deemed unworthy, it is futile to attempt entry. As the conversation progressed, one executive exclaimed, I went alone last time, and you cannot imagine how close I came to being turned away. The guards there are no trifles, and there are vicious guard dogs. Just hearing their barks nearly sent me into a panic. He continued, his eyes drifting as he reflected. I wonder what kind of magnate possesses such a palace. Moreover, they do not even reside there. That is truly extravagant. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions revealing awe. Surely, this magnate possesses tremendous power. After all, during the most chaotic periods, this place remained unscathed, and those bandits would circumvent it. As they spoke, the executives expressed their astonishment. Although they held esteemed positions in Jinling, they felt insignificant in comparison. An older executive smiled gently, yet shook his head, saying, alas. The original owner must have wielded immense influence. Now that it has been purchased, the buyer's identity must be equally remarkable. The others nodded in solemn agreement, their eyes filled with curiosity, admiration, and an overwhelming sense of awe. Indeed, it is possible that the buyer was gifted the palace by its original owner. I concur. While there may be many who could afford to purchase such a palace, whether the owner would be willing to part with it is an entirely different matter. I suspect there is a chance that the current owner is a descendant of royalty. As this speculation unfolded, the executives became increasingly intrigued by the identity of the Ningjiang Wangfu's owner, while nearby, the children continued their animated chatter. Look at these photos, they turned out beautifully. I'll have my dad print them and hang them on the wall at home. One declared, this is a story we can brag about for ages. Yes, it seems few have visited this so-called Ningjiang Wangfu. Indeed, we are the pioneers, the first to brave this venture. As the excitement from the children grew, the executives found it increasingly difficult to remain composed. One of them waved towards the children, speaking in a gentle tone. Children, come here for a moment. The children, accommodating and eager, approached with their phones still displaying the photos. Uncle, what is it? They chorused, their wide eyes fixed on the executives. The executives exchanged glances, chuckling helplessly. Children, you must have visited a place other than the Ningjiang Wangfu, correct? Upon hearing this, the children protested, their cheeks puffed in indignation. Uncle, look at the photos. One child eagerly flipped through the images and presented the phone to the executives. One of the executives, skeptical, took the phone, while the others leaned in to take a look. As they gazed at the grand entrance, they straightened in their seats, realizing that indeed, it was the Ningjiang Wangfu. Yet, as they flipped through the images, their composure began to waver. The opulent landscapes depicted in the photographs transcended their wildest imaginations, leaving each individual wide-eyed and exchanging astonished glances, instinctively swallowing hard. My goodness! However, as they continued to turn the pages, a collective shiver coursed through them. Mr. Yi, one of the executives gasped, scrutinizing the image closely, his lips twitching slightly. To their astonishment, the photograph featured none other than Mr. Yi himself, posing with children. In that moment, the executives were rendered speechless, their eyes fixated on the image, their minds reeling as if struck by a thunderclap. These uncles are quite peculiar, one child remarked, pouting in exasperation as he retrieved his phone and departed with his companions. Meanwhile, the executives remained rooted to the spot, resembling living statues, utterly oblivious to the fact that the children had seized their phones. The youngsters, accompanied by their parents, proceeded to check in, brimming with joy, leaving behind a bewildered assembly of executives who lingered in silence, eventually breaking the stillness with a stunned realization. The Ningjiang Wangfu truly belongs to Mr. Yi. After the crowd dispersed, Yi Xian returned home with Yi Jing, Zhou Xiaodan, and the two newly arrived girls, Yi Xia and Yi Shi. Chun Jing bid farewell to the group and made her way back to her own residence. Upon entering Villa Number 1, Yi Xia and Yi Shi were momentarily taken aback. The villa's grandeur exceeded the limits of their imagination. Wow, is this place a castle? Yi Xia exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she whirled around the expansive living room, awe etched across her face. Meanwhile, Yi Shi timidly surveyed her surroundings, tugging at Yi Jing's sleeve, evidently nervous. Given Yi Shi's disposition, such behavior was entirely natural, as this marked her first encounter with her biological father and her inaugural visit to his home. If Yi Shi had shown no reaction, it would have been quite unusual indeed. Jing, Xiaodian, why don't you take Xia and Shi around? I'll prepare dinner. Yi Xian smiled at the girls, his mind beginning to envision the vibrant scene that would unfold when all his daughters were gathered together. All right. Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodian nodded obediently, beaming as they guided Yi Xia and Yi Shi further into the villa, all the while providing introductions. Xia, Shi, this is also our home, so don't feel out of place. I was once just like you. Yi Jing, the elder sister, was particularly attentive, noticing her younger siblings' lingering shyness. She comfortingly embraced them, recalling her own initial awkwardness. Pointing out the various rooms, she explained, through here is the kitchen, where Dad prepares delicious meals for us. Over there is the garden, which is simply breathtaking, akin to a paradise. Upstairs are the bedrooms, where we all sleep. As the girls followed Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodian on their tour, they soon realized that the villa was far more expansive than they had imagined. Oh, what is this? While exploring, Yi Xia's gaze fell upon a striking portrait adorning the wall, the exquisite frame a marvel in itself. What astonished her further was that the painting depicted none other than her sister, Yi Jing. Sister, is this painting of you? Yi Shi exclaimed, her mouth agape in surprise. Sister, you're simply adorable. You look even cuter in the portrait than you do now. Intrigued, Yi Xia and Yi Shi admired the artwork. Their curiosity piqued as they turned to Yi Jing. Sister, who painted this? It's simply magnificent. Yi Jing, observing the gleam of admiration in their eyes, chuckled softly, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards the kitchen. Yi Xia instantly grasped the implication, her mouth falling open in disbelief. Sister, are you saying that this painting was created by Dad? Zhou Xiaodian, standing nearby, interjected with a knowing smile. Indeed, it was painted by Uncle Yi. How incredible is that? Yi Shi remarked, her eyes brimming with admiration. We must ask him to paint one for us too, Yi Xia declared enthusiastically, envisioning her portrait hanging beside Yi Jing's. Why don't we take a photo? As Yi Xia's excitement peaked, Yi Shi timidly suggested. Yi Xia and Yi Jing exchanged glances, realizing the merit in the idea. As the girls continued to explore the villa, Yi Xian completed his culinary endeavors and emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands with a cloth. Upon stepping out, he was greeted by the sight of the girls frolicking joyfully throughout the spacious villa, their laughter resonating within its walls. These girls, Yi Xian mused, a warm smile gracing his lips as he reveled in the delightful scene. The girls, meanwhile, approached a quaint, antique table adorned with a stunning blue and white porcelain vase, an exquisite artifact from the legendary Giguzi. Yi Xia leaned closer to the vase, her eyes widening in earnest admiration. This vase is simply exquisite. The other girls mirrored her curiosity, standing on tiptoe, captivated by the blue and white porcelain before them. Observing their keen interest, Yi Xian approached with a smile. This vase is a fine example of blue and white porcelain, depicting the legendary scene of Giguzi descending the mountain. This is truly unique. There is none other like it in the world. As Yi Xian elaborated, the girls listened intently, their fascination growing. This porcelain represents a significant aspect of our Chinese civilization, evolving from humble earthenware to the intricate porcelain we see today, with craftsmanship continually advancing. However, there are many counterfeit pieces out there, so you must learn to discern the genuine from the fake. The techniques for authenticating porcelain can be quite complex. First, examine the base. It should have a mark. The underside is where wear and tear is most evident, leaving various traces. Yi Xian continued his discourse, but as he spoke, he noticed the girls gradually losing interest, ultimately dashing away in playful exuberance. Seeing this, Yi Xian fell silent, a wry smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, children had little interest in such topics. All right, it's time to eat. He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he made his way toward the girls, who were joyfully scampering about. Moments later, he found himself carrying one child in his arms, another in front, and yet another on his back, single-handedly wrangling all four girls back to the dining table. All right, let us be honest, it's time for us to eat. Yi Xian gently placed the young girls on the chairs, each of them presented with a set of exquisite and charming tableware. The table was adorned with several delectable dishes, and as soon as the girls settled, the enticing aroma invigorated their spirits. Wow, it smells amazing. Yi Xia's eyes sparkled with delight as she gazed at her father's smiling face, her admiration for him intensifying. Her father was not only nurturing, but also an accomplished artist and cook, truly a multifaceted talent. Let us eat. After dinner, we can take a break and then head for a bath and bed. Yi Xian affectionately ruffled the hair of Yi Xia and Yi Shi, speaking with a tone of indulgence. You two must be exhausted from the train ride. Today, make sure to eat well to replenish your energy. Yi Xia and Yi Xi nodded eagerly, their mouths watering at the sight of the dishes before them. Delicious. It's even better than what Mom makes. After just one bite, both girls closed their eyes in bliss, savoring the exquisite flavors. They were already astounded that their father could cook, but they had not anticipated his culinary skills to reach such remarkable heights. Dad, your cooking is incredible. It's even tastier than the lunch dishes. Yi Xia exclaimed, devouring her food while giving Yi Xian a thumbs up. Slow down, Xia, or you might hurt your stomach. Yi Xian cautioned gently, continuously serving the girls more food. After a while, once dinner was finished, Tang Hao approached, carrying an exquisitely crafted small box. Brother Yi, this is a gift from your Cartier group. It is said to contain newly discovered diamonds from South Africa. Please take a look. Tang Hao stepped forward and presented the box to Yi Xian with a bow. Yi Xian nodded, accepting the box and placing it on the table. The young girls, sitting nearby, gazed curiously at the elegant black box. Its exterior was richly designed. Crafted from precious cowhide, the unique texture providing a warm and smooth feel. With a click, Yi Xian deftly unlocked the box, which opened with a crisp sound. Inside lay several dazzling diamonds, shimmering brilliantly. Yi Xian examined the size of the diamonds and nodded in satisfaction. Considering the size and clarity of these diamonds, each one must be worth several hundred million. Although the value of the diamonds was staggering, Yi Xian paid little heed to it. The girls, however, were completely captivated. Dad, this stone is so beautiful. Wow, it even reflects light. It's simply stunning. Yi Xian chuckled at the girls' unwavering fascination with the diamonds. Realizing that a woman's innate love for such treasures was perhaps instinctual. These stones are called diamonds. Their composition is quite similar to the graphite in your pencils. They are both carbon. Yi Xian intended to elaborate on the differences between pencil graphite and diamonds, but seeing the girls' captivated expressions, he refrained. However, the girls seemed oblivious to his explanation, their mouths agape as they admired the diamonds with sparkling eyes. Chapter 35. If you like it, feel free to play with it. If you all like them, feel free to take some to play with. Yi Xian smiled indulgently. The girls perked up at his words. Dad, really? With their big, glistening eyes fixed on him, Yi Xian affectionately nodded. Of course, as long as you want to play, take whatever you like. Yay. Yi Jing was the first to rush to the pile of diamonds, selecting one of moderate size. However, after a moment's thought, she decided it was still a bit too large and chose a slightly smaller one instead. Zhou Xiaodan and Yi Xia each carefully picked out a small diamond, cradling it gently in their palms. Yi Xi was the last to choose. Seeing her friends select smaller ones, she timidly picked up a tiny diamond. Here, this one's for you. Yi Xian smiled and handed her one of the largest diamonds, holding the radiant gem in her hands. Yi Xi looked up at her father in astonishment, biting her lips shyly as she whispered, "Thank you, Dad." Yi Jing and the others cherished their diamonds, grinning foolishly at Yi Xian, sweetly chiming, "Hee hee. Thank you, Dad." Seeing the girls' joyful expressions, Yi Xian nodded with a smile. "As long as you like them." After checking the time, he realized it was getting late, so he closed the box and casually set it aside. "All right, hurry and wash up and get ready for bed. It's getting late." "Okay." The girls obediently agreed, linking arms as they headed to the washroom. That night, Yi Xian found himself enveloped by the little girls. Staring blankly at the ceiling, a hint of blissful fatigue in his eyes. Yi Xia and Yi Jing cuddled closely beside him, sound asleep. Yet their little hands remained tightly grasped around him. Yi Xi lay peacefully on his chest, breathing evenly in slumber, while Zhou Xiaodan sprawled across the remaining space on the bed, sleeping soundly. Once again, Yi Xian welcomed a sleepless night. The following morning, after enjoying breakfast with the girls, Yi Xian sat on the sofa watching television. Ding ding ding. At that moment, a call came from Qinjing. Yi Xian glanced at the screen and answered. "Mr. Yi, there's an antique exchange meeting here. Why not take the children along for some fun during the holiday?" Yi Xian paused, then replied with a smile. "I want to be going. You all can go ahead. I'll drop the girls off later." "All right." After hanging up, Yi Xian turned to the girls. "Girls, Auntie Chun is having an antique exchange meeting. Do you want to go have some fun?" The girls were initially taken aback, but upon hearing they could go out, they erupted with excitement, jumping up and down. "Yes, we all want to go." "Well then, off you go. Dad won't be going today. Auntie Chin will take care of you." Yi Xian smiled, nodding at their eager faces, and called for Tang Hao. "Tang Hao, please take these girls over to play. I want to be going." "Understood, Brother Yi." Tang Hao nodded, and after a bit of preparation, the girls exited the villa and entered the Rolls-Royce. As Tang Hao drove, Yi Jing, sitting in the passenger seat, suddenly turned to him. "Uncle Tang, what kind of person is my dad really?" Although Yi Jing was certain of her father's genuine love for them, she remained curious about his identity. In their eyes, Their father was a culinary artist and a skilled painter, akin to an omnipotent superhero. At this moment, Yi Jing posed a question, and several young girls, including Zhou Xiaodan, cast curious glances at Tang Hao. With a subtle smile, Tang Hao took a deep breath and addressed the girls, saying, "Your father is an exceptionally remarkable individual. As for the rest, I shall refrain from divulging any further details for now. In due time, when the moment is ripe, you shall naturally come to know." The girls, obediently seated in the car, ceased their inquiries upon hearing his words. After a while, Tang Hao escorted the girls to their destination and reminded them, "Once you have had your fill of fun, just give me a call, and I shall come to fetch you." "All right. Thank you, Uncle Tang Hao." The girls smiled and nodded before alighting from the vehicle, hand in hand. Outside, Chen Jing had been waiting eagerly and swiftly approached upon spotting the young girls. "Auntie Chen Jing." The girls clustered excitedly around her, tugging at her clothing and gazing eagerly towards the venue. "Auntie Chen Jing, when are we going in?" Yi Xia was the first to inquire, her anticipation palpable at this juncture. "Well, we still have to wait for another auntie. Once she arrives, we shall enter immediately," Chen Jing replied. Thus, Chen Jing and the girls stood to the side, awaiting the arrival of the other aunt. Before long, a strikingly beautiful young woman, clad in high heels, approached them. "Zhou Xian, we are over here." Upon hearing the call, Zhou Xian turned her gaze towards them and immediately spotted Chen Jing along with the young girls. "Chen Jing." She paused momentarily before hurrying over to join them. "Oh, Chen Jing, look at you. You're practically the queen of the children now." Chen Jing gently patted Zhou Xian's shoulder with a smile. "Well, I simply adore these kids." Zhou Xian knelt down, playfully pinching the cheeks of the girls. "Little ones, just call me Auntie Zhou." "Hello, Auntie Zhou." The girls chimed sweetly, and Zhou Xian's affection for them only grew as she dashed off to buy a few skewers of candied hawthorn, returning eagerly to present them to the young girls. "Here you go, girls." "Thank you, Auntie Zhou." The girls expressed their gratitude, each holding a skewer of candied hawthorn, their joy evident. "All right, let us proceed inside." Chen Jing smiled, gesturing forward as she, Zhou Xian, and the girls ventured into the venue. Inside, the atmosphere buzzed with lively chatter and people exploring the exhibits, creating a vibrant scene. Numerous artifacts were displayed on the exhibition racks, with several staff members standing by, warmly introducing the items. Additionally, various stalls attracted crowds, seemingly more bustling than the exhibition itself. Chapter 36, The Children's Monarch. As Chen Jing and Zhou Xian entered with the young girls, they were immediately drawn to a stall selling antiques. Chen Jing shook her head in resignation, while the girls, brimming with curiosity, gazed wide-eyed at the array of antiques and artworks displayed. While meandering through the stalls, Zhou Xian's attention was captured by a beautifully crafted porcelain vase. "Oh!" Zhou Xian exclaimed, halting in her tracks to examine the vase closely. "My dear lady, you truly possess an eye for quality. This vase is a treasured heirloom of my family. A masterpiece from the official kiln of the Tang dynasty, specifically crafted for tribute to the imperial court." The vendor, sporting a conspicuous gold tooth, seized the opportunity as he noticed Zhou Xian's keen interest, launching into an enthusiastic pitch about the vase's craftsmanship and glaze. Zhou Xian, momentarily taken aback by his fervor, casually inquired, "How much is this vase, good sir?" The vendor, grinning broadly, extended 5 fingers. "Ah, my lady, this is indeed a fine piece. I can see you are genuinely interested. I acquired it for 480,000. Let us settle for 500,000, and it shall be yours." Zhou Xian's brow furrowed slightly at the figure, but she quickly relaxed, assuming it was a jest, and replied, "Come now, do not jest. I am sincerely interested. Can you provide a fair price?" Upon hearing this, the vendor's expression reflected a mix of reluctance and hesitation, yet one could discern the gleam of amusement in his eyes. "I knew you were a discerning buyer. Very well, let me lower it by 5,000. 45,000 will suffice." "Are you serious?" Zhou Xian was taken aback, her previous assumption of jest replaced by disbelief as she observed the vendor's demeanor, which now suggested he was making a considerable concession. Not only Zhou Xian, but also Chen Jing and the girls were momentarily stunned. "That's an enormous sum. Previously, my mother only gave us a few hundred for our weekly allowance." As she spoke, Yi Xiao leaned in for a closer look. Although the vase was exquisite, she sensed something was amiss. "This vase seems to be a counterfeit." The vendor bristled at her remark, retorting sharply, "You little brat. What do you know? How dare you claim this is fake?" Yi Xia, undeterred by his tone, replied defiantly, "Humph. My father has taught me about these things. There are methods to authenticate porcelain." The vendor scoffed, dismissing the little girl's words, while onlookers were drawn to the unexpected confrontation between a child and the vendor. Yi Xia continued, "Uncle, when identifying porcelain, one must first examine the base for markings to determine if it has been aged or is a replica, and to check for signs of wear. Moreover, Authentic porcelain should feel as smooth as jade, yet yours. At this point, Yixia paused, gently caressing the vase. Uncle, this vase feels rather sticky to the touch, does it not? Her observations elicited astonishment from the crowd, who found her analysis both insightful and impressive, showering her with praise. This girl is remarkable. Indeed, at such a young age, her skills are extraordinary. I have high hopes for her future. At that moment, the vendor's face shifted through various shades of embarrassment and frustration as he listened to Yixia's continued assertions. Furthermore, I remember my father mentioning that if this item were a replica, it would bear traces of lathe work. Zhou Xian, suddenly struck by this remark, scrutinized the vase more closely. Upon closer inspection, she indeed discerned the markings reflected in the natural light. Without a second thought, Zhou Xian returned the vase to the stall. The vendor, scratching his head awkwardly, offered a sheepish smile in Yixia's direction. Little sister, you certainly possess a wealth of knowledge. It is truly evident that there are always greater talents beyond our own, and today, I have been thoroughly schooled by you, young lady. Upon hearing these words, Yixia appeared to be invigorated, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she turned to the owner and exclaimed, "Oh, I just remembered. My father also mentioned other methods of appraisal, such as with this jade." Instantly, the owner, observing the girl's renewed enthusiasm, quickly retrieved 200 yuan and handed it to Yixia. "Dear child, take this money and buy yourself some snacks. Uncle still has business to attend to. Rest assured, I shall never overcharge you again. I promise, with your magnanimity, grant me this reprieve." This scene was clearly witnessed by Zhou Xian and Sun Yi, who were equally delighted, their lips curling into smiles. They had not anticipated that this vendor had no means to contend with these charming young girls. Yixia, unabashedly accepting the money, beamed at Chunjing and the others. "Let's go and enjoy some delicious food." Chunjing affectionately ruffled Yixia's hair and smiled. "Xiaoxia, you truly are remarkable." Both Yi Jing and Yi Shi nodded in agreement. Although they had heard similar things from Yi Xian the day before, they had retained none of it. "Come on, let's go together." The group of girls skipped away, purchasing an abundance of snacks, their hands and mouths delightfully occupied. At that moment, Zhou Xian spotted a jewelry store nearby and suddenly became intrigued, glancing at Chunjing and the others. "Shall we take a look?" Chunjing examined the jewelry store, then shot Zhou Xian a dubious look. "Wait, why do you want to see this? Wouldn't it be nicer to wait for your boyfriend to gift you something?" Before Zhou Xian could respond, Chunjing added, "Hold on, it seems you don't have a boyfriend." The atmosphere momentarily grew tense, and Zhou Xian's lips twitched as she shot Chunjing an exasperated glare. Yes, I don't have a boyfriend. But is there a rule that says I can't go in just because I'm single?" Zhou Xian retorted, though only she knew how much that comment had stung. "All right then, go ahead and enter, but the items inside are not inexpensive." Chunjing gently poked Zhou Xian's shoulder, a playful smile gracing her lips. "Could it be that you've secretly become a little heiress?" "Not at all." Zhou Xian scoffed at Chunjing, her voice feeble. "Can I just go in to look without buying?" After some playful banter, the two entered the jewelry store with the four little girls in tow. Upon stepping inside, the four youngsters were mesmerized by the dazzling array of jewelry, momentarily speechless. The girls held their breath, then scattered to peer closely at the various ornaments displayed in the cases. These little girls are simply adorable. The sales associate, witnessing this scene, felt a sense of joy, realizing that such treasures captivated girls of all ages. Due to a concurrent exhibition of cultural artifacts, the store was nearly devoid of customers. Seeing the girls' adorable antics, the associate decided to accompany them, offering insights along the way. Chunjing and Zhou Xian, noticing that someone was attending to the girls, felt reassured as they strolled hand in hand between the counters, eventually arriving at a display filled with diamond rings. "Diamond rings? Let's go take a look." Zhou Xian's eyes sparkled at the sight, and she eagerly tugged Chunjing along. "Why the rush? Are you eager to get married?" Chunjing teased, observing Zhou Xian's radiant expression. "Of course I'm not in a hurry, but I can't speak for you," Zhou Xian retorted while admiring the rings. "But seriously, what size of diamond do you want for your wedding?" Chunjing inquired, gazing at the various rings. Anything but a 1-carat stone. That would be a bit chilling to wear," Zhou Xian replied, and at her words, Chunjing chuckled. "Oh my, Miss Zhou Xian, surely you don't think a 1-carat diamond is all you deserve?" Zhou Xian fell momentarily silent, playfully pouting. "Humph. You make me sound so materialistic." As she spoke, her gaze softened while admiring the glimmering rings. Yet, every woman desires a dazzling diamond, a symbol of commitment from the man she trusts with her life. "Goodness!" Chunjing exclaimed, sticking out her tongue. This girl, merely shopping, had stumbled upon profound insights about life. "Ladies, are you looking to purchase a diamond ring?" At that moment, a sales associate approached, having noticed Chunjing and Zhou Xian lingering for quite a while. "Our diamonds are of exceptional quality," selected for their clarity and brilliance, offering the best value at this price point. Chen Jing and Zhou Xian smiled politely and nodded. No worries, we're just browsing. Even if we were to buy, it would have to be from our future boyfriends. The associate smiled knowingly, instantly grasping Zhou Xian's implication. All right, if you need anything, just call us. With that, the associate stepped aside, allowing the girls to join Chen Jing and Zhou Xian. Annie Chen Jing, Annie Zhou Xian, what are you looking at? One of the little girls asked. Diamonds. They replied. Oh. The little ones peered into the display case filled with rings, and Yi Jing remarked, wow. The stones here are so tiny. The other girls nodded in agreement, equally astonished. Small. Zhou Xian chuckled, ruffling Yi Jing's hair. Who would have thought? You little one. Maybe small in stature, but your perspective is grand. Zhou Xian continued, gazing at the glittering diamonds. Do you girls know what these are? These are diamonds. Just that tiny bit could buy a whole truckload of lollipops. As she spoke, she gestured, converting the value into something more relatable for the children. Really? The girls gasped in unison, their eyes wide with shock. Then, my dad must have given me a stone similar to this. As she spoke, she pulled a large diamond from her little purse, which sparkled brilliantly under the lights, captivating everyone. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Their eyes fixated on the dazzling stone, unsure of what to say. The sales associate and Zhou Xian were momentarily taken aback, then they too broke into smiles. Xiaoxi, did your father purchase this from a street vendor to amuse you? Zhou Xian chuckled with a hint of disbelief, musing that if this colossal gem were genuine, it would indeed be preposterous. The sales associate, perceiving it merely as a child's toy, failed to entertain any thoughts of its authenticity. Only Chen Jing, observing the diamond, found it increasingly peculiar, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Is this what your father gave you? Chen Jing inquired, her demeanor growing slightly serious as she turned to Yi Shi. Before Yi Shi could respond, the other little girls nodded in unison. Yes, Aunt Shun. Daddy said this isn't valuable, and we can play with it if we like. Ah, so that's the case. Hearing the girls' words, Chen Jing finally exhaled in relief. However, the subsequent comment from the little girls caused her previously eased heart to race anew. Well, Daddy said this is made of the same material as our pencil leads. No wonder it's worthless. At this revelation, everyone fell silent, their gazes once more fixated upon the magnificent diamond. The sales associate, standing nearby, began to sweat profusely. Unsure of why, even she now found herself uncertain about the authenticity of the gem. Chapter 38. A lesson well learned. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the jewelry store, the owner and several gem appraisal masters from their chain store approached, engaged in lively conversation. Upon reaching the entrance, the owner respectfully opened the door, gesturing for the esteemed gem appraisers to enter. Gentlemen, please come in. The owner was acutely aware of the significant stature these masters held in the jewelry industry, far surpassing his own as a mere chain store proprietor. With a wave of his hand, the lead master, Fong Hong, nodded at the owner. Thank you, boss, too kind. As they entered, the owner walked alongside the masters, engaging in conversation as they ventured deeper into the store. At that moment, however, they were interrupted by a commotion from a nearby area. Fearing it might disturb the masters, the owner hastily made his way toward the source of the noise, followed closely by the masters. To their astonishment, they found Xiaoxi holding up her little hands, gripping the dazzling diamond. Oh my heavens! The masters were momentarily stunned before quickly approaching. Gazing at the diamond, the previously impassive masters now wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Boss, you've arrived. The sales associate greeted the owner with polite acknowledgement. Come here for a moment. The owner beckoned her aside, inquiring softly, what is happening here? The sales associate, initially taken aback, quickly recounted the events leading up to this moment. Well, these customers came to view diamonds, and then this little girl suddenly produced this enormous gem, and we have no idea if it's real or not. The owner grasped the situation swiftly. However, upon casting his gaze toward the scene, he was met with an unbelievable sight. The masters were fixated on the diamond in Xiaoxi's hands, their eyes glued to it with unwavering intensity. With a gentle smile, Fong Hong addressed Xiaoxi, little girl, may I take a look at your diamond? Diamond. The surrounding crowd was momentarily stunned before erupting into gasps of disbelief. Is this truly real? Chen Jing slapped her forehead in realization. She knew that since it was a gift from Yixian, it could not possibly be a fake. The owner, who had been conversing with the sales associate, could no longer maintain his composure and hurried to Fong Hong's side, respectfully asking, Master Fong, could this truly be a diamond? As the owner himself was a prominent figure in the industry, he had never before witnessed a diamond of such magnitude with his own eyes. Indeed, this is an authentic diamond. Fong Hong inhaled deeply and nodded at the onlookers. Subsequently, he and the other masters turned their attention back to Xiaoxi. Dear child, may we see it? Seeing the gathering crowd, Xiaoxi instinctively clutched the diamond closer to her chest. No, this was given to me by my daddy. Although it may not be valuable, I cannot give it to strangers. Not valuable. Fang Hong's lips twitched slightly, pondering that if this gem were indeed worthless, then nothing in the world could hold any value. The other masters exchanged nervous glances, questioning the identity of the child's father, who would bestow such a treasure upon a child, only for her to claim it was of no worth. Little girl, I implore you, let me see it just once. I promise I won't take it from you. Seeing Xiaoxi's reluctance, Fang Hong crouched down, gazing at her with pleading eyes, almost in a state of supplication. Will you promise not to take my diamond? Fang Hong, noting her apprehensive expression, nodded earnestly. I swear, dear child, I will only look. And I assure you I harbor no ill intentions. All right. Xiaoxi finally relented, glancing at Fang Hong. But I must hold it. As she spoke, she carefully placed the diamond on her small palm, presenting it before Fang Hong. Haha, good child, that is perfectly fine. Fang Hong exclaimed joyfully, promptly joining the other gem appraisal masters in examining the diamond. Upon closer inspection, even the experienced Fang Hong felt a tremor of excitement within him. This diamond was undoubtedly genuine, with not a hint of deception. Furthermore, its size was not merely impressive, its clarity and hue were of the highest caliber. The cut was nothing short of perfect, with a color grade reaching the coveted D grade. Gasp! The assembled appraisal masters collectively inhaled sharply at the sight of the magnificent diamond. This is extraordinary. Just this single gem could be valued at nearly 1 billion. Fang Hong gradually rose to his feet, his expression suddenly grave. The rarity of such a size combined with such quality was truly remarkable. As the others absorbed this information, Chen Jing, Zhou Xian, the owner, and the sales associate were left in stunned silence. 1 billion. Chen Jing felt her mind whirl, utterly confounded by how Yi Xian could so casually give such an expensive item to a group of children. Oh my goodness. Zhou Xian, equally astonished, felt her thoughts swirling, her worldview on the verge of collapse. The owner and sales associate's hearts raced, grappling with the reality of a little girl casually producing a diamond worth 1 billion. Such a diamond is exceedingly rare. I have seldom encountered one. Fang Hong shook his head, his tone grave. But my sister has one too. Xiaoxi innocently chimed in, tilting her little head. As Yi Xia and her companions revealed their respective diamonds, Fang Hong felt as though he had been struck by a resounding slap across the face. Observing the slightly smaller yet undeniably exquisite gems in the girl's hands, he was left astounded. The appraisal experts behind him nearly collapsed in shock, their mouths twitching as they fixated on the diamonds held by the young ladies. Chen Jing, surveying the scene, thought to herself that wealth should not be flaunted, and hastily urged the girls to exit. Let us hurry, she exclaimed, noticing that Zhou Xian was still standing there in a daze. She quickly pulled her along. As Fang Hong and the other gem experts watched Chen Jing, Zhou Xian, and the girls depart, their faces reflected profound astonishment. It was simply unbelievable. These young ladies had imparted a valuable lesson. Chapter 39. Accompanying you in play. These diamonds are extraordinarily precious. I can assure you that if they were to be placed in an auction, their value would surge exponentially. The experts murmured amongst themselves, intrigued yet perplexed by the origins of these gems, as they had never encountered such exquisite specimens before. Fang Hong, glancing toward the entrance, voiced his concern. We should step outside. These young women and children should not be left to navigate with such valuables alone. Without finishing his thought, Fang Hong strode toward the exit. The other experts, quickly grasping the gravity of the situation, followed suit. The group of masters emerged from the building, finding Chen Jing and her companions waiting by the door, seemingly anticipating something. Suddenly, the blare of a car horn pierced the air, prompting the group to turn their attention to the source. Tang Hao was maneuvering a luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom, which soon came to a halt beside Chen Jing and the others, eliciting gasps of surprise from the assembled experts. What is happening here? Zhou Xian exclaimed, her eyes wide with confusion as she watched the Rolls-Royce. The masters, initially taken aback, soon reconciled the situation. It was hardly surprising that these young ladies would travel in such opulence, given their ownership of significant diamonds. This must be the vehicle of Yi Jing and her companion's father, Chen Jing mused, suppressing a sigh. As the car window slid down, Tang Hao greeted them with a smile. Miss Chen, Brother Yi invites you all to join him for a meal. May I inquire about the lady's intentions? Zhou Xian exchanged glances with Chen Jing, who nodded in response to Tang Hao. Very well, we shall accept your invitation. Tang Hao waved his hand dismissively. Not a bother at all. Miss Chen, please, do step into the car. The girls, eager and compliant, nodded enthusiastically and climbed into the vehicle, with Zhou Xian being guided by Chen Jing to take the last seat. As the car progressed smoothly, they soon arrived at the villa. We're home, the young ladies exclaimed, hopping out of the vehicle with remnants of snacks they had saved for Yixian. Zhou Xian, still in a daze, was roused by Chun Jing shaking her shoulder, and she finally stepped out of the car. Upon entering the courtyard, they discovered Yixian had set up a barbecue grill, the enticing aroma of sizzling meat wafting through the air. "Daddy, Uncle Yi," the girls cheered, racing toward him, drawn by the delicious scent. "Did you have fun today?" Yixian asked, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair. "It was so much fun," they chorused in agreement. Yi Xiao was pulled over by Zhou Xiaodan and Yi Jing. "Uncle Yi, you won't believe it. We encountered a seller of counterfeit goods at the antiques fair." The girls recounted their adventure, causing Yi Xian to chuckle with delight. Gently pinching Yi Xiao's nose, he said with a smile, "You're quite impressive. Daddy, eat." At that moment, Yi Shi, who had been silent until now, offered a piece of grilled meat to Yi Xian. "Thank you, Shi, you're such a good girl." Yi Xian grinned, savoring the flavor of the meat. "By the way, where's your Aunt Qinjing?" he queried, noticing her absence. "Aunt Qinjing is behind us, along with her friend, Aunt Zhou Xian," Yi Jing replied. Pouting, as if on cue, Qinjing and Zhou Xian approached. "Mr. Yi," Qinjing waved, and Yi Xian, still grilling, greeted her with a smile. "Miss Chun, and this must be Miss Zhou Xian?" Qinjing nodded, understanding that the girls had spoken of them earlier. "Indeed, let us welcome our guests. Everyone, please sit and enjoy the barbecue." Before long, they were gathered around the grill, with Yixian pouring chilled cola into everyone's cups. Nothing beats barbecue paired with cola. It's simply delightful. The girls indulged in the grilled meat, their faces gleaming with satisfaction. Qinjing glanced at the calendar, her eyes narrowing with a smile as she turned to the girls. "Girls, your mother will soon conclude her research and return home." "Really?" The girls' eyes widened with excitement and anticipation at her words. "Indeed. When have I ever deceived you? Your mother is on her way." "Yay!" The girls erupted in joy, and Yi Xian's eyes sparkled with expectation. "Mr. Yi, may I have a word with you in private?" After the meal, Chun Jing called Yi Xian aside. He smiled at her, responding calmly, "Miss Chun, what is it? How can you be so reckless?" Chun Jing's expression turned serious, leaving Yi Xian puzzled. "What do you mean?" "I mean, why would you give such valuable items to the children? Wealth should not be flaunted. You understand the risks if they attract the wrong kind of attention." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian recalled the diamonds, yet his demeanor remained unchanged. "Rest assured, Miss Chun, there is no cause for concern." "Very well," Chun Jing conceded, feeling a sense of helplessness akin to a bronze figure imparting wisdom to a king. It appeared that Mr. Yi had already arranged for the protection of the children. Later, Zhou Xian and Chun Jing departed, while the young ladies, having risen early, felt fatigued and decided to take a nap. After their rest, they washed up, brimming with energy, and clamored for Yi Xian to join them in a game of poker. "Daddy, come play poker with us." The girls, filled with enthusiasm, approached him as he sipped his tea. "Why the sudden interest in poker, my dear girls?" Yi Xian inquired, a smile playing on his lips as he observed their excitement. "Because we're bored. Daddy, please play with us," Yi Jing implored, batting her eyelashes at him. "All right, Daddy will join you in your game." Yi Xian let out a bitter smile and sighed, ultimately deciding to join the young girls in their playful antics. "Hee, how wonderful." Upon hearing Yi Xian's agreement, the girls eagerly hopped about, retrieving a deck of playing cards along with several black water-based pens. Chapter 40, How Ugly. Yi Xian observed with some confusion as the girls not only brought cards, but also pens. "My dear girls, why the pens? Are you planning to do your homework while playing cards? How is that even conceivable?" The girls playfully stuck out their tongues at him and cheekily replied, "Whoever loses has to draw a little turtle on their face." Realization dawned on Yi Xian, and he rubbed his hands together, grinning at the mischievous smiles of the girls. "Very well, let us deal the cards. I'm eager to see just how many little turtles you can draw on your father's face." Yi Xia giggled foolishly and nodded, settling into Yi Xian's lap. With a glint in her eyes, she suddenly made him feel a sense of foreboding. "Daddy, I want to take a good look at your face." The other girls stifled their laughter at this remark. Are you planning to cover your father's face with little turtles?" Yes." Yi Xia flashed a peace sign, as if victory were already within reach. However, the game did not unfold as the girls had anticipated. After several rounds, Yi Xian's face remained spotless, while the others sported one or two cartoonish little turtles. "Why is Daddy's luck so good?" Yi Xia muttered quietly to Yi Jing, unaware of the gravity of the situation. "I don't know, but Daddy can't keep winning forever. When we finally win, we must draw the biggest turtle on his face," Yi Jing declared, her small fist clenched with determination. At that moment, Yi Shi, with two little turtles already adorning her fair and cute face, appeared comically flustered, her head hanging low as if fearing discovery. "Come on, let us continue." Yi Xian reshuffled the cards, and the girls exchanged knowing glances, united in their goal to cover Yi Xian's face with grand turtles. Yet, as the rounds progressed, with the girls running out of space to draw turtles, Yi Xian's face remained untouched. The girls were incredulous, unable to believe that Yi Xian had not lost a single game. Although Yi Jing, Yi Xia, and Zhou Xiaodan had nearly filled their faces, they remained undeterred. While Yishi was left with no space, contemplating painting turtles on her neck if she continued to lose. At this moment, Yishi could smell the strong scent of ink wafting from her own face, realizing it was entirely covered in little turtles, her eyes welling with tears of frustration. Yi Xian, witnessing this, felt a twinge of guilt. Things had spiraled out of control. He knew he had to lose a round intentionally to prevent Yishi from crying. So he feigned regret as he placed the cards back into the deck. Alas, it seems fortune does not always favor me. I have finally lost. Yay, wonderful. The girls erupted in cheers. Even the shy Yishi beamed with delight, the earlier displeasure of being drawn upon evaporating in an instant. Are you all really that excited about winning a single round? Yi Xian chuckled at their exuberance. The girls, instead of replying, turned in unison towards him and grabbed the water-based pens from the table. Oh no, Yi Xian thought, realizing he had fallen into their trap. We're coming. Suddenly, the girls pounced, toppling Yi Xian onto the sofa, pens poised to draw upon his face. Yi Xia gently cupped Yi Xian's face, grinning mischievously. Daddy, you mustn't move, or the little turtles 1T look nice. Yes, Daddy, we promise we 1T be mean. We'll each draw just one. Yishi smiled sweetly, albeit with a hint of nervousness, as her pen hovered dangerously close to Yi Xian's face. Seeing the girls' faces adorned with little turtles from this perfect angle of view, Yi Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha. The girls paused, momentarily stunned by his laughter, their pens halting midair. Is Daddy being silly? Yishi asked with concern, glancing between Yi Xian, Yi Xia, and Yi Jing. Why is Daddy so happy about being drawn upon with little turtles? I've got it. I've got it. Yi Xia exclaimed, slapping her forehead. Daddy must really like little turtles, which is why he is so happy. The other girls nodded in agreement, beaming at Yi Xian. Daddy, do you really like little turtles? Should we draw more for you? Yi Xian regarded their serious expressions, a bead of sweat forming on his brow as he gulped. No. I was laughing because you all look so ridiculous with your faces covered in little turtles. Ha. As he spoke, laughter erupted again, prompting the girls to pout in unison. Daddy, you're so mean. With that, each girl selected a spot on Yi Xian's face and began to draw with precision. After a while, they capped their pens, admiring their handiwork with satisfaction. All done. A job well done. Yi Jing suddenly recalled something and dashed to fetch a mirror, presenting it to Yi Xian. Daddy, come see the little turtles we lovingly painted for you. Upon receiving the mirror, Yi Xian caught sight of his face and couldn't help but chuckle. Girls, look at how hideous you've made me. The girls, undeterred by his complaints, gleefully raised their peace signs. Yay, we succeeded. At that moment, they clapped their hands, their faces radiant with joy, though the little turtles on their cheeks contorted comically as they smiled. Ha! Yi Xian pointed at the girls, thoroughly entertained by the absurdity of the scene. Ha! Daddy, you look ridiculous too. The girls erupted in laughter, their faces painted with their artistic creations. Chapter 41. What a coincidence. Instantly, the villa was filled with the sounds of laughter from Yi Xian and the girls, enveloped in a warm and cozy atmosphere. The following day, after breakfast, the girls donned their little backpacks and made their way to the living room. Observing their eager preparations, Yi Xian chuckled and inquired, "What are you girls all geared up for?" Yi Jing adjusted her backpack and grinned at Yi Xia and Yi Shi beside her. "Daddy, we're going to buy some things for Xiao Xia and Shi Shi." "Oh, right." Yi Xian thumped his thigh, suddenly realizing how he had forgotten this matter. "Then I shall accompany you." After speaking, he set down his teacup, rose to his feet, and prepared to head out with the young ladies. "It's all right, Dad. We can manage," Yi Jing said sweetly, gently pulling Yi Xian's hand to encourage him to sit back down, while Yi Xia and Yi Shi nodded in agreement. "Very well." Yi Xian smiled lightly. Since the girls insisted, he thought it reasonable to allow them to venture out on their own. "By the way, Jing, do you still have money in your little treasury?" "Yes." Yi Jing nodded confidently. "Is that so?" Observing her assurance, Yi Xian smiled again as he retrieved a membership card and handed it to her. "Jing, Xiao Dan. Take Xia Xia and Xiao Shi to that shop we visited last time. Feel free to buy whatever clothes you fancy. Just use this card." "Thank you, Dad." Yi Jing glanced at the membership card and accepted it with a smile. "Well then, we shall be off. Goodbye, Dad." The young ladies changed their shoes and waved at Yi Xian as they exited. "Be careful," he called after them. "Okay." After a few reminders, the girls left the grand entrance of Villa Number 1. Yi Xian stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the four of them hand in hand as they walked away. before retrieving his phone. The mall they had visited previously was not far from there, and the girls soon arrived at their destination. The mall was bustling with people, a place of considerable foot traffic. The girls held hands, consciously ensuring they wouldn't get separated, and upon spotting a store they liked, they ventured inside to browse. "Hello, little ones. What are you looking to buy? Let me help you." The sales assistant, charmed by the sight of the adorable girls, greeted them with a warm smile. "Thank you, but we can look around ourselves." The girls politely declined her offer, eager to explore the array of delightful shops at their leisure. "All right, sweethearts. Just call for me if you need anything." The sales assistant, enchanted by their polite responses, discreetly followed them as they wandered. "Xia, look at this lovely hair tie," Yi Jing exclaimed as she spotted a beautifully adorned hair accessory on a nearby shelf, rushing over to inspect it. "It's truly gorgeous." The other girls nodded in agreement, and both Xia and Xiaoxi admired it as well, but upon seeing the price, they shook their heads. "Let us skip this one. We'll look for something else. This is too expensive." Despite her fondness for the hair tie, Xiaoxi quickly dismissed the idea upon seeing the cost. "This one is nice too." After a moment, she picked up a promotional hair tie from the shelf and handed it to Yixia. The hair tie was a rich chocolate color adorned with white polka dots, exuding a delightful charm. "Sister, do you like this?" Yixia took it, examined it, and nodded with a smile. "I think this one is quite lovely." Satisfied with both the style and price, Yixia and Xiaoxi each chose one for themselves. The sales assistant, observing this scene, smiled at the well-behaved girls, thinking how polite and sensible they were, not frivolously spending their money. She wondered what kind of person could raise such well-mannered daughters. The sales assistant couldn't help but recall her own mischievous child, shaking her head in resignation. The disparities between individuals are often unfathomable and vast. Afterward, the girls selected a few more accessories and hair ties they liked, then contentedly made their way to the counter to pay. Yi Jing retrieved her little treasury to settle the bill, and the cashier smiled as she handed over the packaged items. "Thank you," Yi Jing chirped, her voice sweet as she accepted the bag. The girls then exited the store. They continued to browse through other areas, but soon grew weary, deciding to stop by a supermarket to grab some snacks before heading to the mall's relaxation area. The four girls sat upright, chatting and laughing as they savored their treats, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Meanwhile, on the other side, two young women were also out shopping. Both were strikingly beautiful, clad in simple yet elegant dresses that failed to mask the aura of intellect they exuded. Today's students are truly a handful, each one more whimsical than the last. One of them remarked, observing a group of elementary school children playing nearby. "These kids, I wonder what goes on in their little heads." When I was teaching, one even asked for a leave to play outside. When I denied him, he earnestly inquired, "Teacher, why can we ask to leave for the restroom during class, but not to go play?" He argued that he could hold it in, but couldn't resist the urge to play. I was at a loss for words. The other woman chuckled at this, sighing softly in response. "I'm fortunate. I only teach math. The homeroom teacher is the one who truly bears the burden, dealing with parents and attending endless meetings. It's exhausting. Indeed, being a teacher nowadays is no easy task." Zhang Nan nodded in empathetic agreement, but then her gaze was drawn to something across the way, causing her to freeze in surprise. "Hey Zhang Nan, what's wrong?" the other girl inquired, noticing Zhang Nan's abrupt halt. "Oh, nothing. I just spotted one of my students." Zhang Nan replied with a smile, pulling her companion along towards the group of girls. "Jing Jing, Xiao Dan." Zhang Nan greeted the little ones warmly. "Oh, Teacher Zhang." Yi Jing and Zhou Xiao Dan were momentarily taken aback upon recognizing their teacher, but quickly returned the greeting with smiles. "Hello, Teacher Zhang. What a coincidence." Zhang Nan smiled, nodding, and surveyed the girls around her, noticing the absence of any guardians. Curiously, she asked, "By the way, where are your parents? I haven't seen them." Zhou Xiao Dan shook her head gently, responding politely, "Well, Teacher Zhang, we came out to shop by ourselves, so our parents didn't accompany us." Zhang Nan furrowed her brow, glancing at the items the girls had purchased, perplexed by how parents could be so trusting of their children. "And how young are you all to be allowed to venture into such a crowded mall on your own?" With this thought, Zhang Nan looked at her fellow teacher, who nodded in understanding. As educators, they couldn't fully trust the children's safety. "How about this, children? I'll accompany you, and afterward, I can take you home." "No need, teacher. You go ahead and shop. We're all grown up now." Yi Jing gently declined Zhang Nan's kind offer, to which Zhang Nan affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair. "Oh, really? You're already all grown up in the first grade? No negotiation here. I'm concerned for your safety." "All right. Thank you, Teacher Zhang." As the conversation reached this point, both Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan found no reason to refuse, smilingly expressing their gratitude to Zhang Nan. "Teacher Zhang, this is for you," Zhou Xiaodan said, handing over a freshly opened bag of chips. Zhang Nan accepted it with a smile, feeling uplifted by the presence of the two young girls. Thank you, Xiaodan and Jingjing. After you rest for a bit, let us go for a stroll together. Zhongnan munched on the chips, sitting beside the girls. Compared to the other rowdy children, she found a particular fondness for Zhou Xiaodan and Yi Jing, who always provided a sense of warmth and comfort. After a short respite, Yi Jing led the group to the boutique where Yi Xian had previously ordered custom outfits for her and Xiaodan. The sales associate recognized them immediately, greeting them with enthusiasm. Welcome back, little ones. Come in, come in. Feel free to browse. Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan nodded eagerly, guiding Yi Xia and Yi Shi inside to select their garments. Zhang Nan and her friend meandered through the store, equally impressed by the offerings. I must say, the clothes here are truly exquisite, her friend remarked, caressing a small dress on the rack, fully appreciating its design and quality, which could undoubtedly be categorized as top tier. Indeed, quite lovely, and the quality seems remarkable. Zhang Nan concurred, settling down to wait for the girls. Unfortunately, they soon discovered that none of the clothes were available in their sizes. Although the garments were splendid, they were simply unattainable for them. A short while later, the girls emerged proudly with their chosen outfits, presenting them at the counter. Sister, we're all set. Wonderful. The sales associate cheerfully took the clothes from the girls and began scanning them for purchase. Zhang Nan and her friend, noticing the transaction, approached the counter, curious about how the girls would settle the bill. However, upon glancing at the prices, Zhang Nan and her friend instantly lost their composure. A small dress costs that much. Their hearts raced as they viewed the staggering numbers on the price tags, apprehensive about whether they had inadvertently wandered into a rip-off establishment. At that moment, the sales associate began tallying the total. Sister, this is our membership card. Yi Jing suddenly remembered the card Yi Xian had given her and presented it to the sales associate. All right, just a moment, little ones. Zhang Nin watched in curiosity as Yi Jing produced the card. Jingjing, what is that card? Teacher Zhang, this is a card my dad gave me. Zhang Nin felt a pang of embarrassment, beginning to worry if the card held sufficient funds. Her friend shot her a knowing glance, prompting Zhang Nan to sigh and discreetly approach the cashier. Excuse me, may I ask if there is enough money on this card? At that moment, Zhang Nin felt somewhat trapped, as the prices were exorbitant, and she was concerned about the card's balance. She even contemplated whether to call Yi Jing's father. Taking a step back, even if the card had enough funds, the amount was still considerable. Please hold on, let me check. The cashier replied politely, swiping the card. No problem, it's sufficient, there's still 4,000. In an instant, the cashier froze, staring in disbelief at the balance displayed on the screen. There's over 40,000, she thought, rubbing her eyes in astonishment. If an adult had presented such a card, they might have been surprised, but it would not have been as shocking as witnessing a group of young girls with such a card. What? Zhang Nin thought she had misheard and leaned in for a closer look. The reality of the numbers before her was shocking. Zhang Nin stood speechless, while her friend gaped in disbelief. She could never have imagined that this simple card held such an immense balance. Her friend was equally flabbergasted, realizing these girls were merely first graders. This revelation led her to reflect on how, while many were tirelessly striving for success, there were others who were born into privilege. What kind of family would allow young girls to carry around cards worth millions? All right, little ones, here is your card back. After finalizing the transaction, the cashier wiped her brow and quickly returned the card to Yi Jing. Thank you, sister. After expressing their gratitude, the girls grabbed their clothes and card and dashed out of the store. Zhang Nan and her friend were momentarily stunned, but upon seeing the girls sprinting outside, they quickly followed suit. Girls, don't run so fast. Zhang Nan and her friend exerted considerable effort to catch up with the spirited youngsters. Finally, they managed to intercept them at the stairway. I'm parched. You all stay here with the girls while I grab some drinks. Zhang Nan's friend, feeling dry-throated, instructed Zhang Nan to keep an eye on the girls as she headed to a nearby tea shop. Shortly after, she returned with several cups of bubble tea. Here, one for each of you. She distributed the drinks to Zhang Nan and the girls, who immediately expressed their thanks. Thank you, sister, they chorused. Subsequently, the group exited the mall and made their way to a nearby park, settling onto a bench to rest. The girls clutched their bubble tea, sipping contentedly while basking in the gentle breeze and warm sunlight. It was pure bliss. So delightful, Yi Jing exclaimed after a few sips, and the other girls nodded in agreement. Zhang Nan and her friend observed the girls, increasingly bewildered by the earlier events, still struggling to comprehend what had transpired. By the way, why did you all run off earlier? Zhang Nan shifted her focus to the earlier incident. We didn't want to trouble the teacher, Yi Jing and Zhou Xiaodan replied, lowering their heads. It's all right. The teacher isn't upset with you. You've all been very well behaved. Zhang Nan smiled, playfully ruffling the girl's hair, contemplating whether to inquire further about the card but hesitating. After all, it was a personal matter concerning someone else's finances, and as their teacher, she felt it inappropriate to pry. If word got out, it could lead to unwarranted gossip. Teacher Zhang, should we head back now? Yi Jing, sipping her bubble tea, posed the question. Let us rest a bit longer, and then I'll take you back, all right? Zhang Nan responded, choosing to set aside concerns about the membership card. Okay. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Zhou Xiaodan cheerfully nodded, eagerly gulping her bubble tea. Xiaodan, slow down. No one is trying to take it from you. Be careful not to choke. Just as they were chatting, a film crew rushed in from the distance. At this moment, the film crew entered the park from the opposite side. Yet they could still behold the benches nearby. This place is splendid. Let us film here. One of them exclaimed. I concur. The scenery is quite delightful. Several crew members strolled into the park, admiring the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. Director, what do you think of this location? One staff member eagerly approached a bespectacled middle-aged man, bowing respectfully as he inquired. It seems quite good. The director surveyed the area and nodded contentedly. Indeed, it appeared to be a rather fine setting, the scenery, the passers-by, and the filming environment and angles were nothing short of excellent. All right, everyone, attention. Actors, be prepared. We may commence filming at any moment. The assistant director, observing the scene, cautioned the crew behind him. Understood. The director was moving forward when his steps suddenly halted as he noticed a group of young girls seated on a bench, sipping milk tea, while two other girls engaged in conversation nearby. It appears we have found our subjects for today. The director smiled at the sight. Director, what do you mean? The assistant director, having spotted the gathering on the bench, asked with a slight twitch of his lips. Indeed, I refer to them. What a splendid opportunity for filming. Perhaps this footage will significantly enhance our viewership. But, listening to the director's impassioned words, the assistant director felt a twinge of concern and looked sternly at him. Director, they appear quite young. I hope there won't be any unforeseen incidents. Watching the adorable little girls, the assistant director's worries intensified. These children are still quite small. I fear they may develop some psychological trauma. Upon hearing the assistant director's concerns, the director contemplated the issue seriously. He then approached the actors who were in the midst of makeup, imparting a grave warning. Everyone, we must exercise caution today. As our subjects are girls, and some are quite young, if we notice any signs of fear, we must immediately halt filming. We cannot impose undue distress on them. The actors listened intently to the director's words and nodded solemnly as they glanced at the little girls on the bench. That should not pose a significant problem. We can explain later and perhaps offer them some gifts to smooth things over. The director nodded in agreement, but reiterated a few more points. Nonetheless, we must remain acutely aware of the unique nature of our subjects. After all, they are children, and we must ensure we maintain appropriate boundaries. Subsequently, the director turned to the crew and softly declared, All right, we may now initiate the live broadcast. Understood. A crew member signaled affirmatively and proceeded to activate the live stream. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to our channel. Today's filming will be rather unique, featuring a prank involving robbers. The audience likely noticed the little girls and their companions on the bench. They are, indeed, our subjects for today's prank. Our actors will don the guise of robbers to observe the reactions of these children and their friends. As the introduction concluded, the number of viewers entering the live stream surged, and the chat began to buzz with excitement. This might not be appropriate. It could frighten the children. I agree. What if it leaves them with psychological scars? Oh dear, I can hardly bear to watch. What is there to fear? I was quite brave as a child. Are today's children so timid? Easy for you to say, but these are robbers we're talking about. In an instant, the chat erupted with differing opinions on the matter. However, the majority felt that such an approach was ill-advised. Observing the chat, the director quickly interjected to clarify. Dear viewers, please rest assured, there is absolutely no cause for concern. Should any unexpected events arise, we will halt filming immediately. After hearing the director's reassurances, the chat calmed slightly, though an undercurrent of worry lingered. After all, such situations could be alarming, not only for young girls, but even for adults. Now, let us hasten with the makeup. Having addressed the chat, the director urged the actors to continue their preparations to avoid missing the start of filming. If they dawdled, the children might leave, and they would have nothing to film. Meanwhile, the girls on the bench continued to enjoy their milk tea and chatter, reveling in their carefree delight. Chapter 44. What are you planning? Little did they realize that a storm was about to descend upon them from not far away. The actors are ready. Soon. The actors had completed their makeup and were prepared for action. The director wasted no time and addressed the crew. Crew, be prepared. We shall commence shortly. Understood. The actors and crew sprang into action, making final preparations to begin filming. Just then, a group of imposing figures suddenly appeared nearby, each one towering and robust, exuding an aura of authority. The burly men encircled the crew, their expressions far from friendly. What do you intend to do? The director, witnessing this scene, swallowed hard. pondering the absence of any known threats in this area. In response to the director's inquiry, the burly men's faces darkened, their glares directed at the crew, instilling a sense of trepidation as if their eyes could kill. "What are you planning to do with those girls?" the leader of the group bellowed, causing the entire crew to freeze in bewilderment, the director particularly startled. Meanwhile, the chat exploded with activity, inundating the screen. Good heavens, who are these people? What is happening? Are they security for the other party? What nonsense? Who takes so many bodyguards out? They can't be villains, right? Those glares are terrifying. Haha, they certainly don't look like good people. The chat erupted with speculation regarding the identities of these men, and the viewership in the live stream surged dramatically. However, these imposing figures noticed the ongoing broadcast, and one of them swiftly covered the camera, plunging the screen into darkness. What is happening? Has the live stream been interrupted? Goodness, why can't we see anything? Is a fight about to break out? The director trembled at the sight of the camera being obstructed, glancing nervously at the hulking figures and stammering. "What do you want? Are you here to cause trouble? I must warn you, this is a society governed by law." Yet, regardless of what the director said, the men merely surrounded them, remaining silent. On the other side, a young man clad in military attire approached, prompting the tough men around to quickly clear a path. The youth's gaze was icy, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without uttering a word, as he strode swiftly towards the director. "This is our protected subject. Kindly vacate the premises, or bear the consequences," he declared, producing his credentials and presenting them to the director. At that moment, the director dared not breathe a word, trembling as he received the documents from the young man. Upon opening them, his lips twitched, nearly causing him to collapse in shock. Before him stood a 5-star officer from the Yanhuang military. Good heavens, a 5-star officer from the Yanhuang military. The director could no longer conceal his astonishment, exclaiming involuntarily. His heart was tumultuous with disbelief, unable to fathom how he had attracted such a formidable figure. Could it be due to those few young ladies? Yet that seemed implausible. Would such a terrifying force be mobilized for such trivial matters? However, it was evident to even the most naive observer that the individuals in question were indeed those young girls. Meanwhile, although the barrage of comments could not see the screen, they could hear the director's exclamations, which sent shivers down their spines. What situation is this, to have offended such a significant person? From the sounds, it seems to be due to those recent prank subjects. Those girls, my goodness, is this really necessary? At that moment, a glimmer of insight flashed in Bai Xing's eyes, startling the director so much that his flesh quivered. He quickly stammered an explanation. "I apologize, this is all a misunderstanding. We are part of the production team for a prank show that encompasses various fields of social experimentation, and it holds substantial value. Today, we merely aim to test how those young ladies would react when confronted by robbers. We harbor no malice. We are simply producing a show, and the audience is random." The director felt as though he might lose his sanity, apprehensively glancing around, aware that any misstep could lead to his neck being ruthlessly snapped by these imposing figures. After clarifying, Bai Xing took a deep breath, his demeanor slightly softening, though still devoid of warmth. "If such activities are to be conducted, do so elsewhere. I will grant you half a minute to vacate this place. I do not wish to see your shadows linger once time is up." Each of Bai Xing's words struck the crew like a hammer, rendering it nearly impossible to breathe. The audience, having overheard the exchange between Bai Xing and the director, was equally shocked. It seems the production team has encountered a formidable obstacle. Brothers, disperse. Quickly run. The first bird gets shot, so no one should linger. We are leaving. We are leaving." The director, drenched in cold sweat, abandoned his crew, scrambling away. The moment the crew saw the director flee, they too scattered like birds startled from the trees, and soon, not a single crew member remained in sight. They ran for 500 or 600 meters before halting, panting heavily, relieved to find no one following them. Yet, even then, an unshakable sense of dread lingered in each of their hearts. Meanwhile, Yi Jing and her companion sat on a bench, sipping milk tea, as the gentle breeze caressed them and the sun shone warmly, without the slightest hint of heat. Yi Jing gazed at Xia Xia and Xiao Shi beside her, reminiscing about her mother, as well as her sisters Yi Yun and Yi Zi, looking towards the western sky. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in her eyes. At that moment in Europe, within an enclosed garden, stood a woman of striking beauty, flawless from any angle. Her figure was statuesque, possessing a devilish allure, curvaceous yet devoid of any excess flesh. If her physique was a highlight, her face would surely leave one entranced. Her eyes, as profound as the stars, and her exquisitely chiseled features were a testament to perfection, akin to the golden ratio. Even the most celebrated models would feel a twinge of inferiority standing before her. The aura of independence and confidence that enveloped her was breathtaking. exuding an air of nobility that set her apart from ordinary women, combining calmness and shrewdness with an air of restraint. Dressed in a pristine white lab coat, her attire did little to conceal her remarkable figure, radiating a cool, regal essence as if she hailed from celestial realms. At that moment, she too gazed towards the horizon, exhaling softly, her eyes tinged with nostalgia. On the other side, Wang Yun was leading two little girls towards her. Wang Yun was also a beautiful woman of considerable grace, holding one girl's hand in each of hers, both appearing exceptionally well-behaved, akin to exquisite Barbie dolls. Feeling the sweet breaths of her two little companions, a warm smile spread across Wang Yun's face. The girls, with their little backpacks and braided hair, radiated anticipation, their palms slightly sweaty with excitement. Sensing their eagerness, Wang Yun smiled gently at them and said, "Little ones, do you miss your mother? You will see her soon." The girls nodded but suddenly spotted a stunning figure ahead. "Mama." They rubbed their eyes, and upon hearing their voices, Wang Xinyao turned, covering her mouth in excitement. "Yin Yun, Xiaozi, Mama, we missed you so much." The two girls immediately broke free from Wang Yun's grasp, their eyes glistening with tears as they dove into Wang Xinyao's embrace. Feeling the warmth of the two girls, Wang Xinyao's eyes also turned misty as she held her daughters tightly. "How have you been?" "Mama, don't worry. We're doing great." "That's wonderful. That's wonderful." Observing this heartwarming scene, Wang Yun approached with a smile, greeting Wang Xinyao. "So, how do you feel about having your girls back?" "Happy. I'm overjoyed. Thank you, Yun." Wang Xinyao replied with a squint and a nod. "What happened? Why aren't Xia and Xiaoxi here?" After exchanging pleasantries, Wang Xinyao noticed the absence of the other two girls and inquired with a hint of disappointment. "Unfortunately, I only had 2 spots this time. These 2 little ones won in rock, paper, scissors, so they came with me, while the others are with Yu Yan." Wang Yun shook her head, explaining that this was the best she could manage. As she spoke, Wang Yun suddenly recalled something and looked at Wang Xinyao, continuing, "However, I heard that those 2 are planning to visit Jinling to see Yi Jing. I wonder if they've gone?" Wang Xinyao smiled and waved her hand, not overly concerned about it. "It's all right. Even if we go, Chen Jing will be there with them, so there is nothing to worry about." Wang Yun nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in those words. After exchanging a few more sentences, Wang Xinyao glanced at Wang Yun and then at the 2 little girls in her arms, gently patting their small heads. "Yin, Xiaoji, why don't you go play in the car over there? Mommy brought you some delicious treats." As she spoke, Wang Xinyao directed her gaze towards a car parked nearby. "Okay, Mommy, we'll wait for you in the car." The 2 girls obediently nodded and, hand in hand, made their way over. Now, only Wang Yun and Wang Xinyao remained. After a moment of silence, they exchanged glances, their smiles tinged with an undercurrent of bittersweetness. "Xinyao, have you truly made up your mind to return to the Wang family in a few days?" Wang Yun asked solemnly, her eyes fixed on her friend clad in a white coat. "Yes," Wang Xinyao replied with a nod, her lips parting as if to say more. But she soon fell into another spell of silence. The matter loomed before her, compelling her to ponder deeply. In just a few days, it would be the Wang family's semi-annual reunion, and this time, she had been invited. While this might seem unremarkable to most of the Wang family, it was far from simple for Wang Xinyao. This would mark her first return since she had left under rather tumultuous circumstances years ago. She feared that this time, the situation would not unfold as smoothly as she hoped, wondering how many more hurdles she would have to face. A sigh escaped Wang Yun's lips, her gaze revealing a complexity of emotions. "It's fine, I'm not afraid. My primary purpose in going back is for these little ones, to ensure they lead better lives. Whatever I must do, I shall do so without regret. I have weathered many storms over the years. What is there to fear now?" Wang Xinyao affirmed, her voice imbued with determination, resilience, and profound love for the children. Witnessing her steadfast friend, Wang Yun couldn't help but sigh again. "Mommy, Auntie Yun. Snacks." Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat heavy, the 2 little girls sweetly presented snacks, beaming at the 2 women. "Thank you, darlings." With the arrival of the 2 little ones, the mood lightened considerably. Wang Xinyao bent down to look at them, and they eagerly offered her snacks. "What about me?" Wang Yun also bent down, narrowing her eyes playfully at the girls. "Auntie Yun, right here." The girls blushed slightly and produced a few pieces for Wang Yun. "What sweethearts you are." Wang Yun affectionately patted their heads, a smile of happiness gracing Wang Xinyao's lips. Meanwhile, in Jinling, Yi Jing suddenly snapped back to reality. Noticing the sun beginning to set on the horizon, "We should head home. Dad will start to worry soon." After a moment's thought, Yi Jing turned to the other girls beside her, speaking earnestly with the poise of an elder sister. "All right." The other girls giggled in unison, responding cheerfully. Zhang Nin observed them, but still felt a twinge of concern. "Do you want me to drive you home?" Just then, Yi Jing had just finished a phone call with Tang Hao, and politely declined Zhang Nan's offer. No need, Teacher Zhang. A car will come to pick us up shortly. Oh, I see. Zhang Nan nodded, deciding not to insist further. I will keep an eye on you. I'll leave once your ride arrives. Chapter 46. What happened? Yes. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. After expressing their gratitude to Zhang Nan, the girls eagerly awaited Tang Hao's arrival. Before long, a long Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a stop in front of them, and Tang Hao, smiling, opened the door and waved to the girls. Did you have fun today, little ones? As he spoke, he took the items the girls had purchased and placed them in the trunk. It was wonderful. Thank you, Uncle Tang. The girls smiled brightly as they thanked Tang Hao and turned to Zhang Nan. Teacher Zhang, we're off. Goodbye. At that moment, Zhang Nan and her friend stood frozen, utterly taken aback by the sight of the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom that had come to pick up the girls. Zhang Nan was even more astounded, inwardly questioning. Isn't my school supposed to be a regular one? This is a bit over the top. Upon hearing the girls bid their farewells, Zhang Nan snapped back to reality, mustering a strained smile and waving at the departing children. Goodbye, kids. After the girls got into the car, Tang Hao glanced at the stunned duo and politely smiled. Thank you for looking after the children. I appreciate it. With that, he closed the door and accelerated away towards Villa Number 1. Oh my goodness. Zhang Nan and her friend were increasingly astonished, watching the Rolls-Royce fade into the distance, their mouths agape, caught in a whirlwind of disbelief. On the way home, Tang Hao drove past a grand hotel. A throng of dignitaries emerged, surrounding a middle-aged man who appeared to be engaged in conversation, a smile on his face that belied the melancholy lurking in his eyes. Mr. Lin, take care. If you need anything, please feel free to reach out to us. Indeed, Mr. Lin, your visit to Jinling has truly elevated our status. Having a person of your caliber grace us with your presence is a rare honor. The usually arrogant dignitaries were excessively courteous towards the middle-aged man, their smiles dripping with sycophantic flattery. After all, this man hailed from Tianjin and was of a stature far above theirs, being the head of the Lin family, one of the 4 prestigious families of Tianjin, Lin Yuan. Such a rank dwarfed the status of the Jinling elite, prompting them to adopt a humble demeanor, both in attitude and tone, showing utmost respect. Is that a Rolls-Royce Phantom? Among the crowd surrounding Lin Yuan, a CEO caught sight of something, suddenly pausing in his tracks and gasping in surprise. Others nearby turned to see what had caught his attention, their expressions mirroring his as they stared at the passing Rolls-Royce, momentarily frozen in awe. That's Mr. Yi's car. They couldn't help but exclaim, drawing Lin Yuan's curious attention. Mr. Yi? Lin Yuan, a member of one of Tianjin's 4 major families, was undoubtedly astute. From the very tone of these individuals, one could discern that the once dismissed local tyrants of Jinling now spoke with a deference that was almost palpable, even more so than when addressing themselves. This piqued Lin Yuan's curiosity. Who could possibly command such authority over these people? Upon overhearing Lin Yuan's puzzlement, a nearby associate gasped and proceeded to elaborate. Mr. Lin, you may not be aware, but Mr. Yi is, without a doubt, the foremost dignitary in all of Jinling. We have all witnessed Mr. Yi's prowess. With a mere gesture, he can summon vast fortunes to our city, invigorating its economy to an astonishing degree. As he spoke, a glimmer of admiration shone in his eyes. Alas, we remain in the dark about Mr. Yi's past. It seems he has emerged from the tumult of the world, settling into a profound tranquility. The others nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiments. Indeed, Mr. Yi appears to have shed all pretenses. His presence is simply extraordinary. I cannot even begin to articulate it. Just standing beside Mr. Yi imbues one with a sense of pressure, yet he remains as unassuming as a gentle stream. It is evident he could achieve greatness, yet he has chosen to slowly withdraw from the limelight. Such a state of being is beyond our comprehension. Oh, Mr. Yi is shrouded in mystery. One cannot fathom the essence of his previous existence. Lin Yuan, observing the solemnity of these dignitaries, couldn't help but chuckle softly, muttering, well, I certainly do not share that sentiment. Who among us would not covet wealth? Pray tell, what is Mr. Yi's full name? Though he feigned indifference, intrigue stirred within him. His name is Xuan. Xuan? At once, Lin Yuan's body trembled slightly, his expression shifting dramatically as he turned to the others. What did you say? Repeat that. The head of the Lin family, Mr. Yi's name, is indeed Xuan. A sharp intake of breath escaped Lin Yuan, his composure slipping away as he inhaled deeply, his mind blanking. What does this Xuan look like? Still grappling with disbelief, he pressed on with his inquiries. Mr. Yi is quite youthful in appearance, and one might describe him as remarkably handsome. The executives, not daring to neglect Lin Yuan's question, proceeded to provide a detailed description of Xuan's visage. As the conversation unfolded, Lin Yuan's astonishment grew. Suddenly, one executive appeared to have an epiphany. He smacked his forehead, retrieved his phone, and presented a photograph of Yi Xian to Lin Yuhan. Mr. Lin, I just remembered, I have a photo of Mr. Yi. Quick, let me see it. Upon receiving the phone, Lin Yuhan's eyes widened as he gazed at the image, instantly recognizing Yi Xian. Even so, tears welled in his eyes as he continued to scrutinize the photograph, brushing away a stray tear. Chapter 47, Little Shi's Injury. What? The executives nearby were taken aback, pondering how a man of such stature could be moved to tears at the sight of Mr. Ye's photograph. Despite their swirling thoughts, they remained silent, merely observing. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuhan, his eyes reddened, wiped away the last tear and returned the phone to the executive. He then retrieved his own phone and dialed a number hastily. Prepare a vehicle and book a flight. I must return to Tianjin. With that, he hung up and hurriedly departed. The executives exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding drama, their minds rife with speculation. What just happened? One murmured. I can't make sense of it. Another added. Why did Mr. Lin react so emotionally upon seeing Mr. Ye's photograph? Surely the head of the Lin family knows Mr. Yi? The gathering of dignitaries buzzed with theories, yet none could grasp the true nature of the situation. Meanwhile, several young girls returned home, laden with shopping bags. Rushing into the villa. Dad, we're back. Spotting Yi Xian seated on the sofa with tea, the girls scampered towards him, waving their various shopping bags. Dad, we've finished our shopping. Yi Xian, seeing the girls approach, smiled indulgently, setting down his teacup to join them. Let me see what treasures you have bought. Sure. The girls giggled and eagerly displayed their purchases on the sofa. Look, Dad, these are hair ties, and these are clothes and skirts. Yi Xia pointed out the items, introducing each one to Yi Xian. What do you think, Dad? Aren't they lovely? Little Shi nestled into Yi Xian's embrace, innocently asking, are they pretty? Indeed. Absolutely splendid. My precious girls have done wonderfully. As he admired the charming little garments and accessories, Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. You're all amazing. Going out to buy clothes by yourselves. He enveloped the girls in a warm embrace, his eyes glistening with pride and happiness. Thank you, Dad. After releasing them, the girls continued to rummage through their new belongings, beginning to sort them out. Meanwhile, Yi Jing produced a membership card and handed it to Yi Xian. Dad, this is for you. Yi Xian accepted the card with a smile, playfully pinching Yi Jing's adorable cheek. Jing, you're fantastic. You're growing up like a big sister. Blushing at the compliment, Yi Jing shyly scratched her head. But, Dad, I'm still just a little one. Ha. Yi Xian laughed heartily, rising to his feet. All right, girls, play here for a while. Tonight, I'll take you out for a run. Yay. The girls erupted into joyous excitement at the prospect of running later. Xia, this is for you, little Shi, and this is yours. Yi Jing took on her role as an older sister, distributing the purchased items to Yi Xia and Shi, along with a few for Zhou Xiaodan and herself. Observing this scene, Yi Xian couldn't help but smile broadly. It was evident that Yi Jing had matured significantly, eventually, with the girls' collaborative efforts. Though the hall was somewhat excessive and disorganized, they swiftly managed to tidy everything up. Despite their lengthy shopping excursion, the girls remained brimming with energy, eagerly anticipating their evening run, unable to contain their excitement. Let us warm up first. Yi Xia, unable to contain herself, proposed an idea. Warm up? How do we warm up? The other girls looked slightly puzzled, their little lips pursed in confusion. With such a spacious house, we can run around inside and consider it a warm-up, right? Yi Xia waved her hand, as if this grand villa had transformed into a magnificent track in her eyes. Indeed, Yi Jing pondered for a moment and found it quite amusing, glancing at Xiao Dan and Xiao Shi. I agree. The teacher mentioned that we should warm up before exercising to avoid injuries. Xiao Dan also thought this was a feasible idea. And soon the girls turned their attention to Yi Shi. I'll listen to my sisters. Xiao Shi's cheeks flushed as she gently nodded. Great. Unanimous approval. Yi Xia gave a thumbs up and was the first to dash into the expansive living room. Xia, wait for us. Following closely, Yi Jing and Xiao Dan grasped Xiao Shi's hands and hurried after her. Instantly, a mini rally commenced in the living room, with Yi Xia taking the lead. Yi Xian, observing the scene, couldn't help but smile, but his expression froze the next moment. Suddenly, Xiao Shi slipped and fell to the ground, clutching her ankle, tears streaming down her face. Xiao Shi, witnessing this, Yi Xian rushed over to assess her condition. The other girls gathered around Xiao Shi, all worried about her predicament. It's all right, it's just a sprained ankle. Yi Xian reassured her with a smile while gently massaging her foot. Whether it was Yi Xian's soothing touch or the power of paternal affection, the tears that had brimmed in Xiao Shi's eyes quickly subsided. Jing, go fetch an ice pack from the freezer. Yi Xian swiftly moved Xiao Shi to the sofa, continuing to massage her while instructing Yi Jing to bring the ice pack for her comfort. The evening run, interrupted by this unexpected incident, was effectively cancelled. Whether it was during dinner or while watching television, Yixian held Xiaoxi closely, fearful of her getting hurt again. The little ones were quite understanding, always the first to care for their fifth sister. By bedtime, Xiaoxi was nearly recovered, yet she still nestled in Yixian's embrace, sweetly asleep. Although this arrangement did not allow Yixian to rest well, the sound of the little girl's tranquil breathing brought a smile of happiness to his lips. Holding his child as he slept had, perhaps, become a cherished wish for him. Chapter 48, Father. Yet, it was the arrival of these little angels that transformed his life dramatically. This was the scene he had envisioned countless times. How wonderful it would be if it could always be like this. Gently smoothing Xiaoxi's hair, Yixian couldn't help but sigh. The next morning, when Yixian awoke, Xiaoxi had rolled out of his arms and was snuggled up with Yixia. Observing this heartwarming scene, Yixian smiled faintly. Despite the abundance of rooms in the house, they always chose to squeeze together. Now, as he looked around, he noticed that the others were still sleeping soundly, with Yixia and Xiaoxi nestled together on the pillow. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaodan and Yi Jing displayed the most absurd sleeping positions imaginable. Yi Jing was sprawled awkwardly, her head resting against the foot of the bed, blissfully asleep, and Zhou Xiaodan, with her tiny, delicate feet sticking out, was blissfully sucking on half a finger, as if still indulging in snacks within her dreams. Oh, these girls! Yixian chuckled softly, carefully getting out of bed, mindful not to disturb them, for they had worn themselves out the previous day and deserved a bit more rest. Outside in the villa's yard, Yixian took a deep breath of the fresh morning air, deciding to practice some Tai Chi to stretch his limbs. With a swift motion, he positioned himself, and with a flourish of his sleeve, a striking display of Tai Chi unfolded before him, accompanied by a resounding crack in the air. Although it was merely practice, anyone witnessing this sight would undoubtedly be astonished. Yixian's Tai Chi movements were nothing short of extraordinary, each gesture imbued with both strength and subtlety, executed with perfection. His hands transformed from palm to fist, slicing through the air like cannonballs, creating a symphony of powerful sounds. His footwork was elusive, shrouded in mystery, yet remarkably agile, with astonishing speed. As Yixian practiced, inside the bedroom, Xiaoxi stirred awake, stifling a yawn. Noticing Yixian's absence, she felt a pang of emptiness, wondering when her father had risen. Gradually, she descended from the bed, approached the window, and gently drew back the curtains, peeking outside. A burst of bright light was momentarily blinding, causing her to instinctively close her eyes. After a few seconds of adjustment, she slowly opened her eyes, only to find herself mesmerized. In the yard, her father was practicing martial arts, appearing as if he had merged harmoniously with the universe, embodying a state of serene unity. Watching Yixian perform Tai Chi, the little girl's mouth dropped open in awe, simultaneously feeling a surge of power. "Oh my, Dad!" In that moment, Xiaoxi couldn't help but exclaim, then hurriedly dashed back to rouse her sisters. "Jing Jing, Xiaodan, Xia, wake up, wake up!" As she called out, she nudged the slumbering girls on the bed. "Is it morning?" Yi Jing, still groggy, opened her eyes and smiled at Xiaoxi's urgency. "Little Xi, have you forgotten? We're on break. There's no need to rush." Zhou Xiaodan and Yixia also stirred, stretching lazily, thinking Xiaoxi was confused about the school schedule, and joined in comforting her. "Yes, little Xi, have you lost track of time? We've been on break for days," Yixia said, noticing Xiaoxi's anxious expression, offering a reassuring smile. "That's not what I meant. It's about Dad. Dad." Upon hearing Yixian's name, the girls finally caught on. "Oh, Dad is missing. He's right here." Xiaoxi excitedly pointed outside the window. "Dad is out practicing martial arts." "Really?" The girls quickly scrambled out of bed, rushing to the window to peer outside. Xiaoxi sat on the floor, joining in the view. The sight of the girls, their little heads tilted together in a playful huddle, was utterly charming. Meanwhile, Yixian continued to demonstrate each movement of Tai Chi under the morning sun, appearing as powerful as a tiger's roar or a dragon's call, embodying grace and strength. "Dad is amazing." The girls' eyes widened in awe, utterly captivated, their mouths forming O shapes in admiration. Yixian was practicing Tai Chi when he suddenly sensed someone staring at him. He swiftly turned his head, startling a few young maidens who quickly retreated, drawing the curtains shut. Observing the still quivering fabric, Yixian couldn't help but smile, gently shaking his head at the antics of the girls. After a while, the girls arose, completed their morning routines, and bounded into the courtyard. "Daddy, what were you doing just now? It looked amazing." Yi Jing and Yi Shi exclaimed, throwing themselves into Yixian's embrace, their curious eyes wide with wonder. The vigorous display of Tai Chi he had just performed was indelibly etched in their minds. "Just now, I was practicing Tai Chi in the mornings. I always enjoy a bit of martial arts. It's quite beneficial for the body." Yi Xian patiently explained, noticing their eager curiosity. Daddy, we want to learn too. Yi Shi tugged at Yi Xian's sleeve, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Do you all wish to learn? Yi Xian smiled warmly at the other girls. Yes. Yi Jing, Yi Xia, and Zhou Xiaodian nodded vigorously in agreement. Very well. Once you learn, your balance will improve, and you'll be less likely to fall. Yi Xian said with a tender smile, gently ruffling Yi Shi's hair. Hearing that they wouldn't fall as easily, Yi Shi's cheeks flushed, recalling the events of the previous night. Little Shi, how is your leg? Is it still giving you trouble? Yi Xian squatted down, looking at her with concern. Daddy, it doesn't hurt at all now. Good. Then let us begin. Hooray. The girls were ecstatic to hear they could start learning, mimicking Yi Xian's earlier movements, albeit in a rather clumsy manner. Girls, look over here. Watching their lively and adorable antics, Yi Xian felt a warm wave of affection swell within him. Chapter 49. My sincerest apologies, everyone. I must take my leave. Hom. The girls instinctively formed a line, standing neatly before Yi Xian, as if awaiting instructions for a physical education class. First and foremost, regardless of what we do, a good beginning is essential. The same applies to Tai Chi. We must ensure that our initial movements are executed correctly, as this will facilitate our subsequent learning. As he spoke, Yi Xian naturally spread his feet shoulder-width apart, slightly bent his knees, and centered his weight between his legs, focusing on his breathing. The girls echoed in unison, diligently mimicking Yi Xian's stance. Yes, just like that. Yi Xian nodded approvingly at their earnest attempts. Be sure to keep your feet shoulder-width apart. Knees slightly bent, and weight evenly distributed. The girls nodded, adjusting their postures in accordance with Yi Xian's guidance, though they still felt somewhat awkward. Yi Xian approached them, patiently helping to refine their movements, and before long, all four girls achieved the desired stance. All right, this is the first step, but it is also the foundation. Each of you must maintain this position for 3 minutes, and during this time, focus on regulating your breathing. If your breath flows smoothly, the exercise will not be too exhausting. Okay, the girls nodded, though beads of sweat began to form on their foreheads. This position was proving to be quite challenging. Daddy, my legs are so sore. Yi Shi wiped her brow, noticing how the perspiration was accumulating. Perseverance is key. Yi Xian retrieved a handkerchief from his pocket, gently wiping the sweat from their faces, speaking earnestly. Girls, if you wish to excel in Tai Chi alongside me, you must master the fundamentals. Much like constructing a house, progress must be gradual. Don't worry, we can hold on. Yi Xia, though her legs felt weak, remained resolute. Excellent. You are doing wonderfully. Yi Xian praised as he observed their determination, giving them a thumbs up. Zhou Xiaodian, however, looked eagerly at Yi Xian, her voice tinged with longing. Uncle Yi, when can we be as good as you? You looked so cool while practicing just now. The other girls nodded in agreement, clearly intrigued by Yi Xian's earlier display. Yes. Daddy, will you teach us? Yi Xian smiled gently, but shook his head. The girls felt a twinge of disappointment, but he continued, I will teach you. But remember, Rome wasn't built in a day. Right now, you need to solidify your foundation, just as you must master phonetics to excel in English or Pinyin for your Chinese studies. Listening to Yi Xian's earnest words, the girls pouted slightly, but nodded in understanding. Daddy, we understand. Good, as long as you do. Now let us continue. Yi Xian nodded lightly, guiding the girls back into the basics of Tai Chi. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Yuhan had arrived at Tianjin Airport, where many awaited his arrival, their faces adorned with expressions of utmost respect. Why haven't they arrived yet? I don't know, but I heard they will be landing soon. Be patient. Making a good impression on the Lin family head is more important than anything else. Despite having waited for quite some time, the crowd showed no signs of fatigue, eagerly anticipating the arrival. The atmosphere resembled that of a celebrity's arrival, with many well-dressed and poised individuals awaiting Lin Yuhan, their demeanor radiating respect. Suddenly, someone shouted, "They've arrived." Instantly, everyone turned their gaze toward the distance, and indeed, a private jet was gliding down the runway. That's the Lin family's private jet. It must be the Lin family head on board. Let's hurry over, we won't have much time. Before the plane had even come to a complete stop, the crowd surged forward like a tidal wave, eager to greet the arrival. As the plane settled, staff members lowered the staircase, and Lin Yuhan, dressed impeccably in a suit, felt the cool breeze wash over him as he stepped out, lightly clearing his throat. Lin family head. Upon seeing Lin Yuhan emerge, the crowd erupted into excitement, quickly forming two lines at the foot of the stairs, their eyes turned expectantly towards him. Sighing softly at the sight, Lin Yuhan ambled towards them. Lin family head, please join us in our vehicle. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Lin family head. Everything is ready here, please follow me. Lin family head. In an instant, the surrounding men and women clamored, all vying for Lin Yuhan's attention. After all, establishing a connection with Lin Yuhan, given his esteemed status in Tianjin, could yield significant future assistance in their endeavors. However, Lin Yuhan appeared disinterested, perceiving the noise around him as mere background chatter. Having just disembarked from the plane and approached the crowd, he paused to survey the eager faces surrounding him. "I beg your pardon, everyone, but I must take my leave today, as I am burdened with numerous matters. My apologies." With that, Lin Yuhan turned without a backward glance and strode forward, leaving those around him feeling as though they had been doused with cold water, abruptly halting their chatter. What has happened to the head of the Lin family? I am not certain. Perhaps he is pressing affairs? In any case, it seems prudent not to disturb him. Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement, none daring to approach, merely watching Lin Yuhan's silhouette fade before them. After departing from the airport, Lin Yuhan promptly made his way to the hospital. Upon entering, he was greeted by towering edifices and modern decor, with pristine pathways lined with an array of luxury vehicles. This private hospital enjoys a notable reputation in Tianjin, frequented by the affluent and powerful when illness befalls them. As he hurried to the inpatient department, Lin Yuhan was struck by the single rooms, which resembled suites more than mere hospital accommodations. They were spacious and comfortable, with an ambience worthy of commendation. In one particularly lavish room lay an elderly man, appearing frail and on the brink of departure from this world. His vitality seemed diminished, yet he could still manage to stand, though it would not be long before he would require a wheelchair. Surrounding him were several distinguished individuals, impeccably dressed, their demeanor exuding respect, with a table laden with flowers and fruits nearby. "Rest assured, Elder Lin, I just consulted with the doctor, and you are in no immediate danger," one remarked. "Indeed, a person of your stature is bound to enjoy longevity." Another added, "You should focus on recuperation. There is no need for concern, for we are here for you." These esteemed figures regarded the elder with genuine reverence, their words heartfelt and devoid of flattery. After all, without this man, the calamity of yesteryears might have concluded far more direly. In those times, the business elite of Tianjin relied heavily on Elder Lin and a few others to withstand the incursions of foreign conglomerates. Their collective efforts were formidable, otherwise the current commercial landscape of Tianjin could have devolved into chaos. While others may be unaware of these truths, those present understood all too well. Although the elderly gentleman now appeared fragile, as if he could depart at any moment, the vigor he once exhibited was enough to instill fear in any adversary. Elder Lin said nothing, merely gazing out the window at the fluttering leaves, seemingly contemplating his own fate. "Elder Lin, should you require anything, do not hesitate to let us know," another insisted. "If there is something you wish to eat or drink that the hospital lacks, we will procure it for you by any means necessary. Just focus on your recovery. You need not worry about anything else. We are here," they reiterated. A soft cough from Elder Lin interrupted their assurances. "I am fully aware of my condition. There is no need for such reassurances." As he spoke, a glimmer of sharpness flickered in his eyes. He understood the gravity of his situation. Indeed, his time was limited. "Alas, I have already lived several years beyond my due. Even if I were to depart today, I would not feel cheated. Rather, I have extended my life by several years." He sighed, and those around him fell silent, listening intently. "However, I lament that I may never again see my benefactor. Should I have the chance to meet him once more, I would find solace even in a tragic end." His gaze drifted out the window, his expression laden with complexity, an amalgamation of acceptance, helplessness, regret, and an ineffable hope. Meanwhile, Lin Yuhan entered the hospital without delay, swiftly making his way to the patient's room. "Master Lin, you have arrived." The individuals present greeted him with respect, subsequently discussing Elder Lin's condition with smiles. "By the way, Master Lin, during your absence, the elder's health has improved significantly." "That is good to hear," Lin Yuhan replied, slightly distracted, before hastily approaching Elder Lin. Upon noticing Lin Yuhan's arrival, Elder Lin's once dull eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he feigned anger. "Cough, cough. Look at you. Flustered as you are. This is hardly appropriate." Lin Yuhan nodded earnestly, deeply observing the elder's aged yet dignified visage. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "Father, I have discovered the whereabouts of Mr. Yi." "Mr. Yi?" Elder Lin's excitement was palpable as his pupils dilated in disbelief, causing him to rise abruptly, startling Lin Yuhan. "Are you referring to that Mr. Yi?" Lin Yuhan grasped the elder's hand, assisting him back to the bed. "Indeed, that is why I returned in haste." A brilliant light ignited in Elder Lin's eyes, prompting Lin Yuhan to marvel at his father's fervor, a sight he had not witnessed in years. Elder Lin trembled with anticipation, tears of joy brimming in his eyes, akin to a torrent bursting forth. "Quick, take me there. We must hurry." Lin Yuhan recognized the depth of his father's yearning to reunite with Mr. Yi after all these years. "Yes, father, we shall depart at once." With that, Lin Yuhan unfolded a nearby wheelchair, carefully assisting elder Lin into it, and draping a light blanket over him. Onlookers exchanged bewildered glances, dumbfounded as they watched Lin Yuhan, having barely entered the room for 3 minutes, swiftly escort the elder in a wheelchair out of the hospital. What just transpired? One murmured in confusion. I cannot fathom why the elder is so elated after just a few words from Master Lin. It is astonishing. My goodness, this is truly unbelievable. Where are they headed? As they gazed at the now empty hospital bed and heard the sound of the wheelchair gliding along the corridor, the spectators were left in a state of utter astonishment, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Soon, Lin Yuhan had assisted elder Lin into the vehicle, fastening his seatbelt before preparing to drive to the airport. Yuhan, is Mr. Yi currently in Jinling? Elder Lin inquired, unable to contain his excitement. Yes, father, I have confirmed it. Every businessman there is aware of this matter. Alas, had I not journeyed to Jinling and fortuitously encountered Mr. Ye's vehicle, I might never have learned of this. Lin Yuhan mused, reflecting on Mr. Ye's presence in Jinling. Indeed, Elder Lin exclaimed. At this moment, Lin Sheng reminisced about the past, his gaze filled with poignant sentiment, his eyes shimmering with a complex yet exhilarating light. We must hurry. This time, no matter what, we must meet Mr. Yi. My old life is likely nearing its end, and I do not wish to leave any regrets. Lin Yuhan observed the elder's demeanor, feeling a mix of emotions, both poignant and joyous, as he turned his attention to the driver ahead. Let us proceed to the airport. Understood. Master Lin, the driver replied, pressing the accelerator, and the group hastened towards the airport. Chapter 51, Racing Ahead. Girls, the time is ripe. Let us return for breakfast. All right. At that very moment, Xuan had just finished training with a few young girls and was leading them back indoors, where a steaming breakfast awaited them on the table. After finishing their meal, the girls frolicked within the room, only to suddenly catch sight of a portrait of Yi Jing adorning the wall. Father's paintings are truly exquisite. Yi Shi exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder, her mouth forming a perfect O. Hee, I have a splendid idea. Yi Xia's mischievous eyes darted around, her mind brimming with inspiration. What is this wonderful idea? The other girls inquired, curiosity piqued. I was thinking, since we have plenty of time during the holidays, why not have father teach us how to paint? Upon sharing her idea, Yi Xia beamed with pride, and the other girls nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is a marvelous suggestion. Yi Jing clapped her hands, immediately endorsing the notion. Let us go find father. Yay! The girls enthusiastically decided, sauntering back to the living room. Yi Xian was seated on the sofa, sipping tea, when he noticed the girls secretly observing him. He patted the sofa beside him and smiled. Come here, my dears. Humph. How could father have discovered us? Yi Xia pouted, baffled as to how she had been found out. But she reluctantly joined Yi Jing and the others by Yi Xian's side. Yi Xian fell silent, his lips twitching slightly. How did these little girls come to believe they could remain undetected? Father, do you have time? Yi Xia inquired, her eyes narrowing as she nestled into Yi Xian's embrace, a grin on her face. Of course, I have time. Is there something you need help with, Xia? Yi Xian affectionately ruffled the little girl's hair, casting a glance at the others. Father, could you teach us to paint? Just as Yi Xia was about to respond, Yi Shi interjected. We just saw the portrait you painted of Sister Yi Jing. Your artwork is truly beautiful, and we would like to learn. Yi Xia added with a bright smile. Yi Xian looked at the eager expressions on the girls' faces and nodded with a smile. Of course, my silly dears. You may pursue whatever you desire. Just tell father. Yay. Thank you, father. The girls clapped their hands in excitement, their joy palpable. Zhou Xiaodian grabbed Yi Jing's hand, and the two girls dashed to their room to retrieve the drawing books issued by their school. Meanwhile, Yi Xia and Yi Shi rummaged through their backpacks, pulling out all their art supplies. Yi Xian watched the girls bustling about, a warm smile gracing his lips as he gathered some tools of his own. Once the girls had assembled their materials, he led them to the study. All right, I will begin by teaching you the fundamentals. We shall start with sketching. How does that sound? Yi Xian spread out a sheet of drawing paper on the easel and picked up a pencil. All right, the girls took their seats, their concentration surpassing even that of a classroom setting. First, we shall learn to draw lines, just as I do. With that, Yi Xian demonstrated the technique, deftly creating intersecting lines on the paper. Girls, when you hold your pencils, be sure to grip them like this. It allows for better control and strength. Now, practice on your own and feel it out. Okay. The girls nodded in unison, picking up their brushes and diligently mimicking Yi Xian's earlier motions, their expressions serious. Before long, the sketch paper was filled with a flurry of lines, and the girls transitioned from their initial awkwardness to adeptly wielding their pencils. Very good. Truly impressive. Yi Xian observed the girls, unable to restrain his praise. Thank you, father. Thank you, Uncle Yi. The girls beamed with excitement at the compliments they received. You have all done wonderfully. Now we can begin learning how to outline objects. That's fantastic. The girls leaped with joy at the prospect of officially starting their lessons, their eyes once more fixated on the pencil and the demonstration board in Yixian's hands. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was noon. The girls had been diligently studying, and sensing the hour had come, Yixian headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch before returning to the study. All right, my dears, let us go have lunch, and afterward, we shall take a well-deserved rest. Okay. The girls felt a tinge of fatigue, and after tidying their drawing tools, they followed Yixian out to eat. After their meal, the girls clung to Yixian, requesting stories for a while, but before long, they felt drowsy and returned to their rooms for a midday nap. By the afternoon, the girls awoke, only to be met with waves of heat from outside. It's so hot. Upon reaching the living room, they drank some cool water and searched the refrigerator for ice cream. Yet the heat persisted. Yixian stood by the window, feeling the warmth of the sun's rays, frowning slightly. The indoor air conditioning offered some respite, yet he remained concerned. These little girls were still quite young. Remaining in air conditioning for extended periods was not ideal. With this thought in mind, Yixian devised a plan. Approaching the girls with a smile. Are you all feeling hot? The girls, drenched in sweat, nodded vigorously. How about this? Father will take you to a summer resort. It will be much cooler there, and we can enjoy some swimming. Really? At the mention of the summer resort and swimming, the previously lethargic girls instantly perked up. Indeed, Yixian confirmed, smiling at the girls. All right, hurry and prepare. Once you're ready, we shall depart. Yay, we're going now, father. The girls' eyes sparkled with excitement as they rushed back to their rooms to pack their belongings. Moments later, Yixian led the girls to the car, and they sped off towards the summer resort. Chapter 52, Mr. Yi. On the road, Yixian and several young maidens were traveling in a car that was strikingly conspicuous, quickly capturing the attention of passers-by. Heavens, is that a Rolls-Royce? How magnificent. Haha. Perhaps this is the aura of wealth. Just look at it. Folks like us could never afford such a car in 3 lifetimes. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, several executives also spotted the Rolls-Royce on the road, and upon seeing the license plate, they instantly recognized it. That's Mr. Ye's car. Indeed, it seems Mr. Yi is headed to the summer resort. One executive inquired. Should we go over and greet him? However, the others shook their heads. Let's refrain. Mr. Yi dislikes being disturbed. Besides, have you forgotten? We have more pressing matters to attend to. Another executive replied solemnly, glancing in the direction of the airport. We still need to pick up the head of the Lin family and the esteemed elder from the Lin family. Their status is something I need not elaborate on. Given their stature, they likely surpass even Mr. Yi. The other executives nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his statement. Without further delay, after this brief interlude, the executives hurriedly made their way to the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, the executives stood respectfully, soon spotting Lin Yuhan assisting Lin Sheng as they approached. Head of the Lin family, Elder Lin, you've arrived. The executives eagerly greeted them with utmost respect. Lin Sheng, noticing their presence, cleared his throat softly and discreetly signaled to Lin Yuhan. Understanding immediately, Lin Yuhan waved his hand at the executives, earnestly asking, do you know where Mr. Yi is at this moment? At this remark, the executives were momentarily taken aback. It was astonishing that the head of the Lin family and the elder addressed Yixian as Mr. Yi. Even more perplexing was their inquiry about his whereabouts right after disembarking from the plane. Was their visit specifically to seek out Mr. Yi? A chill ran down their spines as the reality dawned upon them. It was evident that the head of the Lin family and the elder had come expressly for Mr. Yi. But what stature did they possess to lower themselves in such a manner, even referring to Mr. Yi in the same respectful tone as themselves? This was a premier family from Tianjin, led by the head of the family and the venerable elder Lin. The executives felt their minds swirling, overwhelmed by the influx of information that seemed almost too much to process. Mr. Yi may have gone to the summer resort near Jinling. Lin Sheng and Lin Yuhan nodded in agreement, seemingly relieved. The elder, with his slightly murky yet commanding gaze, turned to the executives and smiled. It appears we may need to trouble you further. Could you assist us in locating Mr. Yi? The executives were momentarily stunned, but soon nodded in affirmation. Not at all. It would be our honor to assist the elder. Without wasting any more time, they swiftly made their way toward the summer resort. At that moment, Yixian and the young maidens had just arrived at the entrance of the summer resort. As they exited the vehicle, a refreshing mountain breeze enveloped them, instantly dispelling the sweltering heat of summer. The resort was surrounded by mountains, accompanied by the soothing sounds of flowing water, with lush greenery abundant everywhere. Even the air here felt significantly fresher than in other places. On either side of the grand entrance, crystal-clear river waters flowed, adorned with floating green leaves and flower petals, creating an immensely pleasing sight. The entrance to the resort, while luxuriously adorned, exuded an aura akin to a hidden castle nestled within the verdant surroundings. The maidens, feeling the coolness and marveling at the scenery before them, were utterly enchanted. Wow, this place is absolutely breathtaking. Hee, and it's so cool and comfortable. I never want to leave. The maidens, captivated by their surroundings, eagerly tugged at Xuan, urging him to venture inside. At that precise moment, an executive from Tianjin was also entering the summer resort with his family. Wow, this place is indeed splendid. What a comfortable spot. The executive, clad in tailored trousers and a crisp white shirt, with shoes polished to a shine, exuded an air of arrogance. His accent made it evident that he hailed from Tianjin. As he strode toward the service lobby of the resort, his demeanor radiated an air of superiority, as if he had shed any inhibitions upon leaving the realm of powerful figures in Tianjin. Upon entering the lobby, a beautiful lobby manager noticed him and promptly approached with respect, bowing deeply. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" The Tianjin executive, adjusting his collar with precision, inquired slowly. "Do you have any small villas available?" The beautiful lobby manager offered an apologetic smile, gently shaking her head. "I'm terribly sorry, sir, but all our small villas have been booked. The recent heat has drawn an increasing number of visitors, and unfortunately, we have no control over this situation." The executive's expression darkened as he regarded the repeatedly apologizing manager. "Is there truly none left? I came all the way from Tianjin. I know your establishment is renowned, and I went to great lengths to be here. You mean to tell me there are none available? How about this? I'm willing to pay a premium. Money is not an issue. I simply want a small villa. Is that too much to ask?" The beautiful lobby manager saw the executive's growing displeasure, but felt helpless. "I sincerely apologize, sir, but we genuinely have no more available at this time." The Tianjin executive's face turned dark as he waved his hand dismissively, though reluctantly, realizing he had no other option. Just as he prepared to leave with his family, Xuan and his entourage entered. The beautiful lobby manager immediately recognized Xuan and respectfully approached him, bowing deeply. "Mr. Yi, welcome. It is a pleasure to have you here." Xuan nodded, glancing at the Tianjin executive before turning to the manager and asking, "So, are there any villas available now?" The lobby manager eagerly nodded, smiling. "Rest assured, Mr. Yi, we still have availability. Allow me to escort you inside." "Excellent," Xuan affirmed, leading the maidens as they followed the beautiful lobby manager deeper into the resort. "Mr. Yi, our chairman has designed an exquisite luxury villa specifically for distinguished guests. I will take you there now." Xuan nodded gently, glancing at the maidens with a smile. "Ladies, let us go. We are almost there." The former general manager stood rooted in place, staring blankly at the retreating figures of Xuan and his companions. At that moment, both he and his family were utterly bewildered. They had never encountered such a situation before. In an instant, a wave of displeasure washed over the manager. His face flushed crimson, and his lips twitched as he bellowed. "What is the meaning of this? Bring your general manager out." His furious shout halted the beautiful lobby manager and Xuan in their tracks. Turning around, they witnessed the manager beginning to create a scene. "What is so remarkable about this establishment? I have never seen anyone conduct business in such a manner. What is this? Do you look down upon me? A guest from Tianjin?" In that moment, the manager from Tianjin was thoroughly incensed, drawing the attention of everyone around, who were puzzled by the outburst. The beautiful lobby manager, witnessing the scene unfold, shook her head in resignation, feeling powerless. She realized that she had acted hastily, failing to clarify that there were no small villas available, only for Mr. Yi to arrive and claim that there were indeed some. It was no wonder the other party was displeased. Yet the lobby manager found herself in a difficult position. After all, Mr. Yi was the chairman, and the best villa was reserved for him. Unfortunately, the small villa that the manager desired was genuinely unavailable. Despite her sense of helplessness, the lobby manager cast an apologetic glance at Xuan, then hurried over to the irate manager to explain. "I apologize, sir. This was our mistake. However, Mr. Yi had indeed made prior arrangements, and the small villa you requested is simply not available." Yet, the manager, caught up in his fury, was in no mood to listen, maintaining an irate demeanor. "Is this your so-called explanation? I see now that you treat your guests with double standards. You cannot even treat all customers equally. Your approach is utterly ridiculous. Please, sir, calm down. This is not as you perceive." The lobby manager, feeling somewhat helpless, was just then relieved to see the general manager approaching, having heard the commotion. Upon seeing the general manager, the beautiful lobby manager rushed over as if she had found salvation. "What is happening here?" After the lobby manager recounted the events to the general manager, he turned to Xuan and began to understand the situation. Clearing his throat softly, the general manager stepped closer to the furious manager. "Good day, sir. I am the general manager here. Please, do not be agitated. Allow me to explain." However, before he could continue, the manager's furious roar interrupted him. "Explain. What is there to explain?" I can see you all look down upon us outsiders. Why is it that when I arrive, there is nothing available, yet he arrives and finds something? Who is he, your lord and master?" As he spoke, the manager shot a fierce glare at the composed Xuan. "Daddy, what's wrong with that uncle? Why is he so angry?" Little Shi, clearly intimidated by the manager's outburst, tugged at Xuan's hand, her eyes wide with confusion. The other girls shared similar bewilderment, casting puzzled glances at Xuan. "Yes, Daddy. I don't understand why that uncle is upset. And he even looked at you earlier. What could be the reason? Is it too hot outside?" Yixia squinted her eyes, murmuring to herself. Hearing Yixia's words, Xuan couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling her hair and giving her a thumbs up. "Xia, you are incredibly clever. Ha 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 indeed. It is simply because of the heat." Xuan's remark enlightened the girls somewhat, though they remained somewhat perplexed. "Sir, please, calm down and listen to me. This situation is not as you perceive. You are truly misunderstanding." Nevertheless, the manager remained obstinate, his expression unyielding as the general manager continued to placate him. "I assure you, there is no misunderstanding. What you are exhibiting is blatant discrimination. Mark my words, if I do not receive a satisfactory resolution, we will not let this matter rest. Do you think because I am from out of town, I am easy to bully? Let me be clear, if this situation is not resolved, you will regret it. Who in Jinling does not know a few influential people?" The manager's tirade continued unabated, while the general manager persisted in his explanations, yet the situation was only escalating. You believe I am unworthy of staying at your establishment, do you? Look, even someone as young as he is deemed worthy. Am I not worthy enough? Do you even know who I am?" The general manager, already lacking patience, felt his expression darken significantly at the mention of Xuan. "Sir, I advise you to choose your words carefully. Some statements are not to be made lightly." Upon hearing the general manager's warning and seeing his stern demeanor, the manager's face grew cold, and he scoffed. "Oh, you think you can intimidate me? You need not try to scare me." The general manager, having lost all semblance of politeness, retorted, "Sir, you must be mindful of your tone. Your words are indeed insulting." "Insulting?" The manager laughed coldly, pointing at the general manager's forehead. "Tell me, how is this insulting? Consider the earlier incident. Were you not insulting me?" Just as the manager was about to escalate his protest further, a commotion arose from the side, drawing the attention of the crowd. They turned to see a group of dignitaries surrounding Lin Yuhan and Lin Sheng, making their entrance. "Master Lin, old Master Lin, we have just arrived. Please, do not rush. We will take care of you." As the esteemed guests accompanied Lin Yuhan and Lin Sheng into the venue, the Tianjin manager's expression shifted drastically upon seeing them. Recognizing both Lin Sheng and Lin Yuhan, he abandoned his previous grievances and hurried over to greet them, eager to shake their hands. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng's gaze fell upon Xuan, scrutinizing the handsome, mature face before him, causing his legs to tremble uncontrollably in his wheelchair. The elderly gentleman raised a feeble hand, pointing towards Xuan, attempting to articulate something, yet his throat felt constricted, rendering him speechless. As Lin Yuhan observed the elderly gentleman's demeanor, he quickly comprehended the situation and gently maneuvered the wheelchair-bound elder towards Xuan. In doing so, both Lin Yuhan and Lin Sheng seamlessly bypassed the obsequious general manager approaching them. At that moment, Lin Yuhan and Lin Sheng appeared oblivious to anyone else, their focus solely fixed upon Xuan, who stood before them with an air of serene nonchalance. The general manager was momentarily taken aback, turning to witness a scene that was nothing short of astonishing. He beheld Lin Yuhan and Lin Sheng advancing toward the young man, while the elder's hands trembled slightly. This silent tableau struck the general manager like a thunderbolt to the heart. What on earth was transpiring? They were actually approaching that young fellow. The general manager was utterly bewildered, and an inexplicable sense of trepidation began to creep into his heart, as if he sensed an impending event of considerable magnitude. Indeed, he was not mistaken. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Lin Yuhan halted the wheelchair before Xuan, and Lin Sheng slowly rose, supported by Lin Yuhan, to stand before Xuan. Bowing slightly, he spoke with a tone filled with both respect and excitement. "Mr. Yi, we have finally found you." Boom. As soon as Lin Sheng uttered these words, every individual present was rendered speechless. The general manager trembled violently, his eyes wide with disbelief, struggling to grasp the reality of the scene unfolding before him. How could this be possible? He involuntarily gasped, his scalp prickling, as goosebumps erupted across his body. While others might have been unaware of the full implications, he, hailing from Tianjin, possessed an absolute understanding of the Lin family, particularly regarding Lin Yuhan, the current head of the family, and the venerable Lin Sheng. In Tianjin, regardless of one's status, encountering these two figures necessitated a measure of deference. Lin Yuhan, known for his iron-fisted methods and swift decisiveness, was the pride of Lin Sheng, the esteemed elder. As for Lin Sheng, he was a figure of great renown throughout Tianjin, a formidable presence whose status in his youth commanded admiration from all. Yet, here were these two illustrious individuals bowing before a young man from Jinling, speaking to him with such profound respect. The general manager's thoughts turned to his previous actions and the disdainful glances cast toward Yi Xian, and his complexion instantly drained of color. Beside him, his family members gazed in bewilderment, though they did not fully comprehend Yi Xian's identity. They recognized that the deference Lin Yuhan and Lin Sheng displayed toward him signified a monumental blunder on their part. At that moment, the general manager felt as though every ounce of his soul had been siphoned away, his body trembling slightly, as if the very air in the room had become stagnant. Cold sweat rapidly enveloped him, and in that instant, genuine fear gripped him. Likewise, the distinguished elites from Jinling who had accompanied Lin Yuhan and Lin Sheng were equally astounded by the scene before them. They had initially presumed that no matter how formidable Mr. Ye's status might be, it could not possibly eclipse that of the head of the Lin family and his venerable elder. Yet, the current reality delivered a harsh slap across their faces, as even figures of such stature treated Yi Xian with profound humility. This left them momentarily at a loss, their perceptions of Yi Xian's identity becoming increasingly nebulous and monumental, far beyond their imaginations. Hiss! The dignitaries collectively inhaled sharply, and the very thought sent shivers down their spines, their minds blank in disbelief. Who on earth was Mr. Yi? Even the Lin family from Tianjin demonstrated such humility before him. The lead general manager, his lips twitching, murmured, "Who are you?" Yi Xian, gazing at the individuals before him, queried with a hint of confusion. His question, innocuous as it seemed, elicited astonishment from the crowd. For standing before him were none other than the head of the Lin family and the elder Lin Sheng. How could he not recognize them? Especially after they had traveled so far from Tianjin? A palpable silence enveloped the air, as everyone exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of the circumstances unfolding. What? Not recognizing them? How is that even possible? They are the head of the Lin family and the elder. The murmurs of disbelief circulated among the attendees. After a brief pause, they began to engage in hushed discussions, yet the most shocking revelations were yet to come, confirming that the individual before them was indeed Yi Xian. Both Lin Yuhan and Lin Sheng bowed even lower, respectfully introducing themselves. "Mr. Yi, I am Lin Yuhan from the Lin family of Tianjin, and this is my father, Lin Sheng. We apologize for the intrusion." Lin Sheng nodded gently, his gaze fixed on Yi Xian, brimming with gratitude and unspoken emotions. Had it not been for the presence of Yi Xian, he suspected he would have long since become dust. Chapter 55. I am a person who prefers solitude. Since that time, he had scoured countless places and consulted numerous individuals, yet his savior had seemingly evaporated from existence, eluding him completely. Now, in his twilight years, his greatest regret was not having located his benefactor, failing to express his gratitude for the second chance at life bestowed upon him. In that moment, Yi Xian stood before him, and how could he not feel a surge of emotion? "Mr. Yi, you are my savior. When I was on the brink of death, it was your timely intervention that granted me these additional years of life. Without you, this weary old man would have ascended to the heavens long ago." Upon hearing these words, Yi Xian felt a flicker of recognition stir within him, and after a moment of contemplation, he nodded gently, recalling the past. "Ah, I remember now. That incident occurred many years ago." Reflecting on those bygone memories, Yi Xian was filled with a sense of nostalgia. How swiftly the years had passed, and how many experiences he had traversed. As he pondered the past, he regarded Lin Sheng and recalled his significant contributions to the business world of China during his youth. Observing Lin Sheng's aged yet animated countenance, Yi Xian continued, "I remember you are from Tianjin. Did you come all the way from there?" "Indeed, Mr. Yi. Your memory serves you well," Lin Sheng exclaimed, excitement radiating from him as he patted his thigh. "To express my gratitude to you in person for saving my life. I would have no regrets, even in death." As Lin Sheng spoke, he slightly bent his knees, prompting Yi Xian to rush forward to support him. These events are long past. There is no need for such formality. At the time, it was merely a small act on my part. Yi Xian's expression remained calm, while those around them stood utterly dumbfounded. If they did not misinterpret what they just witnessed, the venerable Lin Sheng was nearly brought to his knees before Yi Xian. The demeanor of the two towards Yi Xian was an unprecedented spectacle for them. In Tianjin, these two individuals are undoubtedly significant figures. Anyone who meets them must show a degree of respect. When has one ever seen them behave in such a manner towards another? The previous executives, observing the posture of these two, gasped in astonishment, their legs trembling and their minds blank. Several individuals turned ashen, with some trembling so violently that they were on the verge of collapsing. Yi Xian glanced at Lin Sheng, whose complexion appeared rather ashen, and gently shook his head. The perceptive Yi Jing, despite her tender age, discerned the gravity of the situation. She tugged at Yi Xian's sleeve, her large, sparkling eyes filled with concern, and whispered, "Daddy, is this Grandpa unwell?" Yi Xian nodded, furrowing his brow as he looked at Lin Sheng, remaining silent. Lin Sheng's ailment had already penetrated to the very marrow. While a complete cure was not impossible, it would indeed be exceedingly troublesome. At this moment, Yi Xian was reluctant to engage in any further extraneous efforts. For the life-prolonging injection he administered earlier had already granted Lin Sheng a second chance at life. "Daddy, can you heal him? Can you save this Grandpa?" Yi Jing inquired again, noticing her father's silence. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Xian cast a glance at the little girl and then at Lin Sheng, finally nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall write a prescription for you to take back." Upon hearing this, both Lin Yuhan and Lin Sheng's eyes lit up. But Yi Xian raised his hand to forestall their excitement. "Let me finish first. Your current condition is quite dire. This prescription will merely prolong your life. As for how long it will sustain you, that depends entirely on your own efforts." Lin Sheng shuddered, gazing at Yi Jing and Yi Xian with heartfelt gratitude, and quickly bowed in appreciation. "Mr. Yi, I cannot thank you enough. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." Lin Yuhan, standing nearby, felt tears welling in his eyes and grasped Yi Xian's hand, his voice choked with emotion. "Mr. Yi, thank you so much. You are a benefactor to our Lin family." After this outpouring of gratitude, Lin Yuhan rummaged through his pockets but could not find any paper or pen. The dignitaries behind him quickly understood the situation, and someone shouted, "Quick, prepare paper and a pen." Before long, a sheet of white paper and a fine fountain pen were procured. Lin Yuhan reverently handed them to Yi Xian. "Very well." Yi Xian chuckled at the sight of the fountain pen. It was his first time writing a prescription with one. He uncapped the pen and began to inscribe the prescription. The onlookers, filled with curiosity, gathered closer to see what Yi Xian was writing. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, Yi Xian held the pen with poise, writing with a vigor that was both powerful and dignified, contrary to the hasty scrawl typically expected of physicians. His script resembled that of a master calligrapher meticulously crafting a work of art. "My goodness, Mr. Ye's handwriting is simply divine," someone exclaimed. "Indeed, this is extraordinary. His penmanship is truly exceptional. I feel utterly inadequate in comparison." Each character he penned bore a beautiful and vigorous stroke, appearing almost animated, as if infused with a soul that could leap off the page. Yi Xian's grip on the pen was steadfast, his fingers seemingly melding with the instrument, each letter flowing effortlessly, devoid of hesitation or ambiguity. The spectators widened their eyes in awe, captivated by the visual delight of Yi Xian's script, which exuded artistry and bore his unique personal style. It has often been said that the distinction between calligraphers and enthusiasts lies in the presence of one's own style. Each individual's handwriting is as unique as their visage. Only when one has cultivated a distinctive style does their writing acquire a spirit of its own. Yi Xian's script transcended this realm, returning to simplicity, exhibiting profound elegance without ostentation, yet evoking astonishment and reverence in those who beheld it. Unperturbed by the gasps of admiration surrounding him, Yi Xian continued his task. After a short while, he concluded his writing, capped the pen, and handed the prescription to Lin Sheng. "Here, take this prescription and return home. I prefer solitude." Lin Sheng accepted the prescription, looking gratefully at Yi Xian, fully comprehending his unspoken wish. Chapter 56. Does it really work? "Thank you, Mr. Yi. I shall not impose upon you any further. I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness. Should there be anything I can assist you with in the future, I, Lin, will certainly do my utmost." After expressing his gratitude, Lin Sheng prepared to take his leave. The executives who had previously opposed him were now utterly terrified, their legs trembling as they felt suffocated in the presence of Lin Sheng. When Lin Sheng and his party approached them, the executives could no longer maintain their composure. Collapsing to the ground, their eyes rolling back in despair, their expressions a portrait of hopelessness. Noticing this scene, Lin Sheng felt a flicker of suspicion. Recalling the earlier altercation he had witnessed upon entering, he turned to the general manager beside him, curiosity piqued. "What is going on? Why do they all appear this way?" The general manager, wiping the sweat from his brow, regarded the disheveled executives sprawled on the floor and recounted the events that had just transpired. "Mr. Lin, that is precisely what occurred. This is all I know." Lin Sheng nodded slightly, his eyes igniting with a hint of anger as he glared at the pitiful figures on the ground, coldly declaring, "Expel these individuals from Tianjing. I do not wish to see them again." Lin Yuhan, standing beside Lin Sheng, shared his displeasure and nodded in agreement. "Very well, I will attend to this matter immediately." With that, Lin Yuhan turned away from the executives, supporting Lin Sheng as they made their way outside. The executives, still reeling from Lin Sheng's earlier proclamation, lay paralyzed on the ground, their mouths twitching in regret, realizing it was far too late for remorse. Alas, they brought this upon themselves. The general manager glanced at the fallen executives with a sigh before approaching Xuan. At that moment, the general manager displayed even greater respect towards Xuan. Smiling as he said, "Mr. Yi, allow me to escort you further inside." Xuan nodded, leading the young girls as they followed the general manager deeper into the premises. Before long, they arrived at a lavish villa. This villa was truly opulent, with a garden gracing its entrance and a small fountain nestled within, the splashing water offering a refreshing ambience. In the center, an open courtyard surrounded by flower baskets featured exquisite tables and chairs, perfect for relaxation and tea drinking. The standalone villa, rising 4 stories, appeared grand and imposing, its minimalist decor discreetly exuding luxury. The pristine white walls and deep ebony roof, amidst an array of blooming flowers, exude an aura of serenity and depth, as if this villa were a garden sprung forth from a fairy tale, brimming with marvels and tales. To reach the grand entrance of the villa, one must cross a small river, spanned by a quaint wooden bridge. The gentle murmur of the flowing water harmonizes beautifully with the crisp chirping of surrounding birds, creating a melodious symphony that is far from disruptive. Rather, it invokes a tranquil focus. It must be said that this villa stands as the epitome of luxury, incomparable in size and architectural design to the previous residences. The expanse of the garden at the entrance surpasses the imagination of many, with flowers and foliage carpeting the ground, complemented by the clear river that flows nearby, a truly rare and splendid sight. The distant mountain breeze carries the refreshing essence of the river, enveloping everyone in a comforting coolness. "Mr. Yi, the children, follow me. Let us take a closer look." The general manager smiled gently, leading Xuan and the others across the wooden bridge into the heart of the villa. Upon entering, the grassy expanse transformed into a marble pathway leading to the villa's grand entrance. Flanking this path were 2 rows of maple trees, rustling softly in the breeze. Xuan and his companions began to survey the villa before them. The grand entrance was wide and majestic, exuding a sense of substantial elegance. Every brick and wall fit together so seamlessly, as if they were crafted by nature itself, forming this expansive and lofty mansion. Nestled deep within the garden, the villa imparted a feeling of profound tranquility, far removed from the clamor of the city and the heat of summer. "Wow, this is so comfortable. Hee. I love it here. It's truly beautiful. We can take photos later." The little girls expressed their delight, glancing around eagerly before casting hopeful looks at Xuan. "Daddy, may we explore the courtyard?" Xuan, seeing the eager gazes of the girls, indulgently nodded. "Go ahead, just be careful." "Yay." With Xuan's permission, the girls dashed about the picturesque courtyard like birds released from their cages. Laughter, akin to the tinkling of silver bells, filled the air as Xuan observed the lively, enchanting figures of the little girls, a warm smile gracing his lips. Yi Jing, the eldest sister, was busy with her younger sisters, producing her phone to capture images of the fish and shrimp in the stream, as well as taking selfies amidst the flowers, reveling in their merriment. "Mr. Yi, are you satisfied with this place?" The general manager inquired respectfully, bowing slightly to Xuan. "Just look at the reactions of these girls, and you shall know." Xuan replied with a smile, genuinely pleased with the serene and comfortable atmosphere, especially since the little girls were so fond of it. "Ah, that is wonderful." The general manager, also smiling, instantly grasped Xuan's sentiment and breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Lin Sheng hurriedly instructed someone to fetch the medicine based on the prescription Xuan had provided. After all, in his current condition, he could not afford to waste a moment. Time was of the essence for the treatment. Lin Yuhan assisted Lin Sheng back to the hotel, ensuring that the elder could rest well after this outing. Upon arriving at the entrance, a man approached. He was Lin Yuhan's younger brother and Lin Sheng's second son, having already arranged matters here. Without further ado, once inside their room, Lin Yuhan promptly urged Lin Sheng to lie down and rest. Thereafter, he explained the events that had transpired to Lin Kai. "What? Brother, are you joking? Does this prescription really work?" Lin Kai exclaimed, his mouth agape, astonishment evident in his eyes. Realizing there might be hope for their father, Lin Kai felt a surge of excitement, albeit tempered by skepticism. After all, they had sought out renowned doctors and experts throughout Huaxia, all of whom had proven powerless against the elder's ailment. "I don't know, but we must try. There is hope now." Lin Yuhan, uncertain himself, recalled how Xuan had concocted this formula without hesitation. Yet the elder's illness had indeed been alleviated by Xuan's previous intervention. "That is true," Lin Kai sighed, acknowledging that this was certainly better than having no hope at all. Ding dong. At that moment, the sound of a cheerful doorbell rang out, prompting Lin Yuhan to rise and answer the door. "Head of the Lin family, the medicine has arrived." Upon seeing the medicine, Lin Yuhan's eyes lit up. He swiftly took it and immediately began preparing the concoction. After a short while, he brought a steaming bowl of medicinal broth to Lin Sheng's bedside. "Father, the medicine is ready. Please drink it while it's hot." Lin Sheng struggled to sit up and nodded. Lin Yuhan gently blew on the broth, spooning it into Lin Sheng's mouth, one sip at a time. Before long, the entire bowl had been consumed. Lin Yuhan, holding the empty bowl, anxiously gazed at Lin Sheng. "Father, how do you feel?" However, before Lin Yuhan could finish his question, Lin Sheng suddenly coughed up blood. Instantly, a splash of crimson stained the bedding, causing Lin Yuhan's heart to constrict, cold sweat pouring down his face. Lin Kai, standing nearby, was equally flustered, rendered utterly helpless. "What is happening?" Lin Kai then scrutinized the medicine, turning to Lin Yuhan with a serious expression. "Brother, could it be the medicine?" Lin Yuhan, perceiving the unspoken implication in Lin Kai's words, furrowed his brow and swiftly delivered a resounding slap. Smack! The force of the blow sent Lin Kai reeling, leaving him momentarily dazed. "Mr. Yi is our father's savior, a benefactor of the Lin family. What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Yuhan glared fiercely at Lin Kai, dismissing him as he turned his attention back to tending to Lin Sheng. Despite the blood he had expelled, Lin Sheng's complexion showed slight improvement. After a while, he expelled more impurities, alleviating his urge to vomit. The room was filled with a foul odor, and without further ado, Lin Yuhan assisted Lin Sheng to the nearby bathroom for a wash and a change of clothes. Once everything was completed, Lin Sheng emerged feeling considerably lighter. His color improved significantly. He could sense a change within himself. After taking the medicine, he felt genuinely better, at least more comfortable. Lin Yuhan, attending to his father throughout, noticed the changes in Lin Sheng and could not help but express his sentiments. "Mr. Yi, it's truly miraculous." Lin Sheng exhaled, sitting on the sofa, appearing much more spirited. Mr. Yi's medicine cannot be mistaken. As he felt the transformation within his body, gratitude welled up anew in Lin Sheng's eyes. However, glancing at Lin Kai, a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed Lin Sheng's gaze, a feeling akin to disappointment in a wayward child. "From this day forth, you are relieved of all duties in the Lin family. Return and reflect on your actions." Lin Kai's eyes dimmed with a hint of powerlessness, but he dared not protest. Heavily nodding in acquiescence, Lin Sheng sighed deeply, clasped his hands behind his back, and approached the window, murmuring, "Mr. Yi is indeed a great benefactor to our Lin family. My life has been saved by him twice. We owe him an immense debt, and if we were to repay this kindness, I cannot fathom how we could ever do so." Lin Yuhan nodded in agreement, and then inquired, "Father, what should we do now?" Lin Sheng slightly shook his head, turned to face Lin Yuhan, and responded solemnly, "It would be prudent not to disturb him at this time. Let us return to Tianjing first." "Understood." Lin Yuhan nodded, instantly grasping Lin Sheng's intent. Subsequently, the group gathered their belongings and exited the room, making their way downstairs. In the foyer, a number of executives awaited their arrival. As Lin Sheng and his companions approached, the crowd began to converge. The head of the Lin family and the old master have come down. In an instant, the throng encircled them, but upon seeing Lin Sheng, they were momentarily taken aback. The elderly gentleman, who moments ago appeared frail and as if he might depart from this world at any moment, now seemed remarkably revitalized. Though he could not be said to be entirely well, his demeanor had noticeably improved. His gait was steadier than before, and his complexion was significantly brighter. He was almost a different person. How astonishing! The onlookers gasped in disbelief at this transformation. It had only been a short while, and the results were astonishingly swift. "Mr. Yi is truly remarkable. The prescription he casually provided has proven to be extraordinarily effective. Who would have thought that Mr. Yi possessed such miraculous medical skills?" The old master of the Lin family had sought remedies across the expanse of Huaxia, yet it was this prescription, penned by Mr. Yi in mere moments, that surpassed all others. Observing the old master's condition, Yi Xian's stature in their eyes had inadvertently elevated significantly. Meanwhile, within the villa, several young girls had been merrily chattering and had discovered a spacious and pristine swimming pool in the backyard. Wow! The girls beamed at the sight of the pool, a smile gracing their lips as plans began to form in their minds. Yi Xian was seated at a table, sipping tea, when the exuberant girls bounced over. "Daddy, can we go swimming?" "Swimming?" Yi Xian gathered the girls into his embrace, his curiosity piqued. "What has prompted this sudden desire to swim?" "Hee Daddy. This is a summer resort after all, and it's really hot right now." Yi Jing replied with a beaming smile, her excitement palpable. "Very well. Do you have your swimsuits?" Yi Xian, noticing their eagerness, stretched and stood up. "We do. We'll change right now. Daddy, let's meet at the pool," the girls exclaimed, scattering enthusiastically to change into their swimsuits. Such vitality! Xian chuckled indulgently as he returned to his room to change his own attire. After a short while, the girls, unable to contain their excitement, had donned their lovely and adorable swimsuits and were waiting eagerly by the poolside. Are we all set? Xian asked, fully dressed and holding several cartoon-themed floaties. Yes, the girls nodded, their eyes sparkling with anticipation as they gazed at the shimmering water. Chapter 58. Xinyao, your boyfriend is extraordinary. Xian approached, crouched down, and looked at the girls earnestly, smiling broadly. By the way, can you all swim? No, they chorused, shaking their little heads in unison. Xian was momentarily at a loss for words, then chuckled. If you can't swim, why the excitement? If we can't swim, we need Daddy to teach us. Yixia giggled innocently, gently holding Xian's hand. You will teach us, right, Daddy? The other girls nodded eagerly, placing their utmost trust in him. All right, I suppose I have no choice with you little ones. Xian chuckled affectionately, playfully pinching each girl's nose before fitting the floaties onto them. This floatie is so cute. The girls admired the animated characters on their floaties, their eyes gleaming with delight. All right, my dears, before you learn to swim properly, make sure to wear your floaties when you get in the water. Okay. The girls nodded obediently as Xian led them to the shallow end. However, even in this shallow area, the water was deep enough to reach above their heads, making the floaties essential. Xian stood by the side, watching as the girls eagerly contemplated the water. Who will go first? He asked, amused by their enthusiasm. I'll go first, Yixia declared, stepping up to the pool's edge. Taking a deep breath, she leaped in with a splash. Splash! Water erupted from the once tranquil pool as Yixia emerged, sputtering, yet buoyed safely by her floatie. Xia is very brave, Xian praised, giving her a thumbs up. Daddy, we want to go in too. The other girls chimed in, particularly Yijing, who was nearly ready to jump in herself. Let's go together. Yay! With a series of splashes, Xian led the girls into the pool. Daddy, please teach us how to swim. The girls exclaimed, enjoying the refreshingly cool water, yet uncertain how to glide through it like the athletes they had seen on television. No worries, take your time. Swimming is easy to learn. Xian replied with a gentle smile as he positioned himself by the poolside to begin his lesson. Come here. Girls. Okay. The girls followed eagerly. Now, for the next step, just follow my lead. As he spoke, Xian grasped the edge of the pool, slowly lifting himself while moving his legs. He then submerged his face into the water, blowing bubbles. The girls watched his actions, finding it amusing and mimicking him. Xian guided and corrected them, and soon the girls demonstrated remarkable improvement in their water skills. They could now glide along the edge and even open their eyes underwater to breathe. Girls, you've accomplished a great feat by reaching this stage. It seems you will soon be soaring through the water. Xian encouraged, and the girls beamed, glancing at him with admiration. Yet, at that moment, they all wore identical mischievous smiles. Xian's expression gradually shifted to one of suspicion. What are you little rascals planning? He asked, noticing their playful demeanor as they prepared to make a splash. Of course, let us allow Dad to cool off. The girls giggled mischievously, and as soon as the words left their lips, they scooped up handfuls of splashing water and hurled them towards Xian. Ha ha, Dad has lost. The girls beamed with delight as they watched Xian retreat under the onslaught of water droplets, their smiles radiant. After some time spent in playful exuberance, the girls, having exhausted themselves and acquired a fair share of swimming fundamentals, decided to join him on the shore. Dad, let us take a picture together, Yijing exclaimed, picking up the phone from the bank. With beaming smiles, the girls crowded around, and Xian, embracing them all, took the phone to capture the moment. In the photograph, every smile sparkled exceptionally bright. When it came time for dinner, Yijing sent the photos to Aunt Xuan, along with a message. Aunt Xuan, we've come to the summer resort. Meanwhile, Aunt Xuan was with Zhou Xin when she saw the pictures sent by the little girl. At first glance, her attention was immediately drawn to Xian's near-perfect physique. With a golden body ratio, intricately sculpted muscles, and an aura of maturity and composure. Both women were utterly astounded. How stunning, Zhou Xin exclaimed, covering her mouth, her eyes glued to the screen. Observing Zhou Xin's infatuated expression and glancing back at Xian's flawless physique, Yijing couldn't help but think to herself, Xin Yao, you must return soon. Your boyfriend is simply beyond compare. After their swimming session, the resort staff brought out watermelons for Xian and the others. These watermelons were the rare black-skin variety from abroad, not only costly, but also subjected to a unique freezing process, making them refreshingly delicious and sweet. Daddy, why is this watermelon black? The girls asked in unison, their faces brimming with curiosity as they stared at the black-skinned watermelon on the table. This watermelon isn't local. It hails from overseas, and it's incredibly tasty. I'll cut it for you now while it's still perfectly chilled. It'll be delightful. Hearing Yi Xian's promise, the girls couldn't contain their excitement as they eagerly anticipated the treat. Wonderful. Thank you, Daddy. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Observing the eager expressions on the girls' faces, Yi Xian fetched a knife from the kitchen, sliced the watermelons in half, inserted spoons into each half, and handed them to the girls. Here you go. Each of you take one. Thankfully, the watermelons were of a manageable size, with each girl receiving just the right amount. After expressing their gratitude, they each embraced their pieces and began to enjoy. As Yi Xian watched the girls reveling in their happiness, a smile graced his face, and he stepped outside to sit for a while. Shortly thereafter, Yi Xia hurried over, spoonful of watermelon in hand, offering it to Yi Xian. Daddy, have some watermelon. Yi Xian smiled and nodded at Yi Xia. Well then, I shall indulge. Just as he was about to take a bite of the watermelon offered by Yi Xia, the mischievous little girl playfully stuffed the spoonful into her own mouth. Hee hee, Daddy, you've been tricked. Yi Xia giggled, scampering away with her little legs towards the house. Yi Xian, charmed by her playful antics, chased after her. Soon, he found himself inside the house, where he noticed that Yi Xia had only taken a spoonful from the edge of the watermelon. With big, blinking eyes, she scooped out a large chunk of the juicy core and wobbled it towards Yi Xian. Here for Daddy. Yi Xian observed the beads of sweat on her forehead and squinted his eyes, shaking his head. This is far too large. How could Daddy possibly eat it all in one bite? How about we share it equally? Upon hearing Yi Xian's suggestion, Yi Xia's little mouth turned into a pout, but she nodded eagerly. All right. Yet, Yi Xia's hand did not remain idle. She continued to bring the spoon closer to Yi Xian's mouth. Delicious. Yi Xian bit off half, and then Yi Xia took her bite, their eyes meeting in joyful laughter. Ha ha ha. Daddy, you look so funny eating watermelon. Yi Xia pointed at Yi Xian, still chewing, laughing so hard she bent over. The other girls, witnessing this delightful scene, quickly took their own large spoonfuls and gathered around Yi Xian. Daddy, Daddy, we want to feed you too. Yi Jing and Yi Shi each held a hefty spoonful of watermelon, presenting it to Yi Xian's mouth. Thank you, my dear girls. As Yi Xian accepted the generous offerings of watermelon, a profound sense of happiness welled up within him, and he nodded with a smile. Uncle Yi, you must finish what Xiao Dan feeds you to. At that moment, Zhou Xiaodan also presented a spoonful, beaming sweetly at Yi Xian. Thank you, Xiao Dan. Yi Xian graciously accepted, savoring the watermelon fed to him by the girls, enveloped in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Though the watermelon was icy, a gentle warmth stirred within Yi Xian's heart. At that moment, a Hongqi L5 pulled up outside, and notably, it bore the insignia of the Yan Huang Military Department. Upon seeing the vehicle, the general manager was momentarily taken aback. Soon, a young man clad in a Yan Huang military uniform exited the car. The manager, recognizing the gravity of the situation, hurried to greet him. The young man stood tall and straight, a testament to his rigorous training, exuding an air of authority mixed with an undercurrent of intensity. His youthful face, while handsome, bore a subtle yet palpable aura of command. The young man straightened his military attire and strode confidently into the service hall at the entrance of the resort. Just as the general manager approached, he respectfully inquired of the impeccably dressed soldier, Sir, how may I assist you today? The young man appraised the manager briefly before replying, I am searching for Mr. Yi Xin Yilong. What did you say, you mister? The manager nearly stumbled, his eyes widening with shock. He could hardly comprehend that someone of such stature had come to seek out Yi Xian. In an instant, the manager's admiration and respect for Yi Xian soared to new heights. Certainly. Please, follow me. Without hesitation, the manager swiftly led the young man to find Yi Xian. Meanwhile, Yi Xian was surrounded by the girls, unable to extricate himself, when the manager entered with the visitor. Upon hearing the commotion, Yi Xian turned to look outside and, upon recognizing the newcomer, smiled warmly. Zhang Cheng, it's been a while. The children noted the visitor's formal attire, and Yi Jing, ever perceptive, looked at Yi Xian. Daddy, are you going to discuss something? Should we go play outside? Thus, Yi Jing led Yi Xia and Zhou Xiaodan out, only to suddenly realize one was missing. Hey, where's Xiao Shi? Just a simple inquiry, and the several young girls immediately realized what was happening and walked inside. Upon seeing Yi Shi still tightly clutching Yi Xian, they shook their heads in exasperation. Xiao Shi, let us go play outside. Hurry up, Yi Jing and Yi Xia urged, trying to pull Yi Shi towards the exit, yet she remained reluctant, unwilling to let go of Yi Xian. I don't want to go outside. Yi Xian observed this scene and gently caressed the stubborn face of the little girl, feeling equally helpless. However, Yi Shi, despite her resistance, could not withstand the combined insistence of Yi Xia and Yi Jing, and she was reluctantly dragged outside. Ah, these children! The general manager, witnessing this spectacle, understood that it was not his place to linger any longer and promptly took his leave. Zhang Cheng glanced at the girls beside him, his eyes questioning as they turned towards Yi Xian. Then, he noticed Yi Xian gazing at the children with an affectionate expression, and he could hardly believe what he was witnessing. After all, the legendary Yi Long of yore was a formidable figure. A lone warrior with a blade and a crimson banner, defending the southern borders and repelling foes for miles. Back then, a mere glance from Yi Xian could chill the hearts of adversaries. Even a raised eyebrow was enough to shatter the courage of those petty clowns. Yet now, observing Yi Xian's gaze, one could only perceive warmth and tenderness. He was no longer the nightmare of countless enemies, but rather a quintessential doting father. After watching the girls scamper outside, Yi Xian turned back to see the confusion in Zhang Cheng's eyes and smiled nonchalantly. "They are my daughters." "Daughters?" Zhang Cheng was utterly taken aback, yet no matter how he looked at it, Yi Xian did not appear to be jesting. Moreover, based on his impressions of Yi Xian, he knew the man never jested lightly. Yi Xian then sat down, brewing tea while nodding at the gold star on Zhang Cheng's shoulder. "Quite impressive. You've become a dragon general." Only then did Zhang Cheng gradually return to reality from his shock, offering a sheepish smile. "It's nothing. It certainly cannot compare to your achievements." Yi Xian observed Zhang Cheng still standing, took a gentle sip of tea, and playfully waved him to sit. "What are you standing around for? Come, take a seat." Zhang Cheng nodded, not hesitating to plop down as he began to discuss his purpose for visiting. "Brother Yi, I have come to invite you to the rank conferral ceremony. After thorough deliberation, we have unanimously agreed that your presence is indispensable." As Zhang Cheng spoke, his mind was racing. This conferral ceremony promised to be unprecedented in its grandeur. Furthermore, it would bestow upon Yi Long the title of 5-star Dragon General, an honor unparalleled in the entire Yanhuang military. Achieving the rank of Dragon General already signified immense importance within the Yanhuang military, and to be elevated to 5-star Dragon General was simply unbelievable. "I will not attend." Yi Xian listened quietly, pouring tea for Zhang Cheng in between sips, before shaking his head. "Brother Yi, you're not going?" Zhang Cheng was momentarily stunned, his heart filled with disbelief. This was the conferral ceremony for the 5-star Dragon General. How could one simply decline? After a pause, he attempted to speak, only to be silenced by a wave of Yi Xian's hand. At that moment, Yi Xian rose, gazing out at the picturesque scenery and the joyful laughter of the children outside, and calmly stated, "In prosperous times, I withdraw when needed, for the peace of my homeland. I require no hollow titles. In turbulent times, I step forward to defend my homeland, and still, I need not these empty accolades." Upon hearing these words, Zhang Cheng was rendered speechless, then exhaled heavily, finally grasping Yi Xian's meaning. "Brother Yi, I understand your sentiments. Thank you for your guidance." With that, Zhang Cheng offered a solemn military salute to Yi Xian and turned to depart. The little girls outside, having noticed Zhang Cheng leaving, tiptoed to the doorway, peeking their little heads in to observe the situation, their demeanor adorably endearing. Yi Xian, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile affectionately, beckoning the girls, who then rushed in like the wind. Chapter 60, Daddy is going to Tianjin. "Daddy." As the girls rushed in, they all simultaneously leaped into Yi Xian's embrace, reluctant to part from him. "Daddy, why did that uncle feel so cold just now?" Yi Xi asked, clinging to Yi Xian's arm with a hint of fear. Seeing the little girl's expression, Yi Xian couldn't help but chuckle, for Zhang Cheng was indeed a genuine dragon general, a rare and iron-willed warrior. Such a man. To say he looked better when smiling than when crying was a significant understatement. A few days later, the hottest days of summer had passed. One morning, Yi Xian prepared to leave with the girls, as their stay had been sufficiently long. After packing her belongings, Zhou Xiaodan checked her phone and hurried to Yi Xian's side. "Uncle Yi, my dad will be here soon to pick me up. I want to visit my hometown during the break." "All right." Yi Xian smiled, ruffling Zhou Xiaodan's hair and nodding slightly. However, this news did not sit well with Yi Jing and the others. After all, the joy of playing together made it difficult for them to part. "Xiaodan, are you really leaving?" Yi Jing grasped Zhou Xiaodan's hand, unwilling to see her go. "Don't worry, I'll come back to play with you when I return." Zhou Xiaodan reassured Yi Jing, and although Yi Xia and Yi Shi were also reluctant, they had no choice but to accept. "All right, let us set off." Yi Xian, having gathered his things and seeing that the girls were nearly ready, led them outside. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the summer resort. At that moment, Zhou Sheng and Sun Yi stood at the entrance, gazing at the picturesque and refreshing resort, their hearts filled with awe. "This place is wonderful. It's perfect for escaping the summer heat," Zhou Sheng remarked as he surveyed the scenery. "It's not that simple. I heard from a friend that their boss wanted to book a villa here, but they said it was fully booked. Unless you reserve in advance, you can't stay here." Sun Yi shook her head. Although she too was fond of the place, she held no great expectations. "That's true. We don't need to come here to escape the heat. I believe we can manage comfortably at home with air conditioning and fans, Zhou said, taking a deep breath, feeling a mix of emotions. But I must admit, the air quality here is indeed exceptional. Forget about the air quality. Our daughter is here. Sun Yi shot Zhou a glance, pointing at Yixian and the girls emerging from inside. Daddy, Mommy, Zhou Xiaodan, spotting her parents, excitedly dashed over. Xiaodan, we've missed you so much, Zhou Sheng exclaimed, scooping Zhou Xiaodan into his arms and looking at her animated little face. By the way, Xiaodan, have you been well behaved while staying with Uncle Yi? Xiaodan is a very obedient child. At this moment, Yixian approached with a smile, casting a warm glance at the little Zhou Xiaodan nestled in Zhou Sheng's arms. Dear child, remember to listen to your parents when you return home. I will, Uncle Yi. Zhou Xiaodan nodded earnestly. At that moment, Zhou Sheng and Sun Yi simultaneously turned their gazes towards Yixian. Mr. Yi, I cannot express how grateful I am for your assistance this time. Words fail me. Thank you for taking care of my daughter these past few days, though I wonder if she has caused you any trouble? Sun Yi expressed her gratitude repeatedly, her tone and demeanor imbued with heartfelt appreciation. Zhou Sheng, cradling Zhou Xiaodan, also offered his thanks to Yixian. No need for concern, I assure you. Xiaodan has been quite well behaved. Besides, it's only natural for children to play together and enjoy themselves. That is what we parents hope for, is it not? Upon hearing Yixian's words, both Sun Yi and Zhou Sheng nodded in agreement. Very well, Mr. Yi, we shall take our leave now. Sun Yi and Zhou Sheng waved goodbye to Yixian and prepared to depart. Goodbye, Uncle Yi. Thank you, Uncle Yi. Zhou Xiaodan, still in Zhou Sheng's embrace, waved at Yixian and the others. Yes, come visit again when you have the chance. Absolutely. After bidding farewell to Yixian and the others, Zhou Sheng and Sun Yi got into their car. Xiaodan, did you have fun these past few days? Any interesting stories to share? Sun Yi inquired from the back seat while Zhou Sheng drove. Yes, it was quite enjoyable. We even had black-skinned watermelons. They are a special kind from abroad. The villa in the resort looks like a castle in the forest, surrounded by lush greenery, and there's an enormous swimming pool at the back. The little girl excitedly recounted her recent experiences, her words flowing like a torrent. In that moment, Zhou Sheng and Sun Yi felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed that to broaden their horizons, they would have to rely on their daughter. Meanwhile, Yixian returned home with the girls. We are finally home, Yi Jing exclaimed as she set down her luggage, stretching leisurely while taking in the familiar surroundings. Yixian settled down, preparing a pot of tea, but just then, Tang Hao walked in. Brother Yi, could you come here for a moment? There is something I believe you should know. All right. Yixian set down his teacup, nodding before addressing the girls beside him. Little ones, you stay here and play. Daddy needs to step out to speak with Uncle Tang. Okay. The girls obediently nodded. And Yixian followed Tang Hao to the courtyard outside the villa. Tang Hao looked at Yixian, his expression serious. Brother Yi, sister-in-law after a while. Yixian returned to the villa, sitting on the sofa as he waved cheerfully at the girls. Soon, they rushed into his embrace. My dear girls, Daddy has something to tell you. I need to go to Tianjin for a few days, but I will ask Aunt Chenjing to keep you company. What? The girls immediately became unsettled, gazing at Yixian with confusion. Daddy, what exactly are you going to do? Yes, Daddy. Why do you have to be gone for so long? Daddy, how can you bear to leave your 3 adorable daughters? The girls clamored around Yixian, eager to understand his reasons for going to Tianjin and reluctant for him to leave. Yixian merely smiled, causing the girls to puff up in playful annoyance while still clinging to him. After a short while, Chenjing arrived upon hearing the news. Chapter 61, Plastic Sisterhood. Upon entering, Chenjing was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the children, covering her mouth in surprise. Oh my! These little ones seem to have gained a bit of weight in just a few days, looking even more adorable than before. She then sighed, acknowledging that it was no fault of the children, given that they had been indulging in an abundance of delicious food under Yixian's care. Chenjing, I need to make a trip to Tianjin. Could you please look after these children for a few days? Yixian explained his request as he stood up upon seeing Chenjing. Of course, that is no problem. Chenjing nodded with a smile, eager to spend time with the girls. Come along, darlings. Let us head to Annie's house. Turning to the little ones, she said affectionately. No need, we can stay here. There are other drivers and housekeepers available to take care of everything. You can use whatever you need. As Yixian spoke, he crouched down to kiss the girls' cheeks, whispering, My darlings, while Daddy is away these few days, you must listen to Aunt Chenjing. I'm off to the airport now, be good. Okay, Daddy, we understand. The girls nodded vigorously, promising to behave while he was gone. Brother Yi, we can depart now. The chartered flight is ready. All right, Yixian nodded, standing up and casting one last warm smile at the girls before leaving the villa with Tang Hao. Upon arriving at the airport, the manager stood outside to personally welcome him. Seeing Yixian approach, he quickly bowed and respectfully stated, Mr. Yi, welcome. Your presence truly elevates our airport. The plane is prepared. and you may depart at your convenience. Yi Xian did not linger, casting a calm glance at the array of planes parked nearby. Let us depart now. Certainly, Mr. Yi, please follow me. Before long, Yi Xian boarded the plane, settling into the spacious leather seat, awaiting takeoff. Mr. Yi, would you like something to drink? A stunning flight attendant approached with a polite smile. Just plain water will suffice, Yi Xian replied nonchalantly, closing his eyes to rest. The flight attendants understood and refrained from disturbing him further. Tang Hao, seated beside Yi Xian, took a deep breath before speaking slowly. Brother Yi, I've heard that Zhou Fei has been acting somewhat restless lately, even contemplating breaking the agreement. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's closed eyes flickered slightly, pausing before he replied softly. It's of no concern. Tang Hao chose not to press further, fully trusting Yi Xian's judgment. Meanwhile, back at the villa, Chun Jing tidied up before looking at the little ones with gentle affection. What would you like to do for fun, my darlings? Shall I take you somewhere? However, the children seemed disinterested, remaining silent. You used to greet me with smiles. What happened? Have you forgotten Auntie now that you have Daddy? How fickle. Chun Jing playfully complained while affectionately ruffling their hair. Her words struck a chord with the girls, who quickly gathered around her, snuggling into her embrace and giggling happily. Hee hee. Aunt Chun Jing, it's not like that at all. We truly adore you. Indeed, Aunt Chun Jing has always been so kind to us. Please don't be upset. We simply didn't know where to go for fun. Upon seeing the expressions of the girls, Chun Jing's face broke into a radiant smile. After indulging in their lively chatter for a moment, she began to ponder where to take these little ones for an outing. Just then, a phone call from Zhou Xian came through. As Chun Jing answered the call, a languid voice drifted from the other end. My beautiful lady, what are you up to? By the way, I've procured a few tickets to the calligraphy exhibition. What do you say, are you coming? Hearing this, Chun Jing hesitated for a moment before responding with a smile. Let me ask. With that, she turned her attention to the girls, pointing to the phone as she inquired. Darlings, would you like to visit the calligraphy exhibition? Yes. The girls nodded eagerly, excitement sparkling in their eyes. All right, Zhou Xian. Just a moment. We're on our way, Chun Jing declared, leading the girls out as they prepared to head to the exhibition. The driver, waiting at the entrance in a Bentley, swiftly transported them to the venue. The exhibition was held on the ground floor of the Jinling Art Museum, and the square outside was bustling with throngs of people. In the center of the square stood a colossal billboard detailing the exhibition's highlights. After disembarking, Chun Jing guided the girls inside and soon spotted a familiar figure waiting for them. It was Zhou Xian, who had been waiting for a while. Zhou Xian, we're here. Upon hearing them, Zhou Xian turned, and, upon seeing Chun Jing and the girls, her face lit up with delight. Hee hee, Chun Jing. Look at how many people you've brought. I only have 4 tickets. Zhou Xian then revealed the 4 tickets she had, waving them in her hand. Chun Jing smirked, accepting the tickets with a smile. That's just perfect. Zhou Xian, slightly puzzled, scratched her head and queried Chun Jing. Perfect? How is that perfect? Observing Zhou Xian's somewhat daft expression, Chun Jing couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, look, it's just me and 3 kids, 4 people in total. As she spoke, Chun Jing handed the other 3 tickets to the girls. Zhou Xian paused, eyeing Chun Jing's mischievous grin, feeling something was amiss. So what about me? Feigning a sudden realization, Chun Jing took a deep breath and slowly replied, Oh right. It seems I almost forgot about you. Zhou Xian rolled her eyes in exasperation, stepping forward to pinch Chun Jing playfully. You truly are a fair-weather friend. How could you overlook my ticket? Chapter 62, Not as Good as Daddy's. Observing the increasing crowd heading into the exhibition hall, Chun Jing ceased her playful banter and waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it's fine. We can just explain to the ticket inspector that the little ones don't need tickets. Zhou Xian paused for a moment, glancing at the girls, and then her expression shifted to one of understanding. I suppose that makes sense. Seeing Zhou Xian finally grasp the idea, Chun Jing shook her head in resignation, gesturing forward as she said, Let us go, the crowd is growing. We should hurry inside. All right. Zhou Xian nodded, and the 2 of them, along with the girls, made their way inside. As expected, children like them did not require tickets. The 2 only used 2 tickets to gain entry along with the girls. This calligraphy exhibition was a grand showcase of both official and private artworks, featuring pieces from both contemporary and ancient artists. It was a rare occasion for the Jinling Art Museum to open all its downstairs spaces for such an exhibition. Once inside, the crowd began to meander about. But before long, a plump young man approached them. He appeared rather rotund, and with each exaggerated step, his body wobbled. Dressed in loose-fitting casual attire and sporting black-framed glasses, he exuded an air of greasiness, accompanied by a hint of awkwardness. Zhou Xian, you're here too. Upon spotting Zhou Xian, the young man greeted her, then casually moved closer. Noticing Chun Jing and the other girls, he introduced himself. Hello, I'm Wang Fong, a member of the Jinling Calligraphy Association. May I ask who you are? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Chun Jing. Caught off guard, Chun Jing stared blankly at the newcomer for a moment before finally responding. Hello, I'm Chun Jing. Wang Fong nodded, politely bowing. Hello, Miss Chun Jing. It's a pleasure to meet you. It seems you also have an appreciation for calligraphy, which is wonderful. By the way, my father is the vice president of the Jinling Calligraphy Association and one of the organizers of this exhibition. I can introduce you to him. As Wang Fong spoke, a smug smile crept onto his face. Confused, Chun Jing quietly asked Zhou Xian, who is this? He seems a bit strange. Zhou Xian glanced at the young man with irritation. Didn't he just say who he is? Ugh, he has been pestering me lately. It's utterly annoying. Understanding the situation at last, Chun Jing exchanged knowing looks with Zhou Xian. Miss Zhou, Miss Chun, and these adorable little friends, since fate has brought us together. Why don't I show you around? Wang Fong interrupted, raising his voice to catch their attention. The girls instinctively hid behind Chun Jing, peeking out cautiously at Wang Fong. Oh, that is not necessary. We'll explore on our own. Zhou Xian replied coldly, clearly unwilling to indulge Wang Fong. Not at all, since you're here to visit. It's my duty as a member of the Jinling Calligraphy Association to guide you, Wang Fong insisted, dismissing their reluctance with a wave of his hand, making an inviting gesture. Ladies, please follow me. I'll show you around. With that, he strode ahead, glancing back to ensure they were following. Sighing in resignation, Zhou Xian had no choice but to pull Chun Jing along with the girls as they reluctantly followed. Wang Fong, noticing their compliance, smiled as he stopped in front of a watercolor painting. Ladies, this piece is titled Lotus Picking in Jiangnan, painted by a renowned contemporary artist. Just look at the overall color scheme. It has such a vintage feel, doesn't it? The watercolor and the essence of Jiangnan complement each other beautifully. Wang Fong enthusiastically elaborated, occasionally casting flirtatious glances at Zhou Xian, which was nearly driving her to the brink of exasperation. Miss Zhou, do you find this painting appealing? Even Zhou Xian was on the verge of rolling her eyes in exasperation, yet Wang Fong could not resist inquiring further, accompanied by a tender glance. This was enough to send shivers down not just Zhou Xian, but even Chun Jing, who stood nearby. Well, I suppose that's acceptable, Zhou Xian muttered, casting a sidelong glance before hastily responding. Wang Fong's eyes gleamed with mischief as he cheerfully remarked, I understand now. Miss Zhou Xian must have a fondness for calligraphy. Allow me to take you all to have a look. With a sly grin, he led Zhou Xian and the others towards several pieces of calligraphy. Coughing to clear his throat, Wang Fong adopted a noticeably more serious demeanor upon reaching the artworks. Ladies and gentlemen, I must emphasize the significance of these characters. Firstly, they were penned by a renowned author, whose greatest attribute lies in the delicate gracefulness and subtle elegance of his script, infused with a touch of ethereal charm. Observe closely. These pieces are executed in a single breath, where the strokes and lifts flow with remarkable naturalness, and the overall composition is impressively upright. Take a look at this piece, the inscription of a humble room, written during my retreat in the mountains. Quite commendable, wouldn't you agree? And this one, viewing the vast sea, is also my handiwork, composed last year while I basked in the sea breeze. Haha, this is my favorite. At this revelation, both Chun Jing and Zhou Xian were struck with disbelief. It dawned on them that Wang Fong had spent all this time extolling the virtues of his own calligraphy. Noticing their astonished expressions, Wang Fong assumed they were simply in awe of his talent, which only swelled his pride. Haha, what do you think? Quite impressive, isn't it? If you fancy any of these, I would be happy to sell them to you at a fair price, being friends and all. With this proclamation, Chun Jing and Zhou Xian struggled to suppress their laughter. While self-admiration is not inherently flawed, failing to recognize one's own limitations certainly is. Meanwhile, Yi Jing scrutinized the pieces with keen interest before tugging at Chun Jing's sleeve, her voice sweet and innocent as she declared, Aunt Chun, my dad's calligraphy is much better than this. Chun Jing chuckled softly at the child's earnestness, recognizing that even a child could see the disparity in quality between Wang Fong's work and that of others. Zhou Xian shook her head disdainfully, scoffing. What gives him such confidence in his writing? However, the two women merely brushed past Yi Jing's comment, particularly Chun Jing, who mused that no matter how exceptional Yi Xian might be, he cannot be proficient in everything. After all, he may possess wealth, charm, culinary skills, a nurturing nature, artistic talent, and a fine physique. Such a collection of virtues certainly warranted some contemplation. Wang Fong, having overheard Yi Jing's remark, paused momentarily, crossed his arms, and continued, little girl, you likely lack the discernment to appreciate the essence within my calligraphy. While your father's work may be more structured, it cannot compare to mine. I am a member of the Calligraphy Association, haven't you heard? Do not challenge my profession with your father's hobby. Yi Jing, feeling indignant, raised her voice slightly. What? My dad's calligraphy is definitely better than this. Wang Fong, uninterested in debating with the child, merely chuckled and chose to remain silent. Yi Jing, observing his demeanor, pouted and turned to Chun Jing, expressing her discontent. Aunt Chun, that grandpa wants to take the characters my dad gave me. Simultaneously, a cacophony erupted nearby. Capturing the attention of nearly everyone present, several elderly gentlemen were approaching. Onlookers turned towards the source of the clamor, stunned to see prominent figures from the Jinling Calligraphy and Painting Association among them. My heavens, the leading figure is Old Master Wang Yin, the president of the association. The crowd buzzed with excitement, recognizing the true heavyweight in the room. Wang Fong, upon spotting Wang Yin, hastily approached him with respect and a smile. President Wang, it is an honor to see you. Wang Yin, puzzled at first, inquired, and you are? Just then, a middle-aged man rushed forward, introducing Wang Fong to Wang and President Wang. This is my son, Wang Fong. Wang Yin nodded in recognition, cheerfully responding, ah, splendid. Good to meet you. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they had established a mutual acquaintance. Yet, Yi Jing, upon seeing Wang Yin, instinctively recoiled behind Qin Jing. This did not escape Wang Yin's notice, leaving him momentarily stunned, his eyes trembling with surprise. After regaining his composure, he took a few deep breaths to steady himself before cheerfully approaching, waving at the shy Yi Jing. Well, little girl, it's been a long time since we last met. This only heightened Yi Jing's anxiety. As she clung tightly to Qin Jing and shielded her backpack with her small hands, her expression one of vigilance, fearing that Wang Yin would snatch it away. Aunt Chun, that grandpa wants to take the characters my dad gave me. She whimpered, pointing at Wang and with a look of desperation. Qin Jing paused, perplexed by the child's statement. Yet seeing the fear in Yi Jing's eyes, she instinctively cast a wary glance at Wang Yin. The other children gathered around Yi Jing, sharing her apprehension as they all eyed Wang and with suspicion. This tense standoff drew whispers from the surrounding crowd. What is going on? I don't quite understand. Didn't you hear that little girl? That old man wants to take what her dad gave her. Wow, is he really that bad? Wait. Isn't that the president of the Calligraphy Association? The ensuing gossip grew more animated, with various opinions flying, leaving Wang Yin visibly distressed. Faced with the vigilant gazes of Yi Jing and her companions, coupled with the murmurs of the crowd, he nearly choked on his own words. I'm being wronged. When did I ever say I wanted to take anything? I merely asked if they were willing to trade. Wang Yin, feeling utterly helpless, could not fathom how, at his age and with his esteemed reputation, he would find himself embroiled in such a misunderstanding due to a mere child. He quickly turned to the association members beside him, waving his hands in a desperate attempt to clarify. Everyone, please, do not misunderstand. Do not misunderstand. As Wang Yin spoke, the crowd gradually quieted, their attention shifting back to him. Previously, I was merely captivated by the exquisite calligraphy of her father and wished to exchange a few words with this young lady. Please, dear friends, do not misunderstand me. I am not that sort of person. Upon this explanation, everyone soon comprehended the situation, yet it was swiftly followed by an overwhelming wave of curiosity. What could possibly be the nature of such calligraphy that would command the esteemed attention of Wang Yin? After all, Wang Yin is the president of the Jinling Calligraphy and Painting Association, a figure of considerable repute. How many individuals could boast calligraphy that would elicit such a response from him? Qin Jing and Zhou Xian were utterly astonished. At this moment, they found themselves completely bewildered. Initially, they believed that Yi Xian possessed other merits, but they had not anticipated that his calligraphy would reach such heights. Considering Wang Fong's earlier reaction and remarks, Wang Yin, the president of the association, was genuinely astonished by Yi Xian's script. Just how extraordinary could Yi Xian's calligraphy be? Wang Fong, at this juncture, found himself recalling the calligraphy he had seen earlier, his expression mirroring the astonishment and profound shock of the others. Qin Jing grew increasingly curious and turned her gaze towards Yi Jing, bending down to observe her innocent little face, gently inquiring, Little Jing, did you bring that calligraphy with you? May we take a look? Yet, Yi Jing remained vigilant, eyeing Wang and without uttering a word, appearing apprehensive that he might snatch it away. Rest assured, dear child, I would never take your belongings. I solemnly swear. Upon hearing this, Yi Jing still regarded Wang and with some suspicion. Wang Yin, both amused and exasperated, swore several oaths before she gradually began to relax her guard. Very well. Chapter 64, Sternness. Yi Jing softly acquiesced, slowly unzipping her backpack, carefully retrieving the artwork, and laying it flat before the gathered audience. As everyone witnessed this scene, they eagerly leaned in, but upon catching their first glimpse of the calligraphy, a collective gasp of astonishment escaped their lips. My heavens, what an incredible script is this! It is nothing short of divine. Goodness, I feel as though I have been elevated. In an instant, the sight of the calligraphy instilled a sense of righteous vigor within everyone, an aura of noble spirit enveloping them. Each individual's reaction was one of indescribable shock as they gazed upon the artwork. The members of the Calligraphy Association felt a deep sense of shame. This script far surpassed their own abilities. It was not of the same realm. If Xian's calligraphy could be deemed a masterpiece, then their own efforts resembled the scribbles of a child at play. Meanwhile, Wang Feng stood there, utterly dumbfounded, feeling an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. To make matters worse, his own calligraphy lay beside this work. What a stark comparison. Previously, he had boasted that his script surpassed that of this young lady's father. Now, he pondered where he had found the audacity to make such claims. If there had been a hole in the ground at that moment, he would have undoubtedly burrowed into it without hesitation, for this was an unbearable humiliation. Chen Jing, too, found her gaze frozen, staring intently at the calligraphy spread out before her, at a loss for words. Time and again, she had been stunned by the talents of this young girl's father, and now she felt herself nearing a state of numbness. She could only imagine the astonishment that would wash over her dear friend Xinyao upon her return. However, this moment of awe was fleeting. After a few seconds, Yi Jing carefully rolled up the calligraphy and placed it reverently into a small Wang Wali wooden cylinder. Instantly, silence fell over the crowd as they gazed at the innocent little face of the girl, their hearts filled with a wave of regret. The young girl was rather stingy, having only allowed them a brief glimpse before putting it away. At that moment, everyone lamented, wishing to see the calligraphy once more, in their shock. Not a single person had thought to take out their phones to capture the moment. Yet, Yi Jing remained vigilant, her demeanor still one of caution. In a heartbeat, the crowd shifted their gaze toward Wang Yin, their eyes tinged with a hint of reproach. Wang Yin, observing the gazes directed at him, was left utterly perplexed, silently questioning. What does this mean? Why are you all looking at me like that? This is not my doing. Meanwhile, Wang Feng had long since felt the oppressive atmosphere. Even with Zhou Xian present, he lacked the courage to remain any longer. Seizing the opportunity while others were distracted, Wang Feng discreetly slipped away, fearful of being noticed. At that moment, Wang Yin, witnessing the crowd still encircling the area, seemingly eager for another glimpse of the calligraphy, gently cleared his throat and gestured to disperse them. Ahem. Everyone, please disperse. There is nothing more for you to see here. Let us maintain order and ensure the passage remains clear. Though reluctant, upon seeing Yi Jing clinging tightly to her backpack, the crowd resigned themselves to leaving. Yet, as they departed, their glances were still laced with reproach as they regarded Wang Yin, as if to imply that the young girl's unwillingness to let them continue admiring the calligraphy was somehow his fault. Wang Yin, frustrated, felt a twitch in his lips. Realizing he was truly at a loss for words, he could not express his grievances. However, there was no other recourse. He remained in place until the crowd had dispersed before turning his attention back to Chen Jing and the others. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Wang An, the president of the Jinling Calligraphy and Painting Association. It is our honor to have you visit us. How about I take you on a tour and serve as your guide? Should you have any questions, feel free to ask me at any time. Chen Jing and Zhou Xian exchanged glances before looking back at Wang and with appreciative eyes, nodding in agreement. Compared to Wang Feng from earlier, Wang An's expertise was clearly a cut above. After all, he was a true authority in the field. We would be most grateful for your guidance, President Wang. Oh, not at all. It is my privilege. Wang An smiled warmly while glancing at Yi Jing, who, upon noticing his gaze, let out a disdainful huff and tightened her grip on her bag. Humph. Wang An could only chuckle wryly, continuing to lead the group forward, presenting the exhibits while subtly attempting to catch another glimpse of the calligraphy, only to be deftly evaded by Yi Jing. This outcome was anticipated by Wang An, for the girl had long since regarded him as a greedy old man intent on stealing her treasures. There was no way to alter her perception now. After a while, the young girls grew weary and gently tugged at Chen Jing, pleading, Aunt Chen, we don't want to play anymore. Can we go home now? Observing their fatigued expressions, Chen Jing nodded in agreement, recognizing that this venue was not particularly captivating for the children. All right, then let us head back. As she spoke, Chen Jing turned to Wang An, smiling as she said, President Wang, we are grateful for your warm hospitality. We have explored quite enough for now, and the girls are tired. We shall take our leave. Very well. Allow me to escort you out. Subsequently, the group made their way towards the exit of the exhibition. As they stepped outside, they were met with the sight of a Bentley awaiting them. In an instant, a wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. For such a luxury vehicle is indeed a rarity. However, the true shock came moments later when several young girls exuberantly bounced over to the car, and the driver gracefully alighted to respectfully open the doors for them. Chen Jing bid farewell to Zhou Xian and, along with the young girls, entered the vehicle, preparing to head home. Is this also their father's car? Xuan gazed at this scene, her heart tumultuous with disbelief. Just last time, it was not this car. Previously, it was a Rolls-Royce, and now it had transformed into a Bentley. Could it be that their family possesses a treasure mine? Upon returning home, the young girls frolicked for a while, yet gazed upon the expansive villa with a sense of ennui. Chunjing looked at the girls with a smile, exclaiming with playful admonishment, "You little ones, is it truly necessary to act this way, just because your father has been away for a few days?"